Chapter 1959. When enemies met on a narrow path, naturally the brave would win. When Xianxia's violent divine sense smashed into his opponent's knowledge, sea defenses, and tore a large hole in them, he could not help taking a few steps back as he screamed miserably. Where was the demeanor of the arrogant big brother from before? He was simply a weakling who had suffered a setback and could not bear it. Xianxia's body also shook as his face turned pale. However, he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. Instead, he took a step forward and rushed toward the opposite side at an extremely fast speed. "Brother Zhou Yi," Chu Fei exclaimed in horror. From his point of view, this brother named Zhou Yi had only exchanged glances with Xianxia for a brief moment before both of them turned pale and trembled. Zhou Yi's brother took a few steps back as Xianxia took the opportunity to close in, a cruel and terrifying grin on his face. Chu Fei was also a third-order origin king cultivator, so he could naturally detect the fluctuations of the divine sense collision between the two, but he could not believe that in a head-on clash of divine senses, it was actually Zhou Yi's brother who had suffered such a big loss. Seeing that Xianxia had not retreated and was instead advancing, Chu Fei hurriedly shouted a warning. But how could it be too late? As soon as his voice fell, Xianxia had already rushed in front of the cultivator named Zhou Yi, a five-colored light blooming from his fist as his five elements indestructible sword Qi whistled out and punched out fiercely, smashing into his opponent's cheek like a heavy hammer. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the air shook violently as a violent force erupted. Zhou Yi was directly smashed into the ground by this ferocious force, leaving behind a human-shaped crater as dust and debris flew everywhere. Seeing this scene, Chu Fei seemed to have seen the scene of him being ravaged 3 months ago, and his face suddenly turned pale as his body trembled. The other two brothers were even worse. Screaming in fright, they hurriedly fled, lest they be implicated. How could this be? Chu Fei was completely dumbfounded. He had thought that after inviting Zhou Yi's brother to avenge him, he would definitely be able to teach Xianxia a lesson. But now, almost all the masters from Protector Bian's faction had left, so naturally, no one would come stop him. Today was a good day to take revenge and humiliate Xianxia, but how could he have imagined that the brother he had invited would be beaten down by Xianxia in a single exchange? The bizarre scene in front of him almost blinded Chu Fei's eyes. It was not until this moment that Chu Fei noticed that Xianxia's cultivation was no longer at the second-order origin king realm, but instead at the third order, breaking through in that damned ice cliff. Chu Fei was shocked. Chu Fei's Chu Fei. Chu Fei's. Because in Blue Feather Sect, there had always been a custom. Any disciple who was banished to the ice cliff and confined there would definitely be valued if they didn't die. And if they didn't die and were able to comprehend or even make a breakthrough in the ice cliff, it was extremely likely that they would become an elite disciple of the sect. Status would rise and soar to the heavens. Over the years, many of Yang's brothers had soared because of this. After all, Ice Cliff was a place formed by a single strike from a master from the Emperor realm. It was filled with rich Emperor pressure and ice principles. Being able to break through in such a place was a testament to one's talent. And now, Xianxia was undoubtedly such a disciple. If this news were to spread, it would definitely attract the attention of the sect, and this junior brother Chu Fei hated so much. His status would definitely soar. At that time, Xianxia would no longer be an existence he could look up to, so how could he seek revenge? All he could do was pray that Xianxia would not find trouble with him. Many distracting thoughts flashed across Chu Fei's mind. Soon, he understood that if he could not resolve this matter perfectly today, he would likely face a great disaster. He could not help feeling a little panicked. Just as he was cursing Zhou Yi for being a useless waste, a low roar full of anger suddenly rang out. "Boy, you court death." This voice was filled with unspeakable hatred, like the roar of a wounded beast, and the cold, murderous intent it emitted was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Chu Fei's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in joy, "Brother Zhou." This roar was from Zhou Yi, who had been knocked to the ground by Xianxia's punch. Although Xianxia had not shown any mercy, Zhou Yi was still a master from the First Order Dao Source Realm, so how could he be so easily killed? Zhou Yi's only loss was that his divine sense had been damaged, and he had not had time to guard against Yang Kai's surprise attack. Now that he had recovered, he was naturally furious. As he spoke, he turned his head fiercely and stared at Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes, his murderous intent bursting out like a tide. Before, he had only come here at Chu Fei's request to vent his anger, but now that he had been punched by Yang Kai, he was filled with murderous intent. After being humiliated to such an extent by a junior brother who was a minor realm lower than him, how could he wash away this stain in his life without using blood and life? The atmosphere in the air suddenly froze. When a Dao Source Realm Master was enraged, even the world principles would be somewhat affected. The power of the wind gathered around Zhou Yi, causing his black hair to dance wildly in the wind, increasing his might even further. Yang Kai's skin tightened as a sense of crisis instinctively filled his heart. Without any hesitation, he directly used his demon eye of annihilation. In his left eye, Yang Kai's pupils suddenly transformed into a golden slit, long and narrow, giving off a terrifying aura. Inside this golden slit, there was also a faint, mysterious power that seemed to have the effect of binding one's soul. Staring at each other, Zhou Yi could not help feeling startled as he felt that there was some kind of demonic power in this long and narrow pupil that was affecting his soul and will. When his divine sense collided with Yang Kai's, he had suffered a small injury, so now that he was affected by the demon eye of annihilation, a flaw naturally appeared. Yang Kai took this opportunity to display his most powerful soul secret technique as he shouted, "Blossoming Lotus!" A budding lotus pattern suddenly appeared in his left eye. After a slight shake, it blasted into Zhou Yi's pupil. Everything in front of Zhou Yi suddenly changed. All he could see was a lotus. That lotus was crazily absorbing his divine sense, turning it into nutrients. Soon after, it slowly opened its petals, wanting to bloom its own beauty. Compared to him, Yang Kai currently had the advantage in terms of spiritual energy, so how could he give up on this advantage? As soon as he used his blossoming lotus secret technique, Yang Kai once again took the initiative. Before Zhou Yi could react, Yang Kai flicked his hands and shot out several dozen golden blood threads. Under the control of his divine sense, the golden blood threads twisted and intertwined, forming a golden net that enveloped Zhou Yi. This was just one of the many transformations golden blood threads could perform. Dragon transformation. Without hesitation, Yang Kai used his secret technique again, transforming his right arm into a ferocious dragon claw. The tip of the claw was incomparably sharp as he thrust it towards Zhou Yi's chest. Now that things had developed to this point, it was either you die or I die. Zhou Yi's murderous intent was not just a deterrent, but also a genuine desire to kill his enemy. For someone who wanted to kill him, Yang Kai naturally would not show mercy. "Brother Yang, don't!" Lu Xianyun, who was behind him, exclaimed. If Yang Kai really killed Zhou Yi, there would be no end to this matter. But she did not know how to resolve the situation in front of her and could only instinctively shout. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her pleas, his expression indifferent, only the determination to kill his enemy. Just as the dragon claw was about to penetrate Zhou Yi's chest and rip out his heart, Zhou Yi actually broke free from the influence of his blossoming lotus secret technique and shouted, "Boy, you've got guts!" With a loud crash, the lotus pattern in Zhou Yi's eyes shattered and the murderous intent that had been suppressed by the secret technique reappeared. At the same time, the aura of the First Order Dao Source Realm Master erupted. "Sad wind palm," Zhou Yi shouted as he stretched out his palm to block his chest. Wind attribute energy gathered in his palm like a whirlpool that engulfed Yang Kai's right arm. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk, an ear-piercing sound of friction rang out as the dragon scales on Yang Kai's right arm shattered, and even the dragon claw was unable to maintain its shape. Although the cultivator of the First Order Dao Source Realm was only a minor realm higher than Yang Kai, because all the strength in his body had been transformed into Source Qi, His true combat power was beyond the reach of an ordinary third-order Origin King. What's more, the cultivator of the First Order Dao Source realm had already touched the threshold of principal strength and could roughly mobilize principal strength to enhance his own killing moves. Zhou, he was undoubtedly proficient in the power of the wind attribute. That sad wind palm contained his comprehension and usage of the power of the wind attribute. The principles of wind were elegant and flexible, and when added to this sad wind palm, it made this move appear even more unruly. The terrifying, murderous intent coming towards him caused Yang Kai's expression to change drastically, but he did not retreat. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stabbed his dragon claw into Zhou Yi's chest. "You?" Zhou Yi's eyes trembled violently. Even though he desperately urged his source qi to form a protective barrier around his body, he still could not stop Yang Kai's sharp dragon claw from advancing. Under that terrifying dragon claw, his defense was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Zhou Yi's heart was grabbed by Yang Kai. At that moment, the sad wind palm's attack also hit Yang Kai. However, his figure suddenly distorted and disappeared, leaving the violent force behind him to linger in the void. When the aftershock of the move dissipated, Yang Kai's figure reappeared, as if he had never moved. Nothingness. The use of his new secret technique allowed Yang Kai's body to turn into nothingness and merge with the void, thereby avoiding most of the damage from the sad wind palm. However, the aftershock of the attack still blasted into Yang Kai's body, rampaging through his flesh and blood, destroying his flesh. Yang Kai's blood boiled in his chest, and he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. "He's not dead," Zhou exclaimed in shock. He had thought that Yang Kai was going to take him down with him. After all, Yang Kai's hand had already pierced into his chest and was holding onto his heart. As long as Yang Kai exerted a little more force, he would die. What's more, the grieving wind palm he unleashed in rage was definitely not something a third-order Origin King could resist after being struck head-on. But what Zhou Yi couldn't figure out was that Kai Yang only seemed to have suffered some minor injuries, nothing serious at all. What kind of secret technique is that? Yang Kai was actually able to avoid his attack without moving. At that moment, it was as if his opponent did not exist in this space. Chapter 1960. In front of the simple wooden house, Yang Kai's right arm was dripping with blood, and the blood flowing from the corners of his mouth made his expression even more terrifying. His right hand reached into Zhou Yi's chest and grabbed his violently beating heart. Zhou Yi was lying on the ground, his body wrapped in a golden net of golden blood threads as he stared at Yang Kai in front of him with trembling eyes. "Madman! This guy is definitely a madman!" Zhou Yi screamed in his heart. The two maintained this deadlocked posture, motionless. The atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost impossible to breathe. Not far away, Xianxia covered her mouth with her small hand as her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Chu Fei and the other two Origin Kings also swallowed hard. "Haha, brother, you're finished." Yang Kai suddenly grinned. Zhou Yi's face twitched slightly. Although he was full of unwillingness, the current situation forced him to admit that his life was now in someone else's hands, and his life was completely out of his control. As long as Yang Kai used a little more strength, he could take his life. "If you kill me, you won't be able to live either." Zhou Yi stared at Yang Kai coldly, not showing any intention of begging for mercy, and instead showing extreme stubbornness. "Do you want to try? Let's see if I can leave this damn place after killing you." "Junior brother, I don't have any strong points, but my ability to escape is top-notch." Yang Kai snickered meaningfully. His smile was so evil that Zhou Yi didn't dare to speak for a while, for fear that the other party would really crush his heart. If that happened, regardless of whether Yang Kai could live or not, Zhou Yi would definitely die. He only had one life. How could he not cherish it? "If you dare move, I'll kill him." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and stared coldly at Chu Fei, who was not far away and was preparing to flee. Until now, Xianxia suddenly recovered, and her tender body flickered as she arrived beside Chu Fei and stared at him vigilantly. This was to prevent him from taking the opportunity to escape. Chu Fei scowled and really didn't dare to move, a pained expression on his face. Looks like you're a smart person. You don't want to end up in a life and death struggle, right? Why don't senior brother accept it? Zhou Yi's eyes flashed as he looked at Yang Kai in front of him. Yang Kai chuckled. Of course I don't want to fight to the death, but today's matter has reached this point. It was really hard to clean up this mess. This brother, do you think I should kill you and run away? Or should I kill you and wait for the sect to punish me? Don't tell me that as long as I let you go, you won't bother me anymore. I won't believe such childish words. Zhou Yi's face was gloomy, and he didn't know how to respond. Forget it, Kai Yang suddenly laughed happily. Let's vent our anger first before we talk about it. Saying so, he turned his head to look at Chu Fei, his eyes gradually becoming cold. Speaking of which, all of this was caused by the few of you. You even caused me to be grounded for 3 months. Since that's the case, I'll start with you. All of you, kneel on the ground and slap yourselves. While slapping yourselves, call yourselves pigs. As soon as this statement came out, the faces of Chu Fei and the others changed drastically. You've gone too far. Chu Fei roared. Although this place was relatively remote and generally no one would come here if he really did such a thing, how could he establish himself in the sect in the future? News of this would immediately spread, and he would become the laughingstock of the entire sect. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. The second-order Origin King, Cultivator, also shouted with an angry expression. Is that so? Yang Kai smiled lightly, no longer paying attention to Chu Fei and the others, instead turning his head to look at Zhou Yi. Slowly tightening his grip, Yang Kai said coldly, Brother Chu and the others are not cooperating. What do you think we should do? Junior brother, I have no time to spare right now, so I can't force them. This is making me a little upset, and if I can't control my strength properly... Zhou Yi's forehead immediately oozed beads of sweat as he felt the pressure on his heart grow stronger and stronger, making it difficult for him to breathe. Panicking, he quickly turned his head and shouted angrily at Chu Fei and the others. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. This matter was caused by you lot. So if you want to see me die, don't do anything. But if I, Zhou Yi, can escape this disaster, you know what kind of anger you will have to bear. As soon as Zhou Yi spoke, Chu Fei and the others could not help turning pale, all of them staring at Yang Kai with resentment and pleading, as if hoping he would show mercy and spare them this time. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to their pleas and continued to increase the strength of his hand. Still not kneeling. Zhou Yi suddenly roared. Chu Fei and the others did not dare hesitate and all knelt on the ground, their expressions ugly as if they had just lost their parents. This was a great humiliation. All of them were Origin King realm cultivators, so it was normal for them to bleed and be injured, but when had they ever been forced to kneel? All of them cursed Yang Kai in their hearts and secretly vowed to find an opportunity in the future to wash away this shame and pay back today's humiliation 100 times over. Otherwise, how could they dispel the hatred in their hearts? Why didn't I hear the sound of people slapping themselves? Yang Kai tilted his head, a puzzled expression on his face. Zhou Yi's fierce eyes immediately drifted towards Chu Fei and the others. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk Chu Fei and the others waved their hands again and again, fanning their cheeks mechanically. What else? Yang Kai continued to sneer. Chu Fei's blood and chi churned in his chest, almost causing him to cough up blood. He wished he could rush over and take Yang Kai down with him right now, but under Zhou Yi's tyrannical abuse, how could he dare to resist? Steeling his heart, Chu Fei began to cry. I'm a pig. Woo-woo. With Chu Fei taking the lead, the remaining two naturally did not dare to remain silent. So a strange scene played out as the 3 Blue Feather Sect disciples knelt on the ground and slapped themselves while cursing. This kind of humiliation was 100 times more unbearable than any other form of torture in the sect. I shouldn't have provoked Junior Brother Yang. I'm a pig. I'm a pig. Junior Brother Yang, please be magnanimous and let us off this time. Isn't that good? Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, people can only be forced. Is that enough? Zhou, he stared at Yang Kai coldly, his teeth clenched so hard they seemed to be bleeding, the hatred in his eyes almost tangible. Brother, your eyes are so fierce. Yang Kai looked frightened. Junior brother is a coward, so don't glare at me like that. If junior brother becomes flustered and crushes your heart. Zhou, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, but when he opened them again, his expression returned to normal, and he quickly said, Junior brother Yang, this brother had eyes but failed to see. Today, you have vented your anger, so shouldn't you stop here? In the end, we are brothers from the same sect. We see each other often. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly raised his left hand and slapped him. Asterisk pa. Asterisk, a blood-red palm print appeared on one of Zhou Yi's cheeks, as a few of his teeth were knocked out. Now you know we are brothers from the same sect. We see each other often. Why didn't you say that when you were about to teach me a lesson? You what? As Yang Kai spoke, he slapped Zhou Yi again. Zhou Yi instinctively wanted to resist, but when he felt the gradually increasing force of the palm on his heart, how could he dare to move? Abruptly eating the second slap, the anger that had just been quelled reignited, and his eyes became bloodshot. If you say another word, I'll slap you. If you say another word, I'll see. Huh, you still dare to glare at me? Yang Kai punched out, hitting Zhou Yi right in the eye socket, leaving him with a black eye. Zhou Yi finally became obedient. He knew that Kai Yang was a bit crazy and difficult to provoke. If he didn't behave now, the only one who would suffer would be himself. Lowering his head, he didn't look at Kai Yang, while in his heart he was thinking about how to torture Kai Yang in the future to wash away today's humiliation. Xianxia, this is the guy who hurt you, right? Yang Kai suddenly asked an inexplicable question. Lu Xianxin's expression changed, and she opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, but in the end, she nodded. It wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to guess this. After all, with Lu Xianxin's strength, it was impossible for Chu Fei to hurt her. The only person who could hurt her was this Zhou Yi. Yang Kai nodded indifferently and said fiercely, as a brother of the sect, not only did you not take care of us junior brothers and sisters who had just entered the sect, you even deliberately bullied us. Brother Zhou Yi, you really are quite capable. As soon as his words fell, Yang Kai raised his left fist and began beating Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi had no room or leeway to resist and could only endure Yang Kai's beatings. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was lower than his by a minor realm, his physique was extremely strong. The strength of his punches was so great that it didn't take long for Zhou Yi's face to be bruised and swollen, making him look extremely miserable. Suddenly, Zhou Yi sneered coldly and muttered, "Little brat, if you don't kill me today, I'll make sure you suffer in the future." Yang Kai frowned and looked up into the distance thoughtfully, coldly snorting as he said, "Rest assured, before I die, I'll drag you down with me." In his perception, there were experts flying over at high speed from that direction. After all, they had been causing trouble here for so long, so they must have alarmed the other members of Blue Feather Sect, so Yang Kai had expected someone to come over. What he hadn't expected was that this person seemed to be a very powerful master. The pressure he was exuding before arriving indicated that this person's strength wasn't any weaker than Bian Yuqing's. Which protector has arrived? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Lu Xianxin obviously also noticed this and couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai with worry in her beautiful eyes. After all, Yang Kai had really caused quite a ruckus today. Chu Fei and the others were still kneeling on the ground, slapping themselves and cursing themselves. A short while later, a streak of light suddenly shot over and stopped not far above Yang Kai and the others. When this light dissipated, several figures were revealed. An indescribable pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone's breathing to stagnate and their bodies to feel heavy, as if they were being crushed by a mountain. Chapter 1961. The leader of this group was an old man with a white face and no beard. Behind him stood several men and women, all of whose cultivations varied from Origin King realm to Dao Source realm. At this moment, all of them were staring at the strange scene below in amazement. After seeing this old man, Zhou, he was overjoyed and quickly shouted, "Protector Miao, save me!" Protector Miao? Yang Kai's expression changed as he immediately knew the identity of this person. Miao Qi was also one of the protectors of Blue Feather Sect, and his cultivation was indeed at the level of the Third Order Dao Source Realm, on par with Bian Yuqing, Zhu Junshan, and the others. If a master of this level wanted to take Yang Kai's life, he would likely not be able to resist. Yang Kai wasn't quite sure what kind of attitude Miao Qi would take to deal with today's matter, but he secretly made up his mind that if Miao Qi decided to side with Zhou Yi and threaten his life, he would directly release the Monster Insect Queen and cause a ruckus. Although the Monster Insect Queen could only display the strength of a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source Realm now, it still had enough strength to delay Miao Qi for a while. Yang Kai could take advantage of this opportunity to escape with Lu Xianyan. As for whether or not he could escape at that time, that would depend on his own means. Considering all this, Yang Kai calmed down a little and stared at Miao Qi fearlessly. Miao Qi also seemed to be sizing up Yang Kai, and the strange scene in front of him surprised him slightly. After all, the gap in strength between Yang Kai and Zhou was obvious. It stood to reason that Yang Kai should be the one to be subdued, but instead, it was Zhou Yi who was being held hostage. Miao Qi couldn't figure out why this was happening. As for Chu Fei and the others, their appearances and performances were truly unsightly. "Protector Miao, save us!" Chu Fei and the others also cried out one after another. Miao Qi's appearance gave them hope, and they no longer cared about Yang Kai's previous threats. All of them stood up from the ground with swollen cheeks and shouted for help. Miao Qi remained indifferent. His divine sense constantly scanned Yang Kai's body, as if trying to pry into some kind of mystery. Behind him, a cultivator who looked like a middle-aged man stood out. He looked down at the crowd and asked coldly, "What happened here?" Chu Fei and the others obviously recognized this man. Hearing this, he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to Big Brother Peng, we had some grievances with this junior brother Yang before, so when we heard that he had returned from the ice cliff today, we specifically came here to apologize, but we did not expect that this junior brother Yang would hold a grudge against us and would not listen to our explanations. We were not his match. Brother Peng and Protector Miao, please uphold justice for us." Chu Fei was eloquent and almost instantly came up with a perfect excuse, directly putting the blame on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this and stared at Chu Fei with great admiration, not having expected this guy to be so eloquent. Big Brother Peng did not comment, instead frowning and asking, "What happened to Junior Brother Zhou?" Chu Fei was suddenly filled with indignation. Pointing to Yang Kai, he cursed, "Brother Peng, Brother Zhou was just passing by and saw us being humiliated. He wanted to come forward and intercede for us, but he didn't expect Junior Brother Yang to act so sanctimonious, pretending to be polite while launching a sneak attack on Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou is a kind-hearted man. How could he have known that this beast would have such wild ambitions? We were the ones who implicated Brother Zhou." As Chu Fei spoke, he wept bitterly, a look of annoyance on his face. Throughout the whole process, Zhou Yi did not say a word. However, he cooperated very well and put on a grief-stricken expression. "Nonsense!" Lu Xianyan couldn't bear to listen anymore. Her pretty face flushed red as she ground her teeth and said, "It was clearly you who held a grudge and colluded with Brother Zhou Yi to find trouble with Yang Kai. But now you—" "Xianyan, there's no need to explain," Yang Kai interrupted her. Looking at Chu Fei with a sneer, he said lightly, "Right or wrong, Protector Miao has his own judgment." But Lu Xianyan still wanted to say something, but when she saw the firm look in Yang Kai's eyes, she sighed and fell silent. Both she and Yang Kai knew that if Protector Miao stood on Chu Fei and Zhou Yi's side, even if Chu Fei made up a lousy excuse, Protector Miao would not mind. However, if Protector Miao was really fair and there was no need to explain anything. Everything depended on Miao Qi's attitude. "No need to explain? I think you have a guilty conscience. Now that Brother Zhou's life is in your hands, and he could lose his life at any time, what else do you have to explain?" Chu Fei's previous cowardly appearance was replaced by a generous and impassioned one, as if he had really suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai just sneered. Brother Pang frowned and said with a look of disgust, "Shut up." Chu Fei hurriedly nodded and no longer dared to speak. Brother Pang then looked at Yang Kai and said lightly, "Are you the new disciple?" "Yes." Kai Yang greets fellow senior brothers, greets Protector Miao. "Please forgive this disciple for not being able to greet you now, if he has offended you." Kai Yang maintained his previous posture while replying in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Brother Pang sneered, "I've heard of you. You're quite bold. You've only just entered the sect, but you've already caused a lot of trouble. It seems that Yin Xiu Ran was beaten by you, and even the treasure-seizing snake was bitten to death by you. The last time you made a mistake, Protector Bien grounded you, and now you've just come out and caused trouble again?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said coldly, "The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop." "Arrogant!" Brother Pang coldly snorted. "Little Xiao, you've only just entered the sect, yet you're already causing trouble everywhere. It seems you're not a good person either." Yang Kai's face became cold as he quickly said, "Brother Pang doesn't understand the whole story, yet you're evaluating me like this. Isn't that a bit biased? Brother is teaching you a lesson for your own good, yet you dare talk back?" Brother Pang looked angry and his source chi fluctuated, as if he really wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Yang Kai's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. If this Brother Pang's attitude represented Protector Miao's, then he was afraid he would not be able to escape today. Just as he was about to summon the monster insect queen and make a scene, Protector Miao gently waved his hand. The furious Brother Pang lowered his head, restrained the fluctuations of source chi in his body, and walked to the back docilely. Miao Chi's eyes swept over Yang Kai and finally landed on Zhou Yi, coldly snorting, "Mediocre." Hearing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but turn pale. He naturally heard the dissatisfaction in Miao Chi's words. After all, no matter what, it was a fact that he was suppressed by Yang Kai, and there was no way to justify it. Being suppressed by a third-order origin king junior brother like this, calling him mediocre was already a fair assessment. Zhou Yi realized that he would no longer be able to be put in an important position by the sect in the future, and he couldn't help feeling cold and desperate. At the same time, he was filled with a monstrous hatred for Yang Kai. If it weren't for Yang Kai, how could Miao Chi judge him like this? He lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and didn't say a word, but his eyes flashed with an extremely bitter light. At that moment, Miao Chi glanced at Yang Kai indifferently and said in a deep voice, "This old master doesn't care why you're killing each other today, but since this old master has seen it, he can't ignore it. Imprison them all and throw them into the bone prison. When Protector Bien returns, he will deal with them." After saying this, Miao Chi turned around and left. Brother Pang bowed and respectfully saw Miao Chi off. After Miao Chi left, Brother Pang stood in place and pondered for a moment before saying, "You heard Protector Miao's words, right? Obediently follow his orders." Chu Fei and the others scowled, each of them like defeated roosters, standing there without any fighting spirit. None of them had expected Protector Miao to deal with today's matter in such a manner. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was overjoyed because as long as Miao Chi didn't directly attack him, everything would be easy to handle. This kind of treatment was undoubtedly what Yang Kai wanted to see the most. Hearing this, he grinned and said, "Brother Pang, if it weren't for Junior Brother, I would have disobeyed your orders, but you also saw the look in Zhou Brother's eyes. I was afraid that if I let him go and he bit me, Junior Brother's strength is too low. He won't be able to resist. You're such a busybody." Brother Pang coldly snorted, standing there and saying, "Don't worry. Since Protector Miao has given the order, Zhou Yi won't dare act recklessly. Just let him go. Since Brother Pang has said so, Junior Brother can only comply." Yang Kai smiled as he took back the golden blood threads that were binding Zhou Yi and pulled his hand out of Zhou Yi's chest, causing blood to spurt out, making it difficult for anyone to look at him directly. Secretly, Yang Kai had pushed his Saint Chi into Zhou Yi's body, secretly taking advantage of him. Zhou He couldn't help groaning as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, grit his teeth, and glared at Yang Kai. Sorry, was my action a bit too fierce? Do you want to try again? Yang Kai asked innocently. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, You better pray you don't fall into my hand one day, otherwise I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Brother Pang, he's threatening me. Yang Kai immediately shouted, a look of panic on his face. Brother Pang simply ignored him, a look of displeasure on his face as he formed a series of seals with his hands and sent out a series of seals towards everyone present, including Lu Xianxia. The 6 people involved in today's incident all had their cultivations sealed in an extremely short amount of time. Come with me. Brother Pang looked extremely impatient as he waved his hand, wrapped everyone in his source chi, and flew them towards the bone prison. In front of the bone prison, Xianxia Ran was still guarding the entrance, but when he saw Brother Pang arrive, he quickly greeted him with a flattering smile. Brother Pang nodded and said, Take these troublemakers in and keep an eye on them. Yes. Xianxia Ran nodded before sweeping his eyes over. The next moment his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he pointed at Yang Kai with a furious expression. It's you bastard. Ha, Brother Yin, we meet again. Yang Kai greeted him with a smile. Xianxia Ran's face couldn't help turning cold. Good. I didn't expect you to come to the bone prison again. This brother will definitely entertain you well. Then I'll have to trouble brother. Yang Kai put on a fearless look, causing Brother Pang to shake his head. Chapter 1962. Yang Kai had been in Blue Feather Sect for only 4 months and had already been sent to the bone prison twice. However, the situation was very different this time. The first time he was caught, the second time he was only punished. He and Lu Xianxia were locked in one cell, while Zhou Yi, Chu Fei, and the others were locked in another, separated only by an aisle. Even in the darkness, Yang Kai could still feel the resentful gazes directed at him from the other side. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to all of this. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the cold, wet ground, his brow furrowed. He was afraid he could no longer stay in Blue Feather Sect. He and Lu Xianxia had temporarily joined this sect because they had no other choice, so they had no sense of belonging here. Now that this incident had happened, Yang Kai did not want to stay here any longer. If he continued to stay here, perhaps one day someone would come looking for trouble. Yang Kai knew that his current strength was not high, but he could not always be lucky enough to turn danger into safety. As long as there was such an accident, his martial Dao career would likely come to an end, especially after seeing Xianxia Ran, Zhou Yi, and the others secretly chat for a long time before sneering at him and leaving. Yang Kai knew that they must be up to no good. Perhaps they wanted to kill him here. Yang Kai was not willing to sit still and wait for death. Now that Protector Bien and Ko Wu were not in the sect, as long as they did a good job of cleaning up the aftermath, they would not be exposed. Besides, even if Bien Yuqing came back, with that woman's temperamental personality, it was hard to say whether she would stick up for him. She probably did not have good intentions when she threw him into the ice cliff. It was a way to test his potential. If he died, she would not care about him. If he could survive, she would pay a little more attention to him, but that definitely did not mean she was kind. After making up his mind, Yang Kai quietly began to contact one of the masters in this place. Senior Wu Meng Chuan. Yang Kai kept calling out softly. To his surprise, there was no response. That day, when he was first locked in the bone prison, this guy named Wu Meng Chuan took the initiative to find him and said he wanted to teach him a set of secret techniques to break the seal on his body. But at that time, Yang Kai didn't know much about Blue Feather Sect and didn't dare to act rashly for fear of being used as a pawn. Today, if Yang Kai wanted to escape from Blue Feather Sect, he would have to rely on Wu Meng Chuan's ability. If he really was from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, it would be a good idea to let him out and cause a ruckus. At that time, Yang Kai and Lu Xianxia could take advantage of the chaos to escape. But now, there was no reaction from the other party, which made Yang Kai wonder if Blue Feather Sect had transferred this person away or if he was already dead. However, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he kept trying. Finally, after trying for a full 4 hours, a hidden wave of divine sense came out leisurely and sent a message to Yang Kai. "It's you, kid. You've been locked up again?" Wu Mengchuan looked very surprised. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Senior, please don't laugh at me." "Senior, why haven't you responded for so long? I thought Senior was no longer here." Wu Mengchuan's laughter came. "The amount of spiritual energy I can recover every day is only enough for half an hour, so I didn't dare to use it easily." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded slightly, not suspecting anything. "Kid, what do you want from this old master? Have you decided to cooperate with this old master?" Wu Mengchuan's mood was faintly excited. After all, he had been here for so many years and had finally met a suitable helper, so he wasn't willing to miss this opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, it was unknown whether he would be able to escape from the bone prison in his lifetime. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. Then, he said, "There's no problem with cooperation. I can also help Senior escape from here, but what benefits can Senior give me? After all, this Junior can't help you for nothing. What benefits do you want? This old master won't lie to you. This old master has nothing on him right now. So even if I agree to your request, I won't be able to give you anything. I'm afraid I won't be able to give you anything. But if you trust this old man, then I'll give you a chance. Once this old master gets out, this old master can give you whatever you want." Wu Mengchuan said in a deep voice. Yang Kai curled his lips and said with a look of indifference, "How about this, Senior? Do you have any good secret techniques? Just teach me one." "You want a secret technique?" Wu Mengchuan asked in return, falling into silence immediately. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and just waited quietly. The reason why he made this request was just a casual remark, because even if Wu Mengchuan did not give him any benefits, he could only choose to cooperate with the other party in order to survive. He made this request with a tentative attitude, but judging from the other party's silence, it seemed that there really was a chance. This made Yang Kai realize that Wu Mengchuan could not wait to leave this place, and he was an indispensable help. Otherwise, he would not have considered it so seriously. Should he raise the price? Such an idea suddenly popped up in Yang Kai's mind, but he quickly rejected it. The other party's strength was so high that if he annoyed him, the first person he would deal with after regaining his freedom would be him. After a while, Wu Mengchuan made a decision. He let out a strange laugh and said, "Good. Since you want a secret technique, this old master will teach you the most powerful secret technique this old master knows. With the help of this secret technique, reaching the Emperor realm in the future will not be a dream. Accept it well." As soon as these words fell, a message poured into Yang Kai's knowledge sea like a tide. Yang Kai opened his knowledge, seized defenses, and accepted it all. This message contained 2 sets of secret techniques, one of which was the secret technique to lift his own seal, and the other was the benefit Wu Mengchuan wanted to give to Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly investigated. Wu Mengchuan's voice came again, this time with an indescribable weariness. "Boy, this old master is counting on you. Lift your seal as soon as possible and help this old master escape." After speaking, he did not move, as if he had just used up all the spiritual energy he had accumulated. When Yang Kai called out again, he no longer responded. Yang Kai then began to examine the 2 secret techniques that Wu Mengchuan had taught him. Needless to say, the secret technique to lift the seal wasn't too profound. Yang Kai only skimmed through it a few times before he was able to comprehend it. All he needed to do now was to circulate his qi according to the secret technique's route and gradually break through the seal in his body. As for the other set, it had a very strange name: the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique. Yang Kai did not have time to study it carefully and quickly reviewed it. Not long after, his expression turned to one of extreme shock. He had thought that Wu Mengchuan would casually give him a set of secret techniques to deal with him. Even if he said he would teach him the most powerful secret technique he knew, Yang Kai did not take it seriously. Who would teach their most powerful secret technique to a stranger for no reason? But now it seemed that Wu Mengchuan was most likely telling the truth. This heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique was not so much a secret technique as a secret technique, and a very profound one at that. If one cultivated with this secret technique, One would be able to devour all things with world energy like the spirit-devouring monster insects and forcibly plunder the world energy for one's own use, allowing one to grow stronger at an extremely fast rate. This secret technique was divided into several parts, the most profound of which actually included parts of the Emperor realm. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. Including the Emperor realm meant that this heaven-devouring great Emperor's secret technique was a secret technique that could be cultivated to a higher level in the Emperor realm. The value of such a secret technique was simply immeasurable. In the star boundary, it was definitely a treasure that countless people would fight over. Yang Kai was shocked deep down and checked it several times to make sure that he was not mistaken. While he was shocked, he was also full of doubts. How could Wu Mengchuan teach him such a high-level secret technique without hesitation? Even if he had a favor to ask of him, it was impossible for him to be so forthright. What kind of evil intentions did he have? It was not that Yang Kai was gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, but this matter was not normal no matter how he thought about it. He secretly guessed that this secret technique either required a special talent to cultivate, or even if he could cultivate it, there would be great drawbacks. Yang Kai was leaning towards the latter possibility. As for what these drawbacks were, he had no way of guessing. Putting aside the matter of the heaven-devouring great Emperor's secret technique for the time being, Yang Kai began to comprehend the secret technique to lift the seal on his body. The seal on his body was issued by the first-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, Brother Pang, and required a special trick to lift it. If he tried to forcibly break it, not only would he suffer a backlash from the seal, but it was also very likely that he would be harmed. Yang Kai was not a new cultivator, so he still had some common sense. He was mentally prepared for a long battle. But what he didn't expect was that after circulating the secret technique provided by Wu Mengchuan, it only took less than an hour for the barrier in his body to show signs of loosening, and his strength began to slowly flow again. This discovery surprised Yang Kai, and he secretly wondered if Wu Mengchuan was a master of Blue Feather sect. Otherwise, how could he be so familiar with the method to lift the seal on his body? How could he teach him the method to lift it so quickly? However, if he was a master of Blue Feather sect, how could he be imprisoned in the deepest part of the bone prison? This made Yang Kai a little confused, but he didn't think too much about it. In this situation, the sooner he could lift the seal, the better. The gradually surging power fluctuations from his body did not escape Lu Xianyun's notice. When she noticed this, Lu Xianyun immediately covered her red lips with her hand as she stared at Yang Kai in shock, unable to believe that he could forcibly break through the seal of a Tao Source Realm Master and achieve such a good result. In order to avoid being discovered by others, Lu Xianyun took the initiative to sit down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai, using her body to block Yang Kai. But this could only delay him. When the power fluctuations from Yang Kai's body became more and more obvious, Zhou, Yi, and the others who were imprisoned on the opposite side finally noticed. One by one, they got up from the ground and stared suspiciously in Yang Kai's direction. Chapter 1963. This MO was observing the heavenly phenomenon at night and saw that the northern Pajun, Ravenous Wolf, and 7 kill stars were all about to move. Tonight would probably be another night of bloodshed and mourning. So this MO decided to stay at home tonight and recite the reincarnation mantra to deliver all living beings from torment. Buddha is merciful, good. After confirming that Yang Kai was really breaking through the barrier, Zhou Yi's face changed dramatically and he shouted, "Boy, you dare act like this? Are you not afraid of being punished by the sect's rules?" Chu Fei also shouted, "Yang Kai, you're dead. Huh? You dare to break through the barrier? You don't put Protector Meow in your eyes at all. No one can save you now. Just wait for Protector Meow's monstrous wrath." He had a gloating expression on his face, as if he could really see Yang Kai's death, dancing with joy. But soon, he could no longer laugh, because after a short while, the fluctuations in Yang Kai's body became more and more obvious and intense. On the surface of his body, rope-like rune chains appeared, but these rune chains seemed to be under attack from some unknown force and were faintly showing signs of collapsing. The barrier was about to be broken. How was that possible? Chu Fei was horrified. Yang Kai was just a third-order origin king cultivator, but under the premise that his strength was sealed, he was actually able to break through Big Brother Pang's barrier. This made Chu Fei unable to believe his eyes. Not good. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, was even more worried. Now, he and Yang Kai could be considered to be mortal enemies. If Yang Kai really recovered his strength and escaped from the bone prison, the first person he would deal with would likely be Zhou Yi. And now, Zhou Yi was already injured, and his strength was sealed. There was no way he could fight back. That would be the end of him. When he thought of this, Zhou Yi's expression suddenly became flustered as he shouted loudly, "Junior brother Yin," but just as he spoke, a burst of sound suddenly rang out from the opposite side. The rune chains around Yang Kai's body turned into specks of fluorescent light and disappeared as the aura of a third-order origin king burst forth. Yang Kai stood up, and before Zhou Yi could shout a second time, turned his body into a shield and slammed into the prison wall in front of him. With a loud crash, bone fragments flew out, and Yang Kai leapt out of the bone prison like a beast that had just been released. Like lightning, he arrived in front of Zhou Yi, stretched out a hand, and tightly grabbed his neck. Zhou Yi froze in place, not daring to move. His eyes were filled with panic as he stared at Kai Yang, who was so close to him, trembling. His throat was the only sound he could make. Seeing this shocking scene, Yang Kai, Yang, and Yang Kai. Yang was Yang and Yang. Yang Kai stared at Zhou Yi indifferently, the corners of his mouth slowly rising into a cruel sneer. Junior brother Yang. Zhou Yi gulped down his saliva, but didn't struggle. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai pleadingly and said with difficulty, "You don't really want to kill me. Senior brother has indeed made some mistakes before, but in the end, you and I are fellow disciples. Forgive me, I apologize to you. I won't divulge what happened today. It's not too late for you to stop now." "Do you think that's possible?" "Idiot." Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. Yang Kai tightened his grip slightly. Kacha, Zhou Yi's neck was immediately broken and twisted to the side. Yang Kai tossed his body aside and took off his space ring. Yang Kai did not even bother to check how much wealth was in this space ring. Yang Kai simply stuffed it into his own pocket. Inside the cell, Chu Fei and the others were already trembling, collapsing to the ground, seeing Zhou Yi die in front of them. How could Chu Fei and the other two not know that they were in deep trouble? Staring at Yang Kai in panic, endless regret filled the depths of his heart. They had never expected that after offending Yang Kai, their final outcome would be like this. "Junior brother Yang, please spare my life. Big brother was wrong. Please spare my dog life." Chu Fei cried and begged loudly for mercy. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly, his eyes filled with contempt and disgust before stretching out his hand and sending out a golden blood thread that struck Chu Fei's forehead. A bright red spot appeared on Chu Fei's forehead, but he maintained a stiff posture and remained motionless, his vitality and brilliance quickly dissipating from his eyes. The golden blood thread flew through the cell and passed through the vital points of the remaining two, taking their lives before immediately sweeping up all three of their space rings. After doing all this, Yang Kai turned around and said, "Xianxia, you stay here, I'll be right back." "Where are you going?" Lu Xianxia looked stunned. After all, from the moment she felt the fluctuations of power in Yang Kai's body, to the moment the barrier was lifted, to the moment Yang Kai killed Zhou Yi and the other three, everything had happened too quickly. Before she could fully react, Yang Kai had already succeeded. Lu Xianxia quickly realized that Yang Kai wanted to rebel against Blue Feather Sect. Otherwise, he would not have acted so decisively and ruthlessly. She did not have any intention of rejecting Blue Feather Sect, and simply shared the same attitude as Yang Kai towards it. If they had not been forced to, who would have inexplicably joined this sect? Now that she had decided to rebel against Blue Feather Sect, she did not have the slightest psychological burden. The only thing she was worried about was that with the strength of the two of them, they would not be able to carve out a bloody path and would ultimately fail. At this moment, hearing Yang Kai say this, she quickly asked, Yang Kai did not have time to explain and simply gave her a look that said not to worry before his figure flickered and he walked towards the depths of the bone prison. He did not know what the depths of the bone prison were like, but the place where Wu Mengchuan was imprisoned was obviously heavily guarded. The deeper Yang Kai went, the darker and more humid it became. There were obvious and hidden energy fluctuations all around, indicating that there were extremely strong barriers or spirit arrays. Once touched, the consequences would be unimaginable. To Yang Kai's great surprise, the cultivator imprisoned in the bone prison was looking at him indifferently, none of them making any noise, as if they had long been aware of his arrival. Some of them were even showing him the way forward, allowing him to safely avoid the locations of the barriers and spirit arrays. These guys should be with Wu Mengchuan. Yang Kai concluded that they must have received instructions from Wu Mengchuan, so they were not surprised at his arrival and even kindly led the way for him. Yang Kai observed secretly. He was shocked to find that there were at least a few dozen cultivators imprisoned in the depths of the bone prison, and although some of the cultivators' strength had been sealed, Yang Kai could still sense that they were not to be trifled with. These guys made Yang Kai feel troubled. Obviously, they were all Dao Source Realm Masters. What is the background of this Wu Mengchuan? Who are these people? Why are they all locked up here? Yang Kai had all kinds of doubts in his heart, faintly feeling that this blue feather sect should be involved in some huge secret. After going more than 1,000 meters deep, Yang Kai came to the end. At the end, there was a cell made of unknown materials. It was sealed on all sides, with only a window-sized hole. Looking inside, it was pitch black. He could not see anything. However, Yang Kai clearly felt the aura of a living being inside, one that was a little weak and did not have the power he imagined a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator should have. "You're quite fast, boy. It seems your aptitude is quite good." Wu Mengchuan's voice came from the cell in front of him, sounding a little surprised. "Senior Wu," Yang Kai asked tentatively. "It is this old master. What should I do now?" Yang Kai asked hurriedly. Whether or not he could safely escape from Blue Feather Sect depended on the strength of the people locked up here. Yang Kai naturally did not want to waste time. "I will teach you a method. Once you crack the barrier of this cell, you can open the door." Wu Mengchuan's voice came out and immediately sent out his divine sense, imprinting the method into Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai frowned, but did not resist, instead carefully comprehending it. This method was somewhat similar to the secret technique used to crack his own barrier, but it was more complicated. With his previous experience, Yang Kai could easily comprehend it, and in less than half an incense stick worth of time, he began to use it freely. Bursts of energy burst out from Yang Kai's body as they poured into the cell door in front of him. Cracking sounds came from the dark cell door as inexplicable spirit arrays and barriers were peeled off layer by layer. Time passed, and Yang Kai struck the cell door with his palm. The cell door flashed brilliantly. All the barriers and spirit arrays were lifted. Wu Mengchuan's excited voice came again. "Well done. You are indeed a promising talent. Now come and help this old master pull out these damned spirit-suppressing gold chains, and this old master can regain his freedom." There was a fanatical expectation in his voice, and even a little bit of madness. This made Yang Kai hesitate slightly, not knowing whether what he was doing was right or not. If he released a terrible monster, he would suffer the consequences of his own actions. But in this situation, he had no choice, so after a little hesitation, he threw these concerns to the back of his mind. He pushed open the cell door, and with the help of the dim light, Yang Kai looked inside. After seeing Wu Mengchuan's appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. On the opposite wall, there was a humanoid creature, but it seemed that its limbs were nailed to something, so it could only maintain that posture, tightly clinging to the wall. This humanoid creature's original appearance was almost impossible to see. It was as thin as firewood, and there seemed to be not much flesh on its body. Its cheekbones were high, making it look very frightening, and its hair was sparse and messy. It was not an exaggeration to say that such a guy was already dead. There was not much life aura left, and Yang Kai could not even feel the flow of blood in its body. However, its two eyes were extremely bright and green, like willow, the wisps, making one's hair stand on end. "Senior Wu," Yang Kai frowned. Ha. The skinny old man who was nailed to the wall grinned. Boy, there's no need to doubt. This old master is Wu Meng Chuan. Yang Kai couldn't bear to describe it. How much hatred did this Wu Meng Chuan have with Blue Feather Sect that he had been tortured to such an extent? Persecuted, this old master simply endured the humiliation to save his own skin. Wu Meng Chuan said in a low voice, like the howl of a ghost. Chapter 1964. Someone's coming. Why haven't you acted yet? Wu Meng Chuan's expression suddenly became cold as he shouted in a deep voice. Yang Kai also noticed the sound of someone entering the bone prison, so he no longer hesitated and rushed directly to Wu Meng Chuan's side, reaching out and grabbing the cone-shaped artifact in his right hand. This artifact was probably made of spirit-suppressing gold. As soon as Yang Kai grasped it, he felt all the strength in his body being suppressed, unable to move at all. Use your physical strength, Wu Meng Chuan reminded him. Yang Kai nodded, the muscles on his arms bulging as he exerted all his strength. With a swish, the cone-shaped artifact was pulled out, bringing with it a jet of black blood. This blood was sticky and looked as if it was about to dry up, completely devoid of any color it should have. Yang Kai did the same and quickly pulled out the cone-shaped artifact from Wu Meng Chuan's limbs. Only then did the old man who was nailed to the wall fall from the wall and collapse on the ground. He seemed to be gasping for breath, but his mouth kept letting out strange laughter. His body was also wrapped in chains made of spirit-suppressing gold, which were extremely strong. Yang Kai tried to pull at them, but found that they could not be broken. In the end, he had no choice but to use his 5 elements indestructible sword chi to break the chains. The 5 elements indestructible sword chi was a body-tempering secret art and was not restrained by spirit-suppressing gold. Regaining his freedom, Wu Meng Chuan stood up shakily, his green eyes flashing even faster as he laughed lowly, his face filled with crazy hatred and joy. Zhu Jun Shan, Bian Yuqing, Miao Qi, Tong Tsong, are you ready to bear this old master's anger? Yang Kai's heart thumped when he heard this. The 4 names that came out of Wu Meng Chuan's mouth were the names of the 4 protectors of Blue Feather Sect. Obviously, Wu Meng Chuan had a monstrous hatred for these 4 people, and it could even be said that Wu Meng Chuan was tortured like this. It was likely these 4 people's handiwork. However, Wu Meng Chuan's current situation could only be said to be struggling at death's door. He had just escaped, and yet he was already boasting so shamelessly, which made Yang Kai feel that his idea was a little too unrealistic. He even regretted that he didn't escape from this place as soon as he got out. Instead, he wasted precious time on rescuing this old man. However, there was no point in regretting it now. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, Senior, our deal has been completed. I won't stay here any longer. Our lives and deaths are up to fate. As he spoke, he was about to leave. Wu Meng Chuan chuckled and squinted at Yang Kai. What? Do you think I'm no match for them? Yang Kai frowned. It's not that I don't trust you, Senior, but your current state, humph. Wu Meng Chuan snorted lightly and waved his hand. Follow this old master. This old master will let you broaden your horizons. His casual appearance stunned Yang Kai for a while. He really didn't know what he was going to do next, but this old man had gone to great lengths to get him out. Wu Meng Chuan was probably not someone who would easily seek death, so Yang Kai could only restrain his temper and follow him all the way forward. Not long after, the two came to the cell where many cultivators were imprisoned. After seeing Wu Meng Chuan, the cultivators who had been guided by Yang Kai before all looked excited and gathered at the door of the cell, staring at Wu Meng Chuan eagerly. Wu Meng Chuan stood in the corridor and looked around. Suddenly, he let out a low chuckle. His withered hands slowly spread open. With this action, an inexplicable suction force gushed out from his body. Yang Kai was shocked. At this moment, he felt his knowledge sea suddenly turbulent. As if it was being pulled by something, his spiritual energy was about to leave his body. Not only that, the blood and qi in his body were also churning violently, making him feel as if his whole body was on fire. His complexion changed greatly, and he hurriedly operated his secret art to suppress the discomfort in his body. Even so, it was extremely difficult for him to resist. But the cultivators imprisoned in the cells were not so lucky. After seeing Wu Mengchuan's posture, some of them immediately cried out in shock, no longer having the same expectations and fanaticism towards Wu Mengchuan before. Instead, they quickly retreated as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. But behind them was the prison wall. Where could they retreat to? Screams rang out one after another, and blood-red rays of light shot out from the cells in all directions. Wu Mengchuan opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking all these blood-red rays into his abdomen. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his withered body began to fill up, and his dirty robes fluttered without any wind. His exposed, cracked skin gradually became lustrous, and his sparse white hair not only quickly turned black but also became lush. His whole body seemed to have been injected with unimaginable vitality, suddenly breaking away from the state of near death and transforming into an appearance full of vitality. Xianxia was shocked to the extreme. He could clearly see that the blood-red rays of light shooting out from the cells were clearly the blood and qi and life essence of the cultivators. But at this moment, they had all become the capital and foundation of Wu Mengchuan's strength. What kind of evil technique was this? How could it have such a heaven-defying effect? Xianxia immediately thought of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method that Wu Mengchuan had given him before. Although Xianxia had not carefully studied that secret art, he vaguely knew its uses and characteristics. What Wu Mengchuan displayed at this moment was definitely the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method. How could this secret art be so evil and strange? It could forcibly deprive others of their blood and qi and life essence for its own use. How could this secret art be so powerful? How could it restore a dying person's vitality in a very short time? What kind of secret art was this? Xianxia didn't dare to think about it anymore. However, he also knew that the more heaven-defying a secret art seemed to be, the greater the drawbacks. This heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method definitely had drawbacks that he had not discovered. Perhaps Wu Mengchuan's evil temperament was related to this. While Xianxia was lost in thought, the power fluctuations in Wu Mengchuan's body were increasing at an incredible speed. From the Saint Realm to the Origin King Realm, it only took him 3 breaths to reach the First Order Origin King Realm, then the Second Order Origin King Realm, the First Order Dao Source Realm. All of these continued to climb, seemingly without limit. This old man had said that he was a master from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and it seemed that he wasn't just boasting. Sectmaster, please spare us. We have followed you all the way back then and have been loyal to you without any complaints or regrets. Even after being imprisoned for so many years, we have never compromised. Sectmaster, why must you do this? Suddenly, a cultivator's scream rang out from the cell. Immediately afterward, pleas for mercy rang out from all directions, and all the cultivator addressed Wu Mengchuan as Sectmaster. Sectmaster, Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Which sectmaster is Wu Mengchuan? Could he be from Blue Feather Sect? When this thought emerged, Xianxia was startled. He instinctively denied it, but after thinking about it carefully, it really was possible. Because until now, he still didn't know the name of Blue Feather Sect's sectmaster. Within a month of coming to Blue Feather Sect, Xianxia had inquired about the situation of Blue Feather Sect and learned the names of the 4 protectors. But when he asked about the sectmaster's name, all of his brothers showed unfathomable expressions. Once, when he asked Ko Wu reprimanded him, telling him not to look for trouble and to be careful at what he said. Xianxia didn't quite understand what was going on at that time, but now, he somewhat understood. This was quite interesting. The sectmaster of Blue Feather Sect was actually imprisoned in the deepest part of the bone prison, bound by a cone-shaped artifact and chains made of spirit-suppressing gold. If it weren't for the help of a powerful cultivator like Xianxia, Wu Mengchuan would likely never have been able to escape from that place. No wonder the secret technique this old man taught me to lift the seal was so effective. If he was really the sect master of Blue Feather Sect, he would certainly understand the secret techniques of his own sect. The pleas for mercy continued, and all the cultivators' faces turned ashen as despair filled their hearts. They thought that after Wu Mengchuan escaped, he would definitely release them, his former subordinates, to wash away the shame of the past. But Wu Mengchuan did not do as they wished. Instead, he used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique to deprive them of their vitality and life essence. When their trust and expectations were betrayed, they saw the true face of Wu Mengchuan's cruelty. This old man can feel your sincerity, but this old man needs strength now. Since you all said that you would follow this old man to death, then now, this old man wants you to fulfill your promise. This isn't too much, is it? Wu Mengchuan turned a deaf ear to the pleas for mercy and screams around him, just standing there and urging the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique while speaking lightly. Hearing this, Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked as well. Xianxia finally understood why the cultivators of Blue Feather Sect were so scheming and deceitful. If the sect master was like this, how could he expect his disciples to be any better? It could even be said that the reason why Blue Feather Sect was in such a state was all because of Wu Mengchuan. I absolutely can't be entangled with him for too long. Xianxia secretly made up his mind to leave the bone prison and escape from Blue Feather Sect. Otherwise, with Wu Mengchuan's temperament, he might kill him one day. Xianxia did not want to put his safety in the hands of others. Wu Mengchuan, you are the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. You have brought shame to the Emperor. I curse you to die a horrible death. Finally, someone could not stand it anymore. However, knowing that begging for mercy was useless and that he would die without a doubt, he cursed loudly. This explosive information caused Kai Yang to be dumbfounded. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Although he had never heard of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, he could feel the unusual weight of these words alone. Only when a cultivator's cultivation reached the emperor realm could they be called an emperor. However, ordinary masters of the emperor realm did not have the qualifications to be called an emperor at all. Only the best of the best in the emperor realm were worthy of their own titles. Titles were different, but they often represented the principles that the master of the emperor realm was most proficient in, the secret art they cultivated, and even the great glory they had achieved in their life. A title represented a legend, an epic, and a glory that shook the ages and dazzled the contemporaries. Chapter 1965. If Emperor Realm Masters were considered the cream of the crop in the star boundary, then titled emperors were considered the cream of the crop. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was definitely one of the great emperors. Wu Mengchuan was actually a descendant of a titled emperor. Such a thing was really beyond Xianxia's expectations. And judging from the title of the great emperors, he obviously also cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. It could even be said that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was passed down by the great emperors of heaven-devouring Great Emperor. At that time, Kai Yang was stunned. How could a titled emperor's secret art be described with the word precious? It was simply a rare treasure. If news of this spread out, even ordinary Emperor Realm Masters would try their best to snatch it away. Xianxia suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He had accidentally learned such a big secret. Would Wu Mengchuan turn hostile and kill him to silence him? And why did he pass down the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to him so readily? It was undoubtedly his most precious treasure. Xianxia did not believe that Wu Mengchuan was really so kind. Judging from his current style of conduct, this old man was cruel, cold, and inhumane. He could even kill his old subordinates at will. So how could he be so magnanimous to a cultivator he had just met? Thinking of this, Xianxia secretly became vigilant and decided to release the monster insect queen if he sensed something wrong. As if aware of the change in Xianxia's aura, Wu Mengchuan turned his head and smiled at Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Fortunately, Wu Mengchuan did not pay attention to him, and instead said in a low voice, "Humph. If it weren't for one of you leaking the news back then, those 4 bastards would have died. If I had let those 4 bastards know that I am the descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and that I have mastered the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, how would I be where I am today? After so many years, this old man is no longer in the mood to investigate who betrayed me back then. Once all of you are dead, it'll be clean." As he spoke, Wu Mengchuan activated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique even more fiercely. Standing not far behind him was Xianxia, who was struggling to resist the devouring force. Cold sweat dripped down. "Damn it. I've heard so many explosive secrets all of a sudden today. I'm having some indigestion." Inferring from Wu Mengchuan's words, he might have been betrayed by one of his subordinates back then. And as a result, the 4 great protectors learned that he had mastered the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. So they attacked and imprisoned him here, hoping to find out the cultivation method of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. Perhaps there were some conspiracies, sneak attacks, and so on. But Wu Mengchuan obviously did not cooperate. Otherwise, he would not have lived to this day and would have been killed by the 4 great protectors long ago, who would not covet the secret art passed down by a titled emperor. It was understandable that the 4 protectors dared to attack Wu Mengchuan after receiving the news. After all, they were all third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, so it would have been easy for them to launch a sneak attack. If they ambushed him, they would definitely succeed. Just as many distracting thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind, the screams in the surrounding cells gradually subsided, and the vitality of the cultivator quickly dissipated. Xianxia looked around and found that the appearance of those people after death was extremely withered, as if they had been weathered for hundreds of years. Their eyes were bulging, and there was not the slightest trace of vitality in their bodies. After devouring the vitality and life essence of so many people, Wu Mengchuan had also changed from his old and decrepit appearance to the current him. Now, he had a head of black hair. His skin was fair, and his body was majestic. He looked no different from a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. And judging from the violent energy fluctuations that emerged from his body, his cultivation had surprisingly recovered to the level of the third-order Dao Source realm. He turned his head. Chuckling at Xianxia, he said, "Let's go. This old master will lead you to a bloody path. This old master smells the aura of an old acquaintance. How nostalgic." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked straight ahead. Wherever Wu Mengchuan passed, blood spurted out from his cells on both sides before he opened his mouth and swallowed it all. Of the cultivators imprisoned in these cells, those who were slightly weaker died directly, while those who were stronger couldn't hold on for long before Wu Mengchuan forcibly plundered their blood qi and life essence. Along the way, the energy fluctuations in Wu Mengchuan's body became more and more terrifying. The violent energy fluctuations of his vitality made even Xianxia tremble in fear. He was afraid that this old man would not be able to bear it and self-destruct. A few figures quickly approached from the front. Obviously, they had noticed that something was wrong with the bone prison and wanted to come in to investigate. The one leading this group was Yin Xiuran, and behind him were the 2 Origin King Realm cultivator who had tortured Xianxia many times before. These people had just entered the bone prison, and before they had time to figure out the situation, Wu Mengchuan, who was walking towards them, smashed them to pieces with a palm strike. For the burst of flesh and blood, Wu Mengchuan opened his mouth and swallowed them one by one. "Brother Yang." Lu Xianyun's voice came from the darkness. A cold light flashed in Wu Mengchuan's eyes, and he was about to attack Lu Xianyun when Xianxia hurriedly shouted, "Senior, this is my friend." "Your friend?" Wu Mengchuan looked at Lu Xianyun coldly for a while, seemingly hesitating for a while before nodding. "Fine. Her strength is not very high, so she's not of much use to this old master. Many thanks for Senior's mercy." Xianxia breathed a heavy sigh of relief. If Wu Mengchuan had really attacked Lu Xianyun just now, he would not have been able to sit back and watch. He would have torn apart all decorum with Wu Mengchuan. Fortunately, this did not happen. "Brother Yang, this senior is... Lu Xianxia did not know that she had just walked through the gates of hell, but she also noticed that Wu Mengchuan was not to be trifled with. After being stared at by him for a while, she broke out in a cold sweat. It felt as if she was being stared at by the god of death. The aura of death rushing toward her made it difficult for her to breathe. "This is Senior Wu," Yang Kai explained casually before turning to Wu Mengchuan and asking, "Can Senior help me lift the seal on my friend's body?" Although Yang Kai could also lift the seal on Lu Xianxia now, it would definitely take some effort, so it was better to try and see if Wu Mengchuan could help. Wu Mengchuan did not speak when he heard this and just raised his hand, directly breaking the seal on Lu Xianxia's body and restoring her strength. "Boy, after leaving here, take your friend and run away as far as you can," Wu Mengchuan suddenly said faintly. "Huh?" Yang Kai was startled. He had been thinking about how to escape from Wu Mengchuan. After all, he had now mastered the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art, and the reason why Wu Mengchuan was imprisoned and plotted against was because of this secret art passed down by a titled emperor. He felt that Wu Mengchuan would not let him leave with such a secret art. He did not expect this old man to say such a thing. There was definitely something fishy about this. It was just that Yang Kai could not see it yet. "What? You don't want to leave?" Wu Mengchuan chuckled. "That's not what I meant." Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "In that case, many thanks, Senior. Don't die. This old master is looking forward to your growth." "Ha ha ha." Wu Mengchuan laughed strangely and strode forward. Yang Kai and Lu Xianxia glanced at each other and followed closely behind. After a while, the three of them left the bone prison. "Let's go." Wu Mengchuan stood there with his hands behind his back as he narrowed his eyes and stared in a certain direction. From that direction, a streak of light was rapidly approaching, and judging from its aura, it was Miao Qi, whom Yang Kai had met not long ago. Yang Kai cupped his fist to Wu Mengchuan and said, "Senior, take care." After saying that, he pulled Lu Xianxia and soared into the sky. After Yang Kai left, Wu Mengchuan turned his head and glanced in the direction he disappeared, a ghostly light flickering in his eyes as he laughed strangely. "The seed has been planted. When will it sprout? I'm really looking forward to it." After watching for a while, he suddenly turned his head again and stared coldly in the direction Miao Qi was coming from, his robe fluttering without any wind as he shouted, "Miao Qi, come and die." Wrapped in a mysterious light, Miao Qi was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly stopped, asking in horror, "Wu Mengchuan, how did you manage to escape?" "Ha ha ha ha. This old master's life is not destined to end here. There will always be someone to help me. Back then, this old master said that one day, I would cut you bastards into pieces, and today, this old master has come to fulfill his promise." After experiencing a moment of panic, Miao Qi gradually calmed down and glared at Wu Mengchuan coldly. "Humph, you've just escaped, yet you think you can compete with this king? Don't forget, you and I are both from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. How could this old master do something he wasn't sure of?" As soon as Wu Mengchuan's voice fell, he suddenly opened his mouth and summoned a small bottle-like artifact. From this bottle, 10,000 rays of blood-red light suddenly sprayed out, instantly covering the world in a blood-red hue. This was because the surroundings were dyed red, and even the flowing air seemed to have turned into blood, making one feel as if they were in a sea of blood. "Blood spirit bottle. You really have this thing." Miao Qi's horrified cry came from the sea of blood. Wu Mengchuan roared, "Yes, this thing has always been with this old master. If it had not been fully restored back then, this old master would not have fallen into your hands." "Miao Qi, Miao Qi, you underestimate this old master too much. This old master is a descendant of a titled emperor. How could he not have one or two emperor artifacts? In this blood spirit sea, this old master is the master. How much strength can you display? This old master will break your bones one by one and devour your vitality and life essence little by little. Your soul will become this old master's meal, and you will never have the chance to enter the samsara." Wu Mengchuan's resentful voice sounded like a curse in Miao Qi's ears, causing his face to suddenly pale. "Don't worry, after killing you, I will go find Zhu Junshan, Bian Yuqing, and Tong Kong. All of you will die. Miao Qi's panicked roar came from the Blood Spirit Sea. The Blood Spirit bottle was an emperor artifact left behind by the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Although Wu Mengchuan could not display its full power with his third-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, with the help of this emperor artifact, Miao Qi was not his opponent at all. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated and killed. Chapter 1966. More than 100,000 kilometers away from Blue Feather Mountain, two streaks of light flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning and shot toward the hidden area below. When the light dissipated, the figures of Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were revealed. We escaped just like that. Lu Xianyun's pretty face was filled with surprise and disbelief, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. Flying all the way here, she was surprised to find that they had not encountered the slightest obstruction. After all, she and Yang Kai were both disciples of Blue Feather Sect and had identity tokens on them. Even if they were occasionally questioned by someone, all they had to do was show their identity tokens and pass safely. After leaving Blue Feather Mountain, the two of them had been flying in this direction, and now that they had reached a certain distance, they decided to descend. 100,000 kilometers was safe enough. What's more, Blue Feather Sect was in chaos right now, so no one would care about two disciples escaping. This was also thanks to the fact that Bian Yuqing and Ko Wu were not in the sect. Brother Yang, we really escaped. Lu Xianyun was still immersed in excitement with a smile on her face. Xianyun, come here. Yang Kai did not show a happy look and instead beckoned to Lu Xianyun with a solemn expression before immediately taking out a few space rings from his pocket and releasing his divine sense to investigate them. These space rings belonged to the enemies he had killed in the bone prison before, and there were only 4 of them in total. After a quick inspection, Yang Kai quickly learned what was inside these space rings, leaving one of them behind before stuffing the other 3 into Lu Xianyun's hand and saying, "Take this." "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Lu Xianyun looked at Yang Kai in a daze. "Nothing, from now on. You and I will go our separate ways," Yang Kai replied seriously. Hearing this, Lu Xianyun's tender body trembled, and she asked with some difficulty, "Brother Yang, do you think this mistress is holding you back?" Yang Kai frowned and fell silent for a while before nodding, "Yes." Lu Xianyun looked at him seriously. Suddenly, she ground her teeth and said, "No. Brother Yang, tell me the truth. Is there some kind of danger approaching? Is it related to that Senior Wu? Why are you asking so many questions?" Yang Kai looked impatient. "Are you women all so long-winded? If I tell you to take the things and leave, then leave." Lu Xianyun gritted her teeth and glared at him. Her towering chest heaved up and down as she said in a deep voice, "During this period of time, I have received a lot of care from Brother Yang. Now, if Brother Yang is in any danger, Xianyun will not sit idly by." "What danger could I be in?" Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "Anyway, from now on, you and I won't interfere with each other's business. You go your way, and I go mine. Let's part ways here. Good luck." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he directly urged his power to break through the sky. "You want to leave just like that?" Lu Xianyun raised her eyebrows, snorted coldly, and chased after him. Although she didn't know why Yang Kai would do this, from her impression of him these days, Yang Kai wasn't such a ruthless person, so Lu Xianyun concluded. Yang Kai had definitely encountered some kind of big trouble and didn't want to drag her down, so he wanted to separate from her. But how could Lu Xianyun be ungrateful? Naturally, it was impossible for her to let Yang Kai take the risk alone. Even if her strength was limited, 2 people together was better than 1 alone. But to Lu Xianyun's surprise, after chasing for a while, she found that she had lost track of Yang Kai. His speed was simply too fast, definitely not something a third-order Origin King should possess. Moreover, wherever Yang Kai passed, he left behind a faint space force fluctuation. Yang Kai understood the Tao of space. Lu Xianyun was well aware of this. At that time, in the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai had used this technique in his battle with Yin Lusheng. Chasing after someone who was proficient in the Tao of space and was determined to get rid of her was undoubtedly too difficult. So, Lu Xianyun chased after him for a while. In the end, She could only give up helplessly and land back on the ground. She sighed faintly as she stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared and muttered to herself, "Many thanks for this period of time. You must take care of yourself." Opening her palm, Lu Xianyin saw 3 space rings on her palm. Sweeping them with her divine sense, she quickly found that these 3 rings contained a lot of source crystals and artifacts. One of the space rings contained the most wealth, which was none other than Zhou Yi's ring. "It really suits his character." Lu Xianyin smiled bitterly. Yang Kai had only taken a ring that belonged to the Origin King Realm cultivator and left most of the things for her, obviously worried that she would not have enough cultivation resources in the future. High up in the sky, Yang Kai flew alone. The reason why he chose to part ways with Lu Xianyin was because Yang Kai felt uneasy, and the source of that uneasiness came from Wu Mengchuan. Although he did not know what Wu Mengchuan was up to, he did not think that the old man would be so kind as to let him go, especially after he mastered the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art. He is definitely up to something. This old man was a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm, and very likely had 1 foot in the Emperor realm. Yang Kai was not confident he could face him at all, so in order to avoid implicating Lu Xianyin, he could only separate from her. Lu Xianyin was a Third Order Origin King and an overlord in her own star territory. Yang Kai believed that even in the star boundary, she would be able to take good care of herself. If her luck was really bad and she had an accident, it could only mean that her opportunity had come to an end here. Right now, Yang Kai only wanted to get as far away from Blue Feather Sect as possible, so he had no intention of stopping and simply flew forward. Along the way, Yang Kai also experienced the landscape of the star territory. Towering mountains and great rivers of world energy were everywhere, and the cultivation environment here was much better than any of the cultivation stars in the home star territory. At night, when he looked up, there were countless nebulas in the sky, each one representing a star territory. After flying for more than a month, Yang Kai finally felt a little safer. Now that he was tens of millions of kilometers away from Blue Feather Sect, even if Wu Mengchuan had the powerful cultivation of the Third Order Dao Source realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to deal with him from such a distance. Stopping mid-air, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, but as far as his eyes could see, there was only desolation. He did not know where he was now. As a newcomer, he knew nothing about the star boundary, only that it was divided into 4 major star territories. He should still be in the Southern Territory. Slowing down, Yang Kai moved forward slowly, restoring his strength while waiting for an opportunity to find a place to gather. Half a day later, he finally found something. In front of him, a chariot-shaped flight-type artifact was flying towards him, and judging from the energy fluctuations coming from this chariot artifact, it was obviously an Origin King grade mid-rank artifact. Yang Kai hurriedly stepped aside while waving his hand, trying to stop the other party from inquiring about the location of the nearby city. But the other party had no intention of stopping at all, and instead flew directly past Yang Kai. Atop this chariot artifact, there were 3 cultivators, and without even looking at Yang Kai, it simply flew off. So cold. Yang Kai looked depressed, but soon he discovered that behind this chariot, there were many other lights rapidly approaching. What's going on? Yang Kai was confused and subconsciously thought he was involved in some kind of pursuit, but after carefully probing himself, he found that this was not the case. Because the people chasing after him did not emit any murderous intent, obviously they were not targeting the 3 cultivators in front of the chariot artifact. Instead, they seemed to be hurrying toward a certain place. What's going on? Kai Yang stood in the same place, constantly waving his hands, trying to find someone to ask for the reason, but those people completely ignored him, not showing the slightest intention to pay attention to him. Yang Kai was quite embarrassed. However, he had gained a bit of insight. The artifact refining techniques of the star boundary were really extraordinary, as could be seen from the flight-type artifacts used by the cultivators. There were all kinds of strange flight-type artifacts. There were simple long swords, shuttles, war chariots, ships, palanquins, and even windmill-like artifacts. All of them were quite fast, causing Yang Kai to feel dizzy just looking at them. "Hey kid, what are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and catch up, otherwise you won't be able to get any benefits." Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Kai turned his head when he heard this and found a tiger-headed chariot parked beside him. This tiger head was lifelike and majestic, and on top of it, a middle-aged man with a third-order origin king cultivation was looking at Kai curiously. Overjoyed, he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, friend." The middle-aged man nodded and looked Kai up and down thoughtfully. "You are not from Maplewood City." "Maplewood City?" Kai raised his brow but immediately shook his head slowly. "No. May I ask how far away Maplewood City is from here?" "If you go this way, you'll reach 100,000. The middle-aged man seemed to be a good person and enthusiastically pointed the way for Kai before immediately grinning. "But boy, are you sure you want to go to Maplewood City now and not join in the fun? I was just about to ask, why are you in such a hurry?" Kai asked with a puzzled look. The middle-aged man smiled mysteriously. 30,000 kilometers away, in clear Jade Mountain, someone discovered a mysterious firebird. It seems to be a sentient artifact spirit, so they all want to capture it and refine it into their own artifact spirit. Firebird? Artifact spirit? Kai was shocked when he heard this. "If you want to go to Maplewood City, just go straight ahead, but if you want to join the fun, don't be late." After saying this, the middle-aged man urged his chariot and flew away. Kai was dumbfounded in place, his heart filled with inexplicable excitement. Although the middle-aged man's description was not very clear, if what he said was true, then the one in clear Jade Mountain was most likely Lu Yan. Lu Yan's original body was in the form of a firebird, and it was the artifact spirit that gave birth to sentience. Moreover, an existence like Lu Yan was a great attraction to any cultivator. The reason was simple. The birth of an artifact spirit was not simple. It required great opportunities and luck. Chapter 1967. In the Starlight Corridor, Kai had used his space secret technique to make the corridor unstable, causing him, Xianxia, and Lu Yan to be separated. During this time, Kai had been worried about their safety, but unfortunately, he had no way to inquire about their whereabouts. Xianxia looked like a puppet at first glance. Most likely, anyone would be interested in it. If it was exposed in front of outsiders, it would definitely be targeted. However, Xiaoxiao's escape methods were extremely good. He was a member of the stone mongoose race, so he was born with the ability to escape through the ground. It would be quite difficult for others to catch him. Lu Yan was different. She did not have such powerful escape methods like Xiaoxiao, and her existence could also arouse the interest of any cultivator. Catching her and integrating her into their own artifact was tantamount to creating an artifact spirit, which was enough to raise the power of their artifact to a whole new level. Not only that, some cultivator who was proficient in fire attribute secret techniques could even directly devour Lu Yan and integrate her power into their own body, greatly increasing their strength. Even if she was useless to them, they could still sell her. They believed they could definitely sell her for a good price. Therefore, Lu Yan's situation was much more dangerous than Xiao Zhao's. At this moment, after hearing the information provided by the middle-aged man, Kai could not help feeling anxious. If the one in clear Jade Mountain was really Lu Yan, then she was in a very bad situation. With so many cultivator rushing over, Lu Yan could not cope at all, so it was only a matter of time before she was caught. Thinking so, Kai also quickly used his movement skill and chased after those people. A distance of 30,000 kilometers was actually nothing for an Origin King Realm cultivator, so it only took half a stick of incense to cover the distance. Kai arrived at the bottom of clear Jade Mountain. Many martial artists had already gathered here. A rough count put the total number at about 200. However, what made Kai feel a little relieved was that the cultivation of these people was not very high. Most of them were Origin Returning Realm and Origin King Realm cultivators, with Dao Source Realm Masters being rare. It seemed that the overall level of cultivator in Maplewood City was not very high. Kai secretly guessed. The cultivator gathered here. They didn't seem to have any intention of entering the mountain range to search. Instead, They began to form groups of 3 to 5, shouting to form teams. It seemed that they wanted to rely on their advantage in numbers to act. There were also some fellows who were covered in cuts and bruises. It was obvious that they had been burned by the flames. There were even a few corpses on the ground. They looked terrible as their bodies were charred. That firebird is truly ferocious, although we can infer from the energy fluctuations in its body. It was only a third-order origin king, but the flames it spat out were extremely difficult to resist. Brother Zhao and Brother Zhang were both veteran origin kings, but in a single exchange, they were burned to death. Fortunately, we ran quickly, otherwise, the person who spoke was sitting beside the corpses. While treating his injuries, he described his encounter with the firebird with lingering fear. Many people gathered around them, trying to deduce the firebird's battle prowess based on its injuries. It was precisely because of the experiences and descriptions of these people that the origin kings who were not very strong gave up the idea of monopolizing the treasures and instead formed groups. Xianxia naturally heard what he said and could not help feeling excited. The fluctuations of a third-order origin king and the terrifying flames were in line with Lu Yan's characteristics. If Xianxia was still doubting whether the firebird in Clear Jade Mountain was Lu Yan before, now he was more than 80% sure. Lu Yan also had the aura of a third-order origin king, and because she had swallowed so many exotic flames, she had even been swallowing Sun's true fire. As such, her flames were extremely terrifying. Even Xianxia did not dare to touch them easily. "Friends, so you've seen the firebird?" Xianxia pushed through the crowd and stepped forward to ask. "Naturally, we've seen it." The person who spoke raised his head and glanced at Xianxia. Smiling bitterly, he continued, "Otherwise, how could we have returned with such injuries? Then dare I ask what the firebird looked like?" "I can't say, but it looked quite strange. Its tail was extremely long, but it wasn't very big, only about 3 meters in length." Xianxia was stunned when he heard this. If Lu Yan's true form was revealed, it should have been a behemoth, which was not quite consistent with Lu Yan's image. Then does it only have the form of a firebird? Can it change into something else? Xianxia continued to ask. The man suddenly laughed. Then what he wanted to look like? A cold-faced, red-haired beauty wearing revealing clothes? The onlookers suddenly burst into laughter as they stared at Xianxia strangely, as if they were looking at a lecher. "Many thanks." Xianxia smiled and withdrew from the crowd. Although he did not obtain much information from others, he still gained some benefits. Whether the firebird in Clear Jade Mountain was Lu Yan or not, he would know after going in. He secretly urged the soul brand in his knowledge, see, and silently sensed it. There was a soul connection between him and Lu Yan, which was planted when he subdued Lu Yan. As long as the distance was not too far, he could sense each other by urging the soul brand. But to his disappointment, he did not feel Lu Yan's response. It seemed that he could only go in and explore. Just as he made up his mind to enter Clear Jade Mountain, a figure quietly approached him from behind. Xianxia's brow furrowed as he looked back and saw a petite young girl with a pair of bountiful breasts staring at him with a smile. That girl should have been an outstanding beauty, but she had a brown crescent-shaped birthmark on one side of her face. That ugly birthmark directly ruined her beauty, causing many men who saw her to first have their eyes light up, then wring their wrists in sighing. The girl was wearing a long green dress, but the loose skirt still could not hide her ample bosom. There were several cloth bags tied around her waist, but it was unknown what was inside. With a flattering expression and a harmless smile on her face, she looked at Xianxia and said timidly, "Uncle, can I have a word with you?" Xianxia's face went black as he snorted. "Who's your uncle? Do I look that old?" Although from a mortal's point of view, Xianxia was indeed not young. As a cultivator, he was still very young. From his appearance alone, he looked to be in his early 20s. Suddenly being called an uncle by a young girl, Xianxia's mood suddenly became bad. It seemed that Xianxia's fierce appearance had frightened the girl, and she could not help taking a few steps back, an aggrieved expression on her face. Xianxia looked her up and down. His eyes paused for a moment on her ample bosom, and his eyes couldn't help narrowing. Third-order origin king? He was stunned to find that this girl, who looked only 15 or 16 years old, was actually in existence whose cultivation was no weaker than his own. However, as for how old this girl's true age was, Yang Kai could not say. Perhaps this girl was an old witch who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Yang Kai was definitely not naive enough to believe that the aggrieved expression on her face was real. For this kind of old witch, putting on a show was nothing out of the ordinary. Their wonderful performances could even deceive him, let alone Yang Kai. However, this long-lost appellation reminded Yang Kai of a certain person. Lin Yun. Back when they were still in High Heaven sect, this little girl had happily called Yang Kai uncle, making him sound much older than before. Yang Kai did not know how this girl was doing now. When Yang Yun left, he did not take anyone with him, not even Yi Shiyun, only Lin Yun. Obviously, he had taken a fancy to Lin Yun's tyrant strength body. The expression on Yang Kai's face gradually softened as the girl stretched out her small hand and patted her chest, bolstering her courage. Then, "Big brother, can I speak with you for a moment? Her acting is quite good." Yang Kai sneered in his heart, but nodded calmly on the surface. "What do you want to talk to me about?" The girl looked around cautiously before moving her red lips and sending a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and quickly asked, "You're not lying to me, are you? I have no grievances with you. Why would I lie to you?" The girl said with an innocent expression. "Lead the way." Yang Kai motioned. The young girl immediately smiled and led the way in front of him. She did not guard against Yang Kai at all, but it was unclear whether she was pretending or simply fearless. Yang Kai guessed that it was the latter. After walking for a short time, the girl left the crowd. In a remote location, there were two other people waiting for her. Seeing the girl return, both of them wore joyful expressions. Yang Kai observed them carefully and secretly released his divine sense to sweep them, quickly discovering that they were both third-order Origin King cultivators. The two were a man and a woman. The man had a firm look on his face and a kind smile, giving off a refreshing feeling. The woman, on the other hand, was gorgeously dressed and had an enchanting figure. Her pair of watery eyes seemed to contain a strong charm that made one involuntarily attracted. Her slightly moving red lips were also extremely seductive. A man with poor mental fortitude would likely feel his mouth go dry from just looking at her. Yang Kai showed a sluggish expression at the right time before quickly returning to normal. When the woman saw this, she couldn't help but smile, as if she was very satisfied with her own charm. "Little sister Xianxia, did you find him?" the woman asked with a smile. The girl nodded and said cheerfully, "This big brother should be able to and is also very interested in our plan." Saying so, she pointed to Yang Kai. The man smiled and nodded to Yang Kai before cupping his fists and saying, "This one is Su Qing. May I ask what this friend's name is?" Yang Kai. In any case, few people in the star boundary knew him, so Yang Kai did not bother making up a fake name. "This mistress, Yu Ruan Mei, greets big brother Yang." The woman bowed to the side. Yang Kai quickly returned the gesture. "My name is Xianxia." The girl who led Yang Kai introduced herself. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Sister Xianxia, you just said you know where the Firebird is now. Is that true?" Chapter 1968. If it weren't for this girl named Xianxia telling Yang Kai that she knew the exact location of the Firebird, Yang Kai would never have followed her here. The star boundary was much more treacherous than the territory of Homestar, so how could Yang Kai not act cautiously? However, the information thrown out by Xianxia made it impossible for him to refuse. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Xianxia nodded and said, "Of course it's true. Where is it?" Yang Kai asked directly. To the side, Su Qing and Yu Ruan Mei also focused, seemingly wanting to hear more carefully. "It's..." Xianxia had just spat out a word when she suddenly realized something and quickly swallowed the second half of her sentence back in her stomach, instead saying with a smile, "I won't tell you now. Just follow me." She wore an innocent look on her face, as if she really intended to reveal the exact location of the Firebird. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "How can I believe you? Since you know the exact location of the Firebird, why don't you gather familiar people and search for it yourself, instead of gathering people like us. Su Qing nodded to the side and said, Brother Yang is right. Sister Xiaoqi, it's not that we don't trust you. It's just that we don't know each other. This Su also has this question in his heart, and hopes Sister Xiaoqi can answer it. Mo Xiaoqi frowned and said matter-of-factly, I went in and saw it before, so naturally I know where it is. Did you see those guys who were injured? Previously, I followed behind them and sneaked in. Later on, they encountered that little fellow. Some died, while others fled. I followed that little guy all the way to its habitat. As for why I didn't look for familiar faces, I don't know anyone here, and I may not be able to defeat it alone, so I came to you. Yang Kai and Su Qing glanced at each other. Both of them nodded slightly. There were no flaws in Mo Xiaoqi's statement, or rather, even if there were, they wouldn't be able to find out. Seeing these people remain silent, Mo Xiaoqi couldn't help feeling a little nervous. He hurriedly said, Don't be afraid. Although that little guy is strong and difficult to deal with, it's still a baby after all. In fact, it's not difficult to deal with. As long as we're well prepared, it won't be a problem to take it down. At the side, the enchanting Yuruo Mei pursed her lips into a smile and said, Little Sister Xiaoqi, it's not that we're afraid. It's just that there's only one Firebird. If we really get it, how are we going to split it? Hearing this, Mo Xiaoqi suddenly became a little embarrassed and said with embarrassment, I was just about to discuss this matter with my big brothers and big sisters. That little guy is of great use to me. If you really succeed, can you get it to me? As soon as she said this, not only did Yang Kai look at her with a strange expression, but even Su Qing and Yu Ruo Mei's expressions turned ugly. Everyone was a third-order origin king cultivator, so why should they work for nothing and not receive any benefits? Not to mention that Yang Kai had his own plans. Su Qing and Yu Ruo Mei would definitely not agree to such ridiculous conditions. This old demoness, isn't she a little too good at pretending to be innocent? Yang Kai secretly despised her in his heart. Didn't she know that going too far was as bad as falling short? Mo Xiaoqi saw the ugly expressions on the faces of these people and quickly said, Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. I can give you enough compensation. Compensation? Su Qing coldly snorted. His attitude was no longer as amiable as before. Sneering, he asked, I wonder what kind of compensation Sister Xiaoqi wants to give us. Mo Xiaoqi did not answer him, and instead released her divine sense to scan her space ring. After a while, with a flash of light, she took out 3 artifacts. These were 3 artifacts. One of them was a pink gauze robe that was as thin as a veil and decorated with colorful gems. These gems were not ordinary and gave off mysterious energy fluctuations. The second artifact was a black ruler that was about 2 fingers long. Although it was not big, it gave off an extremely heavy feeling, as if it could even suppress a cultivator's divine sense. The last artifact was a thick-backed machete with a thick blade that was engraved with complex patterns. A bloody aura wafted from this machete, and it was obvious at a glance that many masters had died under it. However, the energy fluctuations coming from these 3 artifacts were not weak at all. Origin King grade artifacts? Su Qing's eyes bulged while Yu Ruo Mei's breathing suddenly quickened. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded, because the 3 artifacts Mo Xiaoqi took out were actually 3 Origin King grade artifacts, and they were definitely not low-grade Origin King grade artifacts. This heavy, tasseled ruler and enduring hatred saber are both Origin King grade high-rank artifacts, each with its own unique properties. This colored silk gauze robe is an Origin King grade mid-rank artifact, woven from the silk of the 3,000-year-old snow silkworm, a specialty of the Northern Territory Snow Province. It is impervious to all 5 elements and has excellent defensive capabilities. The outer space star sand on it can also be transformed into powerful attacks, combining attack and defense. And I'll give you these 3 artifacts as compensation first, okay? If you succeed, there will be additional rewards. Mo Xiaoqi looked at the 3 people in front of her timidly and asked hesitantly, Is that okay? Su Qing couldn't help swallowing hard while Yu Ruo Mei's pair of beautiful eyes were like locusts biting onto the colored silk gauze robe, unwilling to look away. Yang Kai forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart as he stared at Imo Xiaoqi calmly, his heart filled with extreme vigilance. The fact that the other party could casually take out 3 high-grade, Origin King-grade artifacts showed just how rich her family was. Such a person was definitely not some unknown master and might even be a Dao Source Realm master in disguise. Otherwise, how could she act so casually? Even if she was ignorant of worldly affairs, she should still understand the simple truth of not showing off one's wealth. Daring to expose her wealth like this, she should be confident in her strength. However, if she was really a Dao Source Realm master who could hide from his perception, she should be at least a second-order or third-order Dao Source Realm master. So why would she need to find him? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. Why can't I? Imo Xiaoqi saw that the 3 of them still hadn't replied and couldn't help showing a look of disappointment as she tried to take back the 3 artifacts. What is little sister Xiaoqi saying? Yu Ruo Mei was the first to recover and giggled. Elder sister saw little sister for the first time and felt that little sister was a good girl. Since little sister wants that little thing, elder sister naturally won't compete with you. Elder sister will help you with this matter. Her words were filled with righteousness, but her actions were not slow as she directly took the colored silk gauze robe and stuffed it into her space ring. Not to mention the value of the Firebird in Clear Jade Mountain wasn't as high as an Origin King grade mid-rank defensive artifact. Even if it was, after the 4 of them divided it equally, it definitely wouldn't be as valuable as the colored silk gauze robe. Moreover, before they even started, Imo Xiaoqi had already given her a colored silk gauze robe. If they really succeeded, there would likely be even more benefits. As such, she no longer hesitated. Seeing that Yu Ruo Mei had already taken action, Su Qing couldn't help lightly coughing and saying, "This Su can feel sister Xiaoqi's sincerity. In that case, count this Su in as well." Saying so, his eyes swept between the remaining heavy tasseled ruler and enduring hatred saber, seemingly hesitant to choose. In the end, he picked up the heavy tasseled ruler and put it into his space ring. Imo Xiaoqi turned her eyes to Yang Kai and looked at him expectantly. Yang Kai frowned, instinctively not wanting to get involved in this muddy water, but thinking that Lu Yin was likely to be besieged by countless masters, he could only feign civility. Su Qing also persuaded from the side. "Brother Yang, Sister Xiaoqi is so sincere. Why are you still hesitating?" Yang Kai sighed and said, "I'm not hesitating, it's just, I don't use a saber." Imo Xiaoqi heard this, and her eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked, "Then what kind of artifact does Big Brother Yang want?" She wasn't afraid that Yang Kai had high requirements, but rather that Yang Kai had no requirements. "Do you have a sword?" "An ice attribute sword-type artifact." Yang Kai suddenly remembered that the monster insect queen still lacked a decent weapon and quickly asked, "Oh, let me see. I remember I have one." Imo Xiaoqi said as she put away the enduring hatred saber and buried her head in her space ring. Su Qing stared at her ring with fiery eyes, as if he was staring at some kind of peerless treasure. It was no wonder they were like this. Imo Xiaoqi's performance just now had convinced them that this girl had countless treasures on her. She could take out 3 or 4 Origin King grade artifacts at will. So who knew how many more treasures she had in her ring? Who wouldn't covet such a space ring? Yang Kai observed their expressions and sneered in his heart. He didn't believe that Su Qing and Yu Ruo Mei couldn't see Imo Xiaoqi's problem. But humans die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food. This was an eternal truth, so Yang Kai didn't care what they thought. After a long time, Imo Xiaoqi raised her head and looked at Yang Kai with an embarrassed expression. "Big Brother Yang, I seem to have remembered wrongly. I don't have an Origin King grade high rank ice attribute sword artifact." Her expression was like a child who had done something wrong and was eager to be forgiven. Yang Kai just said lightly, "Since you don't have one, forget it." In any case, it wasn't anything urgent. The monster insect queen didn't have a weapon, so it could still display good combat strength. "Can I use dual swords?" After Imo Xiaoqi finished speaking, she suddenly took out two long swords that exuded a cold aura, one of which was purple and about 3 meters long, while the other was blue and about 2.5 meters long. The two swords, one long and one short, intertwined in a brilliant radiance, like a perfect combination of pearls and jade, giving off no sense of awkwardness. What was most noticeable was that both swords were exuding the aura fluctuations that Origin King grade high-rank artifacts should have. Su Qing and Yu Ruo Mei's eyes suddenly turned red as their breathing quickened slightly. Dual swords? Yang Kai's eyes also lit up, never having expected Imo Xiaoqi to give him such a huge surprise. In essence, dual swords could be regarded as a sword-type artifact in another form. The difficulty of using them was several times greater than using a single sword, but correspondingly, the power they could display was greatly increased. It was for this reason that the value of dual swords was far above ordinary artifacts, comparable to defensive artifacts of the same level. The true value of two Origin King grade high-rank swords was no less than an ordinary Dao Source grade artifact. Chapter 1969. Are you sure you want to give me these twin swords? Their value is not low. Yang Kai looked at Imo Xiaoqi and asked with a frown. Brother Yang, if you think it's inappropriate, how about I exchange my heavy tasseled ruler with you? Su Qing asked eagerly from his side. He was not a fool, so how could he not understand the difference in value between the heavy tasseled ruler and these twin swords? Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled coldly. Su Qing couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed as he scratched his head awkwardly. Imo Xiaoqi smiled and said, But I don't have the artifacts big brother Yang needs. Only these twin swords barely meet your requirements. If big brother Yang doesn't mind, please accept them. Ahem. Since you say so, then I'll accept. Yang Kai took the purple-green twin swords from Imo Xiaoqi and threw them into the sealed world bead, sending them to the monster insect queen so it could familiarize itself with refining these artifacts. Only now did Su Qing and Yu Ruo Mei retract their reluctant gazes, but when they thought of the rich man next to them, perhaps even more benefits were waiting for them. The two calmed down and looked at each other. As their eyes met, they seemed to be secretly communicating with each other. Imo Xiaoqi didn't notice this scene at all. Seeing the three of them accept her benefits, a happy smile appeared on her face as she said, Then, it's a deal? If we can really catch that little guy, I hope you can keep your promise. Xiaoqi will reward you handsomely. Of course, Su Qing smiled warmly again. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Yang Kai urged. While the three of them were discussing, many teams had already gathered and were rushing towards Clear Jade Mountain. He was very worried about Lu Yan's current situation and couldn't wait to find her. Come with me. Imo Xiaoqi turned around and led the way. Brother Yang, please. Su Qing smiled and gestured. Yang Kai said calmly, You two go first. I'll bring up the rear. Su Qing smiled slightly. He didn't decline and said, In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Yang. As he spoke, he immediately followed. Yu Ruo Mei also nodded slightly to Yang Kai and entered Clear Jade Mountain. Yang Kai looked around and was the last to enter. Clear Jade Mountain was a mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. The forest was deep, and there were many fierce beasts roaming about. However, the group of four was a third-order Origin King cultivator, so if they worked together, even if a Dao Source realm monster beast appeared, they would still be able to fight. Therefore, they were not afraid. Moreover, they were not in the depths of Jade Clear Mountain, so there were no powerful monster beasts. Imo Xiaoqi seemed to really know the specific location of the Firebird. After entering Clear Jade Mountain, she didn't even need to distinguish the direction and simply led everyone forward. His speed was extremely fast. Her performance gave Yang Kai some confidence in her. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that along the way, Imo Xiaoqi didn't seem to be on guard against the other three, as if she really trusted them. Between Su Qing and Yu Ruo Mei, who were sandwiched in the middle, there were faint spiritual energy fluctuations, obviously communicating with each other in secret. It was ridiculous that they thought they were acting covertly, but in front of Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, which was not something a third-order Origin King cultivator should possess, they were unable to hide. In this team, Mo Xiaoqi's origins were mysterious, while Su Qing and Yu Ruo Mei were sneaking around. Yang Kai also had other plans. It was hard to say who would have the last laugh. Along the way, they could faintly hear the sound of flying in the distance. Obviously, other teams were searching for the whereabouts of the Firebird. However, as time passed, such movements became fewer and fewer. The place where the four of them were was getting deeper and deeper into clear Jade Mountain. Half a day later, Mo Xiaoqi, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, and the other three naturally hurriedly stopped as well. The last time I saw it, it was in a mountain pass up ahead. Everyone, get ready to fight, Mo Xiaoqi reminded everyone. Su Qing and Yu Ruo Mei nodded and secretly pushed their Saint Qi, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. Yang Kai, on the other hand, frowned because if Lu Yin was in front of them, he should have sensed it a long time ago, but until now, he had not sensed Lu Yin's aura. There were only two possibilities for this. The first was that Lu Yin had left the mountain pass up ahead and was looking for another place to rest. The second possibility was also what Yang Kai did not want to see. The one inside Clear Jade Mountain was not Lu Yin, so he could not sense it. Mo Xiaoqi had already used a secret technique to conceal her figure, restraining her aura and Saint Qi fluctuations, as did Su Qing and Yu Ruo Mei. The secret techniques of these three were different, but it was clear at a glance which one was stronger and which one was weaker. After Mo Xiaoqi used her secret technique, her aura and life fluctuations completely disappeared. If one did not observe her with their naked eyes, even Yang Kai would not be able to detect her whereabouts. It was obvious that the secret technique she cultivated was of extremely high grade. Su Qing and Yu Ruo Mei, on the other hand, were much worse. Although Yang Kai's vision was quite good, they were completely incomparable to Mo Xiaoqi's. Yang Kai also used a secret technique to conceal his aura. Nihility. However, he did not use the full power of nihility, only slightly. This way, while concealing himself well enough, he did not have to worry about exposing the secrets of his space secret technique. However, what Yang Kai did not expect was that after he used the weakened version of his nihility secret technique, Mo Xiaoqi, who was in front of him, actually looked back at him, her beautiful eyes flashing with a puzzled light before she immediately turned her head away with a blank look. This girl, did she see something? Yang Kai was shocked. The four of them approached quietly and soon arrived above the mountain pass. Looking down, Mo Xiaoqi could not help but let out a cry. What's wrong? Su Qing was surprised. It's not here, Mo Xiaoqi said, standing up and flying directly down to the mountain pass. The remaining three looked at each other and did not bother to hide their figures, following closely behind Mo Xiaoqi. At the mountain pass, it seemed that a fierce battle had just taken place. There were burn marks everywhere, and there were several charred corpses on the ground. It was a horrible sight to behold, and the air was full of a burnt smell that made people want to vomit. Such a scene made everyone's eyes shrink. However, the situation in front of them also proved that Mo Xiaoqi was not lying. The Firebird was indeed resting here before, but it might have been disturbed by these people, so it left after a great battle and killing the enemies. This is the Jiang family's third elder. Su Qing looked down at an old man in a brown robe and whispered. He obviously recognized this old man. Although the old man was burned to death, his appearance was still recognizable. What's the strength of this person? Yang Kai asked. Su Qing's face was solemn as he said, the Jiang family is not weak in Maplewood City. The third elder is a third-order origin king, the same as us. This is the vice palace master of Red Leaf Palace? He actually died here? Yu Ruo Mei covered her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. As the dead cultivator was identified one by one, it turned out that these corpses were all second-order or third-order origin kings, and there were actually 8 of them. 8 second-order origin kings working together had actually been killed by the Firebird, a discovery that made Su Qing and Yu Ruo Mei's faces turn ugly. The 8 corpses in front of them made them suddenly feel that this operation was a little too hasty. Everyone seemed to have underestimated the strength of the Firebird. After all, the 2 of them, including Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi, only had 4 third-order Origin Kings. In terms of numbers and overall strength, they were absolutely no match for these 8 people who died in front of them. If they were all killed, how could the 4 of them succeed? Thinking so, Su Qing and Yuruo Mei could not help but retreat, their faces gloomy. Yang Kai also frowned, because he was very clear about Lu Yan's strength. Even if Lu Yan was not to be trifled with, he should not have the ability to kill so many people at once. Mo Xiaoqi saw the hesitation of the 3 and suddenly said, "You don't have to worry too much. Although that little guy killed a lot of people, it is also injured." "How do you know?" Yang Kai looked up at her. "There is its blood on the ground." Mo Xiaoqi smiled slightly and pointed to a spot on the ground. There seemed to be a pool of red on the ground, but it was surrounded by a raging fire. Yang Kai did not pay much attention to it before, but after Mo Xiaoqi's reminder, he finally noticed. It's not Lu Yan. The moment he saw this pool of blood, Yang Kai's heart was filled with disappointment. The Firebird in Clear Jade Mountain was obviously not Lu Yan, because Lu Yan was an artifact spirit, not a body of flesh and blood. Even if she was injured, it was impossible for her to bleed. Moreover, judging from the situation around this pool of blood, it seemed to contain an unimaginable burning power, causing the surrounding ground to ignite into a raging fire that could not be extinguished. Realizing this, Kai Yang's whole body lost all its energy. The reason he came to Clear Jade Mountain was because of Lu Yan, but now that he knew the truth, he was naturally disappointed. If that's the case, we really do have some chance. Su Qing frowned thoughtfully. Although the Jiang family's 3rd elders group had been completely wiped out, they had still caused some damage to the Firebird. If the 4 of them were well prepared, they might have a chance to succeed. It's just that when the time comes and we really encounter that Firebird, what should we do? Shouldn't we discuss it carefully? Yuruo Mei asked. The 8 dead people in front of her made her feel uneasy, and if it weren't for her greed for the reward Mo Xiaoqi had promised before, she would have left already. Although treasures were good, she still needed to be alive to enjoy them. We should discuss this carefully. How about this? Each of you briefly explain the secret techniques and powers you are proficient in so that everyone can cooperate when the time comes, Su Qing proposed. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai immediately gave him a meaningful look. Mo Xiaoqi smiled and waved her hand. "No need. When we encounter it, the 3 of you just need to help me stall for time. I have my own way to deal with it." She had a victorious expression on her face, and no one knew where her confidence came from. Chapter 1970. The feeling Mo Xiaoqi gave Yang Kai was one of mystery. He faintly felt that the purity and naivety displayed by the other party was a disguise, but he couldn't find any flaws. Moreover, judging from the generosity of her actions and the concealment secret technique she had mastered, it was clear her origins were extraordinary. How could an ordinary Origin King store so many Origin King-grade artifacts in their space ring? Not to mention, each one of them was of extraordinary grade. This was especially true for Mo Xiaoqi, who gave off a powerful aura, obviously wearing a number of powerful artifacts. This girl definitely had a great background, and one that was not small at that. This made Yang Kai keep a close eye on her. However, now that she said she had a way to deal with the Firebird, Yang Kai believed her. Although Yang Kai didn't want to get involved in Clear Jade Mountain's affairs anymore. After all, he had received benefits from them, so withdrawing halfway wasn't good, so he could only follow this path to the end. "Sister Xiaoqi, you said you have a way to deal with the Firebird. Can you tell us in detail? After all, that beast's strength is extraordinary. We really don't want to follow in the footsteps of others," Su Qing asked with some concern. Yuruo Mei also nodded, agreeing with Su Qing's point of view. Mo Xiaoqi frowned, looking a little embarrassed, but after a while, she seemed to make up her mind and said, "It's not convenient for me to tell you the details, but I have an artifact that can restrain its power. Please believe me, I won't let you do anything too dangerous." Hearing this, Su Qing and Yuruo Mei glanced at each other and nodded lightly, the former smiling and saying, "Since Sister Xiaoqi says so, this will not ask further. Then I won't ask any more questions. I just hope that Miss Xiaoqi will succeed when the time comes." "No problem. Leave it to me." Imo Xiaoqi was overjoyed when she heard this and patted her chest confidently. "Then let's track its location now. Although we don't know where it is now, if we follow the trail, we will be able to find it. We can definitely find it." Saying so, she led the way again. After walking all the way inside for more than an hour, Imo Xiaoqi stopped again in the midst of a tense and uneasy atmosphere. The trail in front of her suddenly broke. Just as she furrowed her brows and was about to search for clues again, an unusual power suddenly surged out from a certain place. That power was incomparably hot. As soon as it appeared, the temperature in the air rose sharply, and the surrounding lush trees were affected by this high temperature, instantly withered, dried up, and began burning. "Be careful," Yongkai shouted hurriedly. There was no need for him to remind them. All four of them were third-order Origin King cultivators, were extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of this kind of power. When this hot aura, they all immediately. As soon as they felt, the four of them immediately. A ball of pitch-black flames the size of a wash basin directly bombarded the place where everyone had been standing, turning that area into scorched earth. The black flames burned fiercely, as if they would never be extinguished. Whether it was the deep color or the terrifying killing power, they all couldn't help but change their expressions. "Sure enough, it's here." Imo Xiaoqi was not only not surprised, but instead overjoyed, her delicate face filled with joy. He stared at a certain spot. In that position, a strange bird about 3 meters long with a fiery red body was staring at the four of them with a fierce light in its eyes, as if it was made of flames. Its body was covered in scorching flames, and it had a long tail. Its appearance was beautiful, like a fire spirit. "Lu Yan." Yongkai was taken aback. Judging from the appearance of this firebird that had suddenly appeared, it was as if it had been carved from the same mold as Lu Yan. But he soon understood that this firebird in front of him was not Lu Yan, because no matter how it looked like it was made of flames, it was still in existence with flesh and blood. Moreover, Yongkai could vaguely feel a faint pressure from its body. It was an indescribable power that made even someone as strong as Yongkai feel somewhat uneasy in front of it. "Bastard! Who spread the rumor that this thing is an artifact spirit?" Su Qing cursed angrily on the other side. Previously, outside Clear Jade Mountain, many cultivators had rumored that there was an artifact spirit with sentience inside the mountain, leading to countless people rushing here. But now it seemed that this was clearly not the case. Which bastard had spread this rumor? However, it was meaningless to pursue this matter now. "It's coming again." Yuruo Mei screamed as her tender body flickered, leaving behind a series of afterimages as she suddenly dodged. In the next moment, a mass of black flames bombarded the place she had been standing. After Yuruo Mei reappeared from another direction, a look of lingering fear appeared on her face. She could clearly feel the powerful lethality contained in these black flames. If she had been accidentally contaminated, she would likely have ended up like the Jiang family's third elder. So many Origin King Realm Masters had already died, demonstrating just how difficult and terrifying this firebird was. So how could Yuruo Mei dare not be careful? "Everyone, please hold it back for a while. I'll start preparing." After Imo Xiaoqi hurriedly said, she suddenly jumped away from the spot and formed a series of mysterious seals with her hands, her entire temperament suddenly changing. The innocence faded from her body, and Imo Xiaoqi suddenly became solemn and awe-inspiring, her red lips moving slightly as she formed a series of seals with her hands, muttering some unknown words. At the same time, an aqua-blue sphere appeared in front of her. This sphere was filled with extremely powerful water attribute energy, like a vast ocean. If one listened carefully, one could even hear the sound of waves and tsunamis coming from it. A Dao Source grade artifact? Su Qing's eyes suddenly turned red as his breathing quickened as he stared greedily at the aqua-blue sphere in front of Imo Xiaoqi. Although he was a third-order origin king cultivator, he had never owned a Dao source-grade artifact before. Although judging from Imo Xiaoqi's generosity before, it was very likely that this girl had many Dao source-grade artifacts. Seeing it with his own eyes still shocked Su Qing. What's more, this aqua-blue sphere was obviously not an ordinary Dao source-grade artifact. It was most likely a high-rank Dao source-grade artifact. Such a treasure was invaluable to Su Qing. Brother Su, it's not good to be absent-minded at this time, is it? Yang Kai coldly snorted and hurriedly rushed in front of Imo Xiaoqi. When Imo Xiaoqi took out the aqua-blue sphere artifact and began chanting, the firebird opposite her suddenly stared at this girl with a pair of fierce eyes, as if it also felt the threat to its life from this girl and regarded her as its #1 enemy. The bird opened its beak and spat out a dragon-like pillar of black flame. Yang Kai's face changed drastically, and his first reaction was to dodge immediately. Help me block it. I can't move right now. Before Yang Kai could dodge, Imo Xiaoqi's nervous words reached his ears. Idiot! Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. He really couldn't figure out whether Imo Xiaoqi was really stupid or just pretending to be. In the face of such a powerful enemy, she had actually used a secret technique that made her unable to move. Wasn't this simply courting death? Now, as long as he dodged, Imo Xiaoqi would inevitably be hit by the black flames. Judging from the terrifying, destructive power of these black flames, this girl would definitely die. Could it be that her true nature was the same as what she showed before? Was she not pretending? Was all his previous guesses about her wrong? Otherwise, how could her combat experience be so shallow? Anyone with even the slightest bit of common sense in battle would not choose to do this. Unless the people around them were extremely trustworthy companions they could entrust their lives to. And he, Su Qing, and Yurua Mei were obviously not companions Imo Xiaoqi could entrust her life to. For a moment, all kinds of thoughts floated through Yang Kai's mind, but soon he shouted, "If you don't want to die here, come help." Saying so, he let out a roar and a 5-colored light burst out from his body. Stretching out his hand, he pushed forward and muttered, "Earth Sword Chi, Divine Nullification Shield." A yellow light burst from his body and quickly formed a shield-like barrier in front of him. Yang Kai cultivated his 5 elements indestructible sword Qi and had absorbed a large amount of the Divine Nullification Sand's energy into his Earth attribute sword Qi. So now he could naturally display the power of the Divine Nullification Sand to form a defensive barrier. The Earth attribute sword Qi was thick, and its main defensive attribute was the Divine Nullification Shield's defensive power. However, this was not the end of it. Yang Kai also stripped the light cyan light from his body and condensed his wood attribute sword Qi into an illusory forest in front of him, forming a second line of defense behind the Divine Nullification Shield, followed by the water attribute, metal attribute, fire attribute. Using all 5 elements sword Qis, the 5-colored light originally covering Yang Kai's body disappeared in a very short time and was replaced by 5 layers of defensive nets. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the black flames collided with the Divine Nullification Shield and in an instant tore through its defenses and rushed into the illusory forest, incinerating the scenery around it. The water curtain was evaporated and the golden walls were melted away. Only the fire sword Qi, which was the main offensive attribute, was able to contend with the black flames for a while. After all, this was the sword Qi Yang Kai, cultivated by absorbing the sun's true fire. So in terms of grade, it was definitely not inferior to his opponent's black flames, but in terms of quantity, it was somewhat inferior and fell into a disadvantage in the blink of an eye. The heat and murderous intent rushing towards him made Yang Kai's hair stand on end as the aura of death rushed towards him, making him feel as if he was facing the summons of the Grim Reaper. It was not until this moment that Su Qing and Yu Ruo Mei finally reacted. Although the two of them were acting stealthily in secret, they were not idiots and knew that they were not this Firebird's opponent. If they wanted to survive, they had to first save Xiaoqi's life and allow her to complete her secret technique. As such, seeing Yang Kai take action, they had no choice but to act. Heaven's Net Cut, Boundless Saint's Seal. Two powerful attacks bombarded from Su Qing and Yu Ruo Mei's direction, blocking the Black Flame Dragon's path. The full strength of a Third-Order Origin King was definitely not something to be underestimated. With the two of them joining forces, the pressure on Yang Kai was instantly reduced. Chapter 1971. Secret Technique Exile. Yang Kai knew that if he didn't use his trump card now, he wouldn't have another chance. So he didn't care about exposing himself at this moment and hurriedly displayed his Space Force. In front of him, a black hole suddenly opened, like the maw of a hungry beast, greedily swallowing up the weakened Black Flame Dragon and banishing it into the endless void. Looking around, the violent and chaotic power fluctuations gave Yang Kai a good cover for his secret technique, making those who didn't know the truth think that the collision between the two sides was simply too powerful, causing the surrounding space to collapse. At the very least, Su Qing and Yu Ruo-Mei, who saw the exile secret technique with their own eyes, didn't associate it with Space Force and instead just watched all of this in horror, their faces trembling. On the other hand, Xiaoqi, who had been concentrating on preparing her secret technique and urging the power of her artifact, suddenly lit up and shot a look of surprise towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was unaware of all this. Now that he was riding a tiger, he couldn't get off, so he couldn't help feeling annoyed. If he didn't dodge, he would be the first to bear the brunt of the Firebird's attack. But if he did, Xiaoqi would be in danger. This made him curse Xiaoqi in his heart, but at the same time, he had no choice but to stand in place and act as a meat shield. Yang Kai, Su Qing, and Yu Ruo-Mei's joint attack obviously let the Firebird know that its opponents were difficult to deal with. So its crimson eyes filled with anger. It spread its wings and gently waved them, sending out countless black fireballs towards the three of them. Su Qing and Yu Ruo-Mei screamed again and again as they constantly used their exquisite movement skills to dodge. But there were simply too many fireballs, so the two of them had no choice but to summon their defensive artifacts. This gave them a sense of security. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Su Qing and Yu Ruo-Mei were free to move, but he could only stand in place and summon his golden blood threads. These golden blood threads transformed into streaks of golden light that swept away the oncoming fireballs. Although the effect was quite good, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling bitter as his golden blood threads made contact with the fireballs. Many of them were actually incinerated. These were all things transformed from his own golden blood, so each of them was extremely precious. After such a short time, he had already lost so many of them, making him want to cry but have no tears. "Ah, my sorrow cloud mirror." Su Qing's cry reached Yang Kai's ears, and Yang Kai quickly glanced over, only to see a mirror in Su Qing's hand wrapped in black flames. In the blink of an eye, it began to melt, causing Yang Kai to hurriedly throw this artifact away, lest he draw fire to himself. Judging from the energy fluctuations coming from this treasure mirror, it was obviously an Origin King grade mid-rank artifact. Looks like I'm not the only one who suffered heavy losses. If Yang Kai's golden blood threads were damaged, he could always use his golden blood to repair them. However, if the other party's Origin King grade artifact was incinerated, he would really lose everything. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's mood improved a lot. Not only did Su Qing lose his sorrowful cloud mirror, but the hairpin-shaped Origin King grade artifact in Yu Ruo-Mei's hand was also destroyed by the black flames. The two of them, who had suffered such a huge loss, glared at the Firebird with eyes filled with endless hatred. But due to the ferocity of the Firebird, none of them dared to step forward and could only dodge awkwardly. The Firebird suddenly let out a cry that was mixed with an inexplicable anger. It pierced through the 9 heavens. The moment the cry rang out, everyone's face changed drastically, because if they did, it was very likely to attract the attention of others. If all the cultivators who had entered Clear Jade Mountain were attracted here, all of their efforts would be wasted. Just as Yang Kai was in a daze, a fireball suddenly shot in front of him, causing Yang Kai's face to sink. Just as he was about to use the same trick to banish it, he never expected that the fireball would explode right in front of him. In an instant, the pitch-black rain of fire that filled the sky shot towards him like raindrops. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and without even thinking about it, he directly used another secret technique. Dragon transformation. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a huge dragon head flashed behind Yang Kai. At that moment, dragon pressure filled the air, causing the firebird opposite him to be stunned, a look of dread flashing across its red eyes. Dragon scales appeared and wrapped around most of Yang Kai's body. Even the real dragon scale appeared on Yang Kai's chest, covering the vital points on his chest. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk, a series of explosions rang out as countless black flames hit Yang Kai's body, causing Yang Kai to cough up a mouthful of blood. The black flames stained the surface of his body and burned fiercely, causing the strength in his body to rapidly melt away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Yang Kai's face sank as he desperately urged the power of his golden divine dragon source to stop the spread of the black flames. However, his appearance was extremely miserable, and his entire aura had fallen by quite a bit. "Sister Xiaoqi, I've reached my limit," Yang Kai hurriedly said, and was about to leave. He had done everything he could, and if he stayed any longer, he was afraid the situation wouldn't be good. He had stood in front of Mo Xiaoqi and bought her so much time, even suffering injuries in the process. He had done enough. "I'm done," Mo Xiaoqi shouted tenderly as she suddenly waved her hand, causing the sound of tsunami to ring out from the blue sphere in front of her, giving people the illusion that they were standing in the middle of the sea and listening to the crashing waves. The blue sphere also burst into pieces, turning into a mist that shot forward like it had a life of its own. This mist swept over Yang Kai's body, instantly extinguishing the burning black flames. Immediately afterwards, the mist arrived in front of the firebird and wrapped it up, transforming back into a blue sphere. However, this blue ball was many times larger than before. No matter how much the firebird struggled, it couldn't escape the ball's wrapping. After doing all this, Mo Xiaoqi seemed to be a little exhausted, her delicate face pale and her towering chest heaving up and down violently. Obviously, using this artifact had taken a huge toll on her. Although the price was not small, the result was gratifying. "Hee, I finally caught you, little thing. Let's see where you can run now." Mo Xiaoqi looked forward with a grin. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank as he shouted, "Be careful." Saying so, he quickly dodged, and a figure strangely appeared behind him, using a secret technique to hit Yang Kai's afterimage and shatter it. The figure revealed himself and frowned, as if he had not expected that his sneak attack would be seen through by Yang Kai. Who else could this person be but Su Qing? At the same time, Yuruo Mei's figure also appeared behind Mo Xiaoqi, her slender palm filled with violent power, a cruel and greedy smile on her charming face as she slammed her palm into Mo Xiaoqi's back. Mo Xiaoqi let out a miserable cry as she opened her mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. While she was sent flying, her beautiful eyes were still filled with disbelief. Along with Mo Xiaoqi's scream. Yuruo Mei also let out a cry of alarm. After unleashing this move, Yuruo Mei seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, her figure continuously retreating as her pretty face suddenly turned pale. She felt a burning pain in her palm as she raised her hand and looked down. In an instant, her face turned ugly as she screamed, "How is this possible? What is this?" An extremely strange imprint had actually appeared at the center of her palm. The imprint looked like the face of a ghost, and it was savage, terrifying, and warped to the extreme. One could faintly hear miserable and shrill howls that caused one's hair to stand on end. At this moment, two spots of light appeared in the eyes of this ghost face, and through these two spots of light, Yuruo Mei seemed to see a lofty existence staring at her indifferently. She lost her composure for a moment and fell to the ground, trembling all over. Ruomei, what happened to you? On the other side, Su Qing, whose sneak attack had failed, saw Yu Ruomei fall to the ground and could not help calling out. Yu Ruomei's eyes were absent-minded as she sat on the ground sluggishly. If someone could invade her knowledge, see, with their divine sense, they would be able to see that at this moment, inside her knowledge, see, there was a ghost face exactly the same as the one on her palm that was madly devouring her spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy her knowledge, see, consumed, the dimmer the light in her eyes became. On the other side, Xiaoqi stood up while coughing lightly. From her current state, although she had been sneak attacked, it was obviously not a big deal. She turned her head and looked at Yu Ruomei blankly, a look of disbelief on her face as she asked, "Why did you attack me?" Her pain look didn't seem to be fake. After all, she had been attacked from behind by her trusted companion, and if it weren't for the protection of her powerful artifact armor, she would probably be a corpse by now. You really are a stupid woman. Yangkai looked at her as if she was an idiot. Xiaoqi turned her head and looked at Yangkai, her big eyes watery as she asked, "How am I stupid?" Yangkai stretched out his hand and held his forehead, really not knowing how to explain it to her. "What did you do to her?" Su Qing saw that no matter how he called out to Yu Ruomei, she didn't respond, so he turned his head and roared at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi's tender body trembled as a look of extreme horror appeared on her face, waving her hand and saying, "I didn't do anything to her. I'm wearing my artifact armor. Anyone who attacks me will suffer a backlash from the evil ghost seal." Yangkai was dumbfounded. Is it really appropriate to reveal my details so easily? Now, he finally determined that this girl, named Xiaoqi, was not the treacherous existence he had imagined her to be, but rather a pure and innocent little girl who knew nothing about the world. Is she really only as old as she looks? Yangkai was taken aback by the thought that emerged in his mind. If this was the case, it would be too terrifying. Evil ghost seal? Su Qing frowned, obviously having never heard of this secret technique before. But soon, he shook his head and said lightly, "Fine. One less person is good. This Su can monopolize all the benefits." He no longer cared about Yu Ruomei's life and death, and instead just grinned. Yangkai curled his lips and sneered. "Brother Su, where does your inexplicable self-confidence come from? Don't you see the situation clearly? We have two people on our side." Chapter 1972. So what if you have more people? Su Qing sneered as he looked at Yangkai contemptuously. How much strength can the two of you exert at this moment? After all, from his point of view, Yangkai had stood in front of Xiaoqi to resist the Firebird's attack, so he must have consumed a lot of his strength. Later, he had been hit by the black flames, so it was a miracle he hadn't died. After using that artifact, Xiaoqi also looked like she was about to collapse. These two were obviously not at their peak, so the strength they could exert was greatly reduced. Su Qing himself, on the other hand, was in perfect condition, so he was not afraid. Yangkai chuckled and said lightly, "If Brother Su really thinks so, you might as well give it a try." Seeing Yangkai's fearless look, Su Qing couldn't help frowning, unable to guess whether Yangkai was deliberately mystifying things or really had nothing to fear. Not far away, Xiaoqi still stood there with a lost look on her face, looking at Su Ruomei, whose eyes had lost their luster and had become an idiot, muttering, "Why did you attack me? How could this be?" Yangkai turned his head and glanced at her, unable to help scolding. "Idiot, people die in pursuit of wealth. Birds die in pursuit of food. You don't even understand such a simple truth. Do your parents know you ran out here to court death?" "I don't know." A look of panic appeared in Xiaoqi's eyes as she waved her hand at Yangkai. "Don't tell my father I'm here, or he'll beat me. I don't even know your father. How am I supposed to tell him?" Yangkai almost vomited blood and died from anger at this girl. That's right. Xiaoqi suddenly showed a look of relief. Enough. When Su Qing saw the two of them talking to each other as if there was no one else around, he immediately roared angrily, "Brother Yang, if you don't want to die, leave here quickly. You have no reason to oppose this Su." Yang Kai chuckled lightly as he looked at Su Qing calmly. We really have no reason to be enemies with each other, but what Brother Su wants is exactly what this Yang wants. Su Qing was startled as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Muttering in amazement, he said, Brother Yang's strength is quite deep, but if that's the case, why don't you and I join forces and split everything 50-50? No. Shaking his head, Yang Kai raised a finger and said, I have a shortcoming. I always like to eat alone and am not very willing to share with others. If Brother Su is sensible, then I will share with you. If Brother Su Qing's right, it's not too late now. Brother Yang's eyes, Brother Yang Kai, I have a great appetite. And Mo Xiaoqi looked at the two of them blankly and interjected, What do you want to eat? I have some spirit fruits here. Do you want them? Saying so, Huan really did take out 2 tender spirit fruits from his space ring. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled the air, causing everyone who smelled it to drool. And judging from the energy fluctuations emanating from the spirit fruits, this spirit fruit was obviously not an ordinary item. It was very likely to be an extremely rare treasure. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Yang Kai glared at her angrily. And Mo Xiaoqi felt wronged. Since Brother Yang says so, does that mean there's no room for discussion? Su Qing gulped, his expression gradually becoming crazed. The good things Mo Xiaoqi casually took out made him extremely greedy, making him more and more certain that there were countless treasures hidden in Mo Xiaoqi's space ring. Thinking that as long as he could snatch the space ring, he might not have to worry about cultivation resources for the rest of his life. How could Su Qing endure? From the moment Brother Su launched that sneak attack on me, we had nothing to say. Yang Kai sneered. Good. Then let this Su see how great Brother Yang's skill is. Su Qing's voice fell. The power in his body suddenly surged. Immediately, his whole body grew several times larger. The clothes on his body emitted a sizzling sound as they instantly turned into strips of cloth and scattered to the ground, revealing Su Qing's exposed skin. Countless golden hairs were visible to the naked eye. In just 3 breaths of time, Su Qing's entire appearance had undergone a huge change. At this moment, he was 5 meters tall. His body was slightly hunched, his arms were extraordinarily long, his muscles were bulging, and his eyes were shining with an indescribable ferocious light. His throat was letting out a beast-like roar, and his whole body was covered in golden hair, making him look like a giant golden ape. Yang Kai was stunned. This was the first time he had seen this kind of secret technique. At the very least, he had never seen such a beast-like secret technique in the Homestar territory. The wonders of the star boundary were truly extraordinary. However, what made Yang Kai somewhat disdainful was that even in that dangerous situation just now, Su Qing had not used his trump card, but when dealing with him, he did not hesitate to use it. Beast-soul symbiosis. Giant golden ape? Mo Xiaoqi exclaimed from the side, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly as she immediately did something that made Yang Kai feel was unreasonable. She actually stretched out her hands and covered her eyes, no longer daring to look at the almost naked Su Qing, even though the tattered clothes on his lower body were enough to cover his vitals. This silly girl. Yang Kai had nothing to say to her and completely abandoned any plans to join forces with her. Su Qing, who had used his trump card's secret technique, roared at this moment and turned into a golden streak of light, rushing directly in front of Yang Kai at an incredible speed. A fist bigger than a clay pot slammed down from above, carrying with it the power to split mountains and split seas, enveloping this part of the heavens and earth. So fast, Yang Kai instantly realized how difficult Su Qing was to deal with at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, but he had no intention of dodging and instead gathered all his strength to meet this fist head-on. Su Qing's eyes flashed a look of ridicule as he sneered. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating yourself. The huge fist fell at an even faster speed. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as half his body was smashed into the ground, while Su Qing's 15-meter-tall body staggered slightly and was almost sent flying. His golden-haired face was filled with surprise, as if he hadn't expected Yang Kai's physical strength to be so powerful. But soon he stabilized himself, raised his other fist high, and smashed it down again. Like a falling meteorite, the sound of his fist whistling through the air was extremely ear-piercing. Yang Kai's body was half stuck in the ground, making it difficult for him to move, so he was unable to avoid this blow. Left with no choice, he could only raise his arms to block. With another loud bang, Yang Kai's entire body was smashed into the ground, leaving only half of his head. Su Qing did not even spare a glance at Yang Kai, nor did he care whether he lived or died. Instead, his figure flickered as he rushed towards Mo Xiaoqi. In his opinion, it was meaningless to fight a life or death battle with Yang Kai. As long as he could snatch Mo Xiaoqi's space ring, his goal would be achieved. Mo Xiaoqi was still standing there, covering her eyes, completely unaware of the impending danger. Her face flushed red, and even the tips of her ears were rosy. For Mo Xiaoqi, who was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, even if she saw the topless Su Qing in his beast form today, it was still not something she could bear. Her heart was filled with panic. Damn, I won't go blind like this, right? Auntie Feng's words were still ringing in her ears. Never look at a man's ugly body. It will blind you. Mo Xiaoqi still remembered Auntie Feng's serious expression and tone when she said this to her that day, so she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Su Qing was extremely fast and arrived beside Mo Xiaoqi in an instant. Looking at the girl who was completely unguarded against him and the sparkling space ring on her hand, Su Qing could not help but grin. Immediately, he reached out to grab Mo Xiaoqi's space ring. Because of Yurua Mei's example, he did not dare to make a move against Mo Xiaoqi. Only the heavens knew what kind of power the artifact armor she was wearing had. If he followed in Yurua Mei's footsteps, he would be in deep trouble. His goal from beginning to end had always been Mo Xiaoqi's space ring. But just as his big hand was a foot away from Mo Xiaoqi, the two earrings on Mo Xiaoqi's ears suddenly let out a tinkling sound. Immediately afterwards, these two seemingly inconspicuous earrings flickered slightly and transformed into two beams of light that shot towards Su Qing like arrows from a bow. The sharp edges of these two beams of light caused Su Qing's hair to shrink and his golden hair to stand on end. His complexion changed drastically, and he no longer dared to attack Mo Xiaoqi, hurriedly retreating. However, the two beams of light did not give up and shot towards Su Qing for both sides. At this moment of crisis, Su Qing could not help roaring as his body glowed with a golden light, and his already huge body seemed to grow even larger. With two light, crackling sounds, the golden light around Su Qing's body suddenly shattered and his body shook, unable to help letting out a muffled groan as he stumbled back a few steps. The two beams of light returned and transformed back into the shape of the earrings on Mo Xiaoqi's delicate earlobes. However, a huge gash appeared on Su Qing's abdomen from which blood gushed out like a fountain. Panicking, Su Qing hurriedly circulated his strength to stop the bleeding. He looked at Mo Xiaoqi incredulously, unable to believe that this girl in front of him had not even been able to move her hand and had instead relied on the self-protection of her artifact to make him suffer such a big loss. Yurua Mei's death was not unjust. Who the hell are you? Su Qing roared. At this time, if he still could not guess that Mo Xiaoqi's background was not small, he would not be worthy of being an Origin King realm cultivator. He secretly regretted having set his sights on Mo Xiaoqi. Such a person was definitely a descendant of some master. If he dealt with her without leaving any traces behind, it would be fine. But if he made the slightest mistake and caused his information to be leaked, what awaited him would be endless pursuit. If he fell into the hands of her elders, his life would be worse than death. However, there was no turning back, so regretting it now was useless. The only thing he could do now was to kill her to silence her. Just as he was lost in thought, A murderous intent suddenly bloomed behind him. Su Qing was startled and quickly turned his head, only to find Yang Kai rushing down from above, his body flashing with a dazzling five-colored light. His face was filled with anger, and a violent power was brewing in his hands, like an enraged beast, causing anyone who saw him to shudder. Chapter 1973. Yang Kai had underestimated the power of Su Qing's beast form, mainly because he did not know who this giant golden ape was. If he had known that this giant golden ape was famous for its strength even in ancient times, he would not have been so careless and allowed himself to be smashed into the ground. In ancient times, this kind of powerful beast could easily uproot mountains. Fortunately, Yang Kai's skin was thick, so although he was a bit embarrassed, he was not injured. However, Su Qing's attack had completely enraged him. Yang Kai's third-order origin king's territory domain pressed down on Su Qing, causing the surrounding space to become unstable as countless tiny void cracks began to appear. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he waved his hands and sent out a series of moonblades. Su Qing's complexion changed drastically. Although he was not able to immediately determine what kind of power these moonblades were, the strength of Yang Kai's territory domain made him feel a threat to his life. Ignoring the injury on his lower abdomen, Su Qing roared towards the sky as his golden hair stood on end, transforming into steel needles. Using his unparalleled divine strength, Su Qing broke free from the suppression of Yang Kai's territory domain and retreated. Chi-chi-chi-chi sounds rang out incessantly as the moonblade's attacks all hit empty air, splashing dirt everywhere. When Yang Kai turned around and locked onto Su Qing's position, Yang Kai saw that a big axe had appeared in the latter's hand at some point and was swinging it down. Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger as the five-colored glow around his body intensified. At the same time, he also used his dragon transformation secret technique, covering his right arm in a layer of dragon scales as he swept it towards the axe. When the two auras collided, it was as if two mountains had collided. Even the earth trembled. What? Su Qing's complexion changed drastically as he watched his artifact axe being sent flying while Yang Kai remained unscathed. His figure only paused for a moment before he dissipated the force behind his opponent's attack. Then, he charged forward again. Even a cultivator at the third-order Origin King realm should have been severely injured or even killed if they were hit head-on by this attack, but Yang Kai seemed to be completely unscathed. Just how strong is his physical defense? Su Qing was furious. Instead of retreating, he roared and rushed forward to meet Yang Kai head-on. The two soon engaged in a fierce battle high up in the sky. From the very beginning, Su Qing was at a disadvantage while Yang Kai became fiercer and fiercer, using all kinds of secret techniques and martial skills to attack him. This caused Su Qing to complain. How can this be? I have already displayed the golden-haired, great ape's beast soul symbiosis. Even if it is not invincible among Origin Kings, it is still not something anyone can suppress. Could it be that his source chi? Su Qing's eyes were filled with bewilderment. It wasn't fear but worry. It was hard for him to calm down. However, although Su Qing was in a difficult situation, being completely suppressed by Yang Kai, but there were no new wounds. All he had suffered were internal injuries. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, Su Qing could not hold on any longer. He realized that if he stayed to fight Yang Kai, he would likely lose his life here. Thinking so, he began to think about retreating. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from afar. At the same time, it was accompanied by a person's laughter. The heavens have treated me well. I actually picked up a ready-made one here. Ha ha! As soon as these words fell, a ship suddenly blocked the sunlight overhead. On the ship, Wuxia was standing on the ship. A group of 7 or 8 cultivator emitting deep auras were looking down coldly, the old man in the lead staring at the firebird imprisoned by the blue sphere. Yang Kai and Su Qing were both shocked and hurriedly retreated. In the next moment, Yang Kai arrived beside Mo Xiaoqi. Frowning, Yang Kai looked up. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense to investigate the surroundings. Yang Kai's face suddenly became ugly. He sensed that countless martial artists were rapidly approaching this place. Clearly, the cries of the Firebird had attracted these people here. The ship was only the first batch to arrive, but the old man in the lead was a powerful Dao Source Realm cultivator. Just as the old man's voice fell, a figure flashed not far away, and a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar appeared in front of everyone. He sneered and said, "Old Geo, you're quite fast." Hearing this, the old man glanced at the middle-aged scholar in disgust and said coldly, "Xianxia, you've also come to join in the fun?" The middle-aged man named Xianxia smiled and said, "What's wrong? Since old Geo can come, why can't this Chin come? My Raging Fire Temple also wants to join the fun. Old Geo, you won't be unwelcome, right?" Another voice interjected as 3 tiger-like war chariots appeared from a certain location. The burly man in the lead leapt off the chariot. He was as strong as a bear and gave off a very obvious fire attribute aura. Even his hair and beard were dark red in color. Oomph. Seeing this man from Raging Fire Temple arrive, old Geo and Xianxia couldn't help coldly snorting as a look of displeasure appeared on their faces, seemingly extremely wary of this burly man. 3 Dao Source Realms. Xianxia frowned. With his perception, he could vaguely estimate the strength of these 3 people. Old Geo and Xianxia, who had arrived first, were probably from the First Order Dao Source Realm, while this burly man was a Second Order Dao Source Realm Master. As soon as this burly man appeared, old Geo and Xianxia stopped arguing, and after exchanging a glance, both of them seemed to want to work together. Temple Master Luo coming here is beyond this old master's expectations. Doesn't Temple Master Luo need to guard Raging Fire Temple? I heard that your noble temple hasn't been very peaceful recently. Old Geo coldly snorted. The burly man, surnamed Luo, chuckled and said, "Many thanks for old Geo's concern. There were just some small disputes in the temple that were easily resolved by this Luo." Hearing this, old Geo's face sank as he knew that this easily resolved situation was likely accompanied by the deaths of many people. Don't be fooled by this temple master Luo's crude and careless appearance. In fact, he was a vicious and merciless person, causing many people near Maplewood City to fear him. As these people talked, more and more cultivators gathered here. These cultivators basically came in groups, while those who came alone, like Xianxia, were extremely rare. This situation made the 3 Dao Source Realms extremely dissatisfied, and they wanted to expel these small fries, but none of them dared to take the lead and provoke public anger. Xianxia frowned secretly, feeling that this matter was a bit difficult to deal with. Just as he was hesitating, though, Temple Master Luo suddenly asked, "Old Geo, you are quite knowledgeable. Do you recognize what kind of monster beast this thing is?" He had been staring at the Firebird wrapped in an aqua blue ball, but did not seem to recognize its species, so he had no choice but to ask. Old Geo frowned and said, "In this old master's opinion, this little thing seems to have a phoenix bloodline." Phoenix? Ancient divine spirit. Many of the cultivator present heard this, and instead of being surprised, all of them took a step back in horror. The name of an ancient divine spirit was too great, so great, that even an ordinary cultivator would be shocked to hear it. Even the 10 great Emperor Realm Masters would find it difficult to deal with an ancient divine spirit, a powerful divine spirit that had been born since ancient times. The power of an ancient divine spirit was enough to destroy an entire world. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard this. If this was really the case, it would explain why he felt a faint pressure coming from this Firebird's body. Dragons had their dragon's aura, and phoenixes had their phoenix's aura. If this Firebird really had the bloodline of the phoenix, it would naturally have an innate aura within its body, which was a deterrent to any living creature. Xianxia nodded from the side and said, "This Chun also agrees with old Geo's opinion, but this Chun cannot tell which bloodline this thing belongs to." Temple Master Luo chuckled. "I heard that in ancient times, there was a kind of divine spirit called the Luan Feng, one that possessed both the phoenix and blue Luan bloodlines. This Luo is not a genius, but he has seen some records and diagrams in ancient books that are quite similar to this little thing, but he is not certain. Wanfeng? Old Geo frowned and suddenly shouted to Su Qing, who was standing nearby, "Boy, let me ask you, did this little thing use any kind of power before?" Su Qing had already removed his beast-soul symbiosis state and restored his original appearance, but his face was a little pale. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now. So when he heard Old Geo's question, he did not dare not answer and quickly explained everything he had experienced. As the Dao Source Realm Masters listened, their expressions became more and more excited. Because according to Su Qing's description, this firebird might really belong to the Wanfeng bloodline. That was an ancient divine spirit. In other words, this little firebird was a descendant of a divine spirit, and a young one at that. If they could capture it and bring it back to captivity, when it grew up, they would be able to obtain a divine spirit as a helper, and its status would be no different from the 10 great emperors. Thinking so, many people's breathing became rapid. This was a good opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. Old Geo, Chun Shi, and Temple Master Luo all looked at the little firebird with greedy eyes. "It's time to go." Yang Kai observed everyone's expressions and realized that this was not a place to stay for long. So he quickly whispered to Imo Xiaoqi, "Can I take my hands off now?" Imo Xiaoqi asked timidly, "Why do you keep covering your eyes?" Yang Kai angrily removed her hands from her eyes. Regaining her vision, Imo Xiaoqi looked around and was suddenly startled. So many people. "Yes, if we don't leave now, we won't be able to." Yang Kai ground his teeth. "But my little Wanfeng." Imo Xiaoqi bit her red lips as she stared at the firebird imprisoned by her artifact. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that it was impossible to take the firebird away in front of so many people. "You know it's a Wanfeng?" Yang Kai looked at Imo Xiaoqi in amazement. I know. I knew it the first time I saw it," Imo Xiaoqi said matter-of-factly. Yang Kai was dumbfounded for a long time before cursing fiercely. If he had known that there was a young Wanfeng in clear Jade Mountain, even if Imo Xiaoqi offered him many benefits, he would never have come. Chapter 1974. Not to mention that an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. If he really obtained this Wanfeng, he would definitely be in trouble. It was a divine spirit, so if there were young ones, there would definitely be old ones. Yang Kai did not want to be chased by a mature Wanfeng all day long. This little Wanfeng was obviously a hot potato. It was ridiculous that so many people had been blinded by the promise of a bright future and actually wanted to take it for themselves. But facing this stupid young girl, what else could Kai Yang say? If he tried to reason with her, Yang Kai would probably vomit blood in anger. Just as the two were communicating secretly, Old Joe asked again, "What kind of artifact is this?" "It can actually bind a young divine spirit. It seems quite extraordinary." He stared at the aqua blue ball with a greedy look on his face. Chun Shi and Temple Master Luo were the same. Even if this Wanfeng in front of them was just a baby, it still had the bloodline of a divine spirit, so it was not something that could be easily bound by some artifact. The aqua blue ball did not look very eye-catching at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it was quite shocking. The 3 Dao Source Realm Masters were unable to see through its quality. This thing was brought by that girl. It was unknown what Su Qing was thinking, but when he heard Old Joe's question, he actually smiled slightly and pointed to Imo Xiaoqi. Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy as he cursed 18 generations of Su Qing's ancestors in his heart. Su Qing was obviously trying to get someone else to do his dirty work. He had already offended Imo Xiaoqi, so he was afraid of being hunted down by the force behind Imo Xiaoqi, so he could only turn his attention to Old Geo. Sure enough, when Old Geo and the others heard this, they could not help looking at Imo Xiaoqi with bright eyes. Temple Master Luo grinned meaningfully, saying, "Little girl, not bad. Do you want to join my raging fire temple? This Luo can provide you with very good cultivation resources." He actually directly opened his mouth to win over Imo Xiaoqi. As long as he could win over Mo Xiaoqi, she would be willing to work for him. Naturally, if he could make her work for him, and obtain the Luan Feng seal by Mo Xiaoqi's artifact. If it were an ordinary cultivator, even if they refused, it would not be too obvious, but Mo Xiaoqi was obviously not so tactful. Hearing this, he shook his head decisively and said, Aunt Feng said that the forces outside are as messy as grass and not worth mentioning. I don't want to join the Raging Fire Temple. The veins on Temple Master Luo's forehead throbbed, and his eyes turned cold. On the other hand, Old Jiu and Xianxia were shocked. He laughed gloatingly on the side. Yang Kai's face darkened. The corners of his mouth twitched as he cupped his fists and said, Temple Master Luo, please don't mind her. This girl is a little crazy. What did I say wrong? Mo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai blankly. Shut up. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Oh, how dare you insult my Raging Fire Temple? Little girl, you've got guts. If you promise me one thing today, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, how could Temple Master Luo pay any attention to Yang Kai's pleading? Mo Xiaoqi's answer had made him lose all face, so his murderous intent had already risen. If it weren't for him wanting to use Mo Xiaoqi's artifact to subdue the Luan Feng, he would have already attacked. Temple Master Luo, you must not act rashly against her. This little girl is covered in artifacts, many of which have autonomous defensive abilities. One of my companions was caught off guard and was killed by her, losing his soul and turning into an idiot. Even this junior himself was affected. Even junior brother Luo Feng was almost killed by her. Su Qing shouted. His voice was so loud that everyone could hear him clearly. An artifact that has autonomous defensive abilities? Temple Master Luo heard this and cried out. An artifact with an artifact spirit? Artifacts were inanimate objects. An artifact that had autonomous defensive abilities meant that it already had an artifact spirit. Such an artifact was definitely not low grade and was extremely valuable. That's interesting. Old Jiu also stared at Mo Xiaoqi with shining eyes, his gaze constantly wandering over her earrings, hairpins, pendants, and bracelets. Secretly probing them with his divine sense, Old Jiu found that just as Su Qing had said, all of Mo Xiaoqi's accessories were artifacts of high grade. Qi's expression also flickered as greed filled his eyes. Bastard Su Qing, you'll die a horrible death. Yang Kai cursed angrily before grabbing Mo Xiaoqi and shouting, Let's go. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai let go of Mo Xiaoqi as if he had been electrocuted, because the moment he grabbed her, Yang Kai felt like he had been pricked by a needle, causing his hand to ache. Sorry, my hand is smeared with... Don't say anything. Save your life first. Yang Kai didn't want to waste time with her, so after speaking, he wrapped her in his Saint Qi and rushed out. My weak water bead and little Luan Feng. Mo Xiaoqi called out tenderly as she formed a series of hand seals, seemingly trying to take back the weak water bead and imprison Luan Feng. But how could the 3 Dao Source Realm Masters present just stand by and watch this happen? Temple Master Luo and the others simply waved their hands and suppressed the weak water bead and Luan Feng in place. Quickly take back the weak water bead, Yang Kai said hurriedly. Mo Xiaoqi was extremely obedient and stopped caring about the Luan Feng after hearing this, taking back the weak water bead with a single thought. Without the imprisonment of the weak water bead, the infant Luan Feng immediately regained its freedom. Spreading its wings, it sent out countless black fireballs in all directions, causing the surrounding cultivator to panic. At the same time, the infant Luan Feng's body shot up into the sky, as if it was trying to escape from this dangerous place. Where do you think you're going? The 3 Dao Source Realm Masters took action together, blocking all the escape routes of the infant Luan Feng, but none of them dared to approach. After all, the black flames were too intimidating and would be extremely difficult to extinguish once they came into contact with them. After blocking the Luan Feng, Temple Master Luo even had the time to send out a palm strike towards the fleeing Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi. You think you could just run away? Too naive. Temple Master Luo coldly snorted. The blow of a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, even if it was just a casual blow, was enough to stir up the surrounding world principles, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of crisis. Quickly using his nihility secret technique, his figure suddenly disappeared. The power of the palm strike arrived as expected and passed through Yang Kai's body, hitting nothing but air. On the other side, an oval-shaped energy barrier flashed around Xiaoqi's body, completely neutralizing Temple Master Luo's attack, leaving her unscathed. When Yang Kai reappeared, he immediately stared at Xiaoqi like she was some kind of monster. He was able to avoid Temple Master Luo's attack because he used a space secret technique, but Xiaoqi was obviously able to do so because of the array of artifacts she was wearing. This girl's heritage was far greater than he had expected. The speed of the two of them was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had fled far away. Behind them, Temple Master Luo and the others were caught in a fierce battle over the Wan phone. The sounds of battle filling the air as the energy fluctuations around them became extremely chaotic and the light of their artifacts flashed brightly. It was estimated that they would not be able to find Yang Kai and Xiaoqi for a while. After running a few dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. Xiaoqi also stopped and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her coldly and grinned. Xiaoqi's beautiful face suddenly turned pale as she stumbled back a few steps and tried to act tough. "What do you want to do? I'm not someone to be trifled with." Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. "What do you think I want to do? I just want to stay here and observe for a while longer." Xiaoqi frowned and thought for a while before suddenly jumping up and saying, "What you mean is the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." She looked extremely excited, as if she had found something fun. "I just want to set up an ambush and see if Su Qing will come over. Those who dare plot against me are doomed to have a bad end." Yang Kai sneered. "I'll help you. That guy doesn't seem to be a good person," Xiaoqi volunteered. "You should have already noticed that he isn't a good person, right?" Yang Kai was completely speechless toward her. Immediately, the two of them set up an ambush and concealed their auras. However, Xiaoqi stayed far away from Yang Kai. It wasn't that Xiaoqi was cautious and wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would harm her, but Yang Kai was afraid. This girl was covered in thorns, and when he accidentally touched her just now, his hand was covered in blood. If he got too close, who knew what would happen? So, under Yang Kai's strong request, Xiaoqi hid 1,000 meters away from him. At this moment, she was pursing her lips and muttering something with an unhappy expression. Although there was a distance of 30 kilometers between them, with Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he was still able to clearly observe the situation there. More and more cultivators rushed to that position and became involved in the battle, many of whom were Dao Source Realm Masters. These cultivators were either in groups of 3 or 5, or in groups of 7 or 8, all of them fighting fiercely. From time to time, someone would fall and die, but instead of calming them down, the flow of blood and the screams of death only served to further stimulate the ferocity in their hearts, causing almost all of them to become bloodshot. On the other hand, the Dao Source Realm Masters were undoubtedly much calmer. While they were dealing with others, they were also blocking the Luan Feng's escape route, forcing it to stay in place and unable to leave. Yang Kai found Su Qing in the crowd. This guy had once again used his beast soul symbiosis secret technique to transform into the giant golden ape and was following behind Old Geo, slaughtering his way through the crowd. In just 2 hours, at least 80% of the hundreds of cultivators that entered Clear Jade Mountain had been attracted to the battlefield. Blood flowed like rivers on the battlefield, and the scene was extremely chaotic. As time passed, the Dao Source Realm Masters also began to suffer injuries. At this point, almost everyone had become enraged. It was no longer just a matter of snatching the Wan phone, but rather a matter of seeking revenge and repaying grievances. Almost all of them were cultivators from the vicinity of Maplewood City, so there were many differences between them. Many of them held grudges against each other, so now was naturally a good time to settle them. More and more cultivators fell. The Tao Source Realm Masters finally realized that something was wrong. No one knew who suggested it, but in the end, the battle subsided, but only half of the original cultivator remained. The infant Wanfeng was still surrounded by the cultivator in the center, but at this moment, it was no longer as ferocious as before. Instead, it was lying weakly on the ground, its beautiful fur stained with blood, and the burning flames on its body seemed to be on the verge of extinguishing. This battle seemed to have damaged its foundation. Chapter 1975. The infant Wanfeng was destined to have no way to escape. Under the watchful eyes of so many cultivators, where could it escape to? The only question left was who would be able to subdue it. However, seeing that no one was willing to back down, Xianxia was certain no one would be able to come to a good conclusion in a short time. Sure enough, the surviving cultivator argued for an hour without coming up with any good countermeasures. The situation was still deadlocked, and the atmosphere gradually froze as if a second battle was about to break out. Throughout the entire process, the infant Wanfeng lay on the ground, letting out a soft cry. Xianxia, who was hiding 30 kilometers away, frowned, no longer having the patience to continue waiting. Once these people reached a consensus on who the Wanfeng belonged to, the next target would most likely be Xiaoqi. After all, her value did not seem to be any less than the infant Wanfeng. Just as Xianxia was about to withdraw from this place, he suddenly felt his skin tighten as a sense of crisis and horror welled up in his heart. This made him frown, not knowing what had happened to cause him to feel this way. Turning his head to the other side, Xianxia saw that Xiaoqi also seemed to be aware of this and was looking around furtively. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It was as if dark clouds had covered the sun overhead, casting a huge shadow over the earth. At the same time, the temperature of the air suddenly rose. The lush trees around clear Jade Mountain began to wither and burn. Screech! Above his head, a resounding and sharp screech resounded through the sky. Xianxia was startled and looked up. The next moment, he froze in place. In the sky, an existence that looked exactly the same as the infant Wanfeng was flapping its wings as it flew overhead. However, this existence was countless times larger than the infant Wanfeng, as if it was an enlarged version of the infant Wanfeng. Wherever it passed, even the sky was left burning marks. Space shattered as an unimaginably huge pressure descended like a collapsing mountain, suppressing Xianxia so much that his bones creaked. Wanfeng, an ancient divine spirit? Xianxia exclaimed. This was a truly mature Wanfeng, a powerful existence that only appeared in legends, a peerless overlord that could contend with a true dragon. Xianxia groaned inwardly. Although he had already guessed that there would be a young Wanfeng, he had no idea. Then there must be a mature Wanfeng, but he never imagined that a mature Wanfeng would appear in front of him. Xianxia was almost unable to move due to the deterrence of its huge body, not to mention the pitch-black flames burning all over its body. Those were black flames that could destroy an entire world. His eyes trembled violently. He wanted to move his fingers, but he found that he was completely powerless. He could only watch as the Wanfeng flew over his head. Screech! 30 kilometers away, the young Wanfeng let out an anxious cry and stood up with its weak body. He was like a lost child who had finally found his parents. It kept chirping in response to the sky. Hall Master Luo, Elder Jiu, Xianxia, and the others all froze in place when the shadow that covered the light descended upon them. Everyone knew that a great disaster was imminent, and large beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. Everyone desperately pushed their strength, tried to escape from this place as quickly as possible. However, under the suppression of an ancient divine spirit, they were like children, unable to withstand a single blow. Even the Tao Source Realm Masters were like this, so the Origin Kings and Origin Returning Realm Masters were even worse off. There were even a few weaker Origin Returning Realm Masters who vomited blood and died. The Wanfeng circled in the air, as if it had seen the miserable state of its child. Its eyes suddenly turned crimson red, and a violent aura escaped from its body, sweeping in all directions. Stopping mid-air, it opened its mouth wide, its abdomen slightly contracting and expanding as it sent out a tsunami of black flames. No! Hall Master Luo could only shout out this one word before he was incinerated by the black flames and turned into nothingness. Wherever the black flames passed, nothing remained. None of the more than 200 cultivators who survived were able to escape this calamity. All of them burned to death, their souls extinguished. The black flames soared into the sky, and even from 100 kilometers away, they could still be seen clearly. These flames seemed to want to incinerate even the heavens and earth, a ferocious sight to behold. The ground was scorched, and not a single blade of grass grew. The area within a radius of 5 kilometers had turned into a dead zone, and this dead zone was still spreading out at an extremely fast speed. 30 kilometers away, Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the black flames rapidly burn towards him. He no longer dared to hesitate and pushed his golden divine dragon source to resist the violent pressure coming from the Wanfeng, allowing him to regain some of his freedom. In the next moment, he summoned the sealed world bead and hid inside it. The moment Xianxia's figure disappeared, the black flames burned through the place he was hiding. If he had been just a moment slower, he would have followed in the footsteps of Hall Master Luo and the others. Shit! As soon as he hid inside the sealed world bead, Xianxia suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about Mo Xiaoqi. Although Mo Xiaoqi had powerful artifacts, in front of the peerless flames of an ancient divine spirit, she would not be able to resist. Just now, he had been in too much of a hurry to consider Mo Xiaoqi's situation. Now that he thought about it, even if he had gone out to save her, it would have been too late. Xianxia could not help feeling a little annoyed. Although he and Mo Xiaoqi did not have much of a friendship, this simple-minded girl had no ulterior motives, so Xianxia felt a little guilty for letting her die in these black flames. Hopefully, the heavens will help the worthy, Xianxia thought to himself, although he knew that the possibility of this happening was slim. Clear Jade Mountain was burning, and a black light enveloped a radius of 100 kilometers, destroying all living creatures. At this moment, the figure of the Wanfeng that was flying in the sky swayed. Suddenly, it transformed into a young woman, her hair tied up in a bun, her temperament cold, and her clothes luxurious. Her pair of beautiful eyes did not contain the slightest emotion. There was only a cold, murderous intent. Only when she looked at the young Wanfeng on the ground did she reveal a rare trace of gentleness. The young Wanfeng also turned at this moment and suddenly transformed into a child who looked only 3 or 4 years old with a sky-piercing spear on his head. He looked like a tiger. The young woman stretched out her hand, and an inexplicable force wrapped around the child and pulled him in front of her. The young woman glared fiercely at the child, as if blaming him. The child, however, giggled and crawled into the young woman's arms. He assumed a comfortable position, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The young woman sighed faintly. Hugging the child with one hand, she disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Before leaving, her brow furrowed as she glanced in the direction Xianxia had been, seemingly a little confused. After a full 10 days, Xianxia quietly ran out of the sealed world bead. As soon as he appeared, he felt an unbearable heat coming from all directions. And this was not just heat, but also a kind of power that seemed to be able to burn one's soul. Xianxia was shocked and quickly flew up. Looking down, he couldn't help feeling frightened. At this moment, on clear Jade Mountain, with the battlefield as the center, black flames were burning in a radius of 100 kilometers. Although 10 days had passed, there were still no signs of them extinguishing, especially the 10-kilometer radius in the center, where the black flames gave off a world-destroying aura. It had probably been hundreds or thousands of years. It was impossible for anything to grow in that place. There were no corpses on the ground either, all of them having been burned clean, not even leaving behind a speck of dust. Looking at the place where Mo Xiaoqi had been hiding, Xianxia couldn't help feeling sad. There, it seemed to have been affected by the black flames, as the burning flames were particularly dark. Xianxia had long since disappeared. That girl, I'm afraid she's already dead. Yang Kai thought to himself. If there had been a chance at that time, he would definitely not have left her in the lurch. But at that time, he was not close to Xianxia, and life or death could have been decided in an instant. So he didn't have time to think too much. Is this fate? If he hadn't been stabbed by Xianxia, they wouldn't have been so far apart. If she had been by his side at that time, Yang Kai could have taken her to hide in the sealed world bead. Shaking his head, Yang Kai was about to leave this place. But at that moment, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something and turned his eyes in a certain direction. Over there seemed to be something left behind. In front of the Luanfeng's world, extinguishing black flames. Anything that could remain was definitely not ordinary. Yang Kai smiled happily and hurriedly flew over. Only when he got closer did he really see what it was. It was actually a feather, about 2 meters long, but it was not black and instead exuded a fiery red glow as it lay quietly in a corner. A Luanfeng feather. Yang Kai raised his brow and hurriedly stepped forward. He did not dare to reach out rashly and instead released his golden blood thread to hold it in front of him. Unexpectedly, this Luanfeng feather was not burning hot. Through the golden blood thread, Yang Kai could feel that it was not a thread at the moment, as if it was just an ordinary object. But if he probed it carefully, he could feel that this feather contained a terrifying aura. This is a good thing. A divine spirit feather, if given to an excellent artifact refiner, would definitely be able to refine an extraordinary artifact, possibly even an emperor artifact. After all, this was already a top-grade artifact refining material. Yang Kai examined it for a moment before happily putting it away. This trip to Clear Jade Mountain had not been completely fruitless. He had obtained the ice attribute purple-green dual swords from Xianxia and picked up a Luanfeng feather. Compared to the time he had spent on this trip, this harvest was already extremely generous. It's just a pity for Xianxia. Yang Kai sighed secretly, adjusted his mood, and flew out. His goal was Maplewood City. When he arrived in the Star Boundary, he was caught by Ko Wu and forced to enter the Blue Feather sect. Yang Kai had not had time to experience the many wonders of the Star Boundary yet, so he was still looking forward to visiting the nearby Maplewood City. He was only a third-order Origin King now, and the strength in his body had not been completely transformed into Source Chi, so he did not even have the qualifications to break through to the Tao Source realm. So his top priority now was to transform his strength. Chapter 1976. Maplewood City was more prosperous than any city Yang Kai had seen in the Homestar territory. Even Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Water Sky City could not compare. But in the Star Boundary, it was merely one of the countless obscure cities. Even in the entire southern region, it couldn't be considered to be very eye-catching. Yang Kai's horizons were truly broadened. The only thing he despised was that he had to pay 10 low-rank source crystals to enter the city. This made him feel extremely distressed. He was no longer in the Homestar territory. Every source crystal was extremely precious to him, so he naturally did not dare to use it casually. The source crystals he had were all found in the space rings of the Blue Feather Sect disciples. There were not many of them, only a few thousand. Originally, there were 4 space rings and even a first-order Tao Source Realm Cultivators ring. However, Yang Kai gave 3 to Lu Xianyun and only kept 1 for himself. In addition to the few thousand source crystals, there were only 2 low-grade artifacts in the ring. There were also some miscellaneous materials that were not of much use. After entering Maplewood City, he did not rush to find a place to live. Instead, he walked around and listened to the conversations of the surrounding cultivator to obtain information that would be beneficial to him. After a day, he gained a lot. Just as he had expected, the cultivators in Maplewood City weren't very strong. Even some of the small forces in the surrounding area didn't have powerful masters overseeing them. City Lord Duan Yuanshan was a second-order Tao Source Realm Master, and the 2 Vice City Lords were first-order Tao Source Realm Cultivators. The 3 of them jointly governed the entire Maplewood City. As for the small families in the city, only the Jiang family had an old ancestor from the First Order Tao Source Realm. There was no other Tao Source Realm cultivator. Most of the surrounding small forces only had a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Only Raging Fire Temple had a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. They could vaguely compete with the City Lord's mansion in Maplewood City. However, Yangkai knew that the Raging Fire Temple's Hall Master Luo had already died in the Clear Jade Mountain. It would not be long before he died. The power structure of Maplewood City was about to change. The tragedy in Clear Jade Mountain had already spread to Maplewood City. It was even spreading to the entire Southern Territory at an extremely fast speed. After all, the appearance of the Holy Spirit Wanfeng would most likely attract the attention of many powerhouses. Of course, this wasn't what Yangkai needed to care about. What he cared about was whether or not Maplewood City could become his temporary foothold. Now, it seemed that this place was not bad. If there wasn't a powerful cultivator, it meant that he wouldn't encounter too big of a threat. He had plenty of time to slowly grow. After gathering enough information, Yangkai decided to stay in Maplewood City for the time being. At the very least, he had to convert the energy in his body into source chi before making any other plans. When night fell, he came to a side hall beside the City Lord's mansion. He found the personnel on duty in the City Lord's mansion to handle his identity, token, and various procedures. After a while, he spent more than 3,000 origin crystals, which made Yangkai grit his teeth in pain. However, although the cost was high, he could live in Maplewood City with peace of mind for a year. Moreover, he also had a good cave residence. This cave residence was built by the City Lord's mansion of Maplewood City. Any foreign cultivator could rent it, but depending on the quality of the cave residence, the fee needed to be paid was different. Yangkai was not stingy in this regard, because he knew that the speed of cultivation was inseparable from a good environment, so he directly rented a good cave residence. Leaving the side hall took a lot of twists and turns. He inquired about the location of the cave residence. Finally, he came to the place where he settled down. Using his identity token to open the cave residence, Yangkai entered. Although it was called a cave residence, it was actually just a well-built house with a lot of good restrictions inside, to prevent outsiders from peeping. Yangkai walked around inside and found that it was not bad. The world energy in the cave residence was much richer than in the city. It seemed that some kind of spirit array was used to gather world energy. There were also several rooms with different functions for Yangkai to use. He did not have many requirements in this regard, as long as he could have a place to stay. The night passed silently. Yangkai just sat cross-legged in meditation, converting his source chi while recovering his spirit. The next day, he came out of the cave residence. Walking on the street, looking at the various cultivator and the people coming and going on the street, Yangkai's thoughts flew. When he first entered the Star Territory, his mood was almost the same as now. He was full of curiosity and the desire to explore everything. Step by step, he grew from a weak person to a strong one. If he could do it that time, he could definitely do it now. Thinking so, Yangkai's gaze became firm. But I don't know how my two great helpers, Ai, Gui Zhu, and the others are doing and where they are. If I'm not separated from them, it would be better to work with them than to work alone. Yangkai shook his head and did not think too much about it, walking straight ahead. Not long after, he stopped in front of a shop called Spirit Pill Plaza. After pondering for a moment, he walked in directly. The shop assistant opposite him immediately bowed and greeted him. What would this guest like? I'm not bragging, but our Spirit Pill Plaza has everything you need. The prices are fair, and we don't cheat anyone. We guarantee that you will have the spirit pills you need. Also, let me tell you a secret. We have a share of the City Lord's shares, so you don't have to worry about buying fake goods here. The waiter had a mysterious look on his face as he lowered his voice. Yangkai smiled faintly. He knew that this old man must have said this to every guest who came here. However, this Spirit Pill Plaza really was owned by the City Lord. In Maplewood City, this old man didn't dare to speak nonsense. Otherwise, even if he had several lives, it wouldn't be enough. I'm not here to buy spirit pills. Yangkai waved his hand. Then what would this guest like? The shop assistant had a good temper and smiled. We only sell spirit pills here, nothing else. Do you have pill recipes? Yangkai raised his brow. The shop assistant frowned and forced a smile. I really can't decide. Would this guest like to wait for a moment while I ask the shopkeeper? Xianxia nodded. The shop assistant immediately turned around and went inside. The reason why Xianxia came to buy pill recipes was entirely related to his experience during the month he spent in Blue Feather Sect performing alchemy. Although he was very popular in Blue Feather Sect when he was performing alchemy and was sought after by many Blue Feather Sect disciples, Xianxia had never even heard of the pills a cultivator would ask him to refine, let alone refine them. After all, the materials and products of the Star Boundary were much richer than those of the hometown Star's territory. Many herbs that could not be found in the Star Boundary's territory could be found everywhere in the Star Boundary, which promoted the development of alchemy in the Star Boundary. Countless different pill recipes were born. With Xianxia's knowledge of alchemy, it was enough to use in the Star Boundary's territory, but it was somewhat lacking in the Star Boundary. If he wanted to cultivate, he had to earn source crystals, and the only way he could think of was to resume his old profession of alchemy. Perfecting his own pill recipes was a preparatory work. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of chopping firewood. Moreover, Xianxia was in urgent need of a pill recipe, the source condensing pill. The role of the source condensing pill was to help an Origin King Realm cultivator transform their Saint Qi into source Qi, and it was very popular among Origin King cultivators. After all, once one's strength reached this level, it was extremely difficult to break through. Not only did it require a variety of opportunities, but it also required the accumulation of time. However, compared to breaking through to the next realm, transforming one's Saint Qi into Source Qi could also improve one's combat power. An Origin King Realm cultivator naturally needed a large number of source condensing pills to help shorten the time it took to transform their Saint Qi. When Xianxia broke through to the Third Order Origin King Realm, the starlight of his body had been exhausted, so the speed at which he could transform his Saint Qi into Source Qi had suddenly slowed down. If he wanted to increase the speed, he could only start with source condensing pills. Moreover, this kind of pill was extremely popular among Origin King Realm cultivator and was very expensive. The materials were not too difficult to find, so as long as Xianxia could buy the pill recipe for this kind of spirit pill, he could refine it freely. Even if he only refined source condensing pills, Xianxia felt that he could make a lot of money. While waiting, Xianxia wandered around Spirit Pill Plaza and saw many spirit pills that he had never heard of before, each with strange effects that greatly interested him. As an alchemist, Xianxia naturally had a desire for pill recipes, so he was secretly thinking about how to ask someone to buy the pill recipe. Not long after, the shop assistant returned with a smile on his face. "Honored guest, our shopkeeper invites you in for a chat." Xianxia raised his brow, looking a little surprised. After all, he was just here to buy a pill recipe and had never met the shopkeeper before, so why was he being so enthusiastic? However, after thinking about it carefully, Xianxia nodded and said, "Good, I'll have to trouble you. This way, please." The shop assistant eagerly led the way, and soon he brought Xianxia to a side room. He gestured to him before bowing and retreating. Xianxia raised his hand and knocked on the door. An old voice immediately called out from inside, "Please come in." Pushing the door open and entering, Xianxia was greeted by the smell of sandalwood and simple decorations. An old man was standing there with his hands behind his back, and after seeing Xianxia, he quickly cupped his fist with a smile and said, "This old man is Spirit Pill Plaza shopkeeper, Kong Si Ran. May I know honored guest's name?" "Xianxia greets shopkeeper Kong." Xianxia smiled and returned the greeting. Kong Si Ran nodded and looked Xianxia up and down, his eyes lighting up as he said, "Young Master Yang is young and promising." Xianxia naturally knew that Kong Si Ran had seen through his cultivation, and Kong Si Ran was also a Third Order Origin King cultivator. However, Xianxia could feel that the strength in his body was very pure and not chaotic. Obviously, all of it had been transformed into Source Qi, and if there was an opportunity, he might even be able to break through to the Dao Source realm. Since the other party praised him so highly, Xianxia was naturally modest. "Come, young Master Yang, please sit down and try the rain maple initial stamen that this old master personally stir-fried. As Kong Si Ran spoke, he enthusiastically poured a cup of steaming tea for Yang Kai, and in an instant, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Kong Si Ran pushed the teacup in front of Yang Kai and gestured for him to taste it. Chapter 1977. Inside the room, Yang Kai took a seat but didn't rush to touch the tea in front of him. The shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza was a bit too enthusiastic, which made him feel like he was being unaccountably solicitous, so Yang Kai showed the necessary caution. Kong Si Ran obviously noticed this as well, but he didn't care and simply smiled lightly. I heard that customer is here to buy pill recipes. Yang Kai nodded. Kong Si Ran's eyes lit up as he asked, so, customer is an alchemist? Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, while selling things, do you also inquire about the details of your customers? There was an element of blame in these words, but Kong Si Ran didn't get angry and instead apologized. Young Master Yang, please don't take offense, this old master was wrong. This old master will offer you tea instead of wine as an apology. As he spoke, he really finished the tea in his cup in one gulp. Wiping the water from his chin, he said, if customer is really an alchemist, and if your alchemist grade is high enough, this old master can give you any pill recipe you need. What do you mean? Yang Kai was confused. Kong Si Ran smiled bitterly when he heard this, but did not answer immediately, seemingly choosing his words carefully. After a while, he said, since that's the case, this old master will get straight to the point. Please speak, shopkeeper Kong. Actually, it's like this. Kong Si Ran pondered for a moment. Our Spirit Pill Plaza is currently lacking in alchemists. If customer is an Origin King grade alchemist or above, this old master would like to hire customer as an alchemist of our Spirit Pill Plaza. This old master has two proposals for you to choose from. Either you will be given a certain amount of monthly salary, or you will receive a commission from our Spirit Pill Plaza. Everything is up to you. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. Your Spirit Pill Plaza doesn't have enough alchemists. To be honest, Kong Si Ran seemed to have been worried about this for a while. Now that he saw a glimmer of hope, he had no intention of hiding it. Our pill shop originally had 3 alchemists, but 2 of them left a while ago. Now, there is only 1 person left, and the spirit pills he refined are not enough to make ends meet. But you can rest assured that if our Spirit Pill Plaza has any pill recipes, you can check them out. This old man will never hide them. This answer couldn't help but make Yang Kai a little excited. After all, he didn't have many source crystals on hand right now. Perhaps he would only be able to buy 1 or 2 ordinary pill recipes. As for the source condensing pill recipe, it would definitely be incomparably expensive. With his current financial resources, he definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. Originally, he had only planned to inquire about the price of the pill recipe before raising the source crystals to buy it. He hadn't expected to encounter such a pleasant surprise in the Spirit Pill Plaza. Yang Kai calmly asked, why did the 2 alchemists suddenly leave? Could it be that shopkeeper Kong didn't pay enough? How could there be such a thing? Kong Si Ran smiled bitterly. This old man has always been fair in doing business in Maplewood City. He is an honest man, and the price that the Spirit Pill Plaza offered to his alchemists was definitely not low. It's just that people want to go higher. Who wants to go lower? This is an immutable truth. In the face of greater benefits, it is only natural for them to choose to leave the Spirit Pill Plaza. Listening to what he said, Yang Kai understood a little. He's been poached. Kong Si Ran heard this, and a trace of annoyance appeared on his face. Nodding, he said, indeed, our Spirit Pill Plaza is actually the property of Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce, and the Pill Pavilion across the street is the business of 7 Glory's Chamber of Commerce. It is only natural that they would target us. Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce? 7 Glory's Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai frowned. Customer hasn't heard of it? This time, it was Kong Si Ran's turn to be surprised. Kai Yang smiled awkwardly and shook his head. Kong Si Ran was stunned for a while. He did not expect that Yang Kai, a third-order Origin King, would not have heard of these 2 great chambers of commerce. After all, in the Southern Territory, besides the Supreme Overlord Star Soul Palace, The great forces below them were Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce and Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai's strength was not low, so how could he not have heard of them? But in the end, Kangxi Ran was a businessman and was very good at reading people's expressions. In order to avoid embarrassing Yang Kai, he quickly smiled and said, "It seems that customer is a cultivator. No wonder your cultivation is not inferior to this old man's at such a young age. This old man admires you." Yang Kai gave a hollow laugh but did not answer. However, from the information revealed by Kangxi Ran, it seemed that these two chambers of commerce had a hostile relationship. This was not difficult to understand. After all, peers were enemies. Since they were all doing business, it was natural for them to compete. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce had offered a higher price to poach two of Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemists, causing Spirit Pill Plaza to be in an awkward situation. Without enough alchemists, there would naturally not be enough spirit pills. Over time, it was likely that no one would patronize Spirit Pill Plaza anymore. Kangxi Ran, as the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza, was naturally anxious about this situation. These days, Yang Kai had been looking for suitable alchemists to recruit into the Spirit Pill Plaza, but Maplewood City wasn't a big city in the Star Boundary. Even if there were alchemists, they would already belong to someone else. Therefore, even if he hired low-level alchemists, they wouldn't be of much use. This was why he was so enthusiastic about Yang Kai. When he heard that Yang Kai was here to buy pill recipes, he immediately asked the shop assistant to invite him in. Those who would buy pill recipes were undoubtedly alchemists. An ordinary cultivator would not care about pill recipes at all. They only needed to collect materials and pay enough to hire an alchemist to refine pills. "Dare I ask, what is customer's alchemist grade?" Kangxi Ran explained his predicament before looking at Yang Kai nervously and expectantly. If Yang Kai's alchemist grade was not high, then there was no need for him to waste any time with Yang Kai. Yang Kai thought about it and said, "I have no problem refining Origin King grade spirit pills." His answer was not complete, and there was some concealment, but it was enough to satisfy Kangxi Ran. Hearing Yang Kai admit that he was an Origin King grade alchemist, Kangxi Ran was extremely excited, his eyes filled with sincerity. Before he could speak, Yang Kai said, "Shopkeeper Kong, there is no need to say anything more. I only perform alchemy because I need source crystals. It is a way to make money, and it can also be regarded as a form of cultivation. I will not continue to perform alchemy for long. Perhaps one day I will stop. Shopkeeper Kong should find someone better qualified." The other party's attitude was very sincere, and Yang Kai did not want to hide anything, so he spoke bluntly. After all, for Yang Kai, alchemy was just a means of cultivation, and he would not invest too much energy and time into it. If he agreed to Kangxi Ran's request, it would be tantamount to selling himself to Spirit Pill Plaza, and his time and freedom would be limited in the future. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. "You won't be able to perform alchemy for long." Kangxi Ran was stunned for a moment, but immediately smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as customer can help this old master with alchemy for 3 months. No, 2 months will be enough. This old master will not delay your cultivation too much." "Only 2 months?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. In fact, this old master has already reported the situation here to the Chamber of Commerce's headquarters, and they have agreed to transfer 2 alchemists here, but it will still take some time. After all, the journey is long, and this is a small place, so the headquarters will not pay too much attention. It will take about 2 months, so customer only needs to help this old master through these 2 months. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Customer, what do you think? Do you want to think about it carefully?" Kangxi Ran asked nervously. He had been tormented by this matter for some time now, and now that a suitable person had been sent to him, he was not willing to miss this opportunity. "If it is 2 months, I can give it a try, but Shopkeeper Kong, the pill recipes of your esteemed Chamber of Commerce." Before Yang Kai could finish, Kangxi Ran waved his hand boldly and said, "If customer really becomes one of us, you can naturally investigate those pill recipes at will and even copy them. Can I ask what pill recipes are available? Are there source condensing pills among them?" Almost every pill shop has a pill recipe for source condensing pills, but because each shop is different, there will be some small differences in pill recipes. Why? Since customer is an Origin King grade alchemist, does he not know how to refine source condensing pills? Kong Si Ran suddenly felt a little uneasy, wondering if Xianxia was talking nonsense just now. Which Origin King grade alchemist did not have a pill recipe for source condensing pills? This was the pill that an Origin King realm cultivator needed the most. Xianxia smiled awkwardly and could only say, "The place where I came from is relatively remote, and there is no powerful cultivator, so..." Although this explanation was full of loopholes, it was still a reasonable explanation. Kong Si Ran did not try to get to the bottom of this matter, as it was annoying. "Shopkeeper Kong, please give me a list of the pill shops owned by your esteemed Chamber of Commerce. I will go back and consider it carefully. If possible, I will definitely come back in 3 days." Xianxia did not rashly agree to Kong Si Ran's request. After all, he was not familiar with the Spirit Pill Plaza or Kong Si Ran himself, so who knew if he was a hypocrite? It was always right to be careful. Very well, then this old master will wait for customers' arrival. Please consider it as soon as possible. Our Spirit Pill Plaza supply of pills is currently running out. Kong Si Ran knew that this matter could not be rushed, so he could only agree to Xianxia's request. Immediately, he sorted out a list of pill recipes and handed it to Xianxia. After bidding farewell to Kong Si Ran, Xianxia did not return to his residence, but instead continued to wander around the city. Every time he saw a shop selling spirit pills, he would go in and ask about it. Although he had already negotiated with Kong Si Ran, Xianxia still wanted to try to buy pill recipes from other places. After all, if he could do it alone, it would be better than taking a cut from Spirit Pill Plaza, and the profits he could obtain would be much greater. Of course, there were also some benefits to cooperating with Spirit Pill Plaza, such as a fixed source of customers, sufficient materials, and no need to worry about sales channels. Both had their advantages and disadvantages. Chapter 1978. Late at night, Xianxia returned to his residence with a gloomy look on his face. Today's trip hadn't gone very smoothly. Although he had visited a lot of shops, those shops either treated their pill recipes as precious treasures and wouldn't easily show them to outsiders, or they would offer sky-high prices that Xianxia couldn't do anything about. Moreover, the pill recipes these shops were willing to sell were all obscure pill recipes that were basically useless. As for the truly useful and popular pill recipes, they wouldn't sell them at all. Of course, Xianxia wasn't going to be taken advantage of. He could understand the practices of these shops. The pill recipes of each shop were refined by many alchemists and could be considered their own trade secrets. So how could they easily show them to outsiders? As such, he had to carefully consider Kong Si Ran's proposal. Over the next 2 days, nothing happened. On the 3rd day, Xianxia came to Spirit Pill Plaza again. Kong Si Ran seemed to have instructed him to do, so as soon as the shop assistant saw Xianxia, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "Master, you're here. Please come in. The shopkeeper has been waiting for you for a long time." Xianxia nodded lightly and motioned for him to lead the way. Entering the same room as last time, Kong Si Ran saw that Xianxia was as punctual and trustworthy as he had previously promised. His old face bloomed with a smile as he warmly invited Xianxia to take a seat. After pouring some tea for Xianxia, Kong Si Ran took out a piece of paper from his space ring and handed it to Xianxia. "This is the list of pill recipes young Master Yang requested. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied." Xianxia thanked him before taking the pill recipe list and browsing through it. After just a glance, Xianxia's eyes couldn't help lighting up. That was because there were 40 to 50 types of pill formulas in the pill formula catalog. Looking carefully at them one by one, Xianxia found that the first one was the source condensing pill he had requested. Although Xianxia had already mastered most of the pill recipes, they were still not fixed. However, things like pill recipes weren't fixed. Depending on the geographical environment and the production of resources, they would be distributed in different regions. A pill recipe could be derived from many different versions, and the effects of the spirit pills refined would also be somewhat different. Therefore, even if he had already mastered the pill recipes, he could learn from the experience of the Spirit Pill Plaza's pill recipes and improve them. It was not completely worthless. Out of the 40 to 50 types of pill recipes, there were only about a dozen that he didn't have. However, Xianxia was very satisfied with this result. He nodded and put the paper down. Kong Si Ran's pair of fiery golden eyes had been carefully observing the situation. How could he not know that Xianxia was already tempted? He immediately asked, "Young Master Yang, are you satisfied with the catalog this old man provided?" Xianxia smiled faintly. "Shopkeeper Kong is too kind. These pill recipes are not easy to come by, right?" Kong Si Ran smiled and said, "Young Master Yang's vision is indeed sharp. Only a small portion of these pill recipes are owned by our pill square. The rest were obtained by this old master from some old friends and are not trade secrets. Therefore, young Master Yang need not worry about it. You have so many different kinds of spirit pills? Does this mean that if I were to refine pills here, I would need to refine all of these pills?" No, no, no. Kong Si Ran quickly waved his hand. The pills our pill square mainly sells are the top 15 spirit pills on this catalog. We do not sell the rest, mainly because there are not many cultivators demand them, so there's not much profit to be made. In particular, source condensing pills are the top priority of our pill square. It is not that this old master wants to boast, but the source condensing pills produced by our pill square are at least 10% better. Compared to the source condensing pills on the market, the effects of our pill square are at least 10% better. It is highly sought after by all cultivators in Maplewood City. Why is that? Xianxia was extremely surprised. In fact, he had noticed before that many cultivators who came to Spirit Pill Square to buy pills needed source condensing pills, and these cultivators were all Origin Realm cultivators. Without a doubt, all of them were Origin Kings. Hearing this, Kong Si Ran smiled proudly. Stroking his beard, he said calmly, "Because our source condensing pill recipes were personally improved by Grandmaster Huang Pu from the headquarters." After saying so, Kong Si Ran seemed to realize that Xianxia was a little ignorant and quickly added, "Grandmaster Huang Pu is an emperor-grade alchemist who enjoys a high reputation throughout the star boundary." Xianxia was shocked when he heard this. Only now did he understand why Spirit Pill Square's source condensing pills were so popular. It turned out that the pill recipes were personally improved by an emperor-grade alchemist, so it was only natural that their effects were better than those of others. However, this was good news for Xianxia, because what he needed the most now was source condensing pills. Refining pills with a pill recipe improved by an emperor-grade alchemist would naturally be of great help to him. Perhaps he could even learn some mysteries from this pill recipe. Young Master Yang, this old master will be frank. I wonder if young Master Yang. Kong Si Ran looked at Xianxia with a smile. At this moment, he was no longer as anxious as before, because he could tell from Xianxia's demeanor and tone that Xianxia would be joining Spirit Pill Square for the time being. Sure enough, as expected, Xianxia nodded and said, "It is this Yang's honor to be able to perform alchemy for your esteemed Spirit Pill Square. I will have to trouble Shopkeeper Kong to take care of this Yang for the next 2 months." Good, good. Kong Si Ran laughed heartily, the haze that had covered his face for the past few days finally sweeping away, putting him in a good mood. The current situation of Spirit Pill Square could be said to be strapped for cash. Because source condensing pills were selling well, Spirit Pill Square had a steady stream of customers. Previously, there were 3 Origin King grade alchemists in charge, so the pills they refined could barely keep up with the sales. But after 2 of them were poached by 7 Glory's Chamber of Commerce's Pill Pavilion, the remaining 1 had to work overtime to refine pills desperately, but still couldn't make ends meet. Now, Spirit Pill Square's source condensing pills were in short supply, causing many old customers who came to buy pills to complain. Doing business was about maintaining a steady flow, and once there was a lack of supply, it was very likely that one would lose many customers, which was a fatal blow to Spirit Pill Square. Now that Xianxia had joined them, although things wouldn't return to normal immediately, they could at least breathe a sigh of relief. All that was left was to survive the next 2 months. As long as he waited for the 2 alchemists from the headquarters to arrive, everything would be fine. Young Master Yang, this old man is a businessman, so he will speak his mind. If I have offended you in any way, I will not offend you. If there is any offense, I hope young Master Yang can forgive me, After the great joy, Kong Si Ran suddenly became solemn again. Shopkeeper Kong, please speak freely. Good. Young Master Yang can study these pill recipes and even copy them. However, you cannot disclose them to others, especially the source condensing pill recipes. This old man needs Yang Kai to sign a contract with me using his soul brand. I wonder if young Master Yang can agree? Naturally. Yang Kai nodded readily. Very good. Then I asked young Master Yang to see if this contract needs to be changed. Kong Si Ran was already prepared and directly took out the prepared contract from his space ring. Yang Kai didn't know what this contract was made of, but he could vaguely sense a trace of energy fluctuation from it. Yang Kai took it and read it carefully. The responsibilities and obligations of both parties were written in detail on the contract, especially the problems with the pill recipes. Yang Kai was not allowed to disclose the secrets of those pill recipes. After a long time, Yang Kai nodded and said, no problem. Kong Si Ran said, then I asked young Master Yang to brand this contract with this old man's soul brand. That should be enough. Saying so, he took the initiative to release his divine sense and brand it onto the contract. Although Yang Kai had never done this before, with Kong Si Ran's demonstration, he was able to quickly learn. When the two soul imprints were completely branded into the contract suddenly lit up without any flames. As the contract burned, a trace of inexplicable power split into two and poured into Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran's knowledge seas. Unknowingly, Kai Yang felt that there was an inexplicable barrier in his knowledge sea. Normally, this barrier had no effect on him, but if he tried to reveal something that he shouldn't, he would inevitably suffer a backlash from this barrier. This thing is quite mysterious. Yang Kai thought to himself. He didn't know which master had developed this, but it was undoubtedly of great help to those who did business. Kong Si Ran knew that Yang Kai didn't know much, so he took the initiative to explain. This kind of soul contract originated from the Serene Soul Palace. It was developed by the great emperors of the Serene Soul. The Serene Soul Palace is one of the great emperors of the 10 great emperors. This kind of soul contract can guarantee the integrity of both parties. If young Master Yang goes out in the future and has no choice but to cooperate with a stranger, this kind of soul contract can be signed. However, the value of this thing is not low. A single one costs at least 150,000 low-rank source crystals, and it is extremely difficult to obtain. So expensive. Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked. He had only earned 30,000 low-rank source crystals a month in Blue Feather Sect, but 150,000 meant that it would take him 5 months to refine a single soul contract, and even then, he might not necessarily be able to buy it. Haha. This old master soul contract was inadvertently obtained in his early years, Kong Si Ran said with a pained expression. Although he was reluctant to use his soul contract, in order to protect Spirit Pill Plaza, Kong Si Ran had no other choice. Alchemist Yang, please take care of me for the next 2 months. Kong Si Ran put away his pained expression and cupped his fist to Yang Kai with a warm smile. Likewise, Yang Kai replied. Good. Since we have signed a soul contract, let's talk about the remuneration, Kong Si Ran said before sitting down. The soul contract just now only guaranteed that Yang Kai would not leak the pill recipe. The remuneration was not written on it. This required Kong Si Ran and Yang Kai to discuss in detail. At that moment, however, there was a knock on the door from outside. Kong Si Ran frowned and shouted coldly, "What is it?" He had clearly ordered that he would be discussing an important matter with Yang Kai today, and that no one was to disturb them. But he had not expected that there would still be an insensible waiter, which made him very annoyed. "Manager, this is bad. Alchemist Fan is about to leave our pill shop." The panicked voice of the shop assistant came from outside the door. "What?" Kong Si Ran stood up abruptly, his face pale and stunned, obviously very surprised. "Shopkeeper, please go and take a look. Alchemist Fan says he's leaving." How preposterous! Kong Si Ran was furious and hurriedly rushed out, but when he reached the door, he suddenly remembered Yang Kai and asked, "Will Alchemist Yang come with me?" "Can I?" "Naturally. You are no longer an outsider." Chapter 1979. Kong Si Ran had not been having a good time in the past month. His opponent, Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Alchemy Pavilion, was despicable and shameless, disregarding the ethics of the industry and poaching 2 of his alchemist pillars. If Spirit Pill Plaza really closed down because of this matter, his future in Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce would come to an end. He had finally found Xianxia and had just signed a soul contract with him, hoping to become the second alchemist of Spirit Pill Plaza to stabilize the situation. He had not expected that at this critical juncture, news of Alchemist Fan's departure would appear. If Alchemist Fan really left, then the situation he had worked so hard to salvage was very likely to tilt again, and his future would be bleak. He was so anxious that his throat burned as he led Xianxia to the backyard. But before he arrived, he heard Fan Hong shouting, "Who dares to stop me? This fan won't do it. Get out of my way. If you don't blame this fan for being impolite." In the backyard, a few shop assistants were trying to persuade him, but they were still unable to stop Fan Hong. Kong Si Ran heard this and knew that the situation was not good. So he quickly sped up and arrived at the backyard in the blink of an eye, only to see Fan Hong's angry face and surging strength, as if he was about to fight. But after seeing Kong Si Ran, Fan Hong frowned, and a trace of guilt flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Alchemist Fan, what are you doing?" Although Kong Si Ran was annoyed that Fan Hong was causing trouble at this time, he did not dare to speak too harshly and could only ask with a sullen face. Fan Hong sighed. He said, "Shopkeeper Kong, this fan is sorry, but this fan has made up his mind to leave. Please forgive me, Shopkeeper Kong." Is Alchemist Fan dissatisfied that this Kong did not pay enough? Or perhaps someone else offered a better price? If so, we could discuss it. Kong Si Ran knew that the most important thing now was to figure out why Fan Hong wanted to leave Spirit Pill Plaza so that they could find the right remedy. "Shopkeeper Kong is insulting this fan. Ever since I came to Maplewood City, I have been working in the Spirit Pill Plaza and have been refining pills for the Spirit Pill Plaza for 10 years. This fan has long regarded this place as his home, so even if someone else offers a higher price, this fan will not covet it." Fan Hong put on an impassioned look, as if Kong Si Ran's words were insulting him. Kong Si Ran smiled bitterly. If that's not the reason, why did Alchemist Fan suddenly decide to leave? Fan Hong heaved a sigh and opened his mouth to say, "Shopkeeper Kong, this recent month, this fan has been refining pills day and night. I'm practically already a lamp without oil. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it. Shopkeeper Kong, please do me a favor and let me go." Hearing this, Kong Si Ran was at a loss for words. While the two were talking, Xianxia was also observing Fan Hong. He found that what Fan Hong said was true. It was very likely that this person had overexerted himself. His mental state was not very good. The energy fluctuations around his body were fluctuating. His hair was messy, and his eyes were sunken. It was obvious that he was exhausted. This Fan Hong's strength was not high, only reaching the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. With such a cultivation, Xianxia estimated that even if he was an Origin King grade alchemist, he would at most be an Origin King grade low-rank alchemist. After all, sometimes alchemy required the support of one's strength. The weaker one's strength was, the less hope one had of refining a good spirit pill. However, alchemists dealt with spirit grasses and medicines all year round. How could they have the time to cultivate? If they did not cultivate, how could they have great strength? Without great strength, how could they support high-intensity alchemy? This had almost become a vicious cycle for alchemists. This Kong was not thoughtful enough. "Please forgive me, Alchemist Fan." Kong Si Ran also knew that Fan Hong had paid too much this month, so he quickly bowed. Fan Hong was shocked. Shopkeeper Kong is too polite. Kong Si Ran shook his head. It's this Kang's fault. But now, this Kong has found another alchemist. "Alchemist Fan, you no longer need to refine spirit pills like before. How about you go back and rest for a few days before coming to the pill shop?" "You found another alchemist?" Fan Hong was stunned when he heard this, his eyes sweeping across the crowd before finally settling on Xianxia. Xianxia smiled at him lightly. Alchemist Fan's contributions to the pill shop are naturally seen by this Kong, so I won't say any words of gratitude. Why don't you go back and rest for a few days and come back when you feel the time is right? Kong Si Ran looked at Fan Hong sincerely, unwilling to let him go no matter what. This. Fan Hong looked like he was in a dilemma, seemingly hesitant. Just as Kong Si Ran was about to strike while the iron was hot and persuade Fan Hong, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly called out from outside. Alchemist Fan, it's time. This mistress has come to pick you up personally. As soon as this person's voice fell, Fan Hong's face changed drastically. His originally pale face, due to excessive consumption, suddenly turned purplish red, like a pig's liver, making him look extremely embarrassed. Kong Si Ran, on the other hand, was startled but soon ground his teeth and shouted, Zhuaning Si. A look of extreme hatred appeared on his face, as if he had a great hatred for this woman named Zhuaning Si. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he vaguely understood what was going on and turned to look at Fan Hong with a smile. Fan Hong's whole body became uncomfortable as his eyes flickered and his lips squirmed, seemingly cursing. When Kong Si Ran's gaze shifted to him, Fan Hong's face turned even redder, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. This old master understands. Kong Si Ran smiled coldly. Alchemist Fan, it turns out you really have found a better place to go. If that's the case, you should have said so earlier and this old master would have congratulated you. Why bother making excuses? Fan Hong grit his teeth and became angry out of shame. What does Shopkeeper Kong mean? Could it be that this fan's efforts this past month were fake? In order to produce spirit pills for the pill shop, this fan coughed up blood several times. If it weren't for this fan's support, Spirit Pill Plaza would have closed down long ago. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, and the more impassioned he became. Kong Si Ran heard this and frowned deeply. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and nodded slightly, seeming to have aged quite a bit. What Alchemist Fan said is correct. If it weren't for your support, Spirit Pill Plaza would have closed down long ago. Oomph. Since you understand, there's no need to say anything more. Fan Hong snorted coldly. This fan is only thinking about his own future. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Shopkeeper Kong should also know this. Shopkeeper Kong, take care of yourself. This fan will take his leave now. Saying so, Fan Hong pushed aside the two shop assistants in front of him and walked straight out. When he passed by Yang Kai, he turned his head and smiled at Yang Kai, taking pleasure in his misfortune. You're going to be miserable in the future. Yang Kai just shrugged and did not comment. Kong Si Ran stood in place and pondered for a moment before suddenly turning around and leaving with Fan Hong. Outside Spirit Pill Plaza, a beautiful woman wearing revealing clothes stood at the entrance with a smile on her face. She was accompanied by several beautiful maidservants. She had a charming smile on her face, and her exposed snow-white skin and faintly discernible cleavage attracted the gazes of countless passing cultivators. However, she didn't seem to care at all, and instead seemed to enjoy the gazes of these men, casting a few flirtatious glances around from time to time, causing many men to fall head over heels for her. Fan Hong hurriedly walked out of Spirit Pill Plaza and came to the beautiful woman's side, whispering, "Didn't you say I would come? What are you doing here?" Zhuaning Si smiled charmingly, her red lips wriggling as she asked, "What's wrong? I came to pick you up in person. Is that not enough?" "You woman sigh." Fan Hong looked helpless. Zhuaning Si said, "If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. You might be able to hide it for a while, but do you want to hide it forever? Besides, you're just changing places to perform alchemy. What's so shameful about it?" Fan Hong's face became gloomy, and he didn't answer. He knew that Zhuaning Si didn't come here to greet him, but to attack the morale of Spirit Pill Plaza. He was just a chess piece that Zhuaning Si could use. So he knew that it was useless for him to say anything. While the two were talking, Kong Si Ran walked out and stared at the graceful woman with fiery eyes. Zhuaning Si let out a strange cry as she patted her towering chest with her jade hand. Shopkeeper Kang's eyes are so fierce, as if he wants to eat this mistress. "But Shopkeeper Kong, you're so old, can you really do it?" After saying this, she covered her mouth and giggled. Shopkeeper Zhua. Kong Si Ran wasn't moved by her beauty at all and just smiled coldly. "Good means, this old man admires you greatly." "Oh, what does Shopkeeper Kong mean?" This mistress doesn't understand. Xianxi's slender waist swayed as a fan suddenly appeared in her hand, gently waving it. We're all sensible people, so there's no need to play dumb. However, if shopkeeper Zhui thinks this will cause my spirit pill plaza to close down, you're gravely mistaken, Kong Si Ran sneered. Huh. Xianxia covered her mouth with her fan as she stared at Kong Si Ran with her beautiful eyes. This mistress remembers that shopkeeper Kong used to have 3 Origin King grade alchemists, but now they seem to have all gone to this mistress alchemy pavilion. Could it be that shopkeeper Kong is also an alchemy grandmaster and plans to go in a battle personally? Old master, you're not young anymore, so you must take care of your body. Maplewood City is so big. Do you think it's difficult to find an Origin King grade alchemist? Kong Si Ran smiled when he heard this. Xianxia was stunned and asked in surprise, does shopkeeper Kong have other alchemists? Fan Hong leaned over and whispered a few words in Xianxi's ear. Xianxia frowned, and her eyes immediately turned to Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she smiled and said, Honored Alchemist Master, dare I ask your name? Yang. So is Alchemist Yang. This mistress greets you. Xianxia smiled and said, Alchemist Yang is so young, but his cultivation is not bad, and he also knows alchemy. This mistress admires you greatly. There have always been many people who admire me, Yang Kai chuckled. Xianxia froze for a moment, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to be so shameless, but she didn't care, still smiling as she said, I wonder if Alchemist Yang is interested in coming to my alchemy pavilion? This mistress can give Alchemist Yang, Xianxia. Before she could finish speaking, Kong Si Ran roared angrily. Chapter 1980. The previous 2 alchemists and even Fan Hong had been secretly poached by Xianxia, but now this woman was trying to win over Yang Kai right in front of him. She was simply not putting him in her eyes. Kong Si Ran was furious. Why is shopkeeper Kong so angry? Xianxia was not afraid of him at all. After all, both of them were 3rd-order Origin King cultivators, and their source chi had long since been fully transformed. It was just that they had not had the opportunity to break through to the Dao Source realm. She pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. I just want to say a few words to Alchemist Yang. I'm not bothering you in any way. Kong Si Ran's face was filled with murderous intent, but he could not really attack, so he could only suppress his anger, feeling as if his lungs were burning. Seeing this, Xianxia turned her beautiful eyes to Yang Kai again and said, Alchemist Yang, what do you think of this mistress proposal? As for the remuneration, you don't have to worry about it. How about we double the amount shopkeeper Kong is offering you? Hearing this, Kong Si Ran's face became even more livid. The previous 3 alchemists of Spirit Pill Plaza had all been tempted by benefits and turned to Pill and Artifact Pavilion. He did not know much about Yang Kai, nor did he have any friendship with Yang Kai, so he did not know what Yang Kai's attitude was. Looking at Yang Kai anxiously, Kong Si Ran's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. Yang Kai actually looked interested and said with a smile, Is there such a good thing? Xianxia smiled even more happily and nodded. Naturally, if Alchemist Yang does not believe me, you can ask Alchemist Fan. In addition to the remuneration, this mistress will arrange for 4 beautiful maids to serve you and take care of Alchemist Yang's daily needs. Men pursued fame and fortune all their lives. It was nothing more than power, wealth, and women. As an experienced woman, Xianxia naturally knew what these men were thinking. As such, she was able to successfully poach several alchemists from Kong Si Ran. She believed that as long as Yang Kai was not stupid, he should make a wise choice. Shopkeeper Zhu's proposal is very tempting. Yang Kai's eyes darted around the beautiful maidservants. Seeing his appearance, Fan Hong couldn't help but sneer. A look of disdain appeared in his eyes, as if he despised Yang Kai's character. However, on second thought, he didn't seem to have the qualifications to do so. Suddenly, he felt a little embarrassed. Alchemist Yang Kai. Kong Si Ran looked at Yang Kai in despair. He wanted to say 1,000 words, but in the end, all he could do was sigh helplessly. Although he had just signed a spiritual contract with Yang Kai, it was only a contract that stated that the pill recipe could not be leaked. Yang Kai hadn't gotten the pill formula from him yet. Therefore, the soul contract could not be used at all. Kong Si Ran was annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have written all kinds of agreements on the contract, but now it was too late to regret. Zhuaning Si chuckled, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement, as if she could already see the day Spirit Pill Plaza close down and the day she would be valued by the upper echelons of the Chamber of Commerce. As long as she could deal a heavy blow to Spirit Pill Plaza, it would close down. Then she would have a chance to gain the favor of the upper echelons and possibly be transferred away from a small place like Maplewood City to a bigger city to take charge of the Chamber of Commerce's business. Just as she was about to strike while the iron was hot and finalize this matter, she saw Yang Kai say with a look of embarrassment, Unfortunately what? Zhuaning Si frowned. Unfortunately, this Yang has just signed a soul contract with shopkeeper Kong. So even if I want to, I'm afraid I won't be able to help shopkeeper Zhua. Yang Kai sighed, a look of regret on his face. Kong Si Ran was stunned for a moment before immediately looking at Yang Kai with overjoyed eyes. He didn't believe that Yang Kai didn't know the restrictions of the soul contract. Yang Kai saying this now meant that he had no intention of going to Pill Pavilion. How could Kong Si Ran not be surprised? Kong Si Ran stared at Yang Kai with excited eyes. He was filled with gratitude. After all, if Kai Yang really did leave, other than spitting on Kai Yang for not keeping his word, what else could he do? At that time, Spirit Pill Plaza would have no alchemist and would not be far from closing down. As for Yang Kai's attitude, it had become a life-saving straw for Kong Si Ran. In an instant, Kong Si Ran's evaluation of Yang Kai in his heart underwent a 180-degree change, and even Yang Kai's figure suddenly became taller. A soul contract. Zhuaning Si was also shocked. Shopkeeper Kong is so generous, even using a precious soul contract. Kong Si Ran coldly snorted, I had no other choice. Shopkeeper Zhuo, what do you think? Yang Kai looked at Zhuaning Si with a smile. I'll perform alchemy for Shopkeeper Kong, while also performing alchemy for your Pill Pavilion. I'll only take half of the benefits you promised before. How about it? Go to hell. Zhuaning Si glared at Yang Kai without any trace of politeness. After learning that Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran had signed a soul contract, she subconsciously felt that it was impossible for her to poach Yang Kai, so she no longer tried to be perfunctory and instead resorted to vicious words. Since she couldn't poach him, what was the point of being polite? This woman's sudden change in attitude stunned Yang Kai. Zhuaning Si no longer had any intention of entangling with Yang Kai. In any case, her purpose for coming to Spirit Pill Plaza this time had been achieved, so she sneered and said, Shopkeeper Kong, now that you only have one alchemist left, I'd like to see how long your Spirit Pill Plaza can last. Let's go. Saying so, she waved her hand and led the beautiful maidservants across the street. Fan Hong didn't want to stay here and be treated with disdain, so he hurriedly followed. The storm subsided, but Kong Si Ran's brow furrowed deeply. The predicament of Spirit Pill Plaza had not improved. Originally, with Yang Kai and Fan Hong, there were now two alchemists in the plaza, which allowed Kong Si Ran to breathe a sigh of relief. He was confident that they could hold on for 2 months while waiting for the alchemists sent by headquarters to arrive. But what he really hadn't expected was that after inviting Yang Kai, Fan Hong would leave. This situation had not changed at all. The only thing he could hope for now was that Yang Kai's alchemy skills were better than Fan Hong's. But after thinking about it carefully, this was somewhat unlikely. After all, Yang Kai was already a third-order Origin King, and he himself had said that he only regarded alchemy as a means to make money and would not invest too much time and effort in it. Such an alchemist would definitely only treat alchemy as a sideline. Being able to refine an Origin King Great Spirit Pill by chance was already good enough. So how could Kong Si Ran expect Yang Kai to be so good? However, Yang Kai's previous actions had left Kong Si Ran with a good impression of him. At the very least, Yang Kai was a man of his word. Returning to his room, Kong Si Ran cupped his fists solemnly and said, Alchemist Yang, this old master must thank you for today's matter. If not for you, Spirit Pill Plaza and this old master would have lost a great deal of face. Yang Kai waved his hand slightly and said, "Shopkeeper Kong is too serious. This Yang did not do anything." Kong Si Ran smiled and said, "This old master is actually a little confused. Since shopkeeper Zhua offered such generous conditions, why did alchemist Yang? 3 days ago, I went to Pill Pavilion to buy some pill recipes, but I was rudely driven out by the shop assistant. Just because of that?" Kong Si Ran's jaw dropped. "Then why does shopkeeper Kong think?" Yang Kai chuckled. "This old master understands. Then let's continue to talk about the matter of remuneration. Our Spirit Pill Plaza can provide 2 methods of payment. The first is a monthly salary. Spirit Pill Plaza will give you a certain amount of source crystals every month. Of course, this old master can give you double this monthly salary. Perhaps he was grateful to Yang Kai for choosing to stay and help him. Or perhaps it was because of the remuneration Zhuaning Si had offered before, but Kong Si Ran was not stingy on this issue and readily expressed that he could double the remuneration. The other method is a commission. Our Spirit Pill Plaza will provide you with various herbs, and Alchemist Yang will be responsible for refining them. After the refined spirit pills are sold, you will receive a commission from the Spirit Pill Plaza. What does Alchemist Yang think?" "The second method," Yang Kai replied without hesitation. Kong Si Ran couldn't help being startled. He had thought that Yang Kai would choose the first method. After all, only capable alchemists would choose the second method, because the more spirit pills one refined, the more rewards one would receive. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just a dabbler in alchemy, so choosing the first method would naturally ensure his own benefits to the greatest extent, but he chose the second method, which greatly surprised Kong Si Ran. "Is this alchemist Yang a master of alchemy?" Kong Si Ran's heart shook. Just to be cautious, he still asked, "Alchemist Yang, do you not want to reconsider?" Alchemist Fan, who left before, paid with the Spirit Pill Plaza using the first method. "No need," Yang Kai shook his head. Then, "All right, since it was someone else's choice," Kong Si Ran could not say anything more. Soon, the two of them finalized the ratio of profits. Originally, the ratio between the Spirit Pill Plaza and the alchemist was 30-70, with the alchemist taking 30% and the Spirit Pill Plaza taking 70%. After all the materials were sold by the Spirit Pill Plaza, while the alchemist was only responsible for refining. The Spirit Pill Plaza also had to bear some of the losses, so the alchemist taking 30% of the profits was quite fair. However, Kong Si Ran took the initiative to propose a 40-60 split with Yang Kai, so Yang Kai naturally had no reason to refuse. After everything was agreed upon, Kong Si Ran said, "Then we've reached an agreement. Alchemist Yang, do you want to go back and rest for a few days?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said, "With Spirit Pill Plaza's current situation, is there any time for me to rest?" "There's no time to lose, so let's get started. Shopkeeper Kong, please give me the pill recipes on the catalog. I'll study them for 2 days before I begin refining the spirit pills." "No need to rush. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping firewood," Kong Si Ran said. As Kong Si Ran spoke, he took out a variety of pill recipes he had prepared in advance from his space ring and handed them to Yang Kai. "Alchemist Yang, please come with me to perform alchemy." Spirit Pill Plaza had its own Alchemy Pill Plaza, and inside it was a grand fire array that could draw fire from the ground for alchemists to use. This grand fire array was a few dozen meters below the store and was originally used by 3 alchemists, but now it had become Yang Kai's territory. Chapter 1981. After entering, Yang Kai immediately felt a scorching heat wash over him. "Alchemist Yang, take your time to comprehend the mysteries of these pill recipes. Don't worry about alchemy for now. Just wait until you are ready." Kong Si Ran was afraid that Yang Kai would not be fully prepared, so he urged him. Yang Kai nodded before turning back and asking, "By the way, Shopkeeper Kong, what kind of spirit pill is your shop in urgent need of right now?" "Naturally, source condensing pills. There are countless Origin King Realm cultivator in Maplewood City, so the demand for this kind of spirit pill is extremely high. Our source condensing pills are often sold out as soon as they are refined," Kong Si Ran replied proudly. "I understand." Yang Kai nodded lightly, having some ideas in his mind. There were countless spirit pills and miraculous medicines in this world, and the number of pill recipes was impossible to calculate. But if one were to ask cultivators what spirit pills they needed the most, the answer would be source-condensing pills. The use of source-condensing pills had been with an Origin King Realm cultivator for many years, and any Origin King Realm cultivator had a great demand for this kind of spirit pill, because it could promote the transformation of source chi in one's body. Maplewood City was not big, and there were not many Dao Source Realm masters, but it had become a gathering place for many Origin King Realm cultivators, so the demand for source-condensing pills was terrifying. If one opened a pharmacy in Maplewood City without source-condensing pills, it was impossible for anyone to patronize it. Spirit Pill Plaza's source-condensing pill recipe was actually improved by an Emperor-grade alchemist, and its effects were about 10% better than ordinary source-condensing pills. It had long since accumulated countless praise and popularity. Countless cultivators wanted to buy source-condensing pills from Spirit Pill Plaza, and every time a new source-condensing pill was refined, it would be snatched up. This was the result of Kong Si Ran limiting the number of pills each person could buy. If he had not limited the number of pills he could buy, the competition would have been even fiercer. Now that Spirit Pill Plaza's source-condensing pills were out of stock, many of its old customers were naturally dissatisfied. Outside the alchemy room, Kong Si Ran paced back and forth. He was anxious and uneasy. His strength was not considered low at his level, and as the shopkeeper of a workshop, he had a calm temperament. But now he was still as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If he listened carefully, he could even hear the impatient urging of the Origin King Realm cultivator at the entrance of Spirit Pill Plaza. Thump, thump, thump. A series of footsteps sounded from above. Kong Si Ran didn't need to look to know that it was one of the shop staff who had rushed over. He stopped in his tracks, and before the shop assistant could speak, he snapped, "Didn't I ask you to go and appease those customers? Why did you come back?" "That won't do, shopkeeper. The situation is a little out of control. Originally, our pill shop should have released the new source congealing pills yesterday. Many old customers have been queuing up to buy them since yesterday, but they have not arrived until now. They have been dissatisfied for a long time. So what if you're dissatisfied? Could it be that they want this old man to make them appear out of thin air? Tell them to wait." Kong Si Ran replied impatiently. "I've already told them many times, but they won't listen," the shop assistant said with a long face. Furthermore what?" Kong Si Ran's face sank. "Furthermore, I don't know who spread the rumor that our Spirit Pill Plaza will no longer supply spirit pills in the future. So some customers became impatient and left," the shop assistant replied in a low voice. "Xianxia, you cheap slut." Kong Si Ran ground his teeth so hard that they were about to break. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, with his shrewdness, how could he not know that Xianxia had instigated this rumor? This vicious woman naturally would not miss this opportunity to add insult to injury. She could not wait for Spirit Pill Plaza to close down as soon as possible. Although she despised this rumor, it was really troublesome now. If they could not produce source congealing pills in a short time, those customers who did not know the truth would most likely believe this rumor. When that time came, they would lose a large number of customers, which would be a huge blow to the future of Spirit Pill Plaza. But in this situation, what could Kong Si Ran do? He turned his head. Looking eagerly at the closed alchemy door, he could only pray that Yang Kai would not disappoint him too much. "Shopkeeper, can this alchemist Yang really do it?" The shop assistant did not seem to have much confidence in Yang Kai. He had seen many alchemists before, but none of them had a cultivation as high as Yang Kai's, and most alchemists were sloppy and unkempt. They dealt with herbs all year round and had medicinal fragrances all over their bodies. From his previous contact with Yang Kai, he could tell that Yang Kai was not an orthodox alchemist at all. "How should I know?" Kong Si Ran replied weakly. It had been 10 days since Yang Kai entered alchemy. 2 days ago, he had been studying the pill recipes, but on the third day, he had asked for a large number of herbs to refine source congealing pills and immediately closed the alchemy door, not coming out until now. Kong Si Ran really wanted to rush in and see how many source congealing pills Yang Kai had refined and how many herbs he had wasted. Every alchemist would lose some herbs in the process of alchemy. This was unavoidable. Even the most experienced alchemist could not guarantee that every batch of spirit pills would be successfully refined. However, depending on the skill of an alchemist, the loss rate of herbs varied. Of the 3 alchemists in Spirit Pill Plaza, the best one could control the loss rate of herbs to about 30%, which meant that out of 10 batches of pills, 7 would be successful, while the remaining 3 would be wasted. This was already an amazing result, and Fan Hong's material loss rate was about 50%. Even so, Kong Si Ran had to treat him as a guest of honor, who made him an Origin King grade alchemist. What was Yang Kai's loss rate of herbs? 60%, 70%, even if it was 80%. Kong Si Ran felt that this was acceptable as long as he could refine some source congealing pills. But what made him anxious was that Yang Kai had not taken out a single source congealing pill until now. If it weren't for the fact that alchemists could not be disturbed while they were refining spirit pills, Kong Si Ran would have rushed in to investigate. The noise outside seemed to be getting more and more intense, making Kong Si Ran extremely irritated. Kacha. At that moment, a soft sound rang out. Kong Si Ran was startled for a moment before he was overjoyed. His eyes widened as he looked forward and saw the closed alchemy door open. Before it could fully open, Kong Si Ran rushed in directly. The alchemy room was filled with flames, but Kong Si Ran turned a deaf ear to it and went straight to Yang Kai. With a glance, he saw a pile of dregs not far from Yang Kai. This was the result of a failed spirit pill refinement. It was black and had a burnt smell to it. There wasn't much dregs here, only about 10 batches of herbs or so. What Kong Si Ran had given Yang Kai 7 days ago was a full 100 batches of source congealing pill materials. I don't know how many batches this alchemist Yang has consumed. If I can find out, I can estimate his loss rate, Kong Si Ran thought secretly. Alchemist Yang. Kong Si Ran squeezed out a smile on his face and cupped his fists. Have you finished refining the spirit pills? They are all here. Yang Kai waved his hand, and more than 30 jade bottles appeared in front of him. Seeing this scene, Kong Si Ran couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air as he stared blankly at the jade bottles on the ground. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement and called out, "Shopkeeper Kong?" Kong Si Ran came back to his senses and turned his stiff neck to look at Yang Kai. Alchemist Yang, are these all source congealing pills? Yes, Shopkeeper Kong can inspect them. Hearing what he said, Kong Si Ran no longer hesitated and reached out his hand, sucking over a few jade bottles. Opening the caps one by one, he found that they were all filled with round and fragrant source congealing pills. Each bottle contained 10 pills, so there were more than 30 bottles here, which meant there were more than 300 source congealing pills here. When this number appeared in Kong Si Ran's mind, it was like a sledgehammer had struck him, making him dizzy and unable to think. How was this possible? How could this happen? In just 7 days, a single person refined more than 300 source congealing pills. This is equivalent to the result of 3 alchemists working together in Spirit Pill Plaza. Can Yang Kai replace 3 alchemists by himself? Kong Si Ran completely lost his mind and stood there stiffly, unable to recover for a long time. Everything in front of him had subverted his understanding of common sense. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he had taken too many. If he had known earlier, he would have kept another 100. Refining source congealing pills was actually not difficult for Yang Kai. After all, it was only an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill. Yang Kai himself could have refined Origin King grade high-rank pills long ago. He just didn't know the pill recipe and had never refined one before. After experiencing the first few failures, Yang Kai had become proficient in this process. The number of pills he could produce from Furnace of Herbs was also gradually increasing. From the beginning, he could produce 2 or 3 pills, but now he could condense 4 pills, then 5. Out of 100 sets of materials, 10 sets had been wasted, and the remaining herbs had all been refined into pills, resulting in a total of more than 400 pills. Yang Kai had secretly kept 100 pills to avoid shocking the world. But now, It seemed that keeping 200 pills would not be a problem. Yang Kai needed source congealing pills himself, and in large quantities at that. Even if he couldn't use them all up, he could sell them. There was absolutely no need to worry about a market for source congealing pills. Kong Si Ran's expression made him feel very annoyed. However, fortunately, the source congealing pills with pill veins had been kept by Yang Kai, which could be considered a consolation. After a long time, Kong Si Ran also chuckled, a somewhat nervous look on his face. Yang Kai seemed to be able to understand Kong Si Ran's mood a little, so he didn't say anything. After all, Kong Si Ran didn't expect Yang Kai to be so amazing. He alone could produce as many pills as the previous 3 alchemists combined. Kong Si Ran had only hoped that Yang Kai would not waste too many herbs, but the result had greatly surprised him. The violent ups and downs of his mood made it impossible for him to suppress the joy in his heart, so it was only natural for him to laugh out loud. Chapter 1982. How is that possible? Old Ghost Kong actually took out more than 30 bottles of source condensing pills? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Inside Pill Pavilion, Xianxia's pretty face was gloomy as she stared at the First Order Origin King cultivator in front of her and asked in a deep voice. The cultivator, who was short and stout, nodded and said, "Subordinate is not mistaken. Those more than 30 bottles of spirit pills were indeed source condensing pills. As soon as they were taken out, they were immediately snatched up by many people. Subordinate also expended a great deal of effort to purchase 3 pills." Saying so, he respectfully placed the jade bottle containing the 3 spirit pills in front of Xianxia. Because Spirit Pill Plaza source condensing pills were so popular, Kong Si Ran stipulated that any customer could only buy 3 at a time. 3 source condensing pills were enough for an Origin King cultivator to use for 10 days to half a month. When they ran out, they could buy more, and it just so happened that Spirit Pill Plaza would produce new source condensing pills. This way of selling was also one of the important reasons why Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pills were so popular. Because of the tight supply of source condensing pills, the black market of Maplewood City had even begun selling them. Although they were only 20% more expensive than those sold in shops, they were still in short supply. Many Origin King Realm cultivators did not care about the extra 20%. They just wanted to convert the Saint Qi in their body into source Qi as soon as possible. Are they really source condensing pills? Xianxia poured out the 3 spirit pills and frowned even more. Shopkeeper, could these spirit pills have been refined by that guy named Yang Kai? The short and fat cultivator asked. Xianxia sneered and coldly snorted. Do you think he can refine so many spirit pills in 10 days? What kind of alchemist do you think he is? Even a Dao Source grade alchemist does not have such ability. Shopkeeper is right. Subordinate was too stupid. The short and fat cultivator thought about it and agreed. Although he did not know much about alchemy, he knew how many spirit pills were needed to refine and how much energy an alchemist would consume to refine a furnace of spirit pills. A person could refine more than 300 spirit pills in 10 days, even if they had enough time. It was impossible for him to have so much energy. This kind of thing was too comical. It looks like old Ghost Kong still has some reserves, Xianxia said thoughtfully. This old fogey really isn't easy to deal with. What should we do? I've heard that the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce will send 2 alchemists to Maplewood City in 2 months. If we can't take down the Spiritual Pill Plaza in 2 months, we'll have to deal with them. At that time, we won't have much of a chance. Hearing this, Xianxia gently nodded, a cold, killing intent flashing through her beautiful stars-like eyes. The killing intent bloomed slightly, making the short and fat cultivator shudder involuntarily. You can go now. Keep an eye on the Spirit Pill Plaza. If there's any movement, report it to me immediately. Xianxia waved her hand. Yes. After the short and fat cultivator left, Xianxia picked up another source condensing pill with a puzzled expression, sniffed it, and carefully observed it for a while. She murmured, "Strange, these pills don't look like they have been stored for a long time. They look like they were newly refined." She had noticed this before. After all, although Xianxia wasn't an alchemist, she had dealt with spirit pills all year round, so she had some insight. The 3 spirit pills in front of her were round and smooth. They were plump and gave off a pure pill fragrance. Obviously, they were high-quality goods. What Xianxia cared about the most was that these spirit pills seemed to have been refined recently. Could they have been refined by that alchemist named Xianxia? This thought appeared in Xianxia's mind, but she quickly rejected it. No matter what, she didn't want to believe that a person could refine so many spirit pills in such a short time. She would rather believe that old Ghost Kong had been prepared for this and threw out his stock. After pondering for a moment, she stretched out her slender jade fingers. She picked up a spirit pill and stuffed it into her mouth. After swallowing it, she circulated her secret art to dissolve its medicinal efficacies. She had already reached the peak of the Origin King realm, and all the source chi in her body had been transformed, so she didn't need source condensing pills to assist her. She just wanted to test the efficacy of this spirit pill, so she did this. At first, Xianxia's expression didn't change, but as time passed and the medicinal efficacies began flowing through her body, her face couldn't help changing slightly as she opened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, She found that the medicinal efficacies contained in these source condensing pills were even stronger than the source condensing pills sold by Spirit Pill Plaza in the past. Although this increase was very subtle and almost imperceptible, it was still there. Old Ghost Kong, that idiot, actually found that Grandmaster to modify his pill recipe again. Xianxia suddenly thought of this possibility. Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pill recipe made Xianxia extremely jealous, and it was also the main reason why she had spared no expense to poach 3 alchemists from her rival. These 3 alchemists, for various reasons, would not leak their pill recipes to others, but it was not a problem to provide them with materials to refine them. As long as they were poached, Pill Pavilion would be able to sell the same pills as Spirit Pill Plaza in the future. At that time, Spirit Pill Plaza's only advantage would be gone, and it would be much easier to suppress them. But today's discovery made Xianxia very angry. Old Ghost Kong was really cunning. He must have known her plan, so he changed the pill recipe again to make the source condensing pill even more effective. In this way, Spirit Pill Plaza still had the advantage in terms of medicinal efficacies. Xianxia's lungs were about to explode. What was the point of her spending so much to poach 3 alchemists from her rival? Old Ghost Kong, you idiot, just you wait, in a few days the Star Envoy from Star Soul Palace will come to Maplewood City. At that time, I want to see how you will fight with me. Xianxia muttered to herself angrily. At the same time, in the underground alchemy room of Spirit Pill Plaza, Xianxia sat cross-legged and turned all his alchemy experience over the past few days into insights, examining them one by one and accumulating them. After refining so many furnaces of source condensing pills, Xianxia naturally had some gains. This kind of gain was not just the harvest of 100 source condensing pills, but also the growth of his alchemy experience and comprehension of the alchemic Tao. A few years ago, he triggered the Grand Alchemic Tao tone on Watermoon Star, and since then he had a unique advantage in the alchemic Tao. That time, the Grand Alchemic Tao tone had caused a fundamental change in his alchemy talent. Not to be modest, Xianxia's alchemy aptitude was not inferior to Xianxia's sacred spirit medicine body in the slightest, and even surpassed him in some aspects. It was precisely for this reason that he was able to get started so easily after obtaining the new pill recipe and was able to refine even better pills. Xianxia guessed wrong. Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pill recipe had not changed. It was just that Xianxia was refining it himself, and the medicinal liquid he condensed was much purer, so the spirit pills he refined were much more effective. And this was just the beginning. Xianxia believed that as Xianxia continued to refine pills, the spirit pills he refined would become more and more powerful, eventually becoming unique. Kong Si Ran ordered another 100 sets of source condensing pill materials to be delivered, but he also told Xianxia to rest for a few more days before opening the furnace again. He was more concerned about Yang Kai's physical condition than Yang Kai himself. Now, in Spirit Pill Plaza, there was only one alchemist, Yang Kai, in charge, and he alone could take on 3 others, so Kong Si Rand did not dare to neglect him. Since taking away more than 300 source condensing pills that day, his attitude towards Yang Kai had become more and more amiable, granting almost all of his requests. But then again, Yang Kai did not seem to have any requests. At this time, Yang Kai was absorbing the insights he gained from the past few days while taking source condensing pills to transform the Saint Qi in his body. A few days passed by quickly, and Yang Kai opened the furnace again. 100 sets of materials were divided into different categories. Yang Kai wore a solemn expression as his conflagrated knowledge pulsed inside the purple origin furnace in front of him. Herbs were thrown in one after another, and under the powerful power of his divine sense, the impurities were removed and the medicinal liquids were condensed. Various spirit arrays were drawn and formed inside the furnace. Yang Kai's movements were extremely skillful, without the slightest hesitation. His control of the flames was so perfect that it could almost make an emperor-grade alchemist gasp in amazement. The timing of the herbs he threw in was also perfect. The change in his talent made it much easier for Yang Kai to perform alchemy. For Yang Kai, alchemy was almost like eating and drinking. It was a kind of instinct. He clearly knew what kind of spirit array to inscribe, which spirit array would have the best effect, when to use the right amount of heat, and when to add the required herbs. When alchemy became an instinct, even failing to refine a pill was an extravagant hope. Coupled with his powerful conflagrated knowledge which was a natural advantage that all alchemists dreamed of, Yang Kai had walked in front of many people on the alchemic Tao, although he had not put much effort into it all this time. The great Tao was obscure and elusive, and only a few lucky people could reach out and touch it. Yang Kai was undoubtedly one of them. As the pill fragrance began to diffuse, Yang Kai's expression became more and more focused. He did not let his guard down because of his proficiency and instead became even more cautious. Inside the purple origin furnace, various medicinal liquids were mixed, and under the influence of the spirit arrays and conflagrated knowledge a magical transformation took place. When the pill fragrance condensed to a certain extent, Yang Kai suddenly moved. Both of his hands were constantly forming mysterious seals as streaks of light shot into the purple origin furnace and disappeared. A sense of ancient desolation suddenly filled the air, as if this set of seals did not belong to the current era, but rather to the ancient era. However, this set of techniques was in harmony with the great Tao and contained countless mysteries. As he displayed this technique, Yang Kai's strength and spiritual energy were rapidly drained away like a broken dam, unable to stop himself from being consumed. 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. This was a set of extremely profound pill condensing techniques, which had no effect on cultivation and could only be used when an alchemist condensed pills. There were countless pill condensing techniques and secret arts in the world, each with its own merits. Grandmasters who competed with Yang Kai in the Alchemy Tao in Water Sky City had once created a set of red lotus magical hand seals, which was sought after by countless alchemists within the territory of the Homeland Star. In the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, there was also a pill condensing technique which Yang Kai had studied quite a bit. However, this set of 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method did not come from the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, but from the grand alchemic Tao Tone. Chapter 1983. On that day, during the competition between Yang Kai and Zhuo, it was because of the pill condensing technique that triggered the grand alchemic Tao Tone. That pill condensing technique was the prototype of the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. Yang Kai combined all his alchemy knowledge and lifetime of alchemy experience to comprehend it. With the grand alchemic Tao Tone, the omnipresent and all-encompassing heavenly Tao principles perfected this pill condensing technique for Yang Kai. Therefore, the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method could be regarded as the crystallization of the heavenly Tao. The truth of heaven and earth was everywhere, and only those who were fated could comprehend it and benefit infinitely. Xianxia's Nine Heavens profound pill method was a product of heaven and earth itself, but he was able to peek into it by chance. Even if he wanted to teach such a technique to others, they would not be able to comprehend it, because this was the affirmation of the grand alchemic Tao tone. At that time, Xianxia felt that this pill condensing technique was extremely mysterious. If he wanted to comprehend it thoroughly, he would not be able to do so in a short time. Now, it seemed that it made some sense. After all, this Nine Heavens profound pill method, which was born in the territory of Homestar, was still an extremely high-end technique in the star boundary. All the pills that he had refined, he had used the Nine Heavens profound pill method to end the pill. At this moment, it was time to condense the pills. As the Nine Heavens profound pill method was used, the pill fragrance in the alchemy room became stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, there was even a strange sound coming from the purple origin furnace. Realizing that the time had come, Xianxia stretched out his hand and pointed at the purple origin furnace. The lid flew up, followed by 6 rolling spirit pills. Xianxia took out the jade bottle he had prepared and put it away. Only 6. Xianxia frowned slightly, seemingly a little dissatisfied. Theoretically speaking, one set of source condensing pill materials could condense up to 9 pills, which was the limit of most pill recipes. Xianxia had good aptitude in alchemy and a unique pill condensing technique like the Nine Heavens profound pill method. But after all, he was just an Origin King grade high-rank alchemist. Even if he tried his best, he could only condense 6 pills at a time, 3 pills short of the limit of 9. But this was already amazing. There were very few alchemists who could refine a spirit pill to its limit. Those who could do this were all great grandmasters with reputations throughout the entire star boundary. Alchemists like alchemists, it was impossible to achieve such results every time. The Nine Heavens profound pill method was the method Nine Heavens profound pill method. And Xianxia was able to achieve this was mostly thanks to the Nine Heavens profound pill method. That was the reason why so many alchemists were masters had a profound condensing technique. This was because a good pill condensing technique meant that one could refine more pills at the last moment, which in turn save a lot of materials, time, and energy. When Xianxia first began refining source condensing pills, he could only condense 2, but now, only 10 days had passed. Yang, origins yang. Although it seemed that he was not far from the limit of 9, sometimes 1 or 2 pills could become an insurmountable gap. If Xianxia wanted to reach this limit, he would need a lot of practice and experience. 100 sets of materials, Xianxia spent 6 or 7 days consuming them. He deliberately failed a dozen times to avoid Kong C. Rant's suspicions. In fact, according to his ability, refining source condensing pills now was as easy as closing his eyes. Naturally, he wouldn't fail. When Kong C. Ran received a notice to collect the pills, Kong C. Rant's expression was extremely interesting. Although he had already experienced this once, Kong C. Ran still couldn't believe that Xianxia could refine 100 spirit pills in such a short time. In terms of quantity, there's almost no difference from the last time, more than 300 pills. Xianxia kept more than 200 source condensing pills this time. Alchemist Yang, it is this old master's honor to be able to cooperate with you. Kong Si Ran looked at Xianxia with a smile. If it weren't for you, my Spirit Pill Plaza would have really closed down. Words cannot express my gratitude for Alchemist Yang's kindness. If Alchemist Yang has any request in the future, this old master will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. It is my duty. Shopkeeper Kong is too serious. Xianxia smiled slightly. Xianxia's modesty and geniality made Kong Si Ran smile even more heartily. He had never seen such a young, capable alchemist without putting on airs. Which one of the 3 alchemists of Spirit Pill Plaza wasn't extremely difficult to serve. Every time Kong Si Ran came to pick up the pills, the 3 of them would wear gloomy expressions, as if he owed them millions of source crystals. Even though Kong Si Ran's cultivation was higher than theirs, he still had to put on a polite smile and carefully deal with them. He also had to complete all kinds of strange requests for them. For example, Fan Hong. Every time he finished alchemy, he had to find a beautiful virgin to relax with, and this virgin's cultivation couldn't be lower than an Origin returning realm master. There were many Origin returning realm cultivator in Maplewood City, but Spirit Pill Plaza definitely wouldn't pay a low price for such a woman. The requirements of the other two alchemists were even more outrageous. One wanted to drink the 10,000 safflower wine, which was only available in the City Lord's mansion, while the other wanted to eat the demon flame fruit that grew in the depths of the flame swamp. A small cup of the 10,000 safflower wine cost 1,000 source crystals. What's more, it was a special gift from the City Lord's mansion. If Kong Si Ran hadn't had some connections, he wouldn't have been able to obtain it. The demon flame fruit was even rarer. The depths of the flame swamp was a dangerous place where even a Dao Source Realm cultivator might not be able to survive. The value of the demon flame fruit that grew there was naturally extraordinary. 5,000 source crystals for a single fruit was already considered low, with 7,000 to 8,000 possible. The key was that this thing could only satisfy one's appetite and had no use for improving one's strength. Every time he thought of this, Kong Si Ran's heart bled. This alchemist Yang, on the other hand, not only had an amiable personality, he also didn't have any other requirements. Only a few alchemic pills were enough to satisfy him. In contrast, Yang Kai's noble character was far superior to those three pieces of trash. Now that those three were in pill and artifact pavilion, that cheap maid Zhuaning Si could deal with them. Considering all this, Kong Si Ran's mood suddenly improved. Alchemist Yang, do you want to rest for a few more days? With the source condensing pills you provided this time, our Spirit Pill Plaza won't need to worry about supply for the next half a month. Kong Si Ran saw Yang Kai being so conscientious and felt a little moved, so he took the initiative to propose. Oh, if you have enough source condensing pills, do you want to refine other spirit pills? Yang Kai asked. Kong Si Ran chuckled. The demand for other spirit pills is not very high, and this old master still has some in stock, so there's no need to worry. Alchemist Yang, you should take a good rest. Don't tire yourself out. Very well. I'll rest for a few days. Yang Kai thought for a while before nodding and replying. That would be best. By the way, Alchemist Yang has just arrived in Maplewood City. Would you like to go out with this old master tomorrow? Go where? Yang Kai looked at Kong Si Ran suspiciously. Kong Si Ran smiled slightly and said, It's like this, a star envoy from Star Soul Palace has arrived and is now in the City Lord's mansion. This old master is fortunate enough to be invited to accompany the Star Envoy's master tomorrow and can bring one person with him. A star envoy from Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai raised his brow. Seeing him like this, Kong Si Ran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yang Kai was not so ignorant as to not know about Star Soul Palace. After all, this was the overlord of the entire Southern Territory, the sect where the Bright Moon Great Emperors were. And the Bright Moon Great Emperors was one of the 10 Great Emperors. And, as a star envoy from Star Soul Palace, his status was obviously extremely respected. Why would a star envoy from Star Soul Palace come to Maplewood City? Yang Kai frowned. After all, Maplewood City was not very prosperous, so it was impossible to attract such a character. But soon, Yang Kai suddenly realized, could it be because of the matter in Clear Jade Mountain? Indeed, Kong Si Ran nodded. Traces of a Luan Feng have appeared in Clear Jade Mountain. During this time, many foreign masters have come to Maplewood City to investigate. Alchemist Yang, you have been performing alchemy here day and night, so you don't know much about the outside world. The reason the Star Envoy Master came here is naturally because of the Luan Feng. Otherwise, how could so many masters have come to this small Maplewood City? Who are these people? Yang Kai suddenly became curious. He was not here to gossip, but to inquire about the power structure of the Southern Territory. Hearing him ask this question, Kong Si Ran naturally told him everything he knew. The news of the Luan Feng's appearance spread very quickly, and almost all the great sects and great forces in the Southern Territory have come. From what this old master knows, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, and Azure Sun Temple are all great sects second only to Star Soul Palace. In addition, it seems that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce have also sent masters, but this old master is only responsible for business matters, so he was not notified or contacted with the masters of his Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran said unhurriedly, "There are also countless small and medium-sized forces. Now, Maplewood City is bustling with activity. Do they want to track down the whereabouts of the Luan Feng?" Yang Kai looked stunned. "That's not it." Kong Si Ran laughed in surprise. "The Luan Feng is an ancient divine spirit, and even the 10 great emperors may not necessarily be able to defeat her. Who would dare risk their lives to track her down? It's just, after all, the appearance of a divine spirit will naturally attract the attention of many. Moreover, all the great forces know that they won't be able to track her down, but they can't just ignore it. In fact, the people who have come are not the true elders of those sects, but also some newcomers who have come to accumulate experience and see the world. So that's how it is. Although our Spirit Pill Plaza is not a big deal, it is still a property of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. So the City Lord has taken great care of it. This time, in order to welcome and accompany the Star Envoy Master, this old master has been invited. Alchemist Yang, are you interested in joining us? Would you like to see the place where the divine spirit appeared in clear Jade Mountain? I heard that the world-extinguishing black flames are still burning there, and even a Dao Source Realm cultivator does not dare to enter them easily. However, we will not go too deep either. We just want to relax and broaden our horizons to see what the world-extinguishing black flames are like. I've already deeply experienced those flames, Yang Kai thought secretly. Chapter 1984. When the Luan Feng appeared, Yang Kai was in clear Jade Mountain. It could be said that among the cultivator who had observed the Luan Feng up close, Yang Kai was the only one who was still alive. The others were all dead. Naturally, he had no interest in Kong Si Ran's proposal. So, he declined Kong Si Ran's invitation. Although shopkeeper Kong felt it was a pity, he did not say anything. After all, not everyone wanted to show their face in front of the Star Envoy Master in hopes of receiving guidance. Everyone had their own aspirations and could not be forced. Kong Si Ran admired Yang Kai's free and easy temperament, so after telling him to rest for a few days, he left. Yang Kai simply packed up and left Spirit Pill Plaza, returning to the secluded home he rented in Maplewood City. The next day, a magnificent, extremely large, and luxuriously decorated ship flew out of the City Lord's mansion and headed straight for clear Jade Mountain. On the ship, there was a symbol of the moon and stars. This was the symbol of Star Soul Palace, the overlord of the Southern Territory. All the cultivators in Maplewood City were shocked. At this moment, Yang Kai rented a white jade dragon horse carriage and ordered the coachman to go to a street in the western part of the city. Even if Maplewood City was not famous in the Southern Territory, it still occupied a vast area. Flying was not allowed in the city, so cultivators who wanted to save time could only rent this white jade dragon horse carriage. The white jade dragon horse was said to have the bloodline of an ancient divine dragon, but it was extremely thin. It had a gentle temperament and was easy to domesticate. It was also very suitable for pulling carriages. After half an hour, they arrived at their destination. Yang Kai paid the fare and got off the carriage. Coming to a remote corner, he took out a set of clothes he had prepared in advance from his space ring and put them on. Lifting his hat to cover his face, Yang Kai walked straight to the bustling street in front of him. Here, Maplewood City's black market. Although he had not been in Maplewood City for long, he had already inquired about the existence of the black market. The so-called black market was a place that could not exist openly, but it was a street that was tacitly permitted by Maplewood City's City Lord's mansion. Here, there were many spoils of war from killing and robbing. Many things that couldn't be sold in the open could be found in a good market here. There were also some items of unknown origin that could be sold here. The cultivator who entered and exited the black market all consciously followed a rule. They did not ask about the origin of the goods, nor the seller's name and background. After the transaction was completed, they would have nothing to do with each other. In a place like this, It was easy to find some good things, so it was very popular and sought after by the cultivator in Maplewood City. Every day, it was packed with people. However, it was precisely because of that special rule that there were also some speculators. They would sell fake and substandard goods as good goods. This was a test of the buyer's eyesight and knowledge. If they were deceived because of greed, they would not be able to get away with it. He asked for it, so he couldn't blame anyone else. Xianxia was a little worried that his outfit would attract too much attention. After all, he looked guilty and didn't look like a good person. However, when he entered the black market street, he realized that his thoughts were unnecessary. There were actually a lot of martial artists wearing similar clothes to him, and they were everywhere. This discovery made him immediately relax. As soon as he entered the street, a shifty-eyed old man quietly approached him with a mysterious look on his face. He pulled Xianxia's clothes. His eyes drifted and signaled him to talk to the side. "If you have something to say, say it," Xianxia said coldly. "Brother, this old man is looking for you to tell you something good. How can I say it in this place?" "Be careful that the walls have ears," the old man said while looking around. He was as vigilant as a mouse stealing oil. "Then don't say it." Xianxia naturally knew that there were all kinds of people in this place. How could he be in the mood to waste time with a stranger? As he spoke, he strode forward. "Hey, little brother, don't go." The old man quickly caught up and stopped in front of Xianxia. He gritted his teeth and said, "Well, little brother seems to be a busy person. Then this old man won't waste your time. Look at this." As he said so, he took out a wrinkled animal skin paper from his chest. It was unknown what kind of monster beast the animal skin paper was made of, but it still had a strong energy fluctuation. On the animal skin paper, there were complicated lines running through it, crisscrossing and looking very profound. The old man just waved the animal skin paper in front of Xianxia and quickly put it away. Then he said bitterly, "To tell you the truth, little brother, this treasure map is a treasure passed down by this old man's ancestors. This old man's ancestors followed the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. And this treasure map points to the heaven-devouring great emperor's treasure. This old man's strength is too low to look for the treasure. Today, seeing little brother, we hit it off very well. How about I sell this treasure map to you at a cheap price?" The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Yes, the great emperors who had the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy. Who else could it be but him? The old man looked at Xianxia with exultation. "So little brother knows about the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy. That is a top secret art that even heaven and earth cannot tolerate. To tell you the truth, this secret art is very likely to be in this treasure trove. If little brother can obtain this secret art, it will only be a matter of time before you become one of the 10 great emperors." "Haha, I already know the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy, so I have no interest in your treasure map. Go find someone else. I'll sell it to you for 5,000 source crystals. This is a top opportunity. Little brother, do you want to consider it?" The old man shouted behind Xianxia. However, Xianxia didn't pay any attention to him. The old man suddenly became angry. "Brat, if you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. How dare you boast that you know the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy? Do you really think this old man is a fool?" After saying that, he muttered to himself, "Isn't this trick too easy to see through? Should I change to another method?" Just as he was worried that no one had been fooled for several months and that he was penniless, a martial artist walked over from the corner of the street. That martial artist was a young girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. The young girl was not ugly, and her figure was also very good. It was just that half of her face had a large crescent-shaped birthmark that ruined her overall beauty, making people sigh and wring their hands. The young girl bounced over from that side, like a happy little elf, with a face full of innocence. Seeing this, the old man immediately greeted her with an extremely kind smile on his face. What are you doing?" The young girl was startled and immediately took a few steps back, looking at the old man warily. "Young girl, don't be afraid. This old man has no malicious intentions." The old man's smile became even more amiable. "Then what do you want to do?" The young girl looked the old man up and down, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with instinctive vigilance. The old man chuckled and pretended to be profound. This old man and this young girl are destined to meet here, so I want to give you a great opportunity. When a young girl heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she asked in surprise, "Great opportunity? What great opportunity? Tell me, tell me." In the depths of her heart, she was overjoyed, thinking that the legends and stories Ani Feng had told her when she was a child were not lies. In this world, there really were such opportunities and good fortune. In those stories, ordinary cultivators, because of the guidance and benefits given by mysterious old men, would soar to the heavens and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, achieving unparalleled greatness and being worshipped by hundreds of millions of people. When she was a child, she listened to these stories with great interest, but this time, after coming out for more than half a year, the young girl thought that Ani Feng was just trying to deceive her, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Now that a mysterious old man was going to give her a great opportunity, the young girl couldn't be more excited, her heart jumping with joy. In an instant, the old man who was good at deceiving others became an extremely powerful master in the eyes of the young girl, and the reason he appeared in this crowded place was to find a suitable successor. And she was undoubtedly that peerless genius, 1 in 10 million, so she was chosen by this master. As for her casual dress, well, a little sloppy. Wasn't this how a master should look? Ha 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 ha. The old man revealed a mouthful of big yellow teeth and smiled mysteriously, then reached in his chest and took out the wrinkled animal skin paper. "Granny, is there a shop here that sells spirit pills?" Xianxia stood in front of a stall, looking at the silver-haired, trembling old woman and asked. 500 source crystals for one, refined by this old woman herself. The old woman looked at Xianxia with a smile and pointed to a pile of unknown things in front of her. Xianxia frowned and said, "I'm asking if there's a shop here that sells spirit pills." "Oh, you want to buy 2? I'll give you a discount, 900 source crystals for 2. No haggling. The old woman raised her hand and waved it back and forth, looking as if she had just taken advantage of him. "Don't pretend to be deaf and mute with me. Do you believe I won't flip your stall upside down?" Xianxia glared at the old woman in front of him fiercely, showing off his powerful third-order Origin King aura at the right time. The old woman's face changed, and her previous senile appearance disappeared, replaced by a cold look. "Little thing, you don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. You really don't know any manners. A first-order Origin King pretending to be deaf here. Are you trying to tease me?" Xianxia looked at her contemptuously. "Go over there, don't block this old woman's way of doing business. It's hard to do business these days." The old woman casually pointed in a direction, and in the blink of an eye, she returned to her previous trembling appearance. Following the old woman's directions, Xianxia soon arrived at the entrance of the shop. The shop assistant was a normal person, unlike the old woman and old man he had met before. After asking Xianxia why he had come, the shop assistant warmly welcomed him in, arranged a room for him, served him tea, and asked Xianxia to wait for a moment before retreating respectfully. Xianxia was not in a hurry and simply sipped his tea while waiting quietly. Chapter 1985. The reason why Xianxia had come to the black market was because he had no choice but to do so, and the biggest reason was the 300 or so source condensing pills. These source condensing pills had been secretly embezzled by Xianxia. If he used them himself, he wouldn't be able to use them all, and keeping them would be a waste. As for selling them, he had no good channels. After all, the origin of this batch of source condensing pills was not so open and above board. Xianxia couldn't open a store to sell these pills himself. If he really did that, he would definitely be criticized by the people of Spirit Pill Plaza. So, he could only come to the black market. This was the best and most suitable place. He basically had no source crystals on hand, so after selling this batch of spirit pills, he could at least save himself some money. Not long after, a round fatty pushed open the door and entered. The fatty's face was flushed red, and his body was full of fat. When he walked, the floor creaked. His 2 eyes had already narrowed into a slit, and the slit in the slit was shining brightly. As soon as he entered, the fat man cupped his fists enthusiastically and said, "This humble one is Jean Fu Gui. Greetings, young lord." He tactfully didn't ask Yang Kai's name, because people who came here didn't like others inquiring about their details. Yang Kai got up and said, "Shopkeeper Jean is too polite." Looking up and down, Yang Kai was surprised to find that this fat man was also a third-order Origin King cultivator. Moreover, the strength in his body was quite vigorous. It seemed that he had also completed the transformation of his source chi. Even if there were many such existences in Maplewood City, there were definitely not many of them. Like Kong Si Ran and Zhuaning Si, he could be considered a master in Maplewood City. Jean Fu Gui sat down with a genial face, the chair under his buttocks groaning. He looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "I heard from a shop assistant that young lord has a batch of spirit pills on hand." Indeed, Jean Fu Gui heard this. His small eyes lit up as he asked, "Dare I ask what kind of spirit pills young lord has?" This Jean has some face in Maplewood City, so young lord can rest assured that young lord will trade here. This Jean has always offered a fair price and has a good reputation. I will never reveal the slightest bit of information about the guest. Please rest assured about this. Shopkeeper Jean can say that. That's for the best. Yang Kai nodded before reaching out to take out a jade bottle from a space ring and pushing it in front of Jean Fugay. "Shopkeeper Jean, take a look. This is the spirit pill I want to sell." Jean Fugui raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai. Then he picked up the jade bottle, opened the cap, and looked inside. In the next moment, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He exclaimed in surprise, "Is it the source congealing pill?" Things like source congealing pills were never lacking in demand, especially in the black market. There were at least 8,000 people waiting to buy source congealing pills every day. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, this kind of spirit pill would be snatched up as soon as it appeared. Therefore, Jean Fugay was very satisfied with the goods brought by Yang Kai. "How many guests are there?" Yang Kai gestured a number with his hand. Jean Fugui was moved. 300? "Sir, you actually have such means to obtain 300 source congealing pills?" He swallowed a source congealing pill. It was enough for a first-order Origin King cultivator to consume for 10 days, a second-order Origin King for 6 or 7 days, and a third-order Origin King for 3 or 4 days. Therefore, 300 source congealing pills might not seem like a lot, but it was definitely not a small number. Any Origin King Realm cultivator who obtained these source condensing pills would not have to worry about source chi conversion for the next few years or even a decade. What puzzled Jean Fugui the most was where Yang Kai had obtained such a large number of source congealing pills. However, this was a confidential matter, so he tactfully did not ask. After pondering for a moment, Jean Fugui said, "The quantity is indeed not small, but the quality." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Jean can give it a try." Jean Fugui did not refuse and nodded after hearing this. "Then please forgive this Jean for being rude." While speaking, he poured out a source congealing pill from the jade bottle. Stuffing it into his mouth, he silently circulated his secret art to dissolve it. After a short while, the fat on his face trembled slightly. A look of surprise flashed across his small eyes. These were source congealing pills refined by Yang Kai with the pill recipe provided by Spirit Pill Plaza. In terms of quality, there is absolutely nothing to complain about, even better than the source congealing pills sold by Spirit Pill Plaza in the past. Jean Fugui was a third-order Origin King and had dealt with spirit pills all year round. So how could he not be able to tell the difference? He was secretly shocked as he realized that the origin of these source congealing pills in Yang Kai's hands was very likely extraordinary. The room fell silent for a while, with only Jean Fugui tapping his hand on the table again and again, as if he was deliberating about something. After a long time, he said, "The quality of customers' source congealing pills is unquestionable. How about I offer customer this price?" Saying so, he stretched out his hand and gestured. Yang Kai could not help but sneer. "Shopkeeper Jean, in your eyes, is this the only price of my source congealing pills? If that's the case, I'd be happy to go to other stores to have a look." Jean Fugui lightly coughed and said, "Customer, please listen to me. This batch of source congealing pills is indeed high-quality goods, but if this store sells them, it will require some manpower and labor. You can't just not make a profit, right? Shopkeeper Jin's words make sense. Yang Kai nodded, but there is no need to worry about a market for source congealing pills. I don't even need to go to any stores. I only need to stand on the street and shout, and I'm afraid they will all be snatched up. Shopkeeper Jin, are you sure you want to give up this great opportunity to make money? Jin Fugue's face suddenly twitched as he steeled his heart and gestured again. Then how about this price? Yang Kai glanced at him and said, 500 for one. Perhaps we will have a chance to cooperate again. Jin Fugue frowned when he heard this, but soon made a decision, stood up, and said, then we'll do as customer says. I hope that the next time customer has source congealing pills, customer must consider this store first. Naturally. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. By the way, in addition to source congealing pills, I also have some of the pills here. Shopkeeper Jin can help me estimate them. The other pills Yang Kai mentioned were naturally the ones he had obtained from helping the disciples of Blue Feather sect with alchemy. There were many of them and many kinds, but their grade and popularity could not be compared to source congealing pills. Of course, Jin Fugue did not care about these things. For a black market merchant like him, as long as he could make money, it was enough. Immediately, the two of them counted and calculated. Jin Fugue took away most of the spirit pills in Yang Kai's hands, while Yang Kai received nearly 170,000 source crystals. This number gave Yang Kai some confidence. After all, he had only earned 30,000 source crystals from helping the disciples of Blue Feather sect with alchemy for an entire month. But now, in just half a month, he had earned 170,000 source crystals, and the biggest reason for this was the high demand and high price of source congealing pills. Coming out of Jin Fugue's shop, Yang Kai was still wearing his black robe. He was not in a hurry to go back, and instead wandered around the black market. In this kind of place, it was easy to find some good things, but the chances were very small. After all, there were not many cultivators who did not know what was good for them, and it was rare for them to sell treasures like garbage. Yang Kai wandered around, but did not gain anything. Just as he was about to return home, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. There was a trace of anger and grievance in the voice. Why are you all so unreasonable? Yang Kai was startled when he heard this voice, and the image of a young girl immediately flashed in front of his eyes. Impossible, right? Yang Kai thought to himself, but he had only been in Maplewood City for a few days and did not know many people, so the only voice that sounded familiar to him was this young girl. His curiosity was piqued, and he hurriedly walked over. Not far away, a group of people was watching something, and many cultivators were pointing at the center of the field. Yang Kai parted the crowd and looked inside. In an instant, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At the center of the field, a young girl in a dark green dress was frowning as she looked forward. She was petite, had a full chest, and a graceful figure. Her face was delicate and pretty, and her skin was fair. The most striking thing about her was the large crescent-shaped birthmark on her cheek. There were also several bulging cloth bags hanging from her waist. No one knew what was in them. Imo Xiaoqi. Yang Kai could not believe his eyes. It really was Imo Xiaoqi, the innocent girl he had met in Clear Jade Mountain. She was still alive? To be honest, seeing this little girl alive and kicking, Yang Kai inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, and the guilt that had been in his heart disappeared in an instant. That day in Clear Jade Mountain, the divine spirit was angry, and the black flame destroyed the world, and Clear Jade Mountain was poisoned, and Imo Xiaoqi had disappeared. Yang Kai thought she had died and felt quite guilty at the time, because if he had been close enough to Imo Xiaoqi, he could have pulled her into the sealed world bead before the black flame reached her. But because of a momentary lapse in judgment, this innocent girl had died under the Luan Feng's wrath. At that time, Yang Kai did feel a little guilty. Although he was not very familiar with Imo Xiaoqi, the impression she gave him was quite good, and there were very few girls like Imo Xiaoqi in this world. Now that he saw her again, Yang Kai was overjoyed but at the same time, he wondered how she had managed to escape from that place. After all, the Luanfang's indiscriminate attacks were too terrifying, and if he did not have the sealed world bead, he would not have been able to escape death. But thinking about it carefully, this little girl's origins were extremely mysterious, and she had a dazzling array of high-grade artifacts on her. Perhaps she had used the power of some kind of artifact to escape. Thinking so, Yang Kai's evaluation of Mo Xiao Qi rose a few notches. After all, an artifact that could withstand the Luanfang's wrath was at least an emperor artifact, and Mo Xiao Qi being able to possess an emperor artifact showed that her origins were unimaginable. But at this moment, this girl with great origins was in a predicament. Opposite her, a group of cultivators were surrounding a young man. This young man looked handsome and elegant, but his pair of lustful eyes were constantly sweeping Mo Xiao Qi's body back and forth, especially her full twin peaks, which attracted this young man's attention. However, when he shifted his gaze to Mo Xiao Qi's face, a look of extreme regret appeared on his face, as if he hated the unfairness of the Creator, his expression full of complaints against the blood and tears of the heavens. Chapter 1986. Why are you being so unreasonable? I saw this thing first and even paid for it with source crystals. Why should I give it to you? Mo Xiao Qi was holding something in one of her hands behind her, but as she puffed out her full chest, facing the dozen or so burly men without fear. Girl, you can't say that. Since my young lord has taken a fancy to this thing, he must buy it. How many source crystals did you pay? We'll pay you double. Please take out that thing, so as not to hurt our friendship. Opposite them, a man coldly snorted, his aura fluctuating as he spoke, his threatening tone obvious. Do you think I care about your source crystals? Mo Xiao Qi pouted before turning to an elderly man beside her and asking, Tell me, did I buy it from you first? The old man was obviously the seller, as he wore a frown on his face. Hearing this, he glanced at Mo Xiao Qi, then at the dozen or so menacing men opposite him before letting out a hollow laugh. Probably yes. What do you mean probably? Mo Xiao Qi looked at him in amazement. Didn't I give you source crystals? I just gave you a few extra source crystals, and you even thanked me. The old man's mouth twitched as he fell silent. The young man, who had been surrounded by many cultivators, suddenly chuckled and looked at the old man. Old sir, how many source crystals did this girl pay you? The old man hesitated for a moment before replying softly, 8,000. 8,000? That's not much. This young lord offers 10,000. How about you sell it to me? The young man looked at the old man with a smile. 10,000? The old man was overjoyed when he heard this and nodded repeatedly. Good, good. After agreeing, he wore a troubled look. But this thing has already been bought by this girl. What does that matter? When it comes to business, the highest bidder wins. The young man smiled heartily. Turning to Mo Xiao Qi, he said, Girl, you should have heard clearly. This young lord has bought this old sir's thing for 10,000 source crystals. Please take out. The highest bidder wins? Mo Xiao Qi ground her teeth angrily. Before he could finish speaking, she said, Good. Then I'll pay 20,000. Hearing this, the old seller was pleasantly surprised. He had never thought that his item could be sold for such a high price. At the same time, he was a little vexed. Since the two of them were fighting over it so fiercely, it was obviously a good item. Unfortunately, he didn't recognize it and sold it as an ordinary item, allowing others to pick up a great bargain. The young man frowned as a fierce look appeared on his face. This young lord offers 30,000. More than source crystals? You think you can beat me? 50,000. Mo Xiao Qi threw out a number lightly. Immediately, it was as if an invisible sledgehammer had smashed down, smashing the youth across from him. The young man glared at her and roared, Little girl, do you know who I am? How dare you steal from me? How would I know who you are? Mo Xiao Qi looked at him with disgust. Besides, you're the one who wants to steal from me, right? You're too unreasonable. Fine, 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 you little girl. He really wouldn't cry until he saw the coffin. This young lord will let you know what's good for you. I am Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuan Cheng. If you know what's good for you, leave this thing behind and scram. If you don't, ha ha ha, this young lord will make you leave this thing behind. Ning Yuan Cheng grinned meaningfully as his eyes swept over Xiaoqi's body maliciously. Flying Saint Palace. This person is Ning Yuan Cheng. This girl is in big trouble. When Ning Yuan Cheng's voice fell, Xiaoqi didn't react, but the surrounding cultivator's expression changed slightly. After all, although Flying Saint Palace wasn't a first-class force in the entire Southern Territory and couldn't be compared to Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, or Azure Sun Temple. However, it still had some fame. It was far from being comparable to the great forces around Maplewood City. As the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuan Cheng's reputation was naturally not small. At the very least, in this part of the Southern Territory, his name was well known. During this time, due to the appearance of the Luan Feng, many forces had gathered around to investigate. This caused many forces to head to Jade Clear Mountain to investigate the situation, and Flying Saint Palace was naturally no exception. The leader of this group was none other than young palace master Ning Yuan Cheng. However, after their trip to Clear Jade Mountain, they didn't gain anything and had decided to rest briefly in Maplewood City on the way back. But they hadn't expected to encounter such a situation in the black market. Ning Yuancheng wore a smug expression on his face. He had thought that after he revealed his name and the great force behind him, this woman who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would definitely apologize and even throw herself into his arms to beg for forgiveness. Although this little girl had a large birthmark that affected her appearance, her figure was still quite good, especially her pair of large breasts, which were definitely interesting to play with. When night fell, she would take off her clothes and turn off the lights, making no difference. Flying Saint Palace? What's that? I've never heard of it. Xiaoqi frowned slightly, a blank look on her face. Ning Yuan Cheng's smug expression instantly stiffened, and the faces of the many Flying Saint Palace cultivator also became gloomy. Bold madwoman, you dare insult my Saint Palace? Take her down for me. This young lord will let her know what Flying Saint Palace is. Ning Yuan Cheng ordered fiercely. The dozen or so Origin King Realm cultivator took action without hesitation. Maplewood City was a small city, and even its city lord was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Its two Vice City lords were only first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, so there were only 3 Dao Source Realm cultivators in total. So these Flying Saint Palace cultivators didn't put them in their eyes. Not to mention a place like the black market. Even if they were on the streets, they would still dare to act. So what if it was the City Lord's mansion? Could it oppose Flying Saint Palace? The dozen or so people rushed out at the same time, 3 of them moving the fastest and arriving beside Xiaoqi in an instant. 2 of them reached out to grab Xiaoqi's fragrant shoulders, while one of them sent a palm strike towards Xiaoqi's lower abdomen. Strength surged from each of their palms. Fortunately, they knew that their young lord's order was to capture, not kill, so they all held back. The onlookers exclaimed, all of them showing sympathetic looks. After all, a group of old men coming together to bully a little girl. Although this little girl was also a third-order Origin King, it was still enough to arouse sympathy from the onlookers. Xianxia also couldn't bear to see this happen and averted his gaze, clicking his tongue a few times. His sympathy was not directed at Xiaoqi, but at the Flying Saint Palace cultivator who had taken the initiative to attack her. What happened on Clear Jade Mountain that day was still fresh in Xianxia's mind. Even he, who had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art and had taken countless origin mixing pills, had been injured by Xiaoqi's attacks, let alone these ignorant fools. What's more, Xianxia had only wanted to grab Xiaoqi and take her away with him at that time, so he had not used any of his strength, but now, these people had attacked in anger. As for the consequences, sure enough, a series of screams rang out, causing all the onlookers to be stunned. After seeing the change in the situation, their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. The two cultivators who had reached out to grab Xianxia's fragrant shoulders screamed and flew back the moment they touched her, their palms bleeding profusely. It was unknown what had caused these wounds, but they were so deep that even bone could be seen, causing the onlookers to be horrified. The cultivator who had sent a palm strike towards Xiaoqi's lower abdomen was in the most miserable state. After his palm struck, although Xiaoqi was slightly shaken, the cultivator also let out a scream and fell back, his palm burning with pain. Looking around, the cultivator saw a human face mark appear on his palm for some reason. This face's facial features were distorted as it let out a shrill howl that seemed to reach the depths of one's knowledge sea. This cultivator instantly froze in place as a huge ghost face suddenly appeared in his knowledge sea. This ghost face was green and had sharp fangs, its mouth wide open as it devoured his spiritual energy like it was drinking from a spring, an extremely joyful expression appearing on its face. This cultivator was unable to resist at all, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. What? Ning Yuancheng saw this scene and immediately exclaimed. Everything in front of him was beyond his ability to comprehend. It was clearly his three cultivator subordinates who were attacking Xiaoqi, but the other party just stood there without moving, her eyes filled with panic, as if she didn't know how to fight back. But before she could do anything, his three cultivator subordinates had already suffered heavy casualties. 2 injured and 1 dead. Such a result was simply blinding. What kind of secret technique is this? Is this little girl pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Could it be that she is some old witch who has lived for thousands of years and is hiding her cultivation and pretending to be innocent? All kinds of thoughts appeared in Ning Yuancheng's mind, causing his back to be soaked with sweat in an instant. Retreat. At that moment, the remaining cultivators also rushed to Xiaoqi's side, but they were all shouted back. Everyone reacted quickly, and seeing the situation turn bad, how could they dare to attack Xiaoqi at will? One after another, they retreated in fear and shock. A person with a gloomy face walked out from behind Ning Yuancheng. This person seemed to be a middle-aged man who had been standing silently behind Ning Yuancheng before, his expression as calm as an ancient well. Only now did he slowly walk out and stand in front of Ning Yuancheng. As the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, when he went out, he would naturally be accompanied by 1 or 2 masters. This person was the Flying Saint Palace master responsible for protecting Ning Yuancheng, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, Lu Yizhi. As a second-order Dao Source Realm master, his eyesight was naturally extraordinary, and he could tell at a glance that Xiaoqi's background was extraordinary. Just now, it was he who had sensed the situation and ordered his disciples to retreat. He silently stood in front of Ning Yuancheng, blocking all possible angles of attack as he stared at Xiaoqi solemnly, his eyes deep, as if he wanted to examine her from the inside out. Yu, what do you want to do? Xiaoqi didn't come back to her senses until now and shouted with a fierce look on her face. Don't come any closer. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Be careful. Be careful. I don't beat you up. The onlookers couldn't help rolling their eyes. You're not someone to be trifled with. Isn't that obvious? Do we need you to tell us that? Chapter 1987. Lu Yizhi frowned slightly. Although he instinctively felt that Xiaoqi's demeanor wasn't fake, nor did she look like an old witch who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, he still didn't dare to take her lightly. After thinking about it for a while, he asked in a deep voice, "May I ask young lady's name?" Xiaoqi gritted her teeth and glared at him, not answering. Lu Yizhi's frown deepened. The other party's silence really put him in a difficult position, so he could only ask again, "May I ask which sect young lady comes from? I see that young lady looks somewhat familiar, vaguely similar to someone I know. Perhaps our two sects have some kind of relationship. If that is the case, please tell me, lest the Dragon King's temple be washed away by the flood and we fail to recognize each other." He was obviously trying to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. After all, Lu Yizhi really couldn't see through Xiaoqi's mysteries. It was best not to provoke such a person easily, Otherwise, it was very likely that it would bring disaster to his sect, especially now that Maplewood City was filled with dragons and snakes mixed in with people from various great forces. Luigi felt that Mo Xiaoqi was most likely a direct descendant of some super sect. Anyone with a little bit of experience would know what to say in the face of Lu Yiji's speech. But how could Mo Xiaoqi know this? She didn't expect to give Lu Yiji and the people from Flying Saint Palace a way out, so she simply said, "What relationship? I've never even heard of your Flying Saint Palace, so how could it be related to my spirit, us?" Luigi's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot as he secretly cursed Mo Xiaoqi for being so insensible, wondering if she really didn't understand. However, Mo Xiaoqi's slip of the tongue just now made Lu Yiji secretly shocked. Mo Xiaoqi clearly wanted to say spirit or something. However, in the star boundary, there were many great forces that started with the word spirit, and there were several that Flying Saint Palace couldn't afford to provoke. For a while, Lu Yiji couldn't infer the true origins of the other party. Just as he was feeling like he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, a strange laugh suddenly came from the crowd. "Who is it?" Lu Yiji was still annoyed, so when he heard this, he naturally looked towards the source of the sound without any trace of politeness. What he saw was a person wrapped in a black robe, whose face couldn't be seen, but from the sound of this person's voice. But he could tell that this person was a man, a third-order origin, not much different from Mo Xiaoqi. The black robe was naturally Yongkai. He's Yeet Man. Others might not know Mo Xiaoqi's temperament, but Yongkai was well aware that if he didn't handle this matter well, even if Flying Saint Palace had scruples, they would still attack Mo Xiaoqi for the sake of their sect's face and reputation. When that time came, Yiji S's Yang. Although she had many miraculous abilities, the other party was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator who was able to draw upon the world principles. It was hard to say whether the artifacts on her would be able to display their full potential. Faced with Lu Yiji's inquiry, Yongkai ignored him and instead walked directly towards Mo Xiaoqi while saying, "Young lady, so you're here. It took me a long time to find him." "Me? Young lady?" Mo Xiaoqi instinctively felt her heart clench, thinking that her whereabouts had been exposed and that her father had sent someone to catch her, so she subconsciously took out something from her space ring and prepared to escape. But she soon felt that something was not right, because that person's voice was somewhat familiar to her. At that moment, Yongkai revealed a bit of his face. Mo Xiaoqi was taken aback, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. "Ah, it's you. You didn't die." Yongkai covered his face again. Chuckling meaningfully, he said, "Young lady, don't be too harsh on me. Although subordinate is resilient, he can't block your killing blow. I've been recuperating for many days. I've finally recovered." While speaking, Yongkai quietly winked at Mo Xiaoqi. Fearing that this little girl was blind, he quickly sent her a divine sense message, telling her not to speak. Mo Xiaoqi nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. The surrounding cultivator listened with black lines on his face, all of them looking at Yongkai sympathetically, as if they were looking at a poor subordinate responsible for the safety of their noble young lady. Not only did he have to work hard as a nanny, but he also had to guard against his young lady's murderous intentions. "Him? Young lady, what happened here?" Yongkai pretended to have only just noticed the anomaly, turning his head to look around as he asked, immediately becoming furious as he shouted, "Who dares be so bold as to attack my young lady? Are you tired of living?" He was a third-order origin king cultivator, but in front of a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, he was not afraid at all. Instead, his murderous intent was so thick it was almost tangible, overflowing from his body, causing many people's expressions to change drastically. Good. Such a bold person actually exists in this world. Ha. I'm afraid even if the Star Envoy Master comes, he won't be able to save your life." Yongkai sneered as he swept his eyes around, the scarlet eyes hidden under his black robes, making him look like a mad beast. If it was just this ferocious appearance, it would have been fine. However, the information revealed in his words caused Lu Yiji's expression to suddenly collapse. Even the Star Envoy Master was powerless here. So where did these two come from? Could they be the heirs of the senior leaders of the Southern Territories' Star Soul Palace? Lu Yizhi was so frightened, so there was no need to even mention Ning Yuancheng. He had thought that in Maplewood City, as the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, he could do whatever he wanted. No one dared to provoke him. How could he have known that he would suddenly provoke a noble existence that even the Star Envoy Master did not put in his eyes? In an instant, Ning Yuancheng's face turned pale and his legs trembled as he looked at Lu Yizhi imploringly. Although the latter was a powerful second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, in front of those great forces, what did such a cultivation count for? Any random person from Star Soul Palace could crush Flying Saint Palace to dust. Secretly gulping, Ning Yuancheng braced himself and cupped his fists. "This friend, please calm your anger. Just now, there was some misunderstanding between this young lady and my young lord. A few disciples who did not have eyes and offended this young lady have already been punished. I hope this friend can be magnanimous and forgive them." "Is that so?" Xianxia squinted at Lu Yizhi. "Indeed. Friend, look, this young lady is actually unscathed." "Umph. If young lady was injured, do you think you would still be standing here talking to me?" Xianxia sneered. Lu Yizhi was furious. After all, the gap in cultivation between him and Xianxia was huge. No Origin King had ever dared to speak to him so shamelessly, but Lu Yizhi did not dare show it, because the other party's background was not small. There was definitely more than one third-order Origin King protecting this young lady. Perhaps there was an even more powerful master hiding in the dark. When a man in the black robe was talking to him, he made a few strange hand gestures in a certain direction. Obviously, he was informing his companions of some information. Discovering this, Lu Yizhi's forehead gradually oozed cold sweat, because under the perception of his divine sense, he could not detect the existence of any master here. There is only one possibility for this situation. There was a master hiding in the dark who was stronger than him. "Dare I ask this friend, where are you from?" Although Lu Yizhi was intimidated by Xianxia, he was still a little unwilling. So after hesitating for a moment, he still carefully probed Xianxia's origins. "Umph." Xianxia snorted as he swept his eyes over them, not answering directly. "Are you from Flying Saint Palace?" "Yes." Lu Yizhi nodded, not knowing why Xianxia asked this. "You want to know where we are from?" "Sure, come here and I'll tell you, but you'll have to pay a price." Xianxia smiled slightly before whispering, "Within 3 days, Flying Saint Palace will be removed from the Southern Territory, but I don't know if you can afford this price." Lu Yizhi trembled as his face suddenly paled. "Do you still want to know?" Xianxia stared at him contemptuously. "This Luma spoke. Please don't take offense, friend." Lu Yizhi was completely intimidated. So how could he dare ask another word? A group of clowns, frogs at the bottom of a well? This king is too lazy to lower himself to your level. Seeing that young lady is unharmed, this king will let you off this time. But if there's a next time? Xianxia's expression became angry as he narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Yizhi, slowly saying, "You understand." Lu Yizhi's entire body was soaked with sweat, so at this moment he no longer cared about his sect or his face, quickly cupping his fists and saying, "Many thanks, friend." Saying so, he quickly pulled Ning Yuancheng, who had been standing in place for a long time, as if 2 of his 3 souls had left his body, and shouted, "Let's go." The remaining Flying Saint Palace disciples did not dare to linger, quickly picking up the corpses on the ground and following Lu Yizhi. "Young lady, let's go." Only now did Xianxia breathe a sigh of relief and quickly shouted to Mo Shaoqi. At this moment, this little girl was staring at Xianxia with a look of worship on her face. Her 2 eyes were practically twinkling like stars. "Let's go." Xianxia couldn't help urging her in a low voice when he saw her like this. After all, Lu Yizhi was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Xianxia might be able to fool him for a while, but he wouldn't be able to fool him forever. If Lu Yizhi realized something and came to him for confirmation, it would be over. Acting so presumptuously in front of a second-order Tao Source Realm Master. What good would come out of it? Hey, don't go. What happened to the 50,000 source crystals we agreed on? The previous seller, who seemed to be willing to sacrifice his life for wealth, quickly shouted after hearing Xianxia's words. You have a nerve to ask for 50,000 source crystals? Do you believe I won't take your life? Xianxia glared at him, causing the old man to smile awkwardly and step back, keeping a safe distance from Xianxia. Let's go. Xianxia grabbed Xiaoqi's wrist and prepared to take her away from here. In the next moment, he let go of Xiaoqi as if he had been electrocuted, his palm dripping with blood. I'm sorry, Big Brother Yang. Xiaoqi finally recovered and began to apologize in a hurry. Chapter 1988. Maplewood City, inside Xianxia's cave mansion. Xianxia and Xiaoqi were sitting across from each other. After leaving the black market, Xianxia took Xiaoqi and hurriedly fled back here. Along the way, he deliberately checked to see if anyone was following them, and, at the same time, he took some detours. After confirming it was safe, they returned to the cave mansion. Big Brother Yang, you're amazing. Xiaoqi cupped her cheeks with both hands. Looking at Xianxia with a smitten expression on her face, her beautiful eyes shining brightly, not stingy with her worship and admiration. You scared those hateful guys away with just a few words. How did you do it? Xianxia chuckled dryly. If it were anyone else asking him this question, Xianxia would definitely think they were mocking him, but since it came from Xiaoqi, it was genuine praise. They were just overthinking it, Xianxia said perfunctorily. Today's matter was indeed the result of Flying Saint Palace's people overthinking it, and it was also the result of the current situation in Maplewood City. If it weren't for the current chaotic situation in Maplewood City, Xianxia's words today might not have had any effect. But now, there were many people from various great forces in Maplewood City, and although Flying Saint Palace was not bad, it was not the best, so Luigi would naturally have some scruples. Let's not talk about this. Xiaoqi, why are you here? Xianxia changed the topic. I've always been here. Xiaoqi looked at Xianxia inexplicably, not knowing why he would ask such a question. By the way, the cave mansion I rented is very close to Big Brother Yang's, so why haven't I seen you before? I didn't live here before. I didn't return until today. Oh, actually, I wanted to ask, Xiaoqi, how did you escape from Clear Jade Mountain last time? Xianxia looked at Xiaoqi suspiciously. After all, when he came out of the sealed world bead, he had deliberately searched for Xiaoqi, but there was no trace of her at all. At that time, he thought that Xiaoqi must be dead, burned to ashes without leaving any trace. However, he had never expected to see him again in Maplewood City today. That day, I used this thing to escape. Saying so, Xiaoqi took out something from her space ring and placed it in front of Xianxia. This is... Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He stared at the beast's skin on the table, which was emitting a strange energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation was very familiar to Xianxia. It was the fluctuation of space energy. The beast's skin was only about the size of 2 palms. There were many mysterious lines and runes engraved on the beast's skin, forming a mysterious pattern. Xianxia reached out and touched it, feeling it carefully. After a while, he was shocked. This thing has the ability to transfer space. Hearing this, Xiaoqi looked at Xianxia with a smile and said, Big Brother Yang really cultivates the Tao of space. You can even sense this. You know that I cultivate the power of space? Xianxia looked at her in surprise. That's right, when you fought in Clear Jade Mountain, didn't you use your space force? I noticed at that time because when you use your space force, the feeling was a bit similar to when Uncle Li fought. Uncle Li, it's Uncle Li Wu Yi. He also cultivates the Tao of space and is very powerful. This thing was made by him to save my life. Xiaoqi was not wary of Xianxia. She didn't know if it was because it was easy to change a leopard's spots, or because Xianxia had never had any malicious thoughts towards her. Saying so, she explained, Uncle Li said that this thing can open a void corridor at a critical moment, so it's perfect for escaping. I originally had 2, but I used one in Clear Jade Mountain last time, So now I only have this one left. Xianxia showed a hint of reluctance as she spoke. You could directly open a void corridor with a spirit array on this beast skin. Yangkai was shocked. Although his research and attainments in the Tao of space were extremely extraordinary, it was absolutely impossible for him to make such a thing with his current ability. He could only rely on his own space force to teleport. Moreover, it was easily disturbed. Once the surrounding world energy became unstable, his teleportation would not be able to play much of a role. This was related to his strength, his attainments in the Tao of space, and the world principles of the star boundary. The world principles of the star boundary were countless times denser than those of the homeland star territory. As such, Yang Kai's teleportation was greatly suppressed in the star boundary. But that Li Wuyi was actually able to make a treasure like this beast's skin. Obviously, his attainments in the Tao of space were far beyond Yang Kai's reach. Big Brother Yang, I'm sorry. Xianxia suddenly apologized with a guilty expression. Why are you suddenly saying this? Yang Kai looked up at her. When we were in danger last time, I wanted to take you with me, but the Luanfeng's attack came too quickly, so I could only later I want to go inside to find you again, but I couldn't go too deep, so I thought you must have died. Hearing this, Yang Kai chuckled. In this regard, he and Xianxia had the same idea. Both of them thought the other party must have died under the world-extinguishing black flames, but neither of them had expected the other to have a way to escape. Then how did you escape, Big Brother Yang? Xianxia asked. I'm proficient in the Tao of space. Yang Kai casually made up a story. Oh, right. Uncle Li said that those who are proficient in the Tao of space have top-notch escaping abilities, Xianxia suddenly realized. Seeing her completely believe him, Kai Yang's heart inexplicably filled with a sense of guilt. Next, the two began chatting casually again. However, under Yang Kai's intentional or unintentional inquiries, he also discovered that Li Wuyi's cultivation was actually a master from the Emperor realm. He did not inquire about Xianxia's origin. Sometimes, the less one knew, the better. Xianxia's background was obviously extraordinary, something Yang Kai was well aware of. Big Brother Yang, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you come with me to look for treasures? Xianxia suddenly proposed with great interest. Treasures? Yes, yes. Xianxia nodded repeatedly, taking out an animal skin parchment from her space ring as she spoke. I bought a treasure map today. That person told me it was a treasure left behind by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. Maybe there is a heaven-devouring Great Emperor secret technique inside. This thing, why does it look so familiar? Yang Kai looked puzzled as he picked up the animal skin parchment and observed it carefully, a moment later frowning. How many source crystals did you buy this thing for? Yang Kai looked up at Xianxia. 7,000. Xianxia said proudly. It's not expensive, right? If we can really find the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique, we'll be rich. Damn profiteer. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing in a low voice. Big Brother Yang, what did you say? Nothing. Yang Kai coughed lightly, hesitated for a moment, and then said earnestly, Xiaoqi, when you go out, people's hearts are sinister. Not everyone is as docile and kind as you. You must always be careful. I know. Ani Feng used to tell me that a lot. In the star boundary, there are many deceitful people, so you can't believe everything they say. I know that too. This treasure map is fake. Yang Kai sighed softly, having no choice but to make things clear. Expecting this little girl to understand on her own was a bit too difficult for her. How could that be? That person swore there was definitely the treasure of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, one of the great emperors from a long time ago. Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai in disbelief and said absent-mindedly, could it be that the great emperors also lie? Whether the great emperors lie or not, I don't know, but the person who sold this thing definitely lied to you. Xiaoqi was startled, but after thinking about it carefully, she vaguely understood and shouted, hateful swindler, how dare he fool me? I'm going to find him. Forget it, that person is definitely not here anymore. Where are you going to find him in this vast sea of people? Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Xiaoqi suddenly pursed her lips, stomped her feet, and waved her small fists. "I'm so angry. Don't let me see him again, or I'll teach him a lesson." After throwing out these harsh words, her mood seemed to have calmed down a lot, and after thinking about it, she took out 7 or 8 more treasure maps from her space ring and said, "Big Brother Yang, take a look at these things. Are they real or fake?" Yang Kai fixed his eyes on them, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. "What about this?" Xiaoqi took out another thing, a black and useless night sky stone that could only be used for ornamental purposes. "Huh?" Yang Kai laughed dryly. "What about this peerless secret art?" Xiaoqi threw out another thing. Yang Kai glanced at it, and suddenly his body shook. It was a peerless secret art. The pages were yellowed and looked quite old, and on the page were 2 large words, "Peerless Secret Art." It was as if she was afraid others wouldn't know this was a peerless secret art. But how simple must a person be to be fooled into buying so many useless things after a trip to the black market? If everyone in the world was like Xiaoqi, wouldn't those swindlers have already made a fortune? Yang Kai's silence made Xiaoqi extremely depressed, causing her to bury her head in her chest, as if she was shrouded in an invisible shadow. Seeing her look like she had suffered a huge blow, Yang Kai sighed softly and was about to comfort her, hoping she would learn from her mistakes and be more careful in the future, when Xiaoqi suddenly raised her head and grinned. "This thing is definitely not fake." Saying so, she carefully took out an oval, light blue stone and placed it on the table. Seeing her confident look, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling interested. Releasing his divine sense to probe this thing, he found that it didn't give off any world energy fluctuations, just like a real stone. But what was strange was that this stone-like thing had an inexplicable power on its surface that prevented his divine sense from penetrating it. "What is this?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. Xiaoqi smiled mysteriously. "A beast egg." Chapter 1989. "This is a beast egg?" Yang Kai was stunned. "How do you know this is a beast egg?" "I just know." Xiaoqi shook her head and replied with a proud look on her face. "Anyway, this thing can't be wrong. I just don't know what kind of monster beast egg it is, but I can feel that it should be very powerful." "You have a secret technique that can sense it?" Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully. "That's right. This is what I was fighting over with that guy from Flying Saint Palace. Maybe he also saw how extraordinary this thing is. Since you're sure it's a beast egg, then keep it carefully." Yang Kai didn't know much about this, but since Xiaoqi had a secret technique that could sense it, it couldn't be wrong. This was probably her only gain from visiting the black market. "By the way, Xiaoqi, do you know anything about the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques?" Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and asked. "The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. That's the secret art of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Of course I know." Xiaoqi nodded. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor relied on this supreme secret art to reach the peak step by step and become a top emperor. In his era, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was an extremely powerful existence. Even among the 10 great emperors, he was ranked in the top 3. "Oh, then, the heaven-devouring great emperors are now. The heaven-devouring great emperors have already fallen." Xiaoqi smiled slightly. "Rumor has it that the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques were rejected by heaven and earth. In the end, the great emperors were rejected by heaven and earth, so they became the demon race and died. But I know." At this point, she smiled mysteriously and whispered, "This is fake. Then what is the real truth?" "The heaven-devouring great emperors were besieged and fell in the shattered star sea," Xiaoqi said. His expression suddenly became unprecedentedly solemn. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he said in a serious voice, "The heaven-devouring great emperor's strength was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 great emperors. Those who dared to besiege him..." Xiaoqi put her finger on her lips. "This is a big secret, Uncle's secret. I also heard a few words from Uncle Li and Auntie Feng when they were chatting. Big Brother Yang, don't go around talking about it. Otherwise, it is very likely to lead to a fatal disaster. In this world, there are not many people who know this secret." "I understand, but Why are those existences attacking the heaven-devouring martial monarch? I don't know. Xiaoqi shook her head. With Xiaoqi's character, if she really knew something, she would never hide it. Since she said she didn't know, then she really didn't know. Yang Kai didn't ask more about this matter. Yang Kai instinctively felt that the reason why the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was besieged might be related to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. It seems that it's time to study the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Even though Yang Kai knew that Wu Mengchuan didn't have good intentions in teaching him the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, it was still a secret art mastered by the 10 Great Emperors. It would be a pity to just leave it alone. The two chatted for a while. Xiaoqi then left. Before leaving, Xiaoqi gave Yang Kai a sound bead and told Yang Kai that if he wanted to find her, he just needed to pour his divine sense into the sound bead. Yang Kai naturally nodded and agreed. Although Xiaoqi was too naive, she had an extraordinary background and was covered in precious treasures. What's more, her knowledge and experience in certain aspects were not something Yang Kai could compare with. Perhaps one day, Yang Kai would be able to borrow her strength. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse her kindness. Not to mention, everyone was now settling down in Maplewood City. By deepening their contact, it would be easier to take care of each other if any accidents happened. A sound bead was similar to a communication artifact, but Xiaoqi's sound bead was specially made and was more useful than a communication artifact. Judging from the energy fluctuations alone, it was obviously an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. After sending Xiaoqi off, Yang Kai arranged a large number of source crystals in his secluded home and activated all the forbidden spirit arrays without caring about the consumption. Now that he had a lot of source crystals, he naturally wouldn't be stingy in this regard. After ensuring his safety and concealment were safe, Yang Kai summoned the sealed world bead and entered alone. Inside the small sealed world, it was still quiet. Yang Kai released his divine sense, and the situation inside the small sealed world was clear at a glance. In the medicine garden, the herbs he had obtained from the severed world were growing vigorously. These herbs were all Origin King grade, and if they were refined into pills, they would be of great benefit to the growth of an Origin King realm cultivator. Previously, Yang Kai was reluctant to use these herbs because they were extremely rare in the territory of Homestar. But now that he was in the star boundary, where the resources were even more abundant, these herbs were nothing to him. Therefore, he decided to refine these herbs into pills to facilitate his cultivation. He could also use these herbs to refine pills to improve his alchemy skills and see if he could break through the bottleneck of the Dao Source grade. If he succeeded, he could be promoted to a Dao Source grade alchemist. In the star boundary, an Origin King grade alchemist was nothing, but a Dao Source grade alchemist was definitely a top-notch character. Yang Kai's current strength wasn't high, so if he had the identity of a Dao Source grade alchemist as a shield, he may be able to save his life in a crisis. After busying himself, Yang Kai collected all the Origin King grade herbs and sorted them out, preparing to refine them into pills after leaving this place. Inside the small sealed world, in addition to the herbs in the medicine garden, there was also the monster insect queen and the ice flower exotic fruit he obtained from the bottom of the ice cliff. The area around the ice flower exotic fruit was extremely cold, but the monster insect queen was sleeping peacefully, seemingly absorbing the cold energy emitted by the ice flower exotic fruit to strengthen itself. After a period of recuperation and fusion, the monster insect queen, which had transformed into a blood beast, was much better, and the large and small wounds on its body also showed signs of healing. After all, although the monster insect queen's physical body was dead, Yang Kai's pure golden blood had a powerful restorative ability. What surprised Yang Kai the most, though, was that the purple and green twin swords given to him by Xiaoqi had actually begun to fuse with the monster insect queen's body. The purple and green twin swords were Origin King grade high-rank artifacts, and when the two swords fused together, they were comparable to ordinary Dao Source grade artifacts. Moreover, they were of the ice attribute, making them extremely suitable for the monster insect queen. when Yangkai obtained the purple and green twin swords in Clear Jade Mountain. He had thrown them into the small sealed world without hesitation. Now, it seemed that the two swords were actually fusing with the two broken pincers of the monster insect queen. This was quite strange. At that time, Yangkai only wanted to find a suitable weapon for the monster insect queen, so he had thrown the purple and green twin swords into the small sealed world. Now that he thought about it carefully, although the monster insect queen was now his blood beast, the sentience in its body was the manifestation of the sentient sword intent, so it had a natural affinity with sword-type artifacts. A blood beast, a sentient sword intent, and a monster insect body. When all these things were mixed together, Yangkai didn't even know how to describe the monstrous monster insect queen. Unfortunately, it didn't have true sentience and wasn't a living creature. Otherwise, Yangkai would have been looking forward to seeing how far it could grow. After observing the monster insect queen for a while and confirming that it was fine, Yangkai found a place to sit down cross-legged, took a source condensing pill, and began to meditate in his mind while transforming his source chi. He wanted to comprehend the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method that Wu Mengchuan had taught him. At that time in the bone prison, although Yangkai had also briefly reviewed this secret art and felt that it was incredibly powerful and incredible, he didn't have much time to study it carefully. Moreover, after learning about the origin of the secret art, Yangkai also felt that Wu Mengchuan had ill intentions and was unwilling to cultivate such a secret art. However, not cultivating it did not mean that it was useless. Stones from other mountains could be used to polish jade. Perhaps one could pry into a thread of mystery from this set of cultivation methods. Yangkai quickly entered a state of selflessness. Cultivating to this point, he had come into contact with a lot of secret arts and secret techniques, so he naturally had some insight and insight. But after comprehending it, he found that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method was more mysterious and powerful than any secret art or secret technique he had come into contact with. Devouring all things with aura from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and turning them into his own. When he reached the peak and achieved the Emperor physique, he could even devour the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. Yangkai was shocked. The creator of this secret art, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, was definitely a madman. He even wanted to devour the stars and refine the heavens and earth. But on second thought, Yangkai admired the heaven-devouring Great Emperor even more. Regardless of whether he was a madman or not, this person was definitely a heaven-defying genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create such a secret art. There was a rumor that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method was not tolerated by the heavens and earth, which was not a rumor. Such a secret art was indeed not tolerated by the heavens and earth, nor by other emperors. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was eventually besieged by other emperors and fell into the Shattered Stars Sea, which could be said to be his own fault. However, Yangkai was keenly aware of the inappropriateness of this secret art. Devouring and refining everything in the world that contained world energy for one's own use sounded very tempting, and it could allow one to grow rapidly in a very short time. But this kind of unrestrained devouring and refining was bound to be accompanied by great hidden dangers. Devouring all kinds of energy into the same body, if one didn't have a strong ability to withstand and convert it, it would only lead to a conflict between different kinds of energy, and it was inevitable that it would become the demon race. The most obvious example was Wu Mengchuan. The old man's temperament was perverse, cruel, and ruthless. Even his loyal subordinates would be killed without batting an eyelid. Obviously, it had something to do with the cultivation method he practiced. Moreover, if this secret art was really so magical, then Wu Mengchuan wouldn't have been the third order Dao source realm until now. He would have likely cultivated to the Emperor realm long ago. Useless. Yangkai let out a long sigh. Such a top-notch secret art had fallen into his hands, but it had become useless to keep and a pity to discard, which really made him feel regretful. In any case, he would never joke about his own future by cultivating this heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method. There was more than one path to the Emperor realm. Chapter 1990. Just as Yang Kai was feeling sorry for the heaven-devouring battle law, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind, and an exciting idea popped up in his mind. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics allowed one to devour the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's spiritual objects and use them as their own. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed them to devour and refine all kinds of minerals, eliminating the impurities and preserving the essences to strengthen themselves. The two were shockingly similar in some aspects. Moreover, the stone mongoose was not made of flesh and blood. In terms of adaptability and endurance, what creature in the world could be stronger than them? For example, Xianxia could devour and refine the sun's true essence, let alone other things. If the stone mongoose were to cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics, what would happen? Generally speaking, it was impossible for the Stone Puppet Clan to cultivate any kind of secret art, because although they were extremely talented and powerful, their intelligence was simply too low, making it impossible for them to comprehend the mysteries of any secret art, let alone cultivate it. The Creator was extremely fair. He had given the stone mongoose a strong physique and great destructive power. He had even given them an extremely high growth rate. However, he had erased most of their intelligence. If the stone mongoose also had high intelligence, they would definitely become a race comparable to the ancient divine spirits. Moreover, all of them had such intelligence. This was an extremely terrifying thing. However, Yang Kai had a Dharmakaya. The Dharmakaya was originally transformed from the golden stone mongoose and merged with the entire floating continent. It was where Yang Kai's soul clone resided. The Dharmakaya was equivalent to Yang Kai's second body. The stone mongoose could not cultivate any battle tactics, but that did not mean the Dharmakaya could not. As he thought about it, Yang Kai's blood began to boil. He suddenly realized something. In the face of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics, the Dharmakaya had a unique advantage in cultivation. He quickly used his divine telekinesis to retrieve the soul clone that was residing in the Dharmakaya. Then, he poured the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics and many of his previous understandings into the soul clone. Only then did he appear where the Dharmakaya was in a flash. The soul clone flew out again and entered the mountainous Dharmakaya's body. Then, the Dharmakaya took an extremely strange posture. It looked solemn and dignified as it cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics. At first, there was no movement, but as time passed, a cracking sound suddenly came from inside the huge embodiment. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, thinking that something had gone wrong with his cultivation. But after carefully examining the situation inside his soul clone, he discovered that something was amiss. But that was not the case. The cracking sound continued, followed by rustling noises. Large pieces of rock-like objects fell from the embodiment's body. As soon as they hit the ground, they turned into dust and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai's soul clone, and he couldn't help but grin. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics were indeed extraordinary. It was simply a top-notch cultivation method tailor-made for the Stone Mongoose clan. That was because the things that fell from the Dharmakaya were all impurities and useless things that had been devoured. Back then, the Dharmakaya had merged with the entire floating continent. For the past few years, it had been using the Stone Mongoose clan's divine technique to refine it. Unfortunately, the progress was very slow, so its body had always been huge and inconvenient to move. Yang Kai had never thought of using the Dharmakaya in many battles because of this reason. Its body was too big. He wanted to get it out of the sealed world bead. It would consume a lot of divine sense. Why would Yang Kai use it unless he had no other choice? Based on the previous progress, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 10 or 20 years for the Dharmakaya to gradually shrink to a height of 100 feet. Only then could he use the Dharmakaya at will. But when that time really came, Yang Kai's strength was definitely not at its current level. How much help could a Dharmakaya comparable to a third-order Origin King exert? In fact, Yang Kai had always had a headache about the Dharmakaya, but he had no good solution and could only ignore it. But now, The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics seemed to be able to solve this problem. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics, coupled with the Stone Mongoose clan's divine technique, allowed the Dharmakaya to refine impurities at a much faster speed. Countless impurities fell from the Dharmakaya, leaving behind only its essence. The Dharmakaya's outer shell seemed to have been peeled off. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Dharmakaya could become another great help to Xianxia. But that wasn't all. What excited Xianxia the most was that the Dharmakaya also had a set of secret arts that could be cultivated to become stronger. The Stone Mongoose clan couldn't cultivate and could only use their divine technique to devour ores to strengthen themselves. Xianxia had grown up this way. But now, not only did the Dharmakaya have the Stone Mongoose clan's divine technique, but it also had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics. With this two-pronged approach, as long as there were enough materials, the Dharmakaya's strength could be greatly improved in a very short time. *DDD. Where the Dharmakaya was, a meteor shower began to fall. Countless impurities fell from its body and soon formed a thick layer on the ground. With his soul clone presiding over the Dharmakaya's cultivation, Xianxia didn't need to pay much attention to it. As such, Xianxia soon began to cultivate in peace nearby, concentrating on transforming the source qi in his body. The starlight in his body had been exhausted, so if he wanted to accelerate the transformation of his source qi, he could only rely on source condensing pills. Although the effect was slower than that of the starlight, the source condensing pills refined by Xianxia were of high quality, so they weren't bad. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the speed at which he consumed source condensing pills was much faster than that of an ordinary Origin King. For an ordinary third-order Origin King cultivator, taking a single source condensing pill was enough to support their cultivation for about 3 days. In other words, during these 3 days, the source condensing pill's medicinal efficacies would remain active. But Xianxia used up all of them in a single day. After thinking about it, he could only think of the reason for this because he was a Star Master. As a Star Master, perhaps the speed at which he transformed his source qi was much faster than that of an ordinary Origin King. As such, the consumption of source condensing pills was also much greater. However, this was a good thing for Xianxia. He didn't need to worry about source condensing pills now. He could just refine more once he ran out. What was most urgent right now was to completely transform his source qi as soon as possible and improve his combat effectiveness to reach the standard for breaking through to the Dao Source realm. Time flew by and 7 days passed. Xianxia walked out of the sealed world bead. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Xianxia immediately noticed that someone had touched the barrier around his secluded home. After investigating further, Xianxia couldn't help but frown, took out his identity token, and deactivated all the barriers. Outside the secluded home, a man dressed like a waiter was waiting anxiously, holding a communication artifact in his hand. He seemed to be constantly communicating with someone. Just as he was feeling anxious, Xianxia's voice suddenly rang in his ear, "Come in." The waiter was taken aback when he heard this, but he was immediately overjoyed and quickly pushed the door open to enter. "Greetings, Alchemist Yang." The waiter quickly saluted. "No need to be polite. Did shopkeeper Kong ask you to come find me? What's the matter?" Xianxia looked at him and asked. This waiter was a clerk from Spirit Pill Plaza. Xianxia had seen him a few times before, so he recognized him. Shopkeeper Kong said that you can go to the Pill Plaza as soon as you come out of seclusion. He has something important to discuss with you. Shopkeeper Kong is back. Kong Si Ran had been invited by the City Lord's mansion to accompany him to clear Jade Mountain to investigate the situation where the Luan Feng had appeared. Xianxia knew about this, but that place was now engulfed in black flames, so nothing could be found. Calculating the time, it was about time for Kong Si Ran to return. Shopkeeper Kong returned the day before yesterday. Alchemist Yang, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you come with me to the Pill Plaza to talk with Shopkeeper Kong? Shopkeeper Kong has urged you many times, the waiter said with a smile. All right, I'll go right away, Xianxia nodded. Although he didn't know why Kong Si Ran was in such a hurry to find him, he knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, It would be impossible for Kong Si Ran to have a clerk stand guard at the entrance of his secluded home. Without needing to pack anything, Yang Kai immediately left the secluded home and rushed to Spirit Pill Plaza with a waiter. Not long after, they entered the Pill Plaza, and Kong Si Ran immediately pulled Yang Kai into a secret room. Seeing him acting so mysteriously, Yang Kai couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "What is shopkeeper Kong doing?" Kong Si Ran chuckled and said, "Alchemist Yang, there's good news." "What good news?" "Star Envoy Master is going to give us an opportunity. Don't you think that's a good thing?" "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Kong Si Ran's words were so vague that it was difficult for him to understand. "It's like this." Kong Si Ran poured a cup of tea for Yang Kai and said, "In 3 days, Star Envoy Master will open the 5-color treasure pagoda in Maplewood City." 5-colored treasure pagoda? Yang Kai was even more confused. "What's that?" Kong Si Ran suddenly opened his mouth wide, seemingly quite surprised that Yang Kai hadn't even heard of the 5-color treasure pagoda. But after thinking about all the ignorant deeds Yang Kai had done before, Kong Si Ran patted his head and said, "This Kong was confused and didn't explain it clearly to Alchemist Yang. Please don't take offense." Yang Kai wore an embarrassed expression, knowing that Kong Si Ran was giving him face, so he didn't say anything and just stared at him seriously. "The 5-color treasure pagoda is an Emperor artifact." "An Emperor artifact?" Yang Kai raised his brow. And among Emperor artifacts, it is an extremely high-level one. Kong Si Ran smiled slightly, seemingly very satisfied with the look on Yang Kai's face. However, the 5-color treasure pagoda is a very special Emperor artifact. It has no offensive or defensive abilities. If it can't attack or defend, what can it be used for? For cultivation? Although Yang Kai was a little ignorant about the star boundary, he still knew some common sense. The functions of an artifact were nothing more than offensive and defensive, so it could only be used for cultivation. More or less. Kong Si Ran chuckled. The 5-color treasure pagoda is used for experience, and it has always been a treasure that only the cultivator of Star Soul Palace is qualified to enter. Listening to Shopkeeper Kang's words, could the interior of this 5-color treasure pagoda be a world of its own? Yang Kai immediately thought of this possibility. Kong Si Ran looked at Yang Kai in amazement and said with admiration, "Alchemist Yang is really sharp and quick-witted. In the interior of this 5-color treasure pagoda is indeed a world of its own, an extremely mysterious one at that." Chapter 1991. After listening to Kong Si Ran's explanation, Yang Kai finally understood what was going on. The 5-color treasure pagoda was a supreme treasure of Star Soul Palace and was extremely famous in the star boundary. This was not just because it was an Emperor artifact, but also because it was extremely special. The interior of the 5-color treasure pagoda was a world of its own, somewhat similar to the sealed world bead, but much more complete than the sealed world bead in Yang Kai's hands. It was rumored that the 5-color treasure pagoda was born in the hands of great Emperors Mingyu, the master of Star Soul Palace. But in fact, before the great emperors became famous, the 5-color treasure pagoda had already taken shape. However, it was later obtained by the great emperors Mingyu and refined into its final form. The space inside the 5-color treasure pagoda was said to be an ancient battlefield that contained many ancient treasures and spirit grasses. The terrain of the battlefield was unpredictable and had always been stored inside Star Soul Palace. It was the most popular and easiest place for Star Soul Palace disciples to go to for life experience. As long as a disciple of Star Soul Palace met certain requirements, they could enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda for life experience. There, they could refine their cultivation, improve their combat skills, comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory's principles. Although the 5-color treasure pagoda had existed for countless years and countless cultivators had entered it to gain experience and seek out opportunities that belonged to them, the number of treasures inside had never decreased. The reason for this was simple. Entering the 5-color treasure pagoda was not without risk. Many of the disciples of Star Soul Palace had died inside, and the space rings of those cultivators had naturally become the remnants of the five-colored treasure pagoda, serving as targets for the next batch of cultivators to find. The entire five-color treasure pagoda was divided into 5 levels. The first and second levels were for Origin King Realm cultivators, while the third and fourth levels were for Dao Source Realm cultivators. As for the highest 5th level, it was for the Emperor Realm cultivator to experience and pursue the Great Dao. Inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, there were not only hidden ancient artifacts and spirit grasses and spirit medicines that had grown for countless years. What tempted the cultivator the most was the power of the laws of heaven and earth and the origin of the stars that occasionally appeared briefly. This was because it was a dilapidated ancient battlefield. In the ancient times, countless powerful experts fought there, shattering the heaven and earth, shattering the stars, and collapsing the natural laws. That was why it was inside the pagoda. There were also many fragmented laws of nature and incomplete star sources. Both of them were incomplete, but they contained many mysteries and wonders. If a cultivator could comprehend them, they would be of great help to any cultivator. After the Origin King realm was the Dao Source realm, where a cultivator would begin to comprehend world principles. However, at the Dao Source realm, a cultivator could only use simple world principles. To truly use the laws for one's own use and to enforce the law with one's words was a profound mystery that only the experts of the Emperor realm could touch upon. In the star boundary, countless Origin King realm cultivators had completely transformed their source chi, but were still unable to break through to the Dao Source realm. The biggest shackle was that they were unable to comprehend the world principles. It was for this reason that Star Master cultivators were so popular in the star boundary. For example, Xianxia had already begun to comprehend the world principles of Shadowed Star when he was just an Origin returning realm cultivator, although that was only the world principles of a single cultivation star, which could not be compared to the world principles of the entire star boundary. However, if one understood one principle, one could understand all other principles. Xianxia could be considered to have just begun to comprehend the world principles, so he would not face too many bottlenecks when breaking through to the Dao Source realm in the future. He would even have a unique advantage when breaking through to the Emperor realm. However, this kind of welcome was not just from the appreciation and expectation of a master. It was more from envy and plunder. The actions of Yin Lusheng of Netherworld sect were the best examples. As such, Xianxia would not expose the secret of his Star Master status. So, Alchemist Yang should understand why the 5-color treasure pagoda is open. Do you understand how beneficial it is to us? Kongxi Ran asked with a bright face. Understand. If that's the case, then the 5-color treasure pagoda is indeed a good place to go. Xianxia nodded. That's not all. Kongxi Ran smiled faintly. Kongxi Ran smiled slightly. Alchemist Yang, you also know that Maplewood City is filled with dragons and snakes mixed in with snakes. Countless forces, large and small, have arrived. So after Sir Star Envoy opened the 5-colored treasure pagoda, how could these top forces not express their gratitude? What Shopkeeper Kong means is, Xianxia trembled as he suddenly thought of a possibility. Ha. I won't hide it from Alchemist Yang. Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Azure Sun Temple, and many other great forces have all taken out a batch of precious materials and placed them inside the pagoda. Not only are there pills inside, but there are also secret arts, secret techniques, and even Dao Source grade artifacts. Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. If this was really the case, then the entire Maplewood City would be boiling with excitement. In the past, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for a cultivator who cultivated on their own or came from a low background to obtain some benefits from a great force. But this time, such a great opportunity had arrived. Countless treasures were hidden inside the pagoda, waiting for those who were fated to find them. How could any cultivator not rush to obtain them? Heavenly Martial Holy Land even took out 3 Dao Source fruits and placed them inside. Kongxi Ran's expression suddenly became excited, and even his voice trembled. Alchemist Yang, as an alchemist, I'm afraid you know the role of Dao Source fruits better than anyone else. Dao source fruits used to refine Dao source pills? Yang Kai exclaimed. Exactly. Kong Si Rand could not suppress the trembling of his hands and spilled water from his teacup. Dao source fruits. In the entire star boundary, only a few top great forces can cultivate Dao source fruits. And in the Southern Territory, even Star Soul Palace does not have a Dao source fruit tree. Heavenly Martial Holy Land is the only one, and only 6 Dao source fruits are produced every 10 years. Heavenly Martial Holy Land is really bleeding a lot this time. Does shopkeeper Kong want this Dao source fruit? Yang Kai saw the strange look on his face and immediately guessed. Of course this old master wants it. Kong Si Rand smiled bitterly. To tell you the truth, Alchemist Yang, this old master has been stuck in the Third Order Origin King realm for more than 200 years. This old master also knows that his aptitude is not high, and if nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid he will be stuck outside the Dao Source realm for the rest of his life. But if there is really a Dao Source fruit, this old master can still break through his bottleneck. Whether he succeeds or not, there is always a glimmer of hope. Although Kong Si Rand was the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza and was considered a member of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, because his strength was not high and his status in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was not high, he did not have the means to obtain a Dao Source pill from the Chamber of Commerce. A single Dao Source pill could create a Dao Source realm cultivator, and Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would not casually bestow it to its subordinates. Only those with corresponding contributions would be granted. Kong Si Rand had to stay in Maplewood City for another 100 to 200 years, and if he made a certain achievement during this period, he might be granted a Dao Source pill. Yang Kai could somewhat understand Kong Si Rand's excitement. A single Dao Source fruit could be used to refine a furnace of pills, and the limit of a furnace of Dao Source pills was 9. So, as long as he could obtain a Dao Source fruit, no matter who refined it, he would be able to obtain at least 1 or 2 Dao Source pills. Once he broke through to the Dao Source realm, his status in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would be completely different, and he would no longer have to stay in a small place like Maplewood City. Not to mention Kong Si Rand's desire, Yang Kai also had a need for a Dao Source pill. Once he finished transforming his Source Chi and peered into the mysteries of principles, he would be qualified to break through to the Dao Source realm. At that time, a Dao Source pill could greatly increase his chances of breaking through. Alchemist Yang, you won't miss the trip to the 5-colored treasure pagoda, right? Kong Si Rand calmed down and asked Yang Kai. Of course I will go and watch such a grand event. Yang Kai smiled slightly. That's good, that's good. Kong Si Rand laughed. Kong Si Rand laughed. If you miss this opportunity, you will never be able to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda in your life. But shopkeeper Kong, if this is really the case, then this experience will be extremely dangerous. You and I are both Third Order Origin Kings, so we don't have to worry about facing Origin King realm enemies. But what if we encounter a Dao Source realm master? Haha, Alchemist Yang is overthinking things. Kong Si Rand waved his hand and smiled. Kong Si Rand smiled and waved his hand. Opening the 5-color treasure pagoda is not so easy. Sir Star Emissary was kind enough to allow the cultivators of my Maplewood City to enter. But how could he open the entire 5-colored treasure pagoda? This time, only the first and second layers will be opened, so only cultivators at the Origin King realm and below can enter. No Dao Source realm cultivators will be allowed to enter. Is that so? Yang Kai was stunned. But after thinking about it for a moment, it was understandable. The 5-color treasure pagoda was an Emperor artifact, so opening it once would definitely consume a lot of energy. No matter how strong the Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace was, it was impossible for him to open the entire pagoda. If that were the case, Star Soul Palace would suffer a great loss. However, if this was the case, Yang Kai would be happy to see it happen. As long as there was no Dao Source Realm cultivator, he had nothing to fear. He just had to be careful of the dangers inside the pagoda. Indeed, I called Alchemist Yang here in a hurry to inform you of this matter. This news has not been officially spread yet, and only those who followed Star Envoy Master into Clear Jade Mountain know about it. I also received this news from the City Lord's Master. Since Alchemist Yang knows about it, please make preparations. Many thanks for Shopkeeper Kang's reminder, Yang Kai said gratefully. Alchemist Yang is too polite. Without you, Spirit Pill Plaza's future would be bleak. This can be considered a small repayment from this old master, so there is no need to worry. In that case, this Yang will take his leave first. I really need to go back and prepare. Yang Kai got up and said, See you in 3 days. Kong Si Ran cupped his fists slightly. Yang Kai nodded and quickly left Spirit Pill Plaza. Returning to his secluded home again, Yang Kai took out the herbs he had collected from the medicine garden in the mysterious small world and immediately began to refine spirit pills. Although the ones who entered were all origin kings and below, so Yang Kai was not worried about encountering strong enemies. The more spirit pills he had, the better. If he encountered an emergency, they could be used to help him. There were a lot of herbs, so Yang Kai refined one furnace after another without any distractions. Chapter 1992. The next day, the news that Star Soul Palace's 5-color treasure pagoda was about to open spread throughout Maplewood City. Countless cultivators cheered excitedly, praising Star Soul Palace's generosity. Only a few Dao Source Realm Masters were indignant. After all, the opening of the 5-color treasure pagoda, this time, had nothing to do with them. For a time, Maplewood City's pharmacies, artifact shops, and many other shops were overcrowded. The 5-color treasure pagoda would open in 2 days, so the cultivator naturally wanted to be well prepared. They did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy a large number of life-saving and restorative spirit pills. They even gritted their teeth and bought artifacts that they had been reluctant to buy before. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Every cultivator understood this simple truth. If they wanted to gain anything from the 5-color treasure pagoda and escape unscathed, they had to make more thorough preparations. Mo Xiaoqi had obviously also received the news and was very interested. She even used a sound bead to inform Yang Kai that they would enter the 5-color treasure pagoda together in 2 days. Yang Kai agreed, feeling a little guilty in his heart. Mo Xiaoqi had informed him as soon as she received the news, but he had already known about it in advance and had forgotten to inform Mo Xiaoqi. If she wanted to go to the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Yang Kai would certainly not stop her. Although this girl was simple and could even be said to be ignorant of worldly affairs, she was like a hedgehog. No one in the Origin King realm would be able to do anything to her. Yang Kai continued to focus on alchemy. At the same time, in the City Lord's mansion, in a secret room, a man and a woman were sitting cross-legged 10 meters across from each other. The man was about 40 years old, with a deep aura and a dignified appearance. He was wearing a black robe with a symbol of stars embroidered in silver thread on his chest. Although these stars were inanimate objects, they looked very real. They flickered with a mysterious light. Silver Star Envoy. Only the Silver Star emissary of the Star Soul Palace dared to wear this kind of attire. It was a symbol embroidered with silver thread. This was the characteristic of a Silver Star Envoy. In the Star Soul Palace, Star Envoys were divided into 3 ranks. From top to bottom, there were Gold Star Envoys, Silver Star Envoys, and Bronze Star Envoys. Even the lowest rank, Bronze Star Envoys, required a First-Order Emperor Realm Master to serve. This middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 40s, was a Silver Star Envoy, which meant that his cultivation had reached the Second-Order Emperor Realm. As for the legendary Venus Emissary, he was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Over the years, the number of times Star Soul Palace had sent out Gold Star Envoys could be counted on one hand. In fact, many ordinary people in the Emperor Realm hadn't even seen Gold Star Envoys. In the entire Star Soul Palace, there were only 3 Golden Star Envoys, and no one knew where they were or what they were doing. Opposite the Silver Star Emissary, she had bright eyes, white teeth, and a picturesque face. Her jet black hair was soft and straight, and her beautiful eyes were like a pool of clear water, without the slightest impurity. The woman wore a long blue dress, which was decorated with luxurious and small gemstones. These gemstones were not ordinary either, and each of them was emitting a mysterious energy fluctuation. She sat there with her legs crossed, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Her aura was fluctuating, and from time to time, it resonated with the world principles. She was on the verge of a breakthrough. The woman's cultivation was at the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm, and if she broke through, she would naturally reach the Tao Source realm. Your Highness, are you all right? Although the man in his 40s was a Second Order Emperor Realm Master, when facing this woman who was at the peak of the Origin King realm, he still acted respectfully. However, her tone was still respectful, which clearly showed that this woman's status was not low. Hearing this, the woman nodded gently and said, I'm fine for the time being. AI, Your Highness, you are too capricious. The Silver Star emissary looked annoyed. You tricked me with the fake face bead and left Star Soul Palace with me. When we return this time, we will be punished by the great emperors. Hearing this, the woman stuck out her tongue and said, Uncle Xiao, don't be afraid. When the time comes, Sun Er will plead for you. You are my father's old brother, so he won't really punish you. You? Xiao Yuyang glanced at Lan Sun and gloated. You can't even protect yourself now. So how can you plead for me? The great emperors said that when you return to Star Soul Palace, you will be grounded for 10 years. 10 years? Lan Sun exclaimed and wailed. You might as well kill me. It's too boring to stay in Star Soul Palace all day, so I wanted to come out and have some fun. Then you should have chosen a good time. Xiao Yuyang had a helpless look on his face as he smiled bitterly. You knew you were about to break through, so why didn't you stay in Star Soul Palace and take the risk of leaving? When Lan Sun heard this, she couldn't help but lower her head and muttered, I heard about the appearance of divine spirits, but I have never seen one before, so I wanted to come and see the fun. You are the daughter of the great emperors. Your body is priceless. Do you think you won't be able to see divine spirits in the future? If all else fails, let the great emperors take you to Dragon Island as a guest, where divine spirits are everywhere. What's there to see about a few big snakes? Lan Sun looked indifferent. A few big snakes. Xiao Yuyang's mouth twitched. A dignified Second-Order Emperor Realm Master was speechless for a while, so he let out a long sigh and said, Forget it. Now that you can't suppress your breakthrough aura, it's too late to send you back to Star Soul Palace. The great emperors also agreed to let me open the entrance to the 5-color treasure pagoda here. The great emperors will open the real treasure pagoda on the other side and let you enter to break through. In order to deceive the public, we even declared that this was an opportunity that our Star Soul Palace had given to the cultivators of this city. After much difficulty, we managed to convince those from the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, and Azure Sun Temple to help. Otherwise, with my strength alone, I wouldn't have been able to achieve this. However, you must be careful when the time comes. I will use a secret technique to send you directly to the 3rd layer. Find a good place there and comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. Absorb as much of the broken world principles and star source as possible. This will be of great benefit to your future growth. I know. Do you know how to draw in the broken world principles and star source? And Father taught me before, and I also learned a set of secret techniques. That's good, but unfortunately, Your Highness is not a Star Master. If you had succeeded in refining the star source a few years ago, you would have gained more benefits this time. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. Uncle Xiao is not a Star Master either, but he still managed to cultivate to the Second-Order Emperor realm. Although the body of a Star Lord had many conveniences on the path of cultivation, it was not without its advantages. Sun Er is very confident in herself and believes that one day she will be able to reach Father's height. Xiao Yuyang was shocked when he heard this and laughed. Good. It's good that Your Highness is so ambitious. Unfortunately, Your Highness is not a man. Lan Sun immediately snorted. So what if I'm a man? Am I worse than those men? What Uncle Xiao means is if you were a man, Uncle Xiao would definitely drink and chat with you. Xiao Yuyang quickly changed the topic without any sense of awkwardness. I don't want to. It stinks. I don't know what's so good about it. Haha. Xiao Yuyang did not say much about this matter and instead solemnly said, Your Highness, the most important thing this time is to break through to your current realm. Of course, if you have enough time, you can also experience the 3rd layer. There are many good things on the 3rd layer, many of which even us old fogies may not be able to obtain. In the five-color treasure pagoda, what matters most is opportunity and fortune. Strength and cultivation are actually secondary. Sun will remember. 2 days passed by in a flash. On this day, Maplewood City was bustling with activity as everyone gathered in the huge square in front of the City Lord's mansion. Origin returning realm masters and Origin kings. All of them were beaming with joy while all the other cultivators, except for these two, wore gloomy and sullen expressions. This could not be helped, though, as Dao Source realm masters are not allowed to enter the five-color treasure pagoda this time, and any cultivator below the Origin returning realm knew they did not have the strength to enter, so naturally they would not join in the fun. Many Origin returning realm masters did not even have the courage to do so. Those who had the courage to enter the five-color treasure pagoda were those who had no regard for life or death and were prepared to seek opportunities inside. In front of the City Lord's mansion, a high platform had been built at some point. Atop this high platform, several cultivators of various ages were seated. When everyone looked at them, their faces were filled with respect and worship. After all, these people were all masters from the Emperor realm. Those who had not reached the Emperor realm were not qualified to sit here. Even Maplewood City's City Lord, Duan Yuan Shan, could only bow and smile as he stood to the side. Duan Yuan Shan was a second-order Dao Source realm master, and in normal times, he would definitely be the king of Maplewood City. But at this moment, in front of these masters from the Emperor realm, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Time passed quietly. More and more cultivators gathered. Everyone was looking around, searching for the legendary treasure of Star Soul Palace, the five-colored treasure pagoda. They wanted to see its true appearance. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find anything. However, some people who knew some inside information said that the real five-colored treasure pagoda was not here, nor was it carried by the Star Envoy Master. Although this was the Southern Territory and no one dared to be disrespectful to Star Soul Palace, it was still a Palace Guardian treasure, so how could it be carried around? This time, opening the five-color treasure pagoda was mainly because the Star Envoy Master had joined forces with many cultivators from the Emperor realm to rely on the Grand Divine technique, and some masters from Star Soul Palace's headquarters to open a passage into the five-colored treasure pagoda. So, even if the pagoda was not here, it could still be entered. Yang Kai stood in the crowd, listening to the conversations of the surrounding cultivators, and soon learned this news. This cleared his doubts. He had also thought that the Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace carried the five-colored treasure pagoda with him, but he could not understand why. Now, he finally understood. While he was waiting, someone patted him on the shoulder, followed by Immo Xiaoqi's voice, "Big Brother Yang." Yang Kai turned his head and saw Immo Xiaoqi standing next to him with a smile. Beside her, countless cultivators were grimacing as they looked at her with fear. Chapter 1993. Describing Immo Xiaoqi as a hedgehog was the most appropriate description, so wherever she passed, the cultivator would feel pain and avoid her. For a time, the place where she and Yang Kai were standing became a vacuum of space with a radius of 15 meters, and no one dared to approach. "Big Brother Yang, I finally found you. There are so many people here," Immo Xiaoqi said as she turned her head and looked around, like a country bumpkin who had just entered a big city. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile and said softly, "Xiaoqi, what's wrong?" Immo Xiaoqi turned her head, but in the next moment, her beautiful face paled as she covered her mouth with her small hand and pointed to Yang Kai's shoulder. "Ah, Big Brother Yang, your shoulder is bleeding. Who attacked you? It's too hateful." It's fine. Yang Kai's face was calm, as if he had long been accustomed to this. Circulating his secret art slightly, he stopped the bleeding and said, "Just don't touch me casually next time, otherwise I may die from blood loss." Immo Xiaoqi was startled for a moment before her face quickly turned red, lowering her head and pinching her clothes with both hands, as if she was trying to play with them. "Ah, Alchemist Yang, so you're here." At that moment, Kong Si Rant's hearty laughter came from his side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Shopkeeper Kong striding over. "Shopkeeper Kong." Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. Seeing Alchemist Yang's confident appearance, this Kong is relieved. It seems Alchemist Yang has prepared well this time. This Yang only hopes to retreat unscathed. Alchemist Yang is too modest. There are countless opportunities in the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Alchemist Yang will definitely return with a bountiful harvest. Oh, this girl is... Oh, Xiaoqi is my friend. Yang Kai introduced Mo Xiaoqi to Kong Si Ran. Mo Xiaoqi was simple and naive. However, she wasn't an overly friendly person, so she just nodded lightly and stood quietly beside Yang Kai. Alchemist Yang, this old man, asked the master from the Chamber of Commerce headquarters about some news. After entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda, I'm afraid we'll be separated and won't be able to join forces, Kong Si Ran said with some disappointment. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, could it be that after entering, the location of the appearance is not fixed? It was not his first time entering various sealed world and independent spaces for experience, so he was quite experienced in this regard. When Kong Si Ran mentioned this, he immediately thought of a possibility. Indeed, Kong Si Ran nodded solemnly. The space inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda is an ancient battlefield. The laws of heaven and earth are extremely broken, and there are many uncertain factors. Therefore, even if the cultivator works together to enter, they will appear in different locations. Before this old master had hoped to travel together with Alchemist Yang, but now it seems that has become wishful thinking. Yang Kai smiled and said, we can't join hands. I'm afraid the others won't be able to join forces either. That's fine too. Everyone will rely on their own abilities. Alchemist Yang is right. This old master also thought of this point, so he specially came to inform you that you must be careful when you enter. Inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, there are many natural traps and barriers. If origin kings like us fall into them, it is very likely that we will die. Every year, countless disciples of Star Soul Palace die here. You must not be careless. Many thanks for Shopkeeper Kang's reminder. I will be careful. Yang Kai gently nodded. The two stood in place and chatted casually for a while. By the way, Shopkeeper Kong, who are those people sitting up there? Yang Kai gestured to the high platform in front of the city lord's mansion with his eyes and asked. Kong Si Ran smiled wryly. In fact, this old master only recognizes 3 of them. The second one from the left is Master Lu Qi, Vice President of my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. The third one is Master Tseng Yuan, Vice President of 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce. And the one in the middle is Master Xiao Yuyang, Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace. As for the rest, this old master only knows their origins but not their names. Yang Kai nodded and was about to say something when Mo Xiaoqi's voice came from the side. The first one on the left is Chun Wan Hao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The first on the right is Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple, and the second on the right is Gao Shueting of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran looked at Mo Xiaoqi in amazement. You know all of them? Yang Kai asked. Mo Xiaoqi giggled. I have seen many of the names and portraits of the masters of the Emperor Realm, so I know a little. Besides Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yuyang, who is a second-order Emperor Realm Master, the rest are all first-order Emperors. This old master admires young ladies' knowledge. Kong Si Ran cupped his fists in admiration. Mo Xiaoqi quickly waved her hand. It's nothing. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, because when Kong Si Ran introduced the masters of the Emperor Realm, even if others couldn't hear them, he would still address them as master to show respect. But Mo Xiaoqi directly called them by their names. It was obvious that this girl didn't care much about these masters. However, at this moment, in this small Maplewood city, a total of 6 masters of the Emperor Realm had gathered. It seemed that all the top forces of the Southern Territory had sent people here. This was a grand occasion. No wonder even City Lord Duan Yuan Shan had to stand aside with a smile. The time had not yet arrived, so even though many cultivators were waiting anxiously, they didn't dare to show it. Moreover, not many people in the square in front of the City Lord's mansion dared to speak loudly. After all, with 6 masters of the Emperor Realm sitting in front of them, who would dare to act presumptuously? Yet there was someone who didn't know the difference between life and death, hawking his wares here. The 9 Transformations Soul Return Pill is a top-notch healing panacea. If you want to buy it, you'd better buy it now. As long as you're still breathing, you'll be as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger. There are only 3 of them, and they're family heirlooms. Don't waste them. A shout suddenly rang out in the crowd. All the cultivators were startled and immediately rushed to the source of the voice. If one were to ask what kind of spirit pills were the most popular in Maplewood City in the past 2 days, the answer would obviously be all kinds of healing spirit pills. After all, many cultivators had to enter the 5-color treasure pagoda, so who could guarantee that they wouldn't be injured inside? Therefore, the cultivators had already swept up all the healing spirit pills in the major stores, causing the price of healing spirit pills in Maplewood City to increase by more than 3 times. But the supply still couldn't meet the demand. No matter how expensive the price was, could it compare to one's life? Perhaps a single healing spirit pill could save one's life at a critical moment. So naturally, the cultivators wouldn't be stingy with it. As early as last night, the healing spirit pills in Maplewood City had been sold out. Not to mention high-grade healing spirit pills, even the most ordinary pills had all been sold out. At this moment in this square, someone was actually shouting for the 9 Revolutions Life Restoring Pill, which had the effect of regrowing flesh and bones and reviving the dead. So how could it not attract everyone's attention? This voice. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other and couldn't help feeling suspicious. Why does it sound so familiar? Come and buy it, come and buy it. The 9 Revolutions Life Restoring Pill is refined from the legendary Immortal Source Liquid. You should know about the Immortal Source Liquid, right? It is the essence condensed from the immortal tree, a single drop every 1,000 years. It is 10,000 times more precious than 10,000-year stone milk. It is supplemented with many rare herbs and is personally refined by an emperor-grade alchemy grandmaster. Don't miss it. The sounds of hawking were still going on. Xianxia suddenly remembered who the owner of this voice was. Xianxia obviously also reacted, grit her teeth, and shouted angrily, "It's that old swindler." Saying so, she rushed out. Relying on her advantage of being a human-shaped hedgehog, Xianxia forcibly cut a bloody path through the bustling crowd and rushed directly to the cellar, shouting, "You old swindler, you're actually trying to swindle people again? Just watch how I teach you a good lesson today." The seller looked up and also recognized Xianxia, causing his heart to skip a beat. Without waiting for Xianxia to react, he suddenly pointed behind Xianxia as his eyes widened, as if he had just seen a goddess descend to the mortal world, his eyes shining brightly as he exclaimed, "Wow, the 5-colored treasure pagoda." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this and turned around to look. Where was the 5-colored treasure pagoda? It was completely empty. I was fooled again. Xianxia quickly reacted and quickly turned around. The old swindler was nowhere to be seen. He had long since disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Xianxia stomped her foot angrily. 1,000 meters away, somewhere in the crowd, a sloppy-looking old man with a goatee and sloppy clothes exhaled softly and muttered to himself, "That was close. I was almost caught. Why is my life so bitter? That little girl is too much. She wants to hunt me down for just a few thousand source crystals. So bitter, so bitter. How miserable." After feeling sorry for himself for a while, he suddenly tugged at the clothes of a man next to him and whispered, "Little brother, you also want to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Do you need a healing pill to ensure your safety?" "Oh, does old sir have a healing pill for sale?" The man suddenly became interested. "Ha ha ha." The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth as he mysteriously took out a jade bottle from his clothes and said with a mysterious expression, 9 Revolutions Soul Restoring Pill. This spirit pill is passed down from my ancestors. Little brother, please take a look." Seeing Xianxia walk back angrily, Xianxia knew that she must have returned empty-handed. However, Xianxia felt quite strange because when he was in the black market, he had some contact with this old man and did not find anything special about him. The only difference was that this old man was a bit wretched, so at first glance, he was obviously not a good person. However, after Xianxia rushed out just now, Yang Kai's divine sense had been locked onto this old man. But in just an instant, the old man had shaken off his pursuit and disappeared. This old man was not easy to deal with. This surprised Yang Kai greatly. After all, his current divine sense was far stronger than his current cultivation, almost reaching the level of the Tao Source realm. Yet the other party was still able to miraculously escape his pursuit. It was obvious that this old man was not an ordinary person. But then again, most people would not go around swindling others or using tricks that could easily be seen through. Chapter 1994. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. On the high platform, Duan Yuanshan, who had been bowing and smiling apologetically, quickly walked over to Xiaoyu Yang and whispered a few words to him. After receiving an affirmative answer, he turned around and shouted loudly, "Friends of Maplewood City, please be quiet." When everyone heard this, they immediately understood that the meat of the show was about to begin and immediately fell silent as they stared towards the high platform. Duan Yuanshan smiled slightly and cupped his fists. "We are indebted to Silver Star Envoy Master Xiao from Star Soul Palace for opening the 5-color treasure pagoda in my Maplewood City. We also receive the assistance of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Azure Sun Temple, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, investing a large number of precious treasures, secret arts, martial skills, and artifacts into this pagoda. My Maplewood City is eternally grateful to all of you for your kindness today. On behalf of all the friends of Maplewood City, this Duan thanks all of you for opening the 5-color treasure pagoda in my Maplewood City. I hope that all of you will be able to reach new heights in the future, and I wish all of you." As soon as Duan Yuanshan opened his mouth, he was full of praise and flattery, obviously prepared for this. But before he could finish speaking, Xiaoyu Yang frowned impatiently and said, "Enough nonsense, get to the point." Although he was reprimanded in front of countless cultivators in the city, Duan Yuanshan did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction and instead nodded quickly before continuing. "The time has come. Master, please open the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Once you enter the pagoda, life, death, wealth, and riches will be up to heaven." As soon as these words fell, the 6 cultivators from the Emperor realm stood up one after another. Below the high platform, countless eyes also turned towards these 6 people. Xiaoyu Yang, who was in the middle, let out a long roar as he suddenly formed a series of mysterious seals with his hands, causing the surrounding world energy to hum. A vigorous pressure burst from his body, causing many Origin King Realm cultivator to feel both yearning and fear. Not only the Origin King Realm cultivator, but even the other 5 cultivators from the Emperor Realm were staring at Xiaoyu Yang intently at this moment. It was as if they wanted to see some kind of clue from his movements. Xiaoyu Yang's movements were extremely fast, his hands flying about, leaving behind only a series of afterimages, making it look as if he had grown countless arms. Accompanied by a soft shout, Xiaoyu Yang suddenly pointed his finger forward. Somewhere in front of him, a mysterious rune pattern suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoyu Yang continued to use his finger as a brush, the world principles as ink, and the void as cloth. Runes slowly appeared one after another, and as soon as these runes appeared, they began to flow according to a certain pattern. It was like a living creature. Chi, 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 chi sounds rang out incessantly. An inexplicable force sputtered into the void, bursting toward level 4. Not long after, a huge circular rune pattern about 10 feet in radius appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xiaoyu Yang shouted again, "Many thanks for your hard work." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 5 from the Emperor Realm moved. Their figures flickered, and they stood in 5 different positions. The 5 of them used their own methods to pour their pure and huge source chi into the rune pattern. The whole pattern began to spin. As the power of the 6 masters from the Emperor Realm poured in, the pattern spun faster and faster, making everyone who looked at it feel a little dizzy and uncomfortable. The faces of the 6 from the Emperor Realm were solemn, and it seemed that pouring in their own source qi like this consumed a lot of their energy. After a while, except for Xiao Yuyang, the other 5 people all looked a little pale. Fortunately, this process did not last long. When the huge rune pattern suddenly turned into a light gate and stabilized, Xiao Yuyang shouted again, "Great emperors, please act." As soon as he finished speaking, a palm flashed from within the door of light. It was as if some kind of barrier had been shattered, and the shadow of a pagoda suddenly appeared inside the stable light gate. The pagoda exuded a 5-colored light and was so tall that no one could see its true appearance. 5-colored treasure pagoda. Below the high platform, the cultivator who saw this scene exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes widened as they stared greedily at the pagoda exuding a 5-colored light. This was obviously the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace, the famous emperor artifact of the entire star boundary, the 5-color treasure pagoda. Countless people had only heard rumors about this pagoda, but had never seen it with their own eyes. Now, not only did they see it, they would also be entering it later. Thinking of this, the breathing of the cultivator could not help but quicken. "Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Yuyang sighed softly and nodded lightly to the other 5. The 5 people seemed to have consumed a lot of their strength, so they did not say anything after hearing this. Instead, they returned to their original positions and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. At this moment, a space ring appeared in Xiao Yuyang's hand. He smiled slightly and threw the space ring into the light gate, shaking it with his hand. The space ring instantly shattered, and from the inside of the ring, hundreds and thousands of different colored lights shot out like arrows towards the 5-color treasure pagoda. It's the treasures taken out by those great forces. I saw an artifact. Wow, that wouldn't be the Tao source fruit, right? If I can obtain this fruit, I can also break through to the Tao source realm. There are only 3 Tao source fruits, but there are tens of thousands of people gathered here. Do you think you can obtain the Tao source fruit? If I can't obtain it, don't even think about it. After learning that these lights turned out to be the treasures placed inside the 5-color treasure pagoda by several great forces, everyone became excited, especially the existence of the Tao source fruit, which stimulated the nerves and blood of these Origin King realm cultivator the most. Although they were excited, no one dared to act without permission. After all, Xiao Yuyang was still watching. Xiao Yuyang smiled lightly. "Everyone, you may enter." As soon as his voice fell, how could the cultivators who had been waiting for a long time still be able to hold themselves back? They all used their movement skills and secret techniques to rush towards the light gate, lest they be slower than others. For a time, the square in front of the city lord's mansion was very noisy and chaotic. Before anyone could enter, some cultivators were already fighting over who should enter first. Xiao Yuyang didn't care about this, his eyes instead staring at a certain woman in the crowd. Seeing this woman looking towards him, he gently nodded and secretly flicked his finger, sending a soft force towards her. Yang Kai's group of 3 was also mixed in the crowd and was pushed back and forth by the chaotic flow of people, suffering greatly. However, those cultivators who accidentally touched Mo, Xiao, Qi suffered great misfortune as they felt as if they had been pricked by sharp needles, causing them great pain and forcing them to avoid her. When Yang Kai saw this, he immediately signaled to Mo Xiao Qi with his eyes. Mo Xiao Qi understood and led the way without hesitation. After a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived near the light gate and rushed in. The familiar feeling of being teleported came again, but Yang Kai stabilized his divine sense and remained unmoved. A moment later, his vision blurred as he arrived in a very special environment. He immediately noticed that the world energy here was not rich and was actually quite thin. However, in this world, there was a kind of power that made all cultivators scramble for it: principal strength. Although the principal strength here gave off a very strange feeling, as it was not as complete as the outside world and was instead in a fragmented state. It was precisely because of this state that one could better comprehend and understand. It was no wonder that the 5-color treasure pagoda was a must-visit place for Star Soul Palace's disciples. In this special environment, Star Soul Palace's cultivator could touch the threshold of principal strength more easily than others. Although the fragmented principal strength had its shortcomings, making it impossible for one to understand its true mysteries, it was still the best place to start. After a cultivator reached the Origin King realm was the Tao Source realm, and if they wanted to break through to the Tao Source realm, they had to comprehend the world principles. Star Soul Palace had a treasure like the 5-color treasure pagoda, so it was at least 30% easier for its disciples to break through to the Tao Source realm. This was an extremely terrifying probability. Just as this thought crossed Yang Kai's mind, he heard an extremely shrill scream coming from not far away. Startled, Yang Kai quickly turned his head to look. He found that not far from him, a cultivator who had arrived here first had his throat bitten by a crocodile-like monster beast, blood spurting out like a fountain. The cultivator clutched his throat with both hands, but was unable to stop the blood from flowing out. In addition, there were more crocodile-like monster beasts biting into his thigh and arm, frantically dragging him under the grass. Asterisk Gululu. Asterisk in just the blink of an eye, this cultivator had disappeared, leaving behind only the turbid mud and the filthy water. This place was actually a swamp. The unfortunate cultivator had obviously arrived here before Yang Kai, but after being teleported, he felt a brief sense of dizziness and had not been able to react in time. In that situation, just now, even if Yang Kai wanted to take action, it would have been too late. The ferocious beasts hiding under the swamp moved too quickly. Asterisk crash. Asterisk with a soft sound. Yang Kai immediately caught a glimpse of a crocodile-like ferocious beast that was identical to the one that had killed the cultivator just now. Its pair of beast eyes were full of scarlet, and its appearance was ferocious and terrifying. It opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Yang Kai's throat. With the previous cultivator as an example, Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent. As his figure flashed, he valiantly threw a punch. The fist bloomed with multicolored light as it directly hit the crocodile's head. Asterisk clang. Asterisk as if he had hit something made of gold and iron. Sparks flew everywhere. The crocodile was smashed backward and fell into the quagmire in front of it. However, it did not die immediately. Instead, it swung its tail and drilled into the quagmire. Only then did Yang Kai have the time to release his divine thought. In the next moment, his face could not help but sink. In his perception, he sensed that countless life fluctuations emanating ferocious auras were lurking under the grass and mud, quietly approaching him from all directions. These things were obviously existences similar to the crocodile just now. In fact, their individual strength was not very strong, only about the peak of the 9th order monster beast, equivalent to a 3rd order origin returning realm cultivator. Such a monster beast was not worthy of Yang Kai's attention. But there were too many of them. Yang Kai really did not want to tangle with them. Chapter 1995. If someone like the cultivator just now had been teleported here, it was very likely they would have suffered misfortune. After all, not every Origin King could ignore the discomfort of being teleported like Yang Kai. They would more or less feel dizzy for a while. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately leapt up, wanting to leave quickly. However, something he had never expected happened. He had only risen to a height of less than 3 feet when a huge pressure suddenly came from the void. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him from the sky, directly pressing him back to his original position. He didn't even have room to resist. A flight-restricting array. Yang Kai's face went black as he immediately reacted. When Kongsi Ran had introduced the interior of the 5-color treasure pagoda to him before, he had said that there were many natural and unnatural barriers and traps inside the 5-color treasure pagoda. These barriers and traps had all kinds of strange effects, and the flight-restricting array was one of the most common. In these flight-restricting arrays, cultivators could not fly too high, and once they exceeded a certain height, these barriers would act and suppress the cultivator. What Yang Kai had just encountered was the rebound effect of the flight-restricting array. For a while, Yang Kai did not know whether the flight-restricting array here was artificially arranged or naturally formed. He didn't have time to think about it, because the moment he fell, Countless crocodiles leaped out from all directions and pounced at him. Those bloody mouths looked very frightening, and it made one's hair stand on end. Xianxia pushed his strength and punched out with both fists. In an instant, a series of bangs rang out incessantly. In the blink of an eye, he had sent dozens of crocodiles flying, but the vitality of these creatures was so tenacious that even after being hit head-on by Xianxia, they still did not die. Instead, all of them turned around and dove into the mud before disappearing. More crocodiles pounced on Xianxia one after another. Soon, Xianxia's body was covered in crocodiles from his arms to his thighs, causing him to feel a sharp pain. Crocodiles were born with amazing bite strength, and even ordinary monster beasts could not be taken lightly, let alone these crocodiles that had all reached the peak of the Ninth Order. An ordinary Origin King, even if he tried to resist, he would not be able to withstand the bite of a crocodile monster beast. Fortunately, Xianxia's fleshly body was extremely tough, and when he circulated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, the fierce 5 elements sword chi caused the crocodiles to suffer heavy injuries. Many of the crocodiles spat out blood and were forced to release Xianxia. However, Xianxia was still dragged into the mud by the crocodiles. It was cold and dark underwater. Most importantly, it wasn't clear water, but muddy mud. Xianxia couldn't see much even if he opened his eyes. He randomly punched out for a while and found that not only did he not alleviate his situation, but he was sinking deeper and deeper. More and more crocodiles were surrounding him, and he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Secret technique, Moonblade. He flicked his 10 fingers. A series of pitch-black moon blades flew out. Accompanied by a series of sizzling sounds, the pressure on Xianxia was greatly reduced. In the swamp, dark red blood and dead crocodile corpses appeared. All of them were incomplete. Demonic eye open. Xianxia opened his eyes again. His left eye had a golden hue, and his vision had finally recovered significantly. Using his divine sense, his slaughter had not only failed to repel these crocodiles, but had instead attracted even more crocodile monster beasts because of the bloody smell and the commotion he had caused. Acting recklessly, Xianxia was furious. With his current strength, even if he faced an ordinary Dao Source Realm Master, he wouldn't be so flustered, but because of a moment of carelessness, he had been forced into such a situation by a group of monster beasts. This made him somewhat angry out of humiliation. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia directly released the monster insect queen, which was still repairing its body in the sealed world bead, and issued an order with his divine sense. The monster insect queen was now Xianxia's blood beast and had its own sentience, so naturally it would strictly obey his orders. The purple and green dual swords flickered, and with a flash of light, a wave of sword chi was set off. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk, an icy cold aura filled the air, and not only did Xianxia involuntarily shiver, the encirclement of the crocodile monster beast also slowed down. With a flash of brilliance, the sword chi surged, and the crocodile monster beast was cut in two, dying instantly. Even the crocodiles a little further away were not spared. With the purple and green dual swords in hand, the monster insect queen's strength seemed to have greatly increased. Even without using the clear sky snowfall secret technique, the simplest of sword moves was enough to shine. Xianxia coldly snorted, and just as he was about to take the opportunity to escape, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a strange place from the corner of his eye. In the depths of the swamp, there was a place that was emitting a clear light. Using his divine sense to investigate, Xianxia found a trace of strong energy fluctuations. Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but light up. Urging his strength to protect his body, he dove down. The monster insect queen was like a loyal guard, following closely behind Xianxia. Whenever there was a disturbance, the sword chi would cut the enemy in two. Not long after, Xianxia reached the bottom of the swamp and arrived at the place where the clear light was emitting. With the help of the demon Eye of Annihilation, Xianxia was finally able to see what this thing was. It was actually a palm-sized thing that looked like a Ganoderma. What is this? Xianxia had a blank look on his face. Although he had a deep understanding of the herbs in the home star's territory, after coming to the star boundary, he still felt that his knowledge was lacking, especially when it came to spirit grasses and miraculous medicines. There were many things he had never even heard of before. This Ganoderma in front of him was something he had never seen before, nor had he ever heard of. Just as he was observing it, the clear and misty light suddenly turned green. After a while, it turned red. After thinking about it for a moment, Xianxia determined that he really didn't recognize this thing, but judging from the aura it was exuding, it was definitely a Tao Source Great Herb. Xianxia decided to pick it first. In any case, the medicine garden in the sealed world bead was still there, so if he transplanted it, he would be able to figure out its type and function one day. Considering all this, Xianxia immediately got to work. A moment later, he transplanted this Ganoderma into the medicine garden in the sealed world bead. After doing this, Xianxia didn't rush out and instead continued to search around. He really did find a few more stalks of medicinal herbs that were exactly the same. After half a day, Xianxia rushed out of the swamp with the monster insect queen following closely behind. Along the way, countless crocodile monster beast corpses floated on the water's surface, dyeing the surrounding swamp red with blood. It seemed that the ferocity of the monster insect queen had deterred the crocodile monster beast, or perhaps it was because most of them had been killed, but Xianxia didn't encounter any more attacks and successfully emerged from the swamp. This time, Xianxia didn't act rashly and instead flew a few meters above the water surface before heading out. There were many types of flight-restricting arrays. Some completely prohibited flight, while others restricted flight altitude. From his first encounter, the flight-restricting array here was undoubtedly the latter type, so as long as he didn't exceed a certain height, he wouldn't trigger it. The swamp seemed to cover a very large area, so Xianxia flew for half a day before he finally flew out. The monster insect queen had long since been taken back by him. The monster insect queen was still repairing its body, so it wouldn't be of any benefit to it if it went into battle too early. Moreover, Xianxia didn't want others to know that he had such a helper. The monster insect queen could be regarded as his biggest trump card, so naturally, the more hidden it was, the better. The space inside the 5-color treasure pagoda was incredibly vast. Tens of thousands of cultivators from Maplewood City had entered this place, but Xianxia hadn't encountered a single person along the way. Looking around, Xianxia couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he couldn't find his target. This should be the first layer of the 5-color treasure pagoda. Kong Si Ran had told him to try his best to reach the second layer after entering the pagoda. Although the first and second layers were suitable for Origin King Realm Cultivator, for a third-order Origin King Cultivator like Xianxia, the second layer was naturally better. The way to enter was to find a 5-colored light pillar that connected the sky to the earth. Xianxia had been looking for this so-called 5-colored light pillar for a long time, but he hadn't found it yet, which made him feel a little disappointed as he didn't know where to look for it. Just as he lifted his eyes to look around, the ground suddenly buzzed. Soon after, it began to tremble intensely. There seemed to be a deafening sound of rolling thunder coming from deep within the ground. Xianxia's face changed as he hurriedly pushed his Saint Chi while looking around vigilantly for fear of any sudden changes. There was nothing out of the ordinary in the surroundings, but in a location extremely far away, the projection of a true dragon suddenly appeared. It was unknown how long that true dragon was. Its entire body was fiery red, and its dragon tail swayed as it charged straight into the clouds. Soon after, it descended at an extremely fast speed. No one knew where it landed, and then it disappeared. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw this. He had never expected that a true dragon phantom would appear in the first layer of the 5-color treasure pagoda. This was definitely not caused by some kind of secret technique or secret art, but rather a real, true dragon phantom. It might even be related to a true dragon artifact, because when this true dragon phantom appeared, Xianxia clearly felt a heat in his chest. He had fused and refined a real dragon scale on his chest, and this dragon scale seemed to be resonating with something in the distance at this moment. Xianxia immediately realized that this might be a great opportunity. No wonder it was rumored that opportunities were everywhere inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda. If one was lucky enough to enter it, they could obtain many benefits, but if they were unlucky, no matter how strong they were, it would be useless no matter how many times they entered. Realizing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immediately rushed towards the place where this vision was occurring at an extremely fast speed. The location where the true dragon phantom appeared was very far from where he was, so even if Yang Kai used his full strength, it still took him a full 3 hours to arrive. Looking around, Yang Kai could not help being stunned, because there were already many cultivators gathered here, at least a few hundred, and there was a steady stream of other cultivators who had also seen this vision. This was a mountainous terrain, and at the very center of this valley, there was an altar-like building. This altar seemed to have just broken through the ground and was giving off an ancient and desolate aura. The surrounding earth also showed signs of being refurbished. Chapter in 1996. On the ancient and desolate altar, there were more than a dozen unknown objects. These unknown objects were all shrouded in a layer of dark and misty light, as though a bowl was placed on top of them. Through the dark and misty light, although it wasn't very clear, one could still make out some embryonic forms. The objects shrouded in the light curtain were all kinds of things. There were hammers, sword-shaped, dagger-like artifacts, as well as yellowish secret arts and secret tomes. There were also some jade bottles that were obviously very old. Each of them looked extremely extraordinary, especially those artifacts, which were exuding extremely powerful energy fluctuations. The lowest was a Tao Source grade artifact. This made Yang Kai's face burn with desire. Not only him, but the other cultivator who had rushed here also looked at the altar with greed and covetousness. Everyone was filled with greed. Could it be that these things were placed here by those few great powers? Maybe the Tao Source fruit is here. Suddenly, a cultivator's voice came from the side. That's not the case. Someone continued. I came earlier. I heard that this altar suddenly emerged from the ground and was not something that originally existed. It seems that a friend triggered the restriction of this place and caused the altar to appear. The things on the altar all emitted an ancient aura. It was definitely not something that was placed here by those great forces. So, the things on this altar have been here for a long time? Are they treasures left behind from ancient times? Maybe so. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and grab them. A treasure left behind from ancient times was actually so well preserved. Its value was simply inestimable. It was countless times more valuable than the treasures placed here by the great forces. As soon as the news spread, many cultivators' blood began to boil. Many cultivators who still wanted to observe for a while could no longer hold back and mustered up their courage to rush forward. Their movements immediately affected the nerves of others, and more cultivator began to move. Even Yang Kai began to move, but he did not rush to the front row. Instead, he fell behind in the middle. This way, he would have enough time to observe the movements of the cultivator in front of him, lest he accidentally fell into a trap. Everyone, please wait. Right at this moment, a loud and clear shout suddenly sounded. Then, a handsome young man in white clothes suddenly flew up into the sky. This young man had rosy lips and white teeth. He was a man of striking appearance, with a pair of spirited eyes and an extraordinary bearing. With one look, one could tell that he had an extraordinary background. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me, the young man shouted again. Many cultivator frowned and looked up impatiently. After all, the treasure was right in front of them. At this moment, someone had suddenly obstructed their path, and it was truly displeasing. Obstructing one's path to wealth was no different than murdering one's parents, and such enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. However, when everyone saw this person's face clearly, many people obediently stayed where they were, and some others also showed a look of understanding. So it's young Master Jiang Chu-he. Among the crowd, a cultivator who recognized the young man cupped his fists and said, What do you mean, young Master Jiang? Could it be that he wanted to rely on the Jiang family's power to monopolize the treasures on the altar? If that's the case, then please don't say anything more. Exactly. Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Although the Jiang family is considered extraordinary in Maplewood City, this is the 5-color treasure pagoda. If young Master Jiang wants to monopolize it, please think twice, someone immediately echoed. Hearing them say so, Yang Kai immediately understood the identity of this young man, a member of Maplewood City's Jiang family. In Maplewood City, below the city lord's mansion, there were also some family forces present, and among them, the Jiang family strength was quite good, as they had an old ancestor from the First Order Dao Source Realm. Although Yang Kai had not had any dealings with the Jiang family, he had seen several Jiang family cultivator corpses killed by the little Wanfeng in Clear Jade Mountain. This time, those who entered the 5-color treasure pagoda were basically all cultivator from Maplewood City, so naturally many people recognized Jiang Chuhe. Even if they did not know him, they had at least heard of his name. However, as that person said, if they were in Maplewood City, everyone might have some scruples about the strength of the Jiang family's old ancestor and give Jiang Chuhe some face, but inside the 5-color treasure pagoda, the Jiang family's people were no deterrent. What's more, the treasures were right in front of them. Birds die in pursuit of food, and men die in pursuit of wealth. This was an ancient truth. Now, not to mention Jiang Chuhe, even if the Jiang family's old ancestor was here personally, these hundreds of origin kings would not fear him. Jiang Chuhe was not angry, however, and instead smiled. This friend is too serious. There are hundreds of fellow cultivators gathered here, so even if this Jiang had guts as big as the sky, he would not dare to offend everyone. Monopolizing the treasures is something this Jiang has never thought of. Then, what does young Master Jiang want to do? Jiang Chuhe continued with a smile. This Jiang just wants to tell everyone that where there are benefits, there are also risks. What's more, this is the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Do you really think that the treasures on the altar are so easy to obtain? If that were the case, those treasures would have long disappeared. Why would they wait for people like you and me to collect them? We naturally know this, but if we do not hesitate when there are risks, what is the point of cultivating? We are already mentally prepared. The person who spoke just now coldly snorted. This friend has guts. Jiang Chuhe smiled at the person before changing the topic. But shouldn't this friend first inquire about what this altar is? As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. This is the first time this humble one has entered this 5-colored treasure pagoda. So how would I know what this altar is? The person shook his head, but soon looked at Jiang Chuhe in surprise. Could it be that young Master Jiang knows? If so, I hope young Master Jiang can enlighten me. Jiang Chuhe shook his head. This Jiang does not know, but I think there should be someone here who knows. Saying so, he turned his head to look at a certain spot in the crowd, a smile on his face as he said, "Young Lady Qin, what do you think?" Everyone followed his gaze and immediately saw a woman surrounded by some cultivators. This woman was not very old, about 25 to 26 years old. She had a petite figure and seemed to be suffering from some kind of illness. Her complexion was sallow, her figure was thin, and her lips were slightly pale. If not for these factors, she would definitely be a stunning beauty if her figure was just a little more voluptuous. Even so, this woman was like a flower swaying in the wind and rain, drawing the pity of others. Seeing that Jiang Chuhe had diverted everyone's attention to her, young Lady Qin's brows furrowed together as a sliver of annoyance appeared on her face. The cultivators surrounding her also glared angrily at Jiang Chuhe, showing great dissatisfaction. Young Lady Qin? That young Lady Qin you, from the Qin family? From the crowd, cries of surprise rang out, seemingly indicating that this Qin you was quite famous. I have heard that young Lady Qin you has read a lot of books since childhood and is very knowledgeable, especially about the sealed world. I wonder how much young Lady Qin knows about this altar? Please enlighten us, this humble one, and everyone here will be very grateful. Jiang Chuhe's face was as clear as jade as he smiled gently, completely ignoring Qin yu's annoyance and the angry glares of the guards around her. Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly understood why this Jiang Chu he wanted to show off at this time. This guy obviously wanted to find out more about the altar. However, if he were to ask Qin Yu alone, she might not be willing to tell him. But now, with so many people watching, Xianxia had no choice but to say it even if she didn't want to. No one would want to provoke public anger. This Jiangchu, he was quite scheming, but this method was a little despicable. There were many cultivators like Yang Kai who understood this, but because it concerned their own interests, they didn't point it out. Instead, they looked at Xianxia with great interest. That's right, young lady Qin. With so many friends here, if you know anything about this altar, please tell us. If there are any dangers here, we will be very grateful. Under the gazes of so many people, Xianxia seemed to be a little uncomfortable. Or perhaps it was because the wind here was too noisy. She couldn't help but cough lightly and cover her mouth with a handkerchief. My young lady has been ill since she was a child, so it's not convenient for her to speak. Please forgive her. Next to Xianxia, a third-order origin king realm guard in his 40s cupped his fists and said with a cold look. Xianxia gestured with her hand and said softly, "It doesn't matter. Since young Master Jiang and all these friends want to know, then this mistress will tell you." She didn't know what illness she had. Not only did she look listless, but she also sounded weak when she spoke. It was truly heartbreaking to see her like this. However, when they heard that she was willing to talk about the altar, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked, looking at her expectantly. Young Lady Qin has indeed heard of this altar. This Jiang is impressed. Jiang Chu's eyes also lit up. His previous actions were just a test, but he didn't expect to hit the jackpot. On the one hand, he also hoped that Xianxia would explain in more detail, so he could understand more about this altar. But on the other hand, he was afraid that others would obtain this information and compete with him, causing his mood to become extremely complicated. This is the Soaring Dragon altar, Xianxia said slowly. The first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda fell silent, with only Xianxia's weak voice drifting through the wind, obtained the meaning of a fish leaping over the dragon gate, transforming into a dragon. This Soaring Dragon altar doesn't appear at a fixed time, and its location is also very erratic. It may appear in the first layer, the second layer, or even the 5th layer. Rumor has it that it has existed since ancient times, so even if someone from Star Soul Palace enters here, it won't be easy to find this Soaring Dragon altar. According to the ancient records of Star Soul Palace, the Soaring Dragon altar has only appeared a total of 8 times. Each time it appears, it is accompanied by the appearance of some rare treasure. If we can obtain one of these treasures, perhaps we can become a fish leaping over the dragon gate and cultivate to the Emperor Realm. A fish leaping over the dragon gate. The Emperor Realm. Many cultivators whispered as their eyes lit up. Most of the cultivators in Maplewood City were at the bottom of the hierarchy. Although their strength was not bad, because they had no background or backing, it was almost impossible for them to advance beyond the Origin King realm. However, Xianxia's words gave them hope, as if there was a broad road in front of them that led directly to the throne of the Emperor Realm. Chapter 1997. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, countless cultivators became restless. Although all of them felt that the treasure on the altar was extraordinary, they didn't have any concrete proof. Coupled with the fact that there were so many cultivators eyeing the altar covetously, none of them dared to act rashly for fear of provoking a fatal disaster. But now, after hearing Xianxia's words, everyone's thoughts became lively. The temptation of reaching the Emperor Realm was enough to make them risk their lives. However, some people remained calm and asked loudly, "Dare I ask, young Lady Qin, what is so dangerous about this Soaring Dragon altar?" Danger? There is definitely danger, and it may even cost us our lives. But as for what exactly it is, Xianxia does not know. After all, this 5-colored treasure pagoda is the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace, and there are very few ancient records about it. This is the first time this mistress has entered, so, hearing this, everyone showed a look of disappointment. Although everyone knew that Xianxia must have something more to say, she had already revealed a lot of information and had done her utmost. If they continued to force her, it would be tantamount to offending the Qin family. They were all cultivators who made a living in Maplewood City, so who would be willing to offend them? If they did not do well, they would be punished. However, it is said that this soaring dragon altar is an artifact and one made from dragon bones at that. So if one wants to get close to it, one must first resist the dragon pressure of an ancient true dragon, Xianxia added, seemingly out of nowhere. Made from dragon bones? The dragon pressure of an ancient true dragon? The group of cultivators exclaimed. At that moment, a burst of crackling sound suddenly rang out from not far away. This sound was extremely fast, and everyone was startled and instinctively circulated their strength to look around. The next moment, someone exclaimed, "Despicable and shameless, acting so sneakily, how hateful." It turned out that while everyone's attention was attracted by Xianxia and they were listening to her introduce the soaring dragon altar, a cultivator from the mysterious realm had appeared. It was unknown which great force this cultivator belonged to, but he had concealed his figure and aura and was quietly approaching the soaring dragon altar. Their secret techniques to conceal their auras and figures were extremely profound, so no one present was able to discover them. If it weren't for the sudden change in the soaring dragon altar, it was likely no one would have noticed these people taking away the treasures on it. However, at this moment, these people all revealed themselves. There weren't many of them, only 4 or 5 of them, and they were separated into several directions, cautiously approaching the soaring dragon altar. It was unknown which unlucky guy triggered the spirit array near the soaring dragon altar, but from the altar, a beam of light suddenly shot out and bombarded these people. Those people weren't paying attention for a moment, and 2 of them actually lost their lives on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere, and their flesh shattered. The remaining few saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly dodged. Naturally, they were unable to conceal themselves and were exposed. Fortunately, the soaring dragon altar's spirit array did not seem to be too powerful, so after the 2 or 3 survivors evaded for a while, none of them were harmed. Exchanging a glance with each other, seeing that their whereabouts had been exposed, they grit their teeth and continued to rush forward. Damn it! They're from the Ghost Dance sect. A bunch of clowns. How dare you covet the treasure? You're courting death. The treasure is mine. As soon as they saw someone approaching the soaring dragon altar, the remaining cultivator could no longer hold back and quickly used their movement skills. All of them rushed towards the soaring dragon altar, wanting to reach it as soon as possible. All of them wanted to take the treasures for themselves. Xianxia, he was the fastest to react, and with a twist of his body, he rushed out a few dozen meters, taking the lead as he stared at the secret art on the soaring dragon altar. At the same time, he waved his hand. A rope-like artifact flew out of Xianxia's sleeve and wrapped around the secret art several dozen meters away. Young Master Xianxia, someone saw this and was shocked. Ha ha ha! Xianxia, he gave a hearty laugh, as though he could already see himself becoming invincible under the heavens after he had obtained the secret art. His insolent attitude was revealed as he said, "Treasures belong to those who are capable. This secret art belongs to this Jiang." But just as his voice fell, though, the smile on his face suddenly froze as he stared at his rope-like artifact in a daze and muttered, "How could this be?" His rope-like artifact had only managed to extend 10 meters before it fell limply to the ground, as if it had lost all of its spirituality. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to activate it. Not only him, but everyone else who wanted to use their own artifacts to obtain the treasures on the soaring dragon altar also lost their connection with their artifacts in a very short time. While Xianxia, he was in a daze, a great force seemed to have struck him from the sky and smashed him to the ground, covering him in a cloud of dust as his mouth and nose filled with dirt. Ha 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 ha, young Master Jiang. This dog-eating shit move of yours has really been practiced to the point of perfection. This one is truly impressed. The cultivator from before laughed loudly as he rushed past Xianxia, not forgetting to taunt him before leaving. Damn it, I'll remember you. Xianxia, he cursed as he stood up with a face full of dirt and grime. Looking around, all the other cultivators who wanted to fly to the soaring dragon altar suffered the same fate as him, all of them falling from the sky in a tragic manner. This discovery immediately caused Xianxia, his heart, to feel much better. In an instant, Everyone understood that if they wanted to obtain the treasures, they had to rely on themselves to reach the soaring dragon altar. However, this was definitely not an easy task. Before, the distance was far enough, so no one felt anything. But the closer they got to the soaring dragon altar, the more ferocious the inexplicable pressure became. In the eyes of all the cultivator, the entire soaring dragon altar seemed to have transformed into an ancient dragon, roaring ferociously as it opened its bloody maw, waiting for food to be delivered to its door. Some of the cultivators with weak minds, weak willpower, or low strength actually lost their composure for a moment. Their eyes filled with fear as their bodies trembled violently. As for others, even if they could resist this terrifying dragon pressure, they still found it difficult to move, no longer able to run as fast as before. Young lady, on the other side, the Qin family group was still gathered around Qin Yu, and under Qin Yu's instructions, they approached the soaring dragon altar unhurriedly. Qin Yu coughed a few times from time to time, her expression relaxed. On the other hand, the other Qin family cultivators all showed anxious looks, fearing that someone else would take the initiative. Don't worry. Qin Yu finally managed to catch her breath and whispered softly, "The soaring dragon altar is not so easy to get close to. You should take this opportunity to feel the dragon pressure of an ancient true dragon. It will have a great effect on tempering your mind. If you gain enough, you won't be too embarrassed when you encounter a powerful enemy in the future." Although Qin Yu was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, she seemed to have great prestige among this group of Qin family guards. As soon as she spoke these words, the guards no longer became anxious and instead began silently circulating their secret arts to expel distracting thoughts from their minds. While guarding Qin Yu, they slowly walked forward while using the dragon pressure to temper their minds. Suddenly, Qin Yu frowned and glanced in a certain direction. On the other side, Yang Kai grinned at her and walked forward leisurely with a calm look on his face. This person, Qin Yu looked at Yang Kai's back deeply and found that she, who had always been good at reading people, was unable to see through him. He didn't show the slightest eagerness towards the treasures on the soaring dragon altar. While everyone else was trying their best to compete for them, he seemed to be taking a stroll in a garden, calm and relaxed. Qin Yu shook her head secretly and lowered her eyes, but when she raised her head again, a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes like stars. At the same time, Yang Kai's body tightened, as if there was a pair of eyes that could see through the mysteries of the heavens, peeking into his secrets. Turning around abruptly, Yang Kai locked eyes with Qin Yu. In an instant, Qin Yu's tender body trembled, and she began coughing violently. "Young lady," the guards were shocked. Qin Yu waved her hand repeatedly as she bent over and covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief, coughing with extreme difficulty. After a while, she gradually recovered. "It's fine." Qin Yu gasped for breath, but when she looked up at the position where Yang Kai had been standing, she found that Yang Kai had long since disappeared, causing her to sigh. "This little girl is quite strange." At the same time, Yang Kai, who was mixed in with the crowd, frowned. He always felt that this woman named Qin Yu was extraordinary, but her cultivation was only a trivial second-order origin returning realm, which really puzzled him. In particular, when Qin Yu glanced at him just now, it was as if she could see through his secrets, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. If it's not necessary in the future, it's best to avoid contact with this woman. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind, otherwise he would never know when his secrets would be exposed. At that moment, a scream rang out. A cultivator, who had long since been frightened by the dragon pressure and had lost his mind, stood in place and let out a shrill cry, his eyes trembling, as if he had just seen something extremely terrifying. His strength began to surge chaotically as he attacked in all directions. A moment later, with a bang, this cultivator's head burst open, causing red and white matter to splatter in all directions. The headless corpse fell limply to the ground, a tragic sight to behold. This scene shocked the nearby cultivator. This was not the end, though. The death of this cultivator was like a fuse, and in the next moment, screams rang out one after another from different directions. These people suffered the same fate as the first cultivator, as if they were in a nightmare. Their strength went berserk, and after a few random attacks, their heads exploded. Dragon pressure. Someone in the crowd cried out in horror. Everyone understood how these people died. Obviously, it was because their divine senses were suppressed by the supreme dragon pressure, causing them to meet with misfortune. For a time, some of the more timid and weaker cultivators no longer dared to move forward, and instead retreated in order to protect themselves. However, just as their figures began to move, countless streaks of light suddenly shot out from the soaring dragon altar, accompanied by a series of hissing sounds. Everyone turned pale with fright. What no one expected was that these streaks of light did not kill people aimlessly, but instead only targeted the retreating cultivators, not missing a single one. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 corpses were added to the ground. Chapter 1998. This sudden scene stunned everyone on the spot. After a while, someone suddenly shouted, "Don't retreat. If you do, you'll trigger the barrier and die on the spot. Everyone, be careful. Damn it, this is a trap. That damned Star Soul Palace. What should I do?" Many of the weaker cultivators who coveted the treasures were now in a dilemma and began blaming Star Soul Palace, as if this was a trap set up by Star Soul Palace for them. In this situation, the more one moved forward, the more intense the dragon pressure they would have to endure. If one was not careful, one's head would explode. The cultivator who had died tragically before was the best example, but even if they wanted to leave, they could not. The 30 or so corpses that had just fallen were a good example. With this situation, some of the cultivators really did not know whether to advance or retreat, all of them frozen in place for a while. However, this was not the case for everyone. Those who had real strength and confidence in themselves still resisted the pressure of the dragon pressure and walked towards the soaring dragon altar step by step, their eyes locked onto the dozen or so unknown treasures placed on the altar. Every step seemed to be extremely difficult, but after taking that step, their faces filled with joy, as if they had gained something. Riches and honor were found in danger. This was a truth that everyone knew. Which one of the cultivators here had not experienced many life or death tribulations, so most of them were extremely determined. What's more, without even mentioning whether or not they could snatch the dozen or so unknown treasures, the benefits they obtained in the process of walking towards the soaring dragon altar made these cultivators ecstatic. With every step they took, these cultivators could feel their mental fortitude and perseverance increase significantly. Even under the pressure of the supreme dragon pressure, many origin kings felt the strength in their bodies rapidly transforming into source chi. The speed of this transformation, it was by no means comparable to taking source condensing pills. Xianxia naturally noticed this as well. In fact, he could completely ignore the dragon pressure from the soaring dragon altar. After all, he had the golden divine dragon source in his body, and although the soaring dragon altar was made from dragon bones, it naturally contained a supreme dragon pressure. However, in front of the origin energy of the golden holy dragon, this kind of dragon might was still useless. It was rumored that in ancient times, there were countless members of the true dragon clan, but within this clan, the suppression of bloodlines was very obvious. Golden Shenlong had an extremely high status in the true dragon clan. Judging from the phenomenon that appeared on this soaring dragon altar before, the dragon bone used to create this soaring dragon altar was likely the bone of a fire dragon. The reason for that was because the silhouette of the true dragon that had appeared was a gigantic red dragon. Red dragons generally use the power of fire. The golden divine dragon source was enough to suppress the dragon pressure from the soaring dragon altar in all aspects, making it impossible for it to approach within 10 meters of Xianxia. When Xianxia discovered this, he even had the thought of rushing over and snatching the treasures on the altar regardless of anything else. But when he thought about it carefully, he still didn't want to be so rash. After all, there were hundreds of Origin King Realm cultivator here. Not to mention whether he could escape the pursuit and siege of these people after snatching the treasure. Even if he succeeded, it would be troublesome after leaving the 5-color treasure pagoda. Once the people outside learned that he had obtained so many benefits from the soaring dragon altar, he would likely become the target of public criticism. A man's wealth was his own ruin, and Xianxia did not believe that these Dao Source Realm Masters would not covet the treasures from the soaring dragon altar. If he really became the target of a Dao Source Realm Master, his future days would not be easy. As such, he did not do so. At this moment, he mixed in with the crowd and approached the soaring dragon altar step by step, relying on the pressure of the supreme dragon pressure to transform the source chi in his body. While doing so, he also had the leisure to observe his surroundings. Xianxia took a look at the situation of the others. Not long after, a number of powerful Origin King Realm Cultivator were silently recorded in Xianxia's mind. These people were undoubtedly all existences who had completely transformed their source chi, so while they were resisting the dragon pressure, they were much more relaxed. As such, the speed at which they advanced was much faster. Xianxia had already opened up a certain distance from the people behind him. Xianxia quickened his pace slightly, at the same time thinking about how to pack up these treasures without anyone noticing. Just as he was lost in thought, a gnashing voice called out from the side, "You dare surpass this young lord? Die." As soon as the word die was spoken, a palm print flew towards Xianxia. From this palm print, a fierce wind howled and seemed to contain great destructive power. Xianxia's face sank, and he instantly raised his hand, poured a powerful force into his palm, and pushed it towards the other party's palm print. Asterisk pa. Asterisk with a soft sound. The two violent forces collided and swept out in all directions. The power was immense. Kai Yang's body swayed slightly before he stopped moving. On the other hand, the person who had taken the initiative to attack him let out a cry of alarm. It seemed that he was unable to resist Kai Yang's attack. His body became unstable and he was sent flying backwards. This man's face changed drastically and his face turned pale. After all, the cultivator who had retreated before had been killed on the spot by the light from the soaring dragon altar, so he was not sure if he would receive the same treatment if he was beaten back. If that were the case, he did not have the confidence to resist the attack from the soaring dragon altar. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, and his body suddenly sank down, like a wooden stake fixed to the ground. He would rather let all the force rush into his body than move his feet. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk, a burst of cracking sounds came from this man's body, and his face paled as blood flowed from his nose and mouth, his appearance suddenly becoming terrifying. "Young lord!" Someone shouted and quickly took 2 steps forward to block this man's back, neutralizing the last bit of force and allowing him to stand firmly in place without taking half a step back. Xianxia looked back and saw a familiar face, sneering as he muttered, "So, it's young Lord Jiang." The person who had launched a sneak attack on him was shockingly the one who had spoken earlier, Jiang Chui. When Xianxia saw him for the first time just now, he felt that this person had a dignified appearance, gentle and refined, and had the demeanor and bearing of a young lord. But later, after understanding Jiang Chu's intention of shifting his attention to Qin Yu, Xianxia understood that this person was full of evil intentions. Now, it seemed that not only was he full of evil intentions, but he also had no tolerance for others. He was simply an abominable rascal. The reason why he attacked her was because her speed was faster than his, surpassing his own. "Who is your excellency?" Jiang Chu, he had suffered a big loss and almost died, so while he hated Xianxia in his heart, he also feared him. He had never expected that he would not even be able to take a single blow from an Origin King Realm Cultivator. What's more, in that situation just now, it was just a casual blow from the other party. If it had been a real-life or death battle, wouldn't Jiang Chu not be his opponent at all? Is this guy even human? Jiang Chu's heart was filled with shock and fear. When did such a person appear in Maplewood City? You're asking me? Xianxia grinned. It's just someone that young Master Jiang can't afford to offend. Seeing Xianxia boasting so shamelessly, a look of unwillingness appeared on Jiang Chu's face. But after thinking about it, he realized that the other party might be from some great force. After all, Maplewood City had gathered the masters of many great forces recently. Thinking so, Jiang Chu's eyes couldn't help but flicker as he cupped his fists and said, "This Jiang has offended your excellency just now. Please don't take offense. At least you have some self-awareness. I'll spare your life for now," Yang Kai sneered. Not bothering with Jiang Chu anymore, he turned around and continued forward. Jiang Chu stared at Yang Kai's back, his face alternating between green and red. While suppressing his injuries, he also had to resist the supreme dragon pressure. It was extremely tiring for him. At the back of the group, Xianxia was slowly moving forward with her many guards. After all, her strength wasn't high, so she was unable to move forward as quickly as the others. However, it was also because of this that she was able to witness the scene just now. That person, what's his background? Xianxu's brow furrowed. As a fellow cultivator in Maplewood City, Xianxu naturally knew what kind of cultivation Jiang Chu had. Although Jiang Chu's aptitude wasn't that great, with the resources of the Jiang family and his many years of hard work in cultivation, he had long reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm, with all of his strength converted into source chi. In other words, even if Jiang Chu he wasn't invincible in the Origin King realm, he wasn't someone that could be injured in a single move. However, someone had done it. This surprised Xianxu, but at the same time, it also increased her interest in Yang Kai. "Young lady, what's wrong with that person?" Seeing Xianxu staring at Yang Kai, a guard couldn't help but ask, "Have any of you seen that person before? Do you know his origins?" Xianxu asked softly. All the guards shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen Yang Kai before. The guard who spoke earlier said, "If young lady wants to know, after we leave the 5-color treasure pagoda, subordinate will send someone to inquire about him." Xianxu nodded. "Remember, just inquire about him, don't offend him." "Yes." Near the soaring dragon altar, as time passed, the gap in strength between everyone gradually became apparent. Although everyone was basically an Origin King, and many were even Third Order Origin Kings, under the touchstone of the soaring dragon altar, the difference in strength was quickly determined. Those with superior temperament, perseverance, and strength would undoubtedly walk faster and further. As for the rest, they all fell behind. For a time, with the soaring dragon altar as the center, countless cultivators were divided into several levels, all of them desperately trying to get closer to the center. In the first stage, there were more than 40 Third Order Origin Kings, and the gap between them was not too great. It was foreseeable that if nothing unexpected happened, these 40 or so masters would undoubtedly reach the soaring dragon altar first. As for the cultivators in the second, third, and even later stages, there was no longer any hope of reaching the soaring dragon altar. However, none of them dared to retreat at will, lest they bring disaster upon themselves, so they could only grit their teeth and move forward. During this period, more and more cultivators died because they could not bear the pressure of the dragon pressure. Within a few dozen meters of the soaring dragon altar, 100 to 200 headless corpses were strewn about, a tragic sight to behold. Chapter 1999. The short 1,000-meter road leading to the soaring dragon altar had become the burial ground of countless Origin King realm cultivators. Half an hour later, the first group of several dozen cultivators was less than 100 meters from the soaring dragon altar. At such a close distance, the dozen or so treasures on the altar could be seen clearly. For a moment, no matter who these people were or where they came from, their breathing became rapid. However, there were only a dozen or so treasures while more than 40 cultivators had arrived first. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to divide them evenly. More than half of the cultivators were destined to return empty-handed. Everyone obviously noticed this as well. So after approaching within 10 meters of the soaring dragon altar, everyone secretly raised their strength, their eyes flickering with inexplicable hostility. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and the surrounding world energy suddenly became chaotic as a golden arrow flew out at an extremely fast speed towards a burly man. "Damn, I knew you would attack Father here. So you finally couldn't hold back and acted?" The burly man seemed to have been prepared. When he saw the enemy beside him make a move, he immediately stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. The next moment, a hexagonal green shield suddenly appeared in front of him, shielding most of his body behind it. Asterisk pong. Asterisk, a loud bang rang out, and although the golden arrow was quite powerful, it was still blocked by the burly man who had been prepared for it. Seeing this situation, the one who launched the sneak attack could not help being stunned. The burly man laughed sinisterly and retracted his shield at lightning speed. He clenched his fists tightly, and origin energy surged wildly from his fists. Suddenly attacking his enemy, he shouted, "Overlord's Holy Fist." This was obviously an extremely powerful secret technique, and the moment his fist flew out, there was actually a faint trace of domain filling it. It was obvious that this burly man had already touched the threshold of the Dao Source Realm, and perhaps he was only one step away from breaking through to the Dao Source Realm. Within the fist wind, there was a sense of supremacy. This imposing aura caused the face of the cultivator who had launched the sneak attack to change. He hurriedly turned around and at the same time stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. A 1-meter-long sharp sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He flicked his finger on the tip of the sword and poured his origin energy into the sword. His expression suddenly became solemn. "Water moon mirror flower," he recited in a low voice, his long sword forming half a circle in the air. In the void, a mirror made of sword light suddenly appeared. It was so bright that it could reflect one's reflection. The Overlord Holy Fist arrived as expected, but it was completely blocked by the sword light mirror. The Grand Accomplishment Origin King Realm Masters of the two Grand Accomplishment Origin King Realm Masters pushed forward at the same time, suppressing the other party fiercely. Gotcha! It was as if even space could not withstand such a violent collision of power, and a small crack appeared in that instant. Good. I've finally met a decent guy. Delightful. Not only was the robust man not shocked when he saw this, he roared with laughter instead with an extremely arrogant expression. His opponent, on the other hand, was secretly complaining incessantly. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a lunatic when he had just casually launched a sneak attack on a person and wanted to eliminate his competitor in advance. Helplessly, he could only brace himself to fight. The battle between the two of them had just started, but the 40 or so cultivator on the first level seemed to have already discussed it beforehand. All of them began to move. However, none of them approached the soaring dragon altar. Instead, they all attacked the cultivators closest to them, intending to kill them. In an instant, the vicinity of the soaring dragon altar became chaotic. Ambushes played out one after another. Often, one cultivator had just launched a sneak attack on his target, but in the next moment, he would be counterattacked by another cultivator, forcing him to grit his teeth and fight 1 against 2. There were solo fights as well. Some fought in a melee, while others joined forces to eliminate the enemy. These elite Origin King Realm Masters belonging to Maplewood City seemed to have become each other's enemies at this moment, and after a short while, their eyes were bloodshot as they unleashed their martial skills and artifacts, creating a dazzling sight to behold. The second and third level cultivator who had fallen behind were dumbfounded for a while, but soon they were pleasantly surprised, because this way, they might have a chance to obtain the treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar. Immediately, none of them uttered a single word as they gathered their strength and moved forward. However, their thinking was obviously too simple. The cultivators of the first level were indeed fighting, but once a latecomer approached, these fellows would all give up on attacking their opponent and join forces to instantly kill the latecomer. It seemed that in their opinion, only the first level cultivator could be considered a real competitor, while the latecomers were just a bunch of clowns. What qualifications did they have to get their hands on these treasures? After 20 to 30 latecomers died, one after another, the second-level cultivator finally understood the situation and no longer dared to approach at will. Xianxia was among the second-level cultivator, and when he saw this scene, he could not help frowning. If he wanted to approach the Soaring Dragon altar at this time, he was bound to be attacked by the first-level cultivator, but if he did not approach, he would not be able to obtain the treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar. What he thought up to hear, he couldn't help but snort coldly and shout loudly. Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Aren't all of you taking others too lightly by acting so overbearingly? Friends, if you want to leap over the dragon gate, then follow me. Saying so, Xianxia set an example and rushed up first. Originally, the cultivators in the second layer were not willing to be stopped in their tracks. But when they heard Xianxia shout about the carp leaping over the dragon gate and recalled what Qin Yu had said before, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. One after another, they responded to Xianxia's call and gathered in groups of 3 or 5, advancing forward with ominous looks in their eyes. "Smelly brat, you got a sharp tongue. I'll kill you first." Soon, the two masters in front of Xianxia locked onto him. These two masters had been fighting fiercely with each other, but when they heard Xianxia's words, they both set him as their target. Since these two could reach the first level, they were obviously elites among Origin Kings, and when they joined forces, even if they could not defeat a Dao Source Realm Master, they were definitely not something an Origin King in the same realm could resist. One of them summoned a big axe and chopped down at Xianxia. With a flash of brilliance, a huge axial fell like a meteor, unstoppable. The other man stretched out his hand and slapped a small bell in his hand. Every time he did so, his expression would become more solemn, and the bell would emit a strange sound that converged into an invisible shockwave that swept towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression became solemn, and he did not dare to be careless. Circulating his strength madly, he flipped his hand and grasped a big saber. Driving the saber with his divine sense, he chopped down at one of them from a distance. The saber flashed brilliantly as a silent attack rushed straight into that person's knowledge sea, immediately tearing through that person's divine sense defenses and cutting into his knowledge sea. In this person's sea of consciousness, the wind and clouds suddenly surged as if there was a huge force that split his sea of consciousness into two, rolling up a huge wave. However, the huge wave didn't fall. Instead, it strangely evaporated in midair. The knowledge sea was the source of a cultivator's soul, so when the seawater in one's knowledge sea evaporated, one's soul was bound to be damaged. As if struck by lightning, this person suddenly froze in place, his eyes trembling and filled with horror as he stared at Xianxia in a daze, unable to utter a single word. The next moment, this person's neck bent, and he fell to the ground dead. "What?" The other person was shocked as he stared at his previous opponent in disbelief. He was very clear about how difficult this opponent was to deal with. The two of them had been evenly matched just now, but now he had been killed by an Origin King cultivator in a single move. An Origin King absolutely did not have this ability, so the reason for this was that big saber. What level of artifact is this? Just as this person was in a daze, Xianxia's figure flickered, avoiding the joint attack of this person and the other person, approaching him with a grin on his face while raising the big saber in his hand again. It wasn't until this moment that this person discovered that this big saber was somewhat different from the others. A dark light flowed from this saber, as if there was some kind of inexplicable force pulling on his soul. It was as if he looked at this saber for too long, his soul would be cut open, causing him a faint pain. Horrified, he quickly averted his eyes. The soul-splitting saber, the Emperor artifact that belonged to the Insect Emperor. After Xianxia killed the Insect Emperor, he had obtained 2 Emperor artifacts from him. One was the Insect Enslavement Bracelet, and the other was the soul-splitting saber. However, the power of these 2 Emperor artifacts was too great, and Xianxia's strength was not high enough at the time to refine them, so he could only set them aside. Later, during several adventures, the Insect Enslavement Bracelet played a role. For example, in the Severed World, it repelled the illusionary Void Butterfly's attack, and under the Blue Feather Sect's ice cliff, it deterred the monster Insect Queen, allowing Xianxia to subdue it. With these experiences, Xianxia realized the importance of Emperor artifacts and began trying to refine the soul-splitting saber in his spare time. Although he had spent a lot of energy and time, he still couldn't completely refine the soul-splitting saber. Even if he used it, he could only display a fraction of its power. Just like the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Yonkai still couldn't display its full power. However, an Emperor artifact was still an Emperor artifact. Even if he could only display a small amount of its power, it was still not something an Origin King could resist. In particular, the power of the soul-splitting saber was extremely strange. It could be controlled by one's divine sense and only cut one's soul, not one's physical body, making it extremely difficult to defend against. To a certain extent, the soul-splitting saber could be regarded as a soul-type artifact. It was even rarer than a defensive artifact, and Yonkai divine sense was extremely powerful. So when he used the soul-splitting saber against an enemy, how could an Origin King of the same level resist? In a single exchange, the enemy's soul would be destroyed and they would die on the spot. Yonkai had done this deliberately. Now, there seemed to be an invisible consensus between the first layer cultivator and the second layer cultivator not to approach the soaring dragon altar. If Yonkai wanted to deter his enemies, he could only kill a few of them first. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey, Yonkai believed that no one would dare to stop him again. Sure enough, after that person died, the other cultivator saw Yonkai raise the soul-splitting saber again and instinctively retreated in horror. This retreat immediately triggered the soaring dragon altar's barrier. Chapter 2000. A beam of light suddenly shot out from the soaring dragon altar, heading straight for the retreating cultivator. This cultivator's complexion changed drastically, and without even thinking about it, he tried to escape at an even faster speed. At the same time, his body flashed wildly as if he was using all his defensive strength. However, no matter how fast this cultivator was, he could not outrun the power of the soaring dragon altar. In just a breath of time, the beam of light caught up with this cultivator and directly pierced through his body. In front of this beam of light, this cultivator's countless layers of defensive strength were as fragile as paper. Ah! A scream rang out as this cultivator fell to the ground with a thud. Just like the other cultivator who had been killed by the beam of light before, his flesh and bones were all shattered, his death a miserable one. Everyone in the surroundings paled in horror. After all, from the time Yonkai took action to the time these two cultivators died one after the other, only 3 breaths had passed. In just 3 breaths of time, 2 peak Origin Kings had died one after another. No matter what kind of artifact Yonkai used, or what kind of technique he used, it was enough to show that he was not someone to be trifled with. In an instant, the eyes of the cultivator near Yonkai changed, filled with dread and panic, as they consciously or unconsciously put some distance between them. It was obvious they did not want to become enemies with him. This effect was exactly what Yonkai had hoped for. With a flip of his wrist, he put away the soul-splitting saber and walked forward. Ignoring the numerous cultivator around him, Yonkai was extremely arrogant. Asterisk roar. Asterisk suddenly, a loud roar rang out from the crowd, one that sounded somewhat like the roar of a dragon. At the same time, it sounded like the roar of a beast. Everyone was startled as they turned to look at the source of the roar, but in the next moment, their expressions froze. Because in that position, a man in his 30s wearing brocade robes had used some kind of unknown secret technique to suddenly become extremely red, like a roasted prawn, exuding bursts of hot steam. Above his head, the shadow of a fiery red flood dragon appeared. This flood dragon phantom was almost tangible as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, flickering slightly before diving into the man's body. The next moment, the man's aura suddenly soared, and the aura he exuded was mixed with a trace of dragon pressure. Duan Tianxi. It was Duan Tianxi. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Is he the son of the city Lord Master? I've long heard that this fellow obtained a complete Jiao dragon soul by chance when he was young. So it's true. This is bad. With the help of this Jiao dragon's soul, the resistance to his advancement will be greatly reduced. Many cultivators started to shout at the same time. Some looked unwilling, some looked envious, but most of them looked fearful. Yonkai instantly understood the identity of this person. It was the son of the city lord, Duan Yuan Shan, Duan Tian Ci. That flood dragon phantom was clearly the flood dragon soul he had obtained in his early years. He used a secret technique to resist the pressure of the dragon might in this place. Although the flood dragon was not part of the true dragon clan, it still had a trace of the true dragon bloodline. It was best to use it to fight against dragon might. Duan Tianxi was a patient person and had not exposed this advantage of his. Only when they were close enough to the soaring dragon altar did they suddenly take the initiative to seize the initiative. However, he was not the only one with this plan. Just as Duan Tianxi stimulated the flood dragon's soul, another young man not far away let out a shout, and a semicircular, bell-like defensive barrier suddenly appeared around him. The attacks of the surrounding cultivators fell on this young man, but he ignored them all and simply stared at the treasure on the soaring dragon altar with fiery eyes as he walked forward step by step. However, none of these attacks could break through his defense and were all blocked. Its raging fire temple's immovable heavenly king bell. This person is Zhong Zijin of Raging Fire Temple. A cultivator recognized the name and artifact used by this cultivator at once. Dao Source Grade Mid-Rank Defensive Artifact. Immovable Heavenly King Bell. That's cheating. How are we supposed to fight? Many Origin King Realm cultivators shouted angrily. Although Zhong Zijin could not display the full power of the immovable Heavenly King Bell with his current cultivation, it was still a Dao Source Grade Mid-Rank Defensive Artifact and was not something an ordinary Origin King Realm cultivator could break. Only a dozen or so people working together could pose a threat to him. Zhong Zijin walked forward while turning his head to look at the people attacking him and sneered. This zone will remember all of you. When this matter is over, this zone will definitely pay you a visit. As soon as these words came out, many Origin Kings turned pale. Young Master Zhong, this is a misunderstanding. This one had eyes but failed to recognize young Master Zhong and offended you. Please forgive this one, young Master Zhong. If you had reported your name earlier, I would not have attacked you. An Origin King quickly admitted defeat, fearing that Zhong Zijin would settle accounts with him later. Me too, young Master Zhong. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Young Master Zhong, is there a need for this? Zhong Zijin sneered again and again as he continued walking forward, saying lightly, Good, since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget about it. But if anyone dares to harass this young master again, I will not let them off easily in the future. We wouldn't dare. Please forgive us, young Master Zhong. The cultivator was overjoyed. Zhong Zijin obviously knew that now was not the time to be entangled with these people. If he did not take a step back and force them to fight him to the death, it would only benefit others, so he did not push them too far. Besides Duan Tianxi and Zhong Zijin, Xianxia was the fastest to act. Since he had already reached this point, he naturally channeled a little bit of the origin power of the Golden Divine Dragon to resist the invisible pressure of the dragon's might. Therefore, to a certain extent, he was the most relaxed of them all. As the three moved forward, they looked at each other, sparks flying between their eyes. Xianxia, on the other hand, was feeling bitter in his heart at this moment. He did not feel any joy at all because, unlike Duan Tianxi and Zhong Zijin, he had no backer or background. If he really took away all the treasures on the soaring dragon altar, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. He was considering whether to let Duan Tianxi and Zhong Zijin make the first move to share some of the pressure. But soon, he rejected this idea, because no matter how many treasures he took away, he was bound to be targeted. Since that was the case, he might as well go all the way, just as he made up his mind. Duan Tianxi suddenly formed a seal with his hands and immediately tapped his body a few times. As he did so, Duan Tianxi's aura, which was not weak to begin with, suddenly soared. He did not hesitate to use some kind of powerful secret technique. Immediately, he let out a hearty laugh and shot out several dozen meters, arriving next to the soaring dragon altar in the blink of an eye. Seeing this situation, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, while Zhong Zijin's face also changed as he grit his teeth and sped up. It's all mine. Duan Tianci laughed as he stretched out his hand and grasped a long sword-like artifact. Of the dozen or so treasures on the soaring dragon altar, this long sword had the best appearance. It was clear at first glance that it was not an ordinary artifact. Duan Tianci was a cautious person, so when he picked up this long sword artifact, he also deliberately observed his surroundings. At the same time, he secretly circulated the qi in his body to guard against the unexpected. But what surprised him the most was that he was able to pick up the sword with ease. This result made him stunned, but he was even more pleasantly surprised. Just as he was about to put his first harvest into his space ring, then something unexpected happened. Less than a breath after the long sword left the soaring dragon altar, it twisted and became a withered branch. Not only did it lose its original appearance, but it also lost its spirituality. A gust of wind blew and the withered branch broke in two and fell to the ground. Duan Tianxi's smile suddenly stiffened on his face. The expressions of the many cultivators who were staring at him were also quite interesting. Some were questioning, some were surprised, some were gloating, and some were thinking, is this fake? After a while, Duan Tianci roared unwillingly, threw away the half-withered branch in his hand, and grabbed another hammer artifact. He took out the second artifact, but after leaving the soaring dragon altar, it also turned into an ordinary stone. An illusion. This is an illusion. We've all been deceived. Suddenly, exclamations came from the crowd. There was no need for this person to remind them, as almost everyone realized this. After all, the process of Duan Tianci picking up the two artifacts had been witnessed by everyone, so there was no opportunity to fake it, nor was it possible to swap them out. As such, the only explanation was that the treasures on the soaring dragon altar were not real, but were instead illusions created by a powerful illusion. For a time, the cultivator who was moving forward stopped one after another, dumbfounded expressions on their faces. No one had expected the final outcome to be like this. The soaring dragon altar, the soaring dragon altar, the soaring dragon altar, the carp leaping through the dragon gate and transforming into a dragon. This legendary artifact had turned out to be a huge scam. Xianxia was also dumbfounded. The moment Duan Tianci used his secret technique to rush forward, he had been burning with anxiety, but now, such a dramatic scene had occurred, catching him off guard. Suddenly, his expression changed as he closed his eyes and opened them again. No one noticed that his left eye had turned into a golden slit. The next moment, he rushed forward. On the other side, Xianxia also arrived near the soaring dragon altar, and after exchanging a glance with Duan Tianci, he began picking up treasure from the soaring dragon altar before throwing them down in disappointment. These seemingly extraordinary secret arts were all extremely ordinary and useless. After being thrown to the ground, they directly turned to dust and scattered with the wind. Soon, Xianxia also joined in. He picked up a jade bottle, opened it, and took a look, cursing angrily before throwing it away. Not long after, under the joint inspection of the three cultivators, none of the things on the soaring dragon altar were real. How could this be? Duan Tianci seemed to be unable to accept this outcome and muttered in disappointment. It seems we were all played. Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly. Chapter 2001. The soaring dragon altar inside the five-color treasure pagoda turned out to be a huge scam. The hundreds of origin kings were unable to accept this reality for a while. Near the soaring dragon altar, everyone wore gloomy expressions as they stared at the ground littered with corpses and broken bodies. If the soaring dragon altar was a scam, then what was the point of all these people dying? Some of these people were relatives and friends of those who were still alive. Young Lady Qin, shouldn't you give us an explanation for this? Suddenly, someone from the crowd looked towards Qin, who was at the back of the group, and asked in a cold voice. Qin had long since stopped in her tracks. Furthermore, due to her strength not being high enough, she had not walked very far. At this moment, even her bodyguards were lagging behind the rest of the crowd, with the nearest cultivator being only 30 to 40 meters away. Hearing this, Qin frowned, raised her head, and asked weakly, "This friend, what do you mean?" "Umph. Does young Lady Qin not understand what I mean? You said this place was the soaring dragon altar, and we firmly believed you, but we never expected it to be a scam. So many people have died because of this. Does young Lady Qin intend to pretend to be deaf and mute?" The person who spoke wore a look of righteous indignation, as if Qin Yu had really deceived them and wanted her to take responsibility for the dead cultivator. His statement was approved by many cultivator, and they all glared at Qin Yu, as if they wanted to vent their grievances on Qin Yu. Qin Yu's brow furrowed even more, but before she could speak, one of the guards beside her couldn't help coldly snorting. "This friend, can you please think before you speak? What does this have to do with my young lady? How could it have nothing to do with her? If it weren't for young Lady Qin Yu saying this was the soaring dragon altar, we wouldn't have rushed in here in a hot-blooded manner." Not waiting for the man to finish speaking, Duan Tianxi suddenly sneered, his face filled with killing intent as he stared at the man. "How laughable. Think about it for yourselves. Even without young Lady Qin's guidance, would you be willing to let go of such a great opportunity here?" After all, Duan Tianxi was the son of the city lord master. Moreover, his strength was not weak, and he had an extremely high reputation and popularity among the cultivator in Maplewood City. After hearing what he said, many people lowered their heads in contemplation and found that this was indeed the case. At that time, even without Qin Yu's explanation, everyone would not have ignored the soaring dragon altar and would have swarmed towards it. If that had happened, the result would likely have been the same as it was now. In other words, with or without Qin Yu, the outcome would not have changed. Don't you think it's a little too laughable to pin the blame on young Lady Qin just because she gave you some pointers? Duan Tianxi looked coldly at the cultivator who spoke earlier. How would that person dare to meet Duan Tianxi's gaze? His eyes couldn't help but drift left and right. That's right. Miss Qin didn't do anything wrong. That would be equivalent to becoming an enemy of my raging fire temple. Zhong Zijin also spoke with an indifferent expression. My Jiang family has the same attitude. Jiang Chu, he replied with a smile, standing on the side of righteousness at the right time, helping the Jiang family accumulate reputation for himself. Of course, we won't blame Miss Qin. This is just the irresponsible words of a few people. Miss Qin doesn't need to care about these clowns. Yes, if it weren't for Miss Qin, we wouldn't even know what this thing was. Instead of thanking her, you actually dare to criticize her. You are the scum of my Maplewood City's cultivator community. Scum. We are ashamed to be associated with such people. As everyone shouted, the face of the cultivator who had just accused Qin Yu turned red, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Not far away, Qin Yu smiled lightly. Gracefully bowing, she said, "Everyone here is really reasonable, but this mistress is not wrong. This soaring dragon altar does indeed contain a treasure." "Where is it?" Duan Tianxi and Zhong Zijin's faces became hot as they hurriedly asked. Yang Kai's heart sank as he stared fixedly at Qin Yu, lest she say something he didn't want to hear. Qin Yu smiled lightly and said, "This soaring dragon altar itself is a treasure. Perhaps what was placed on top of it before was an illusion, but the soaring dragon altar was made from the bones of a true dragon, an artifact refining material that even the Emperor Realm covets." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Qin Yu continued, "However, with our strength, it is impossible to destroy this soaring dragon altar. Otherwise, it would not have existed inside the 5-color treasure pagoda for so long and would have been taken away by a powerful master. If we rashly attack it, I'm afraid it will trigger a powerful barrier. So, this mistress advises everyone not to act rashly." Hearing what she said, Zhong Zijin and Duan Tianxi's expressions gradually calmed down as they turned their heads to look at the huge soaring dragon altar inside. A treasure mountain was right in front of them, but they were unable to mine it. This kind of mood was truly confusing. "Right, young Lady Qin." Yang Kai, who had not spoken until now, suddenly cupped his fists and said, "Since young Lady Qin has some understanding of the soaring dragon altar, dare I ask, When can we leave here? After all, those friends who retreated before, you saw what happened to them. We can't be trapped here forever, can we? That's right. Young Lady Qin, please enlighten us. Many people suddenly realized this problem, and all turned their eyes to Qin Yu. Qin Yu glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully before smiling and saying, "You can leave now." Once the treasure on the soaring dragon altar disappears, the barrier around it will also lose its effect. This soaring dragon altar will sink into the ground in half an hour and drift away into the void. There is no telling when it will appear again. However, you can also choose not to leave. After all, the dragon pressure still exists. You should already be clear about the benefits of cultivating here, so there is no need for this mistress to explain. Yang Kai felt very uncomfortable under her gaze, feeling like his secret had been exposed, but he still gratefully said, "Many thanks for young Lady Qin's guidance." Having said so, he did not move. Learning from the mistakes of others, he did not want to be inexplicably killed by the light from the soaring dragon altar. As such, he simply sat down cross-legged on the ground, took out a source condensing pill, and swallowed it while relying on the powerful dragon pressure here. Using this two-pronged approach, he began transforming the source qi in his body. Not only him, but all the other cultivators did not move, waiting for the first person to eat the crab to be born. Most of the cultivators were like Yang Kai. They sat down cross-legged, obviously not wanting to waste this great opportunity. As for the remaining people, they were eager to leave here and go elsewhere to search for treasures. However, none of them had the courage to leave, their eyes drifting left and right as they looked around. Seeing this situation, Qin Yu smiled slightly, turned around, and took a few steps back. "Young lady." The guards beside her turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. In a split second, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. But what made them feel relieved was Qin Yu did not encounter any attack from the soaring dragon altar. It seemed that what she said before was true. Once the treasure on the altar disappeared, the power of the barrier would no longer work. Seeing Qin Yu set an example, the other cultivators calmed down and used their own methods to leave. Soon, there were only a few dozen cultivators left near the soaring dragon altar. Yang Kai was among them. He had already dispersed the power of his golden divine dragon source and was using his physical body to withstand the terrifying dragon pressure. Under the catalysis of the source condensing pill, he could feel the source qi in his body being transformed rapidly. After a brief calculation, he realized that cultivating here for an hour was equivalent to cultivating outside for about 10 days. Just as Qin Yu said, half an hour later, accompanied by the humming and trembling of the earth, the soaring dragon altar on the ground began to slowly sink into the ground under the influence of an inexplicable force. In less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, the entire soaring dragon altar disappeared without a trace. Even the oppressive dragon pressure had disappeared without a trace. Only then did Kai Yang sigh. Rising to his feet, turning his head, Yang Kai saw that dozens of cultivators left behind also stand up, some alone, some in groups of 3 or 5. However, all of them were safe and sound, and there were no disputes. Soon, these dozens of people flew off in different directions. Yang Kai also chose a direction at random and continued to search for the 5 colored light pillars that led to the second layer. After flying for a short time, though, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and increased his speed. 2 hours later, his expression turned ugly. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked behind him. There was no one behind him, but after waiting for a moment, a profound light quickly approached from a distance. When it got close, Yang Kai saw that it was a flight-type artifact similar to the one he had seen before. Aboard this ship, a delicate figure stood on the deck, looking into the distance, and after seeing Yang Kai, she hurriedly turned around, seemingly giving orders to someone nearby. Not long after, the ship flew in front of Yang Kai and slowly landed. "Young Lady Qin." Yang Kai looked at Qin Yu and the several Origin King Realm guards who came down from the ship and asked with a gloomy expression, "What is the meaning of this, young Lady Qin? Did you think I wouldn't notice you following me?" Hearing this, Qin Yu said apologetically, "Please don't take offense, Your Excellency. This mistress did not intend to follow you. It's just that your excellency's speed was too fast for my Qin family ship to catch up, so we followed you all the way. Yang Kai frowned, but the look on his face eased a little as he asked, "Does young Lady Qin mean you have something to discuss with me?" "Yes." Qin Yu nodded after hearing this. "I have nothing to do with young Lady Qin. So why are you looking for me?" Yang Kai looked puzzled, but he instinctively rejected this weak woman. In front of her, Yang Kai always felt a sense of insecurity. "Actually, it's nothing. This mistress just has a question to ask your excellency." "A question? And may I ask your excellency's surname? Is that it?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Of course not." Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled before suddenly coughing lightly, calming herself down before saying, "That's not what this mistress wanted to ask." Yang Kai nodded and said, "My surname is Yang." "So, it's Brother Yang." Qin Yu understood and immediately moved her lips to whisper into Yang Kai's ear. "May I ask, Brother Yang, is there really no treasure on the Soaring Dragon altar?" Chapter 2002. Dare I ask, Brother Yang, are there really no treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar? Qin Yu's voice reached Yang Kai's ears accurately. Why would young Lady Qin ask such a question? Yang Kai looked at Qin Yu in amazement, appearing extremely surprised. Qin Yu stared at Yang Kai deeply, her pair of clear and flawless eyes staring straight into Yang Kai's eyes, as if she wanted to peer into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai stared back at her indifferently for a moment before suddenly frowning and whispering, "What young Lady Qin means, is it possible that the dozen or so treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar were not all illusions?" "Huh?" Qin Yu smiled. This mistress isn't sure, just asking casually. At that time, only you, Brother Yang, Brother Duan, and Brother Zone were near the Soaring Dragon altar, so you were the ones who examined the dozen or so treasures on it. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "In any case, I didn't see any treasures, and according to my observation, the other two didn't obtain any benefits. So that's how it is. This mistress was overthinking things." Qin Yu nodded apologetically. "Is that what young Lady Qin wanted to ask?" "Yes, I apologize for wasting Brother Yang's time." "It's fine, since there's nothing else. This one will take his leave." Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned to leave. "Brother Yang, wait." Qin Yu suddenly called out to him. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned, a little displeased. Otherwise, seeing how this weak woman had a good temperament, he wouldn't have bothered with her. After all, he and Qin Yu had never interacted before. "Brother Yang, please calm down. This mistress wants to ask Brother Yang, are you going to look for the entrance to the second layer next?" "So what if I am?" Yang Kai didn't deny it. "Brother Yang, do you know where the entrance is?" Yang Kai shook his head. He only knew that the entrance was a 5-colored light pillar that connected heaven and earth. How could he know the exact location of the 5-colored light pillar? At that time, Kong Si Ran had not mentioned this to him. However, since it was a 5-colored light pillar that connected heaven and earth, it shouldn't be difficult to find as long as the distance wasn't too far. They should be able to find something. However, seeing Qin Yu's mysterious look, Yang Kai suddenly realized that things might not be as simple as he thought. He couldn't help but ask, "Miss Qin, do you know where the entrance is?" "I don't know the exact location." Qin Yu shook his head apologetically. Yang Kai was speechless. Qin Yu giggled and said, "Although I don't know the exact location, I'm not sure. But I have a rough idea." As she said this, she suddenly recited in a low voice, "Between the mountains, misty clouds, clear mountain streams, pillars of light appear." Between the mountains, misty clouds, clear mountain streams, pillars of light appear? Yang Kai repeated with a frown. "Yes." Qin Yu nodded. Although the 5-colored light pillar at the entrance is connected heaven and earth, it is impossible to find it if you don't find the right place. Even if you pass by it, you may miss the opportunity. "Did you also read this from an ancient book?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Qin Yu nodded. Miss Qin is really well-read and knowledgeable. Yang Kai was full of admiration. Qin Yu's pale face showed a slight blush, and she suddenly seemed to be more lively. She shook her head and said, "Brother Yang is too kind. This mistress just likes to read some random things. It's not something that can be considered elegant. In fact, this mistress is now looking for the entrance to the second layer. If Brother Yang doesn't mind, how about you go with me? She actually extended an invitation to Yang Kai. Hearing this, Yang Kai looked up at the ship artifact behind her, an expression of interest on his face. With this ship, he could save a lot of energy and could even rest on the ship and maintain his spirit. It wasn't a bad idea. However, I'm used to being alone, so this one appreciates Miss Qin's good intentions. Yang Kai considered for a moment and tactfully declined Qin Yu's proposal. Qin Yu suddenly showed a trace of disappointment, but she didn't insist. Instead, she nodded and said, "In that case, this mistress won't disturb Brother Yang. I wish Brother Yang the best of luck. You two farewell." Yang Kai cupped his fists, turned around, and left. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. After his figure disappeared, a guard next to Qin Yu stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared and coldly snorted, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Obviously, he felt that Qin Yu wasn't worth it. Qin Yu smiled faintly and said, "He's just being cautious." How is that related to not knowing how to appreciate kindness? I feel that his choice is normal. That's because young lady is kind and benevolent. The guard looked indignant. By the way, young lady, why did you ask him that before? Aren't all the treasures on the soaring dragon altar fake? Perhaps, but there are some discrepancies with what I read in the ancient books. I don't know the specifics. After saying a few words, Qin Yu suddenly coughed violently again. The guard was shocked and quickly said, "Young lady, we should hurry back to the ship. The wind outside is too strong." Qin Yu nodded quickly and turned back towards the ship. At the same time, somewhere in the first layer, there was a petite woman with a striking crescent-shaped birthmark on her face. This woman was none other than Mo Xiaoqi, who had entered the five-colored treasure pagoda together with Yang Kai and then separated. At this moment, Mo Xiaoqi was riding a monster beast that looked like a cross between a lion and a tiger. This monster beast had a fierce look on its face and was covered in snow-white fur. Its body was huge, and the hot air it exhaled from its nostrils seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable power that corroded the ground with every hit it made. If anyone was here, they would definitely be shocked, because the beast Mo Xiaoqi was riding was the famous silver-maned lion-tiger beast. Although this monster beast did not inherit the bloodline of an ancient divine spirit, it was still extremely difficult to deal with. It was born as a fifth-order monster beast, and depending on its aptitude, it could grow to the 10th order or even 11th order at its peak. In other words, it was a cultivator comparable to an Origin King realm or even a Dao Source realm master. There were even legends of 12th order lion-tiger beasts that had cultivated to the level of the Emperor realm. This silver-maned lion-tiger beast was obviously not comparable to a Dao Source realm master. It was only exuding a peak 10th order aura, but it could not be underestimated. The silver-maned lion-tiger beast was born ferocious and aggressive, not something an ordinary cultivator could subdue. Even if a master from the Emperor realm tried to subdue it, they would not necessarily succeed. The most likely result was that the silver-maned lion-tiger beast would fight to the death and eventually die of exhaustion. But now, this majestic silver-maned liger was being used as a means of transportation by Mo Xiaoqi. Yet not only did it not show the slightest dissatisfaction, it even obeyed her every command, not daring to go east or west. It was truly unbelievable. In front of Mo Xiaoqi, there was a strange beast about the size of a palm flying about. This strange beast looked a bit like a bat and was quite inconspicuous, but judging from the energy fluctuations coming from its body, it was also a 10th order monster beast. The heaven-escaping bat, like the silver-maned lion-tiger beast, was an extremely rare species. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of method Mo Xiaoqi had used to get along so well with these two monster beasts and make them obey her every command. No one knew if these two monster beasts were subdued by Mo Xiaoqi after she entered the five-color treasure pagoda, or if they were already here. Little bat, hurry up and find the entrance. I'll give you something delicious to eat. Over here, over here. Little Silver, hurry up, don't be so slow. Mo Xiaoqi sat on the back of the lion-tiger beast and gave out orders. Obviously, she was also looking for the entrance to the second layer. The heaven-escaping bat, named Xiao Fu by Mo Xiaoqi, seemed to have some special abilities as it led Mo Xiaoqi forward and soon arrived at a place surrounded by mountains. Above this mountain stream, clouds and mist curled around its peaks, the peaks of which reached straight up into the sky, making it impossible to see their peaks. Somewhere in the mountains, the sound of a mountain spring could be heard incessantly. The sky-escaping bat flew directly to the vicinity of the mountain spring and began to circle around a certain area. Mo Xiaoqi quickly urged the lion-tiger beast to follow it. When she came to the place, she looked up and immediately giggled. "It's not hard to find. I'm definitely the first one." Heh. Just as she was about to move forward, she suddenly remembered something and said, "Right, let's see where Big Brother Yang is." As she spoke, she took out a round bead from her space ring and sent a few seals into it. A moment later, a look of disappointment appeared on her face. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, the sound bead doesn't work in this damn place. Is it because the world principles here are too broken? Forget it, Big Brother Yang will definitely come here. Little bat, wait here. When you see Big Brother Yang, bring him to the second layer to find me." After giving this order, she took out a jade slip and poured her divine sense into it. She left some information and handed it to the heaven-escaping bat. Only then did she rush forward happily. Not far ahead, there was a flash of light, and Mo Xiaoqi and the lion-tiger beast disappeared. The heaven-escaping bat stayed where it was, but it only circled around once before it suddenly landed beside a pile of rocks. Its body sank into the ground and disappeared. On the third layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Lan Sun was strolling around, looking around. Her body was emitting a faint fluorescent light, which seemed to have an inexplicable power that kept all dangers at bay. Suddenly, she stopped in a secluded valley, and after carefully perceiving her surroundings, a look of joy appeared on her face. "It's here." While speaking, she took out many array discs and array bases from her space ring and started busying herself nearby. 2 days later, she finished arranging everything and took out a large number of source crystals to pile up nearby. Only then did she sit down cross-legged and silently circulate her secret art, beginning to break through the bottleneck of the Tao source realm. As time passed, Lan Sun's delicate body exuded an inexplicable attractive force, and many fireflies suddenly appeared around her. These fireflies looked somewhat similar to the starlight Yongkai had absorbed in the starlight corridor before. But if one were to perceive them carefully, they would find that the two were fundamentally different. The starlight in the starlight corridor was like a catalyst that could rapidly transform the Saint Qi in a cultivator's body into source Qi. However, the starlight here contained many broken laws of heaven and earth. As the starlight entered her body, Lan Sun comprehended the world principles, and the aura fluctuations on her body grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 2003. 5 days after entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda, somewhere on the first floor, Yongkai descended from the sky with an indifferent expression. He landed beside the other 2 cultivator and stared at the dead monster beast corpses on the ground. Unlike Yongkai's indifference, the other 2 cultivator were extremely excited. Of these 2 cultivator, one was dressed in blue, while the other was dressed in white. Both were men, and both were third-order origin kings. The 3 of them did not inform each other of their names. They only knew each other's surnames. The reason why they were gathered here was because they were temporarily working together. After separating from Qinyu, Yongkai had been looking for the entrance to the 2nd level. He didn't expect to meet the 2 cultivator here. The 2 of them showed up and briefly explained the situation to Yongkai. Only then did Yongkai learn that the 2 of them had actually discovered some rare golden crystal grass. However, the golden crystal grass here was guarded by 4 iron-armed spirit nuns. The iron-armed spirit nun skin was extremely hard, and their innate defense was astonishing. The 2 of them had clashed with the 4 iron-armed spirit nuns, but they hadn't been able to gain any advantage over them. They had no choice but to temporarily retreat and find another helper to deal with the 4 monster beast. Yongkai happened to be passing by, so he showed up to invite them. After listening to their explanation, Xianxia immediately decided to join them. Although Xianxia didn't know what golden crystal grass was, since it could make two third-order origin kings so obsessed, it must be of extraordinary value. It was just 4 monster beasts, so it wouldn't take much time. Moreover, he didn't care much about two third-order origin kings. Even if they were plotting something, Xianxia felt that with his current strength, he could easily deal with them. He should be able to handle it. After some inquiries, Xianxia found out that the golden crystal grass was a rare spiritual herb that could help a cultivator refine his body, even if it was swallowed directly. It could also increase the cultivator's physical strength and defense by a lot. If he could use other medicinal herbs to refine the golden crystal pill, the effect was even better. It was precisely because of the golden crystal grass that the iron-armed spirit Ni had gathered here to survive. Once the 3 of them came to an agreement, they attacked without hesitation. Of the 4 iron-armed spirit nuns, the largest one was at the peak of the 10th order, equivalent to a peak origin king, and as long as it was given a few more years, breaking through to the 11th order would not be a problem. Both of them were 2nd order origin kings. If it was an ordinary monster beast, the 2 cultivators would be able to handle it. At the very least, they would be able to fight it to a draw. However, the iron-armed spirit Ni's defense was astonishing, his strength boundless, and he did not fear death. The previous exchange had caused the 2 of them to suffer greatly, but they did not gain any advantage. But after Xianxia joined the team, the situation was completely different. Although Xianxia had concealed his own strength, it was not a problem for him to restrain the iron-armed spirit Ni. The other 2 joined forces and used their artifacts to kill the 3 smaller ones. Then, the 3 of them attacked together, and the last big one was unable to escape. Brother Yang is really amazing. Even under the attack of this evil beast, he is still able to remain unscathed. This Zhao admires him, the man in blue said with a somewhat forced smile. And this slightly longer iron-armed spirit, Ni, almost caused Brother Zhao and I to suffer heavy injuries before. I didn't expect Brother Yang to be able to deal with it for so long. This son is truly ashamed, the man in white also said. 2 sirs are too kind. This one's movement skill is just a bit more flexible. Although its strength is great, I don't want to tangle with it, so it naturally can't do anything to me, Xianxia said lightly. Zhao and his son glanced at each other. Without saying anything more, they simply laughed and glossed over the matter. After all, when the 3 of them had joined forces to deal with the last iron-armed spirit Ni, they had seen Xianxia's performance. It was not just his movement skill that was flexible. For a time, both of them felt some fear towards Xianxia. Now that these 4 beasts are dead, let's deal with them first. The blood essence, fur, and teeth of this iron-armed spirit Ni are all extraordinary materials. We can't waste them, the man surnamed Zhao proposed. And their fur, in particular, is the most suitable material for refining defensive artifacts, the man surnamed Sun also said with a happy expression. So the 3 of them no longer hesitated and began to deal with the 4 iron-armed spirit Ni. Not long after, all 3 of them showed satisfied looks as they divided up the same amount of materials, leaving only some flesh and bones behind. Then all that's left is the golden crystal grass. I wonder how many there are, but I hope there are a lot. The man surnamed Zhao turned his fiery eyes towards a cave in front of him. Let's go in and see. Xianxia smiled lightly and took the lead to walk into the cave. The man surnamed Zhao and Sun exchanged a glance before hurriedly following. The cave was dark and damp, and there was an inexplicable smell that made one want to vomit. Near the entrance of the cave, there were many skeletons of other monster beasts, all of them white and gloomy, and when one stepped on them, a bone-chilling sound could be heard. The 4 iron-armed divine nuns had clearly settled down here. After walking for a short time, the 3 of them arrived at the bottom of the cave. In front of them, there was a stone-like structure about 15 meters in diameter. On top of the stone-like structure grew a dozen stalks of grass that exuded a metallic luster, each stalk about 2 fingers long. The 3 of them released their divine senses and, after confirming that there was no danger here, approached the stone-like structure. TSK, there are 13 of them. The man surnamed Zhao said happily. It won't be easy to divide them. The man surnamed Sun frowned as he thought of another problem. Yang Kai chuckled and said, since there are 13 stalks, the 3 of us will each take 4. As for the remaining stalk, we'll convert it into source crystals. The one who takes the golden crystal grass will compensate the other 2 with source crystals. Brother Yang, good idea. Let's do that. The man surnamed Zhao and Sun naturally had no reason to refuse and nodded quickly. The 3 of them then divided the 12 stalks of golden crystal grass one by one. After a brief discussion, Yang Kai finally bought the last stalk for 5,000 source crystals. After some work, everyone was happy. It was a pleasure cooperating with you this time. I hope there will be another opportunity next time. The man surnamed Zhao cupped his fist towards Yang Kai with a smile. Yes, Brother Yang's strength is extraordinary. I hope there will be a time when we can cooperate with Brother Yang again. The man surnamed Sun also chimed in. There will be another opportunity, Yang Kai casually said. Since this matter is settled, this one will take his leave. Brother Yang, we will meet again. The man surnamed Zhao and Sun quickly cupped their fists and replied. Yang Kai nodded, turned around, and walked out. When he reached the entrance of the cave, he suddenly turned around and asked, aren't you 2 going to look for the entrance to the second layer? The man surnamed Zhao chuckled and said, naturally, we must go, but this Zhao consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle and would like to recover here for a while. Brother Yang, please go ahead. The man surnamed Sun indicated that he had the same intention. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding and nodded, not saying anything more before leaving the cave. The other 2 sat down cross-legged, took out some restorative pills from their space rings, stuffed them into their mouths, and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. For a time, the cave was silent. After a long time, the man surnamed Sun suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, he should have gone far by now. It's been so long. Could he still be nearby? The man surnamed Zhao asked, Brother Zhao, why did you tell me not to act rashly just now? Golden crystal grass is so rare, yet we let him take 5 of them for free. Moreover, from the way he bid, it seems he has a lot of source crystals on him. If we could kill him, do you think the 2 of us together are his opponent? The man surnamed Zhao heard this and coldly snorted. What? Although his performance was indeed extraordinary, and he hid his strength, aren't you and I the same? 2 against 1. What is there to be afraid of? The man surnamed Sun said with an unconvinced expression. That's because you don't know how terrifying he is. The man surnamed Zhao snorted. Remember I told you before that I came from the Soaring Dragon altar? At that time, I saw this man kill Kuei Sha with a single strike. Kuei Sha didn't even have a chance to resist. Kuei Sha of Blood Transformation Sect? The man surnamed Sun was shocked. How do you think we compare to Kuei Sha? Naturally, we're inferior. Although Blood Transformation Sect isn't a particularly powerful sect, even slightly inferior to Raging Fire Temple, I've heard of Kuei Sha before. That's why I didn't tell you to act. When I first saw him, I didn't remember who he was, but when I saw him act, I realized he was that person. Being able to kill Kuei Sha with a single strike. Even if the 2 of us join forces, we definitely won't be his opponent. So that's how it is. Fortunately, Brother Zhao reminded me in time, otherwise if we had fallen out with that person. The man surnamed Sun broke out in cold sweat. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Fortunately, this person seems to be quite ignorant and doesn't even know what the use of golden crystal grass is, intentionally or unintentionally asking the 2 of us about it. How interesting. And this person is really strange. Since he's so strong, how could he not have heard of golden crystal grass? The man surnamed Sun also wore a puzzled look. Isn't that even better? Since he doesn't know about golden crystal grass, he naturally doesn't know about it either. Golden crystal grass only grows in places where rare ores are gathered. In other words, there are definitely rare ores underground. The man surnamed Zhao smiled slightly. Now that he's gone, there's no time to lose. Let's act quickly. If we find an Emperor grade ore, you and I will be rich. How can Emperor grade ores be so easy to find? It's rumored that Emperor grade ores can only be found in the Star Ocean. This is just the first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. However, if we find a Dao source grade, or I'll be satisfied. As the two of them spoke, they no longer hesitated. Using their respective methods, they blasted towards the stone block in front of them. Not long after, a large pit was blasted open on the ground. Immediately after, the two of them changed their methods again, using their strength to transform into various moves as they continued to dig downwards. Sure enough, there's something fishy here. Not far away, Xianxia, who had used his secret technique Nihility to conceal his aura and existence, coldly snorted. Chapter 2004. Earlier, Xianxia had felt that there was something strange about the behavior of Zhao and Sunday. After all, the cave of the Iron Arm Spirit and I was dark and damp, and the smell was unbearable. However, after obtaining the golden crystal grass, these two had decided to stay and meditate to restore themselves, which was obviously a problem. If there weren't any other benefits inside, why would they choose to stay in such an environment? Therefore, Xianxia pretended to leave, but in reality, he was hiding nearby and quietly investigating. At this moment, as soon as he felt the traces of these two using their strength, he immediately confirmed his suspicions. However, in this situation, Xianxia couldn't just kill them and rob them. After all, although Zhao and Sun had concealed something from him, they hadn't really done anything to harm him, so he could only blame himself for being a little ignorant. It seems it's time to cram some knowledge about the various materials in the star boundary. Otherwise, I will definitely suffer similar losses in the future. Xianxia didn't know what was underground that was worth Zhao and Sun digging for. But since it wasn't convenient for him to show his face, he could only continue to hide. The movement continued, and soon, a large pit was dug out in the ground of the cave. Zhao and Sun jumped in one after another and continued to dig. After half a day, at the entrance of the cave, Zhao and Sun shot out one after the other. But instead of showing any joy, both of their brows were furrowed, as if they hadn't gained anything. Damn it, we wasted half a day's worth of effort, the man surnamed Zhao cursed. That's right. Who would have thought that it would turn out like this? If we had known, we would have just left, huh? The man surnamed Sun also sighed. Forget it. It's fate. We can't force it. Let's hurry up and find the entrance to the second layer. We don't know when this 5-colored treasure pagoda will close, so we need to find as many benefits as possible, especially that Dao source fruit. It'll be of great use to you and me. After exchanging a few words, the two no longer had any intention of staying here, summoning their flight-type artifacts and flying away. A moment later, Xianxia's figure suddenly appeared from the void. Staring in the direction, the two disappeared with a thoughtful look on his face. From a conversation between the two of them, it seemed that they did not gain anything from the cave. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so frustrated. However, from what they said, it seemed like they didn't say that there were no benefits to being underground. This caused Kai Yang to be puzzled. With a flash of his body, he returned to the cave. When he arrived at the deepest part of the cave, he looked around and saw a huge pit in front of him. Xianxia jumped in. Not long after, his feet landed on the ground. After releasing his spiritual force, the situation underground was immediately clear. The efficiency of the Zhao and Sun duo was indeed quite good. After all, they were third-order origin king cultivators. In just half a day, they had dug out a hole that covered an area of about 1,000 meters. Furthermore, there were no signs of it collapsing. Xianxia gasped in amazement. He couldn't help but admire the two's methods. However, there was only one thing in this 1,000-feet-wide cave, an incomparably huge and complete ore. He didn't know what kind of ore it was, but it was light green in color, as if it was covered in moss. But if you look carefully, Xianxia discovered that it was not moss, but the color of the ore itself. The edges of the ore had been excavated, so Xianxia could clearly see that this ore had an irregular shape. However, it was about the size of 10 houses. Not far in front of Xianxia, there were some traces of attack on the ore. There were quite a few marks. Some were several inches deep, while others were just scratches. These marks were obviously left behind by the Zhao and Sun duo. Yang Kai suddenly understood why the Zhao and Sun duo showed such annoyed expressions when they walked out of the cave. It turned out that there were benefits to being underground, but these benefits, the two of them couldn't take them away and could only sigh. Such a large piece of, or would not be able to fit into any one space ring. The Zhao and Sun duo obviously knew this, so they wanted to take some of it away with them. The traces left behind on the ore were the best evidence of this. Unfortunately, this ore seemed to be extremely hard. Even with the Zhao and Sun duo's strength, they were unable to destroy it. In the end, they could only reluctantly abandon it to avoid wasting time. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned meaningfully. His space ring was no different from others, so naturally it could not accommodate such a large piece of ore. But in addition to his space ring, he also had the sealed world bead. Back then, his embodiment had been stuffed directly into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, let alone this piece of ore. Compared to his embodiment, it was much smaller and more delicate. This ore existed in the first layer of the 5-color treasure pagoda, so it was definitely not an emperor grade ore. Yang Kai estimated that it was at most a Dao source grade or origin king grade ore. Even so, such a large ore was still extremely valuable. The embodiment now cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle art and needed a lot of materials to devour and refine. This ore could become a good resource for the embodiment to become stronger. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and sat down cross-legged, immediately releasing his divine sense to completely envelop this huge ore. Next, Yang Kai let out a muffled shout and poured out his spiritual energy. In the next moment, the huge ore in front of him disappeared and appeared in the sealed world bead. After doing all this, Yang Kai's body could not help shaking as his face turned slightly pale and he felt a sharp pain in his head. However, Yang Kai did not panic and instead quickly took out some spirit pills to restore his soul and stuffed them into his mouth to refine and absorb them. Time passed slowly, and half a day later, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. His consumed soul had basically been restored. With the help of the 7-colored soul warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul recovery speed was several dozen times faster than ordinary people. Otherwise, with his current realm and the effort he had just expended, it would have taken him at least 10 days to recover before he could move again. Sweeping the sealed world bead with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the huge ore had been moved to the embodiment. At this moment, the embodiment was also a little different from before. Although it was still as tall as a mountain, it was undoubtedly much smaller than the last time Yang Kai saw it. Around the embodiment, the impurities that had been refined were now several dozen meters high, forming a thick layer. While Yang Kai was observing for a while, he saw broken stones falling from the embodiment's body. It was quite a spectacular sight. Yang Kai was very satisfied. According to this speed, the embodiment would be able to help him in half a year to a year, and it would no longer be put on hold because of its inability to move. Taking back his divine sense, Yang Kai jumped out of the hole and went outside to identify the direction before leaving. 7 days later, Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the mountain range not far in front of him with an anxious look on his face. He had been looking for the entrance to the second layer these days, but unfortunately he had not found it. Qin Yu's words that day were still ringing in his ears, and he did not think that the other party would deceive him. So he followed Qin Yu's instructions and searched for a place with a mountain range. He had searched several places in succession, but found nothing. He was not sure whether the mountain range in front of him was the target he was looking for. However, he still had to take a look. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he moved forward. Not long after, he arrived in the middle of the mountain range. Looking up, he could not help but feel happy. This was because this place was surrounded by mountains with clouds and mist above their heads. This was very much in line with the first 2 sentences Qin Yu had said. Just as he secretly felt that he had found the right place, a small black shadow suddenly shot over from not far away. Yang Kai instinctively stretched out his hand, and a powerful force came out of his palm and attacked the black shadow. The black shadow's reaction was extremely fast. It was originally shooting straight at Yang Kai, But the moment Yang Kai attacked, it suddenly made a 90-degree turn and shot straight up into the sky. Then, like a falling meteor, it fell straight down, and its mouth kept making squeaking sounds. Its tone was somewhat aggrieved and hurried. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. He stood in place and did not move, staring at the black shadow that suddenly shot towards him. Only then did he see clearly that the black shadow was a palm-sized monster beast. It looked a bit like a bat, and as it flapped its wings, its body was extremely flexible and its speed was extremely fast. At this moment, the bat-like monster beast was floating in front of Yang Kai, its small eyes staring at Yang Kai, revealing a sense of recognition. Yang Kai was surprised. Before he could figure out what this monster beast wanted to do, it let out a series of squeaking sounds before opening its mouth and spitting out a jade slip, indicating to Yang Kai. For me, Yang Kai frowned, but he still figured out the intentions of this little beast. The little beast squeaked again, seemingly responding to Yang Kai, and then slowly flew over to him, loosening its mouth and letting the jade slip fall. Yang Kai took the jade slip and poured his divine sense into it, and after a while he laughed. It turns out to be Xianxia. Only now did he realize that this little beast in front of him was Xianxia's heaven-escaping bat. She had left it here to guide him and guide him along the way. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling warm in his heart, but it seems I really didn't find the wrong place. Moreover, that girl Xianxia actually entered the second layer so much earlier than me. She really is amazing. Lead the way. Yang Kai put away the jade slip and smiled at the heaven-escaping bat. This little beast seemed to be able to understand human language. Hearing this, it immediately turned around and flew in a certain direction. But at this moment, a shout suddenly came from not far away. "Friend, please wait." While speaking, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Yang Kai's face sank. Just now, he was so surprised by the spirituality of this heaven-escaping bat that he didn't notice someone approaching. After hearing the voice, he immediately reacted. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai knew that there were 6 cultivators nearby, and all of them were Origin Kings. Chapter 2005. Yang Kai turned his head and saw 6 Origin King realm cultivator approaching. The one leading this group had a dignified appearance and an extraordinary temperament. At a glance, it was obvious he had an extraordinary background. Moreover, it was someone Yang Kai knew. The young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuancheng. That day in the black market, Ning Yuancheng and Xiaoqi had some conflicts over the snake egg. Yang Kai had concealed his appearance and used tiger skin to intimidate the group from Flying Saint Palace. Unexpectedly, on the first floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he met people from Flying Saint Palace again. However, at this moment, the second-order Dao Source Realm Master, Luigi, was not with Ning Yuancheng. After all, the 5-colored treasure pagoda was open this time, and Dao Source Realm cultivators were not allowed to enter. So Ning Yuancheng could only bring some Origin Kings with him. Yang Kai did not know what method they had used, but they had actually gathered together and bumped into Yang Kai here. Although they could be regarded as acquaintances, Yang Kai did not panic at all. He had concealed his appearance that day, so he believed Ning Yuancheng would not recognize him at this moment. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Ning Yuancheng faintly. "Isn't that nonsense? Why would I stop you if I had nothing to say?" An Origin King behind Ning Yuancheng snorted coldly. Yang Kai sneered and looked at the man who spoke coldly. "Don't be rude," Ning Yuancheng shouted, seemingly reprimanding the guard. But he immediately raised his eyes to Yang Kai and cupped his fist with a smile, proudly saying, This one is Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuancheng. May I know how to address this friend? If you have something to say, say it. There's no need to flatter me." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. He had a general understanding of the other party's character and naturally knew that it was impossible for him to be so polite, but because he did not know Yang Kai's identity and origin, he was trying to probe him. Perhaps it had something to do with his encounter in the black market. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. Yang Kai's reaction and demeanor made Ning Yuancheng frown, seemingly quite displeased, but he only hesitated for a moment before saying, "In that case, this one will get straight to the point. Just now, this little beast seemed to have given you something? So what if I am?" Yang Kai suddenly became happy, thinking to himself that it was because of the jade slip. Ning Yuan Cheng must have thought that the jade slip was some kind of treasure and had suddenly become greedy. "What is that?" Ning Yuan Cheng's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "What does it have to do with you?" "Brat, how dare you?" The guard who spoke before suddenly became furious and shouted, "Young Palace Master asks you a question. You only need to answer obediently. You don't have the right to ask." Ning Yuan Cheng waved his hand, stopping the guard from taking any further action. His expression gradually became cold, and he no longer had the patience to deal with Yang Kai. "It's like this. This one is quite interested in your little beast. I wonder if your excellency is willing to part with it." "This one is willing to pay. Not interested." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and directly refused. Not to mention that this little beast was a 10th order monster beast and was not easy to raise. Even if it was Yang Kai's, it was impossible for him to sell it casually. Not to mention, it was Mo Xiaoqi's. After saying so, he turned around and left. "Friend, it seems you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Capture him for me." Ning Yuan Cheng saw that Yang Kai was not giving him any face, so he didn't bother to put on an act and directly tore off all pretense. He immediately issued an order. The 5 Origin Kings heard this. They immediately took action. But at that moment, the heaven-escaping bat, which had been flying mid-air, suddenly opened its small mouth and let out a series of sharp cries. Sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out like ripples. The sound waves madly spread forward, fanning out towards the flying Saint Palace cultivators. In an instant, the faces of the 5 Origin Kings and Ning Yuan Cheng couldn't help changing as they felt a stabbing pain in their eardrums, their blood and qi tumbling uncontrollably, and their source qi tumbling uncontrollably. Everyone looked shocked as they hurriedly pushed their strength to resist the sharp cries and suppress the tumbling of their blood and qi. By the time they came back to their senses, Yang Kai and the little beast had already flown far away, and they could only see their backs in the distance. "Damn it, chase after them. No matter what, we must grab that little beast. That little beast seems to be able to find precious treasures and may play a big role in this place." Ning Yuan Cheng shouted angrily. The other 5 didn't dare to neglect and immediately used their movement skills to pursue. But a moment later, they lost sight of Yang Kai and the little beast. Where did they go? Ning Yuancheng looked around, but couldn't find them at all. Reporting to young Palace Master, "We don't know. They seem to have suddenly disappeared." One of the guards also looked puzzled. "They should be nearby. Search for them. How could something this young master set his eyes on run away?" Ning Yuancheng said with a fierce look. The 5 people immediately spread out and began searching the surrounding area. Not long after, one of the guards called out in surprise, "Young Palace Master, come and take a look. This seems to be the entrance to the 2nd layer." "What?" Ning Yuancheng was overjoyed when he heard this, but immediately became angry. "Nonsense. The entrance to the 2nd layer is a 5-colored light pillar that connects heaven and earth. It's extremely obvious. Do you think this young master is blind and can't see it? How could it be, huh?" Ning Yuancheng's voice paused, and he suddenly looked up at the sky and saw a 5-colored light pillar that connected heaven and earth. Frowning, Ning Yuancheng took a few steps back and the 5-colored light pillar in front of him disappeared, but after taking a few more steps forward, the light pillar reappeared. "Is it really that amazing?" Ning Yuancheng was shocked. "Yes, young Palace Master. It seems that this entrance can only be found when standing in a specific position. Otherwise, it would be impossible to detect it even if you were close at hand," the guard who discovered the entrance said with a look of pleasant surprise. "Those bastards from Star Soul Palace are really treacherous. Fortunately, this young master is blessed by the heavens. Otherwise, how could I have found this entrance?" "Ha ha. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go to the 2nd layer. That guy must have also gone to the 2nd layer. I don't believe he can escape from my palm." "Young Palace Master, that little beast may not only be able to find precious treasures, but also the entrance. It's really a strange beast. Then this young master must get his hands on it. Who knows, I might even be able to find the entrance to the third floor. Ning Yuancheng's face was filled with a fiery light as he led his 5 guards into the 5-colored pillar of light. The next moment, the 6 figures flickered and disappeared one after another. But when they entered the second layer, Yang Kai had already disappeared. At the same time, somewhere in the second layer, Yang Kai was flying with the heaven-escaping bat leading the way. Yang Kai knew that it was looking for Imo Xiaoqi, so he followed behind it leisurely while secretly observing the situation in the second layer. There didn't seem to be any difference here from the first layer. The world energy here was extremely thin and not suitable for cultivation. Moreover, the world principles here were extremely fragmented. However, the second layer seemed to be much more dangerous than the first layer. Yang Kai had explored the first layer for a long time, but had not encountered many traps or barriers. But after arriving in the second layer, when he released his divine sense, he could feel a lot of hidden energy fluctuations. These were obviously man-made or naturally formed barriers, and once he entered a certain range, it would trigger an attack. However, with the heaven-escaping bat leading the way, Yang Kai did not need to worry about encountering any dangers. This little beast seemed to have a very strong sense of danger and could often avoid many traps and barriers ahead of time. Half a day later, 1 beast and 1 human passed through a canyon that was about 1,000 meters wide and windy. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings and confirmed that there was no danger. But at that moment, the heaven-escaping bat, which was flying above the canyon, suddenly let out a sharp squeak, its voice filled with panic. Yang Kai was startled, before he had time to investigate what was wrong with it. At that moment, Yang Kai's whole body suddenly sank. At that moment, there seemed to be a terrifying suction force coming from beneath his feet, causing his body to fall involuntarily. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Yang Kai hurriedly circulated the power in his body. He wanted to resist this inexplicable suction, but soon, Yang Kai discovered that all this was futile. With his third-order origin king cultivation, he was unable to stabilize his body. As for the little beast, who was good at flying, it was also unable to escape this calamity and fell from the sky into the canyon. The wind whistled in his ears as he fell faster and faster, the wind blowing against his face like a knife, causing him unbearable pain. Yang Kai finally panicked. He immediately understood that he had likely encountered some kind of powerful barrier, one that not only he had not noticed, but also the heaven-escaping bat. It was unlikely that such a powerful restriction was man-made. There was a high chance that it was natural. This kind of barrier was generally very difficult to detect, and by the time it was detected, it would already be too late. Falling at this speed, even if Yang Kai's physique was strong, even if he used his 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art and dragon transformation secret technique, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. This way of dying was simply too miserable. The little beast's sharp squeaks continued to reach Yang Kai's ears, but because it was falling too fast, it was somewhat out of tune. Yang Kai opened his eyes, but was unable to see the situation below, so he had no choice but to release his divine sense to investigate. After some time, the situation finally improved. Locking onto the position of the little beast with his divine sense, Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a golden blood thread. But in this situation, he was unable to maintain enough accuracy and failed to bring the little beast back to his side. Helpless, Yang Kai stretched out his 10 fingers and sent out several dozen golden blood threads, weaving them into a large net that finally brought the little beast back. The next moment, holding the little beast, Yang Kai escaped into the sealed world bead without hesitation. A moment later, at the bottom of the canyon, there was a soft pop as the sealed world bead rolled a few times before falling still. Only then did Yang Kai dare to release his divine sense to investigate the situation around him. However, the suction force here was too terrifying, and even his divine sense was somewhat unable to resist it, being pulled and deformed, unable to spread far. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai spoke some words to comfort the little beast, telling it to continue staying in the sealed world bead while he jumped out. The next moment, Yang Kai's whole body was sucked in by a suction force and stuck to the ground. Even moving a finger seemed extremely difficult. A natural gravitational field? Yang Kai's expression changed several times. Chapter 2006. The star boundary was vast and filled with countless danger zones. Not to mention the star boundary, even the star territory had this kind of natural gravitational field. In some places, the gravity was several times higher than normal, often enough to catch a person off guard and make them suffer a great loss. However, the natural gravitational field here was even more terrifying. Even Yang Kai, a third-order origin king, was stuck in place, unable to move, so it was easy to imagine how powerful it was. This was definitely a gravitational field thousands of times higher than normal. Natural gravitational fields were extremely rare, and the conditions to form them were also very harsh. Although Yang Kai had encountered one before, he could easily break free from it by circulating his Xianxia slightly. But here, Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified as he constantly pushed his Xianxia, but he could only move slowly. It was impossible for him to fly. Looking up, Yang Kai could see the shadow of the sky at an unknown height. Such a high distance, if he couldn't fly, it would be impossible to reach it. Looking around again, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. This canyon was actually not very long. It was only about 1,000 feet long. However, at the bottom of this 1,000-foot canyon, there were piles of white bones. There were bones of demonic beasts, and there were also bones of humans. Most of them had already fallen to pieces and were scattered on the ground. Only a few of them could barely maintain their original shape. There was even a corpse that had apparently died not long ago, as even the blood nearby had not yet dried up. Pieces of flesh were scattered all over the ground, and internal organs had been sputtered far away. It was a tragic sight. This person was obviously the cultivator from Maplewood City who had entered the 5-color treasure pagoda this time. Just like Yang Kai, he had been accidentally pulled down while flying over this canyon. As a result, without Yang Kai's help, this cultivator had been reduced to a fine powder. This person must have been very unwilling before he died. Yang Kai thought to himself. After all, he had already reached the Origin King realm. Who would have thought that he would one day fall to his death somewhere? If news of this kind of death were spread, he would probably become a laughingstock. But why is the gravity here so terrifying? Yang Kai was puzzled. He had encountered many natural gravitational fields before, but none of them were comparable to this one. He had no choice but to use the 5 elements indestructible sword. A 5-colored light enveloped his body, and a moment later, he used his dragon form's secret technique, finally allowing him to move at the speed of a tortoise in this canyon. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai dispersed his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art and dragon form's secret technique and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Maintaining these 2 secret techniques for a long time consumed a lot of his energy. However, the effect was negligible. The losses outweighed the gains, so he decided not to waste any more energy. I won't be trapped in this damn place, will I? Yang Kai had a sad thought. A moment later, he frowned again, and an extremely surprised expression appeared on his face. That's not right. The spiritual energy here. He suddenly discovered that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this place was extremely dense. It was actually extremely dense. In the star boundary, he didn't know how rich the world energy was in the best heavenly abode. After all, he hadn't been to the star boundary for long and hadn't been to the headquarters of any large sect. However, the world energy here was not comparable to that of Blue Feather Sect's headquarters, nor was it comparable to that of the cave mansion he rented in Maplewood City. The richness of the world energy here was almost beyond the limits of Yang Kai's imagination. Sitting here, without circulating his secret art, the surrounding world energy would automatically flow into his body. After a while, Yang Kai's previously consumed strength was restored to its original state. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Since Yang Kai entered this 5-colored treasure pagoda, he had felt that the surrounding world energy was extremely thin. Whether it was in the first or second layer, it was the same. Suddenly, There was an area with such rich world energy. It was difficult not to notice. Moreover, because of the terrifying natural gravitational field here, all the surrounding world energy was firmly attracted to a space less than a meter above the ground, unable to spread out at all. This created a spectacle. Below this canyon, in the space 3 meters above the ground, the world energy was as dense as a thick fog, and there were even signs of it turning into threads. Before this, Xianxia had just experienced an accident, so he did not pay much attention to it, but now that he was carefully observing it, he was shocked. Is there some kind of treasure underground? This thought uncontrollably emerged in Xianxia's mind. Only this conjecture could explain the strangeness of this place. Considering all this, Xianxia could not help feeling a little excited. Forcing himself to stand up, Xianxia pushed the power in his body and condensed several dozen golden blood threads into his hand. These golden blood threads twisted together and gradually transformed into a drill-shaped object. With a light shout from Xianxia, the drill-like golden blood threads began rotating and bombarding the ground. The next moment, a loud noise rang out. Golden light overflowed. The several dozen golden blood threads suddenly collapsed, revealing their original forms, no longer able to maintain their drill-like appearance. Somewhere on the ground, there was a flash of fire and sparks. A moment later, Xianxia's eyes widened as he stared at a rice-sized pit in the ground and exclaimed, "So hard." He was finally able to confirm that there was definitely a treasure underground. This was because the soil on the ground was nothing more than ordinary soil, but for some unknown reason, there was an invisible force that made it so hard that even his golden blood threads were unable to cause much damage to it. Under the full force of Xianxia's attack, only a small dent the size of a grain of rice was left behind, and in the blink of an eye, that dent disappeared. The ground was flat again. That inexplicable force had the ability to repair itself. Xianxia's face burned with desire, but there was nothing he could do. Because if he could not dig up the ground, he would not be able to take the treasure underground. But if he did not take the treasure underground, in his current state, he could not even break open the ground. He had completely fallen into an endless cycle like the egg or the chicken. If only Xiao was here. Xianxia suddenly missed Xiao's ability. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed him to devour ores to strengthen himself, but he could also shuttle through the ground at will without any restrictions. If Xiao had not been separated from him, Xianxia could have used Xiao's power to drill into the ground and obtain the treasure. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not know where Xiao was now. As for the embodiment in the sealed world bead, although it was also a stone mongoose, it was too big, and its impurities had not been completely quenched, so Xianxia estimated that it would not be able to display its ability to drill into the ground. Just as he was feeling disappointed, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of something. He immediately took out the sealed world bead and sent his divine sense into it to communicate with the heaven escaping bat. Since this little beast was called the heaven escaping bat, it should be able to drill into the ground. If he could use its power, the little beast was a 10th order monster beast, so even if it did not have the intelligence of a human, it was not without intelligence, so it should have no problem communicating with Xianxia. After a while, Xianxia carefully reached out and tapped the sealed world bead. With a flash of light, the little beast suddenly appeared beside Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was solemn as his divine sense wrapped around the little beast. Once he sensed that something was wrong, he would immediately take it back. After all, the pressure here was too terrifying, and he did not know if the 10th order monster beast could withstand it. If it exploded and died, he would not be able to explain it to Xiao. Fortunately, the situation was not too bad. After the little beast appeared, it showed an expression of extreme hardship and pain. Its whole body seemed to have become much shorter, and the sound of bones creaking could be heard from its body. Its small eyes also gradually turned blood red, as if blood was oozing out of them. But after a while, it seemed to have adapted and squeaked twice at Xianxia. Xianxia was overjoyed and said, "Then it's up to you. If you feel that something is wrong, come up quickly, don't force yourself." The little beast squeaked twice in response before immediately turning around and sinking into the ground as if it had fallen into water. However, its speed was not fast, and after a full 10 breaths, its figure gradually disappeared. Xianxia waited anxiously in place. He wanted to use his divine sense to investigate the little beast situation, but he was powerless to do so. As soon as his divine sense left his knowledge sea, it was completely distorted by the terrifying gravitational force, making it impossible for him to investigate the situation underground. A cup of tea's worth of time passed, an incense stick of time passed, an hour passed. Xianxia's face gradually became ugly. Just when he thought that the little beast trip this time would be a one-way trip, a small head suddenly appeared at his feet, and with a series of squeaks, the little beast reappeared. Xianxia was overjoyed and hurriedly came to its rescue. He urged his divine sense to wrap around the little beast, bearing most of the pressure for it. After the little beast's body completely drilled out of the ground, Xianxia reached out and grabbed it. At the same time, his figure flickered and he and the little beast directly entered the sealed world bead. Somewhere in the sealed world bead, Xianxia sat cross-legged on the ground with the little beast lying on his lap, panting for breath, as if it had just experienced a great battle and was somewhat exhausted. "You've worked hard." Xianxia gently combed its fur and comforted it. The little beast raised its weak eyelids and glanced at him before falling silent. After a while, it suddenly got up, opened its small mouth, and spat out a yellow object about the size of a pigeon's egg. Kai Yang stretched out his hand to catch it. But who would have thought that although this thing looked small, the moment it touched his hand, Kai Yang staggered and almost fell to the ground. It was as if a 10,000 gene object had fallen into his hand. Shocked, he hurriedly circulated his strength to stabilize his body, not making a fool of himself. The little beast squeaked, as if it was taking pleasure in his misfortune. Xianxia did not pay attention to it, but instead observed the yellow, irregular object in his hand with a dignified expression, his expression changing several times before he finally exclaimed, "Heavy earth." The thing the little beast brought back from underground was actually a piece of heavy earth. Chapter 2007. I've had a toothache for several days now. It's so painful that I can wake up from my sleep at night. Both heavy earth and weak water were treasures of the same grade. Both were extremely heavy and had their own unique characteristics. An ordinary cultivator would rarely encounter such treasures. Even for those with high cultivation, it was extremely difficult for them to encounter such treasures. Xianxia had a weak water bead that seemed to be refined from weak water. Back in Clear Jade Mountain, she had used the power of the weak water bead to imprison the Luanfeng cub. The Luanfeng was an ancient divine spirit. Even if it was a cub, it was not easy to provoke it. The fact that so many people had died in Clear Jade Mountain was the best proof of this. However, after being imprisoned by the weak water bead, it was unable to break free. Xiaoqi's background was not small, so it was not surprising that she had a treasure like the weak water bead. As for heavy earth, it was an existence on par with weak water. To some extent, heavy earth was even rarer and more precious than weak water. Not only was heavy earth extremely heavy, but it also produced a natural gravitational field where a cultivator could cultivate, but it could also be used to refine all kinds of treasures. No matter what kind of artifact it was, as long as a bit of heavy earth was added to it, it would become extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. Moreover, heavy earth had some magical properties. If heavy earth was used to refine an alchemy or artifact refining furnace, it could increase the success rate of alchemy or artifact refining. Alchemists and artifact refiners were madly in need of heavy earth. Not only that, but because of the rich spirituality and earth attribute aura of heavy earth, if a spirit treasure was planted in heavy earth, it could greatly shorten the growth cycle of those spirit treasures. In other words, if a spirit grass had a growth cycle of 100 years, it would only take 10 years to grow on heavy earth. 5 years, or even less, would allow it to mature. Such a supreme treasure was not only sought after by many cultivators, but also coveted by many great sects. Which sect did not have their own medicine garden? Every sect had a large number of spirit grasses and spirit medicines in their medicine gardens. However, the more precious a spirit medicine was, the longer its growth cycle would be. A few dozen to 100 years was considered short, a few hundred to 1,000 years was normal, and some even thousands of years before they matured. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to cultivate these elixirs with long growth cycles, nor would they have the time and energy to do so. Only the sects had the power to do so, but it still required a lot of time. However, if he had heavy earth, the situation would be completely different. A sufficient amount of heavy earth might be able to make a 1-acre herb garden continuously produce all kinds of spirit herbs and magical medicines. If operated well, it was enough to make a forest reach a higher level. Unfortunately, the rarity of heavy earth also made people despair. The heavy earth that occasionally appeared in this world was used to refine some artifacts. It was simply not enough to be used in a medicinal garden. The reason why Xianxia knew about gravity earth was because he had been cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art required supreme treasures of the 5 elements to cultivate. So Xianxia had paid a great deal of attention to treasures of the 5 elements, and heavy earth was undoubtedly a supreme treasure of the earth attribute. To a certain extent, it was even more precious than the sun's true essence, and was comparable to the soul-warming lotus. Although such a small piece of heavy earth the size of a pigeon's egg was enough to refine several artifacts, Xianxia was naturally not satisfied. He believed that deep underground in this canyon, there was even more heavy earth. Otherwise, how could the gravitational field here be so terrifying? After thinking about it for a while, Xianxia put down the heavy earth and then took out a large number of restorative spirit pills from his space ring and placed them on his palm. He held them up to the little beast's mouth. The little beast was originally exhausted and did not even have the strength to move. However, upon seeing these spirit pills, the little beast's eyes lit up and it opened its small mouth and swallowed them all. Asterisk crunch crunch. Asterisk the pills were like jelly beans as the little beast chewed on them. Do you want some spirit pills? I still have many here. Xianxia smiled lightly as he waved his hand and took out a dozen jade bottles. The little beast's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Very good. Help me get this from underground, and I'll give you as many spirit pills as you want. Xianxia grinned meaningfully as he pointed to the heavy earth, tempting the little beast. The little beast rolled its eyes, obviously very tempted. After a while, the little beast squeaked twice in response to Xianxia. Inside the sealed world bead, Xianxia and the little beast were not affected by the gravitational field, so Xianxia and the little beast were able to meditate and rest very quickly. Coupled with the help of various precious pills, it only took 2 hours for the little beast to fully recover. Xianxia then reappeared in the canyon with the little beast. After another 2 hours, the little beast drilled out of the ground. Xianxia quickly took it back to the sealed world bead to recuperate. After a while, Xianxia was satisfied with obtaining another piece of heavy earth the size of a pigeon's egg. This situation repeated over and over again. 5 days later, the pile of heavy earth in front of Xianxia was enough to fill a tabletop and was as thick as 3 fingers. Such a large amount of heavy earth was simply appalling. One had to know that a fingernail-sized piece of heavy earth was enough to upgrade an artifact's grade, and it was a priceless treasure. Even if the 10 great emperors were here, they would be envious and would try to snatch it regardless of their status. Xianxia finally believed that the inside of this 5-color treasure pagoda was indeed an ancient land. If not, how could there be such a treasure here? It was also thanks to the special terrain and terrifying gravitational field of this canyon. Otherwise, such benefits would have been taken away by others. Anyone who passed through this canyon and discovered the anomaly would have fallen to their deaths long ago. Only with the help of the sealed world bead did Xianxia escape this disaster and reap such a great harvest. In fact, he should have thought of this long ago. The anomaly at the bottom of this canyon was so obvious, so what else in this world besides heavy earth could cause it? The little beast was still busy outside, But at this moment, the gravitational field of the canyon had weakened to a point where it could almost be ignored. After all, the heavy earth had basically been transferred to the sealed world bead by Xianxia, so the gravitational field caused by the heavy earth had naturally disappeared. As such, Xianxia didn't need to worry about the safety of the little beast. At this moment, with a single thought, Xianxia pushed his strength and rolled up all the heavy earth in front of him. Outside, he definitely wouldn't have this ability. Only in the Emperor realm would he be able to accomplish this. But this was the small sealed world, the space inside the sealed world bead, and the sealed world bead was Xianxia's artifact. After some refinement, Xianxia could dominate everything here. Even so, carrying so much heavy earth while flying was still extremely taxing. After finally bringing the heavy earth to the vicinity of the medicine garden, Xianxia looked around at the empty medicine garden and smiled knowingly before using his secret technique to bury the heavy earth into the medicine garden. In this way, Xianxia now had a heaven-defying medicine garden. In the future, if he came across any precious spirit seeds, he could transplant them and shorten their growth cycle. As long as they weren't the kind of spirit seed that would die immediately after being transplanted, there was no need to worry about them surviving. Of course, Xianxia also left behind a small piece of heavy earth for himself to cultivate his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. After checking his results, Xianxia was very satisfied. Then, his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already at the bottom of the canyon. Without the gravitational field, the rich world energy aura at the bottom of the canyon was finally free and began to dissipate upwards. There was no trace of the little beast, so it should still be busy underground. Heavy earth was so rare that Xianxia naturally didn't want to miss out on even a tiny bit of it, so he asked the little beast to search for it underground. If it could find it, that would be great, but if it couldn't, it didn't matter. In any case, his harvest this time was already big enough. Walking forward, Xianxia soon arrived in front of the skeleton and reached out to take the space ring from its hand. It was unknown how this skeleton had died here, but its flesh and blood had long since disappeared, leaving behind only white bones and a space ring. Of course, Xianxia had no reason to let go of the wealth of the dead. After searching for a while, Xianxia actually harvested more than 50 space rings at the bottom of the canyon. In other words, more than 50 people had accidentally fallen to their deaths while passing by this place, and most of these people should be Origin King Realm Cultivator. Except for the cultivator who had just died, the rest should be from Star Soul Palace. After a brief inspection, Xianxia couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Worthy of being a disciple of Star Soul Palace, each of their rings was quite rich. Not only were there a large number of source crystals, but there were also some artifacts and pills. Unfortunately, some of the rings had been there for too long and were damaged, so the things inside could not be taken out. There were also some things that, even if taken out, had lost most of their spirituality and were useless. Xianxia kept the useful things and discarded the useless ones. All of a sudden, Xianxia harvested more than 300,000 low-rank source crystals and more than 5,000 mid-rank source crystals, but he didn't see any high-rank source crystals. As for Origin King grade artifacts, there were more than 30 to 40, including 2 Dao source grade artifacts. This made Xianxia feel a little emotional. The last time he went to the black market, he had secretly sold a lot of spirit pills and earned less than 200,000 source crystals, but now, just walking around the bottom of the canyon had given him such a huge harvest. All of a sudden, Xianxia's lack of funds had been solved. After confirming that he hadn't missed anything, Xianxia stood in place and waited with satisfaction. Not long after, the little beast drilled out of the ground and flew in front of Xianxia, opened its mouth, and spat out something. Xianxia took a look and found that there was no heavy earth, so he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But after carefully observing these things, he became happy again. Earth vein beads. There are so many earth vein beads. This time, the things the little beast had found from underground were all earth vein beads. Earth veins were products of world energy rich to a certain extent. All sects were built in places with earth veins to ensure that their disciples could use them for cultivation. The more powerful a sect was, the better the earth vein it occupied. As for the smaller sects, they could only occupy some slightly inferior earth veins. Every year, many sects and families would fight over land with earth veins, resulting in countless casualties. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.